Chapter 33 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 33. One wintry evening, early in the year of our Lord 1780, a keen north wind arose as it grew dark, and night came on with black and dismal looks. A bitter storm of sleet, sharp, dense, and icy cold, swept the wet streets and rattled on the trembling windows. Signboards, shaken past endurance in their creaking frames, fell crashing on the pavement. Old tottering chimneys reeled and staggered in the blast, and many a steeple rocked again that night, as though the earth were troubled. It was not a time for those who could by any means get light and warmth to brave the fury of the weather. In coffee-houses of the better sort, guests crowded round the fire, forgot to be political, and told each other with a secret gladness that the blast grew fiercer every minute. Each humble tavern by the waterside had its group of uncouth figures round the hearth, who talked of vessels foundering at sea and all hands lost, related many a dismal tale of shipwreck and drowned men, and hoped that some they knew were safe, and shook their heads in doubt. In private dwellings children clustered near the blaze, listening with timid pleasure to tales of ghosts and goblins, and tall figures clad in white standing by bedsides, and people who had gone to sleep in old churches, and being overlooked had found themselves alone there at the dead hour of the night, until they shuddered at the thought of the dark rooms upstairs, yet loved to hear the wind moan too, and hoped it would continue bravely. From time to time these happy indoor people stopped to listen, or one held up his finger and cried, "Hark!" And then, above the rumbling in the chimney, and the fast pattering on the glass, was heard a wailing, rushing sound, which shook the walls as though a giant's hand were on them. Then a hoarse roar as if the sea had risen. Then such a whirl and tumult that the air seemed mad. And then, with a lengthened howl, the waves of wind swept on, and left a moment's interval of rest. Cheerily, though there were none abroad to see it, shone the maypole light that evening. Blessings on the red, deep, ruby, glowing red, old curtain of the window, blending into one rich stream of brightness, fire and candle, meat, drink, and company, and gleaming like a jovial eye upon the bleak waste out of doors. Within, what carpet like its crunching sand? What music merry as its crackling logs? What perfume like its kitchen's dainty breath? What weather genial as its hearty warmth? Blessings on the old house, how sturdily it stood! How did the vexed wind chafe and roar about its stalwart roof? How did it pant and strive with its wide chimneys, which still poured forth from their hospitable throats great clouds of smoke, and puffed defiance in its face? How, above all, did it drive and rattle at the casement, emulous to extinguish that cheerful glow which would not be put down and seemed the brighter for the conflict? The profusion, too, the rich and lavish bounty of that goodly tavern! It was not enough that one fire roared and sparkled at its spacious hearth, in the tiles which paved and compassed it. 500 flickering fires burned brightly also. It was not enough that one red curtain shut the wild night out, and shed its cheerful influence on the room. In every saucepan lid, and candlestick, and vessel of copper, brass, or tin that hung upon the walls, were countless ruddy hangings, flashing and gleaming with every motion of the blaze, and offering, let the eye wander where it might, interminable vistas of the same rich colour. The old oak wainscoting, the beams, the chairs, the seats, reflected it in a deep, dull glimmer. There were fires and red curtains in the very eyes of the drinkers, in their buttons, in their liquor, in the pipes they smoked. Mr Willet sat in what had been his accustomed place 5 years before, with his eyes on the eternal boiler, and had sat there since the clock struck 8, giving no other signs of life than breathing with a loud and constant snore, though he was wide awake, and from time to time putting his glass to his lips, or knocking the ashes out of his pipe and filling it anew. It was now 10:30. Mr. Cobb and long Phil Parkes were his companions as of old, and for 2 mortal hours and a half none of the company had pronounced one word. Whether people, by dint of sitting together in the same place and the same relative positions and doing exactly the same things for a great many years, acquire a sixth sense, or some unknown power of influencing each other which serves them in its stead, is a question for philosophy to settle. But certain it is that old John Willet, Mr. Parkes, and Mr. Cobb were one and all firmly of opinion that they were very jolly companions, rather choice spirits than otherwise, that they looked at each other every now and then as if there were a perpetual interchange of ideas going on among them, that no man considered himself or his neighbour by any means silent, and that each of them nodded occasionally when he caught the eye of another, as if he would say, "You have expressed yourself extremely well, sir, in relation to that sentiment, and I quite agree with you." The room was so very warm, the tobacco so very good, and the fire so very soothing, that Mr Willet by degrees began to doze. But as he had perfectly acquired, by dint of long habit, the art of smoking in his sleep, and as his breathing was pretty much the same, awake or asleep, saving that in the latter case he sometimes experienced a slight difficulty in respiration, such as a carpenter meets with when he is planing and comes to a knot, neither of his companions was aware of the circumstance until he met with one of these impediments and was obliged to try again. "Johnny's dropped off," said Mr. Parkes in a whisper. "Fast as a top," said Mr. Cobb. Neither of them said any more until Mr Willet came to another knot, one of surpassing obduracy, which bade fair to throw him into convulsions, but which he got over at last without waking by an effort quite superhuman. "He sleeps uncommon hard," said Mr. Cobb. Mr. Parkes, who was possibly a hard sleeper himself, replied with some disdain, "Not a bit on it," and directed his eyes towards a handbill pasted over the chimney-piece, which was decorated at the top with a woodcut representing a youth of tender years running away very fast, with a bundle over his shoulder at the end of a stick, and, to carry out the idea, a finger-post and a milestone beside him. Mr. Cobb likewise turned his eyes in the same direction, and surveyed the placard as if that were the first time he had ever beheld it. Now, this was a document which Mr. Willet had himself indited on the disappearance of his son Joseph, acquainting the nobility and gentry and the public in general with the circumstances of his having left his home, describing his dress and appearance, and offering a reward of £5 to any person or persons who would pack him up and return him safely to the Maypole at Chigwell, or lodge him in any of his Majesty's jails until such time as his father should come and claim him. In this advertisement Mr. Willet had obstinately persisted, despite the advice and entreaties of his friends, in describing his son as a young boy, and furthermore as being from 18 inches to a couple of feet shorter than he really was. Two circumstances which perhaps accounted, in some degree, for its never having been productive of any other effect than the transmission to Chigwell at various times, and at a vast expense, of some 45 runaways varying from 6 years old to 12. Mr. Cobb and Mr. Parkes looked mysteriously at this composition, at each other, and at old John. From the time he had pasted it up with his own hands, Mr. Willet had never by word or sign alluded to the subject, or encouraged anyone else to do so. Nobody had the least notion what his thoughts or opinions were connected with it, whether he remembered it or forgot it, whether he had any idea that such an event had ever taken place. Therefore, even while he slept, no one ventured to refer to it in his presence, and for such sufficient reasons, these his chosen friends were silent now. Mr. Willet had got by this time into such a complication of knots that it was perfectly clear he must wake or die. He chose the former alternative, and opened his eyes. "If he don't come in 5 minutes," said John, "I shall have supper without him." The antecedent of this pronoun had been mentioned for the last time at 8 o'clock. Messrs. Parkes and Cobb, being used to this style of conversation, replied without difficulty that to be sure Solomon was very late, and they wondered what had happened to detain him.
"He aren't blown away, I suppose," said Parkes. "It's enough to carry a man of his figure off his legs, and easy too. Do you hear it? It blows great guns indeed. There'll be many a crash in the forest to-night, I reckon, and many a broken branch upon the ground to-morrow."
"It won't break anything in the Maypole, I take it, sir," returned old John. "Let it try. I give it leave. What's that?"
"The wind," cried Parkes. "It's howling like a Christian, and has been all night long."
"Did you ever, sir," asked John, after a minute's contemplation, "hear the wind say Maypole?"
"Why, what man ever did?" said Parkes. "Nor ahoy, perhaps?" added John. "No, nor that neither."
"Very good, sir," said Mr Willet, perfectly unmoved.
"Then, if that was the wind just now, and you'll wait a little time without speaking, you'll hear it say both words, very plain."
Mr Willet was right. After listening for a few moments, they could clearly hear, above the roar and tumult out of doors, this shout repeated, and that with a shrillness and energy which denoted that it came from some person in great distress or terror. They looked at each other, turned pale, and held their breath. No man stirred. It was in this emergency that Mr Willet displayed something of that strength of mind and plenitude of mental resource which rendered him the admiration of all his friends and neighbours. After looking at Messrs Parkes and Cobb for some time in silence, he clapped his two hands to his cheeks and sent forth a roar which made the glasses dance and rafters ring, a long sustained discordant bellow that rolled onward with the wind, and startling every echo, made the night 100 times more boisterous. A deep, loud, dismal bray that sounded like a human gong. Then, with every vein in his head and face swollen with the great exertion, and his countenance suffused with a lively purple, he drew a little nearer to the fire, and turning his back upon it, said with dignity, "If that's any comfort to anybody, they're welcome to it. If it an't, I'm sorry for 'em. If either of you two gentlemen likes to go out and see what's the matter, you can. I'm not curious myself." While he spoke, the cry drew nearer and nearer. Footsteps passed the window. The latch of the door was raised. It opened, was violently shut again, and Solomon Daisy, with a lighted lantern in his hand, and the rain streaming from his disordered dress, dashed into the room. A more complete picture of terror than the little man presented, it would be difficult to imagine. The perspiration stood in beads upon his face, his knees knocked together, his every limb trembled, the power of articulation was quite gone, and there he stood, panting for breath, gazing on them with such livid ashy looks that they were infected with his fear, though ignorant of its occasion, and, reflecting his dismayed and horror-stricken visage, stared back again without venturing to question him, until old John Willet, in a fit of temporary insanity, made a dive at his cravat, and, seizing him by that portion of his dress, shook him to and fro until his very teeth appeared to rattle in his head. "Tell us what's the matter, sir," said John, "or I'll kill you. Tell us what's the matter, sir, or in another second I'll have your head under the biler. How dare you look like that? Is anybody a-following of you? What do you mean? Say something, or I'll be the death of you, I will." Mr Willet, in his frenzy, was so near keeping his word to the very letter, Solomon Daisy's eyes already beginning to roll in an alarming manner, and certain guttural sounds as of a choking man to issue from his throat, that the two bystanders, recovering in some degree, plucked him off his victim by main force, and placed the little clerk of Chigwell in a chair. Directing a fearful gaze all round the room, he implored them in a faint voice to give him some drink, and above all to lock the house door, and close and bar the shutters of the room without a moment's loss of time. The latter request did not tend to reassure his hearers or to fill them with the most comfortable sensations. They complied with it, however, with the greatest expedition, and having handed him a bumper of brandy and water, nearly boiling hot, waited to hear what he might have to tell them.
"Oh, Johnny," said Solomon, shaking him by the hand. "Oh, Parkes. Oh, Tommy Cobb. Why did I leave this house tonight, on the 19th of March, of all nights in the year, on the 19th of March?
They all drew closer to the fire. Parkes, who was nearest to the door, started and looked over his shoulder. Mr Willet, with great indignation, inquired what the devil he meant by that, and then said, "God forgive me," and glanced over his own shoulder, and came a little nearer.
"When I left here tonight," said Solomon Daisy, "I little thought what day of the month it was. I never gone alone into the church after dark on this day for 27 years. I have heard it said that as we keep our birthdays when we are alive, so the ghosts of dead people who are not easy in their graves keep the day they died upon. How the wind roars!"
Nobody spoke. All eyes were fastened on Solomon.
"I might have known," he said, "what night it was, by the foul weather. There's no such night the whole year round as this is, always. I never sleep quietly in my bed on the 19th of March.
"Go on," said Tom Cobb in a low voice. "Nor I neither." Solomon Daisy raised his glass to his lips, put it down upon the floor with such a trembling hand that the spoon tinkled in it like a little bell, and continued thus.
"Have I ever said that we are always brought back to this subject in some strange way when the 19th of this month comes round? Do you suppose it was by accident I forgot to wind up the church clock? I never forgot it any other time, though it is such a clumsy thing that it has to be wound up every day. Why should it escape my memory on this day of all others? I made as much haste down there as I could when I went from here, but I had to go home first for the keys, and the wind and rain being dead against me all the way, it was pretty well as much as I could do at times to keep my legs. I got there at last, opened the church door, and went in. I had not met a soul all the way, and you may judge whether it was dull or not. Neither of you would bear me company. If you could have known what was to come, you'd have been in the right. The wind was so strong that it was as much as I could do to shut the church door by putting my whole weight against it, and even as it was, it burst wide open twice, with such strength that any of you would have sworn, if you'd been leaning against it as I was, that somebody was pushing it on the other side. However, I got the key turned, went into the belfry, and wound up the clock, which was very near run down and would have stood stock still in half an hour. As I took up my lantern again to leave the church, it came upon me all at once. This was the 19th of March. It came upon me with a kind of shock, as if a hand had struck the thought upon my forehead. At the very same moment, I heard a voice outside the tower, rising from among the graves. Here old John precipitately interrupted the speaker, and begged that if Mr Parkes, who was seated opposite to him and was staring directly over his head, saw anything, he would have the goodness to mention it. Mr Parkes apologized, and remarked that he was only listening, to which Mr Willet angrily retorted that his listening with that kind of expression in his face was not agreeable, and that if he couldn't look like other people, he had better put his pocket-handkerchief over his head. Mr Parkes, with great submission, pledged himself to do so, if again required, and John Willet, turning to Solomon, desired him to proceed. After waiting until a violent gust of wind and rain, which seemed to shake even that sturdy house to its foundation, had passed away, the little man complied. "Never tell me that it was my fancy, or that it was any other sound which I mistook for that I tell you of. I heard the wind whistle through the arches of the church. I heard the steeple strain and creak. I heard the rain as it came driving against the walls. I felt the bells shake. I saw the rope sway to and fro. And I heard that voice." "What did it say?" asked Tom Cobb. "I don't know what. I don't know that it spoke. It gave a kind of cry, as any one of us might do if something dreadful followed us in a dream and came upon us unawares.
and then it died off, seeming to pass quite round the church.
I don't see much in that, said John, drawing a long breath, and looking round him like a man who felt relieved.
Perhaps not, returned his friend, but that's not all.
What more do you mean to say, sir, is to come? Asked John, pausing in the act of wiping his face upon his apron.
What are you a-going to tell us of next? What I saw.
Saw? Echoed all three, bending forward.
When I opened the church door to come out, said the little man, with an expression of face which bore ample testimony to the sincerity of his conviction. When I opened the church door to come out, which I did suddenly, for I wanted to get it shut again before another gust of wind came up, there crossed me, so close, that by stretching out my finger I could have touched it, something in the likeness of a man. It was bareheaded to the storm. It turned its face without stopping, and fixed its eyes on mine. It was a ghost, a spirit.
Whose? They all cried together. In the excess of his emotion, for he fell back trembling in his chair, and waved his hand as if entreating them to question him no further, his answer was lost on all but old John Willet, who happened to be seated close beside him.
Who?
cried Parkes and Tom Cobb, looking eagerly by turns at Solomon Daisy and Mr Willet.
Who was it?
Gentlemen, said Mr Willet, after a long pause,
you needn't ask. The likeness of a murdered man. This is the 19th of March.
A profound silence ensued.
If you'll take my advice, said John, we had better, one and all, keep this a secret. Such tales would not be liked at the Warren. Let us keep it to ourselves, for the present time at all events, or we may get into trouble, and Solomon may lose his place. Whether it was really as he says, or whether it wasn't, is no matter. Right or wrong, nobody would believe him. As to the probabilities, I don't myself think, said Mr Willet, eyeing the corners of the room in a manner which showed that, like some other philosophers, he was not quite easy in his theory, that a ghost as had been a man of sense in his lifetime would be out a walking in such weather. I only know that I wouldn't, if I was one.
But this heretical doctrine was strongly opposed by the other three, who quoted a great many precedents to show that bad weather was the very time for such appearances, and Mr Parkes, who had had a ghost in his family by the mother's side, argued the matter with so much ingenuity and force of illustration that John was only saved from having to retract his opinion by the opportune appearance of supper, to which they applied themselves with a dreadful relish. Even Solomon Daisy himself, by dint of the elevating influences of fire, lights, brandy, and good company, so far recovered as to handle his knife and fork in a highly creditable manner, and to display a capacity both of eating and drinking such as banished all fear of his having sustained any lasting injury from his fright. Supper done, they crowded round the fire again, and, as is common on such occasions, propounded all manner of leading questions calculated to surround a story with new horrors and surprises. But Solomon Daisy, notwithstanding these temptations, adhered so steadily to his original account, and repeated it so often, with such slight variations, and with such solemn asseverations of its truth and reality, that his hearers were, with good reason, more astonished than at first. As he took John Willet's view of the matter in regard to the propriety of not bruiting the tale abroad, unless the spirit should appear to him again, in which case it would be necessary to take immediate counsel with the clergyman, it was solemnly resolved that it should be hushed up and kept quiet. And as most men like to have a secret to tell which may exalt their own importance, they arrived at this conclusion
with perfect unanimity. As it was by this time growing late, and was long past their usual hour of separating, the cronies parted for the night. Solomon Daisy, with a fresh candle in his lantern, repaired homewards under the escort of Long Phil Parkes and Mr. Cobb, who were rather more nervous than himself. Mr. Willet, after seeing them to the door, returned to collect his thoughts with the assistance of the boiler, and to listen to the storm of wind and rain, which had not yet abated one jot of its fury. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 34. Before old John had looked at the boiler quite 20 minutes, he got his ideas into a focus, and brought them to bear upon Solomon Daisy's story. The more he thought of it, the more impressed he became with a sense of his own wisdom, and a desire that Mr. Haredale should be impressed with it likewise. At length, to the end that he might sustain a principal and important character in the affair, and might have the start of Solomon and his two friends, through whose means he knew the adventure, with a variety of exaggerations, would be known to at least a score of people, and most likely to Mr. Haredale himself, by breakfast-time tomorrow, he determined to repair to the Warren before going to bed. "He's my landlord," thought John, as he took a candle in his hand, and setting it down in a corner out of the wind's way, opened a casement in the rear of the house, looking towards the stables. "We haven't met of late years so often as we used to do. Changes are taking place in the family. It's desirable that I should stand as well with them, in point of dignity, as possible. The whispering about of this here tale will anger him. It's good to have confidences with a gentleman of his nature, and set one's self right besides. Hello there! Hugh! Hugh! Hello!" When he had repeated this shout a dozen times, and startled every pigeon from its slumbers, a door in one of the ruinous old buildings opened, and a rough voice demanded what was amiss now that a man couldn't even have his sleep in quiet. "What? Haven't you sleep enough, Growler, that you're not to be knocked up for once?" said John. "No," replied the voice, as the speaker yawned and shook himself. "Not half enough." "I don't know how you can sleep, with the wind a-bellowsing and roaring about you, making the tiles fly like a pack of cards," said John. "But no matter for that. Wrap yourself up in something or another, and come here, for you must go as far as the Warren with me, and look sharp about it." Hugh, with much low growling and muttering, went back into his lair, and presently reappeared, carrying a lantern and a cudgel, and enveloped from head to foot in an old frowsy slouching horsecloth. Mr. Willet received this figure at the back door, and ushered him into the bar, while he wrapped himself in sundry greatcoats and capes, and so tied and knotted his face in shawls and handkerchiefs that how he breathed was a mystery. "You don't take a man out of doors at near midnight in such weather without putting some heart into him, do you, master?" said Hugh. "Yes, I do, sir," returned Mr. Willet. "I put the heart, as you call it, into him when he has brought me safe home again, and is standing steady on his legs, and of so much consequence. So, hold that light up, if you please, and go on a step or two before, to show the way." Hugh obeyed with a very indifferent grace, and a longing glance at the bottles. Old John, laying strict injunctions on his cook to keep the doors locked in his absence, and to open to nobody but himself on pain of dismissal, followed him into the blustering darkness out of doors. The way was wet and dismal, and the night so black, that if Mr Willet had been his own pilot, he would have walked into a deep horse-pond within a few hundred yards of his own house, and would certainly have terminated his career in that ignoble sphere of action. But Hugh, who had a sight as keen as any hawk's, and, apart from that endowment, could have found his way blindfold to any place within a dozen miles, dragged old John along, quite deaf to his remonstrances, and took his own course without the slightest reference to or notice of his master. So they made head against the wind as they best could, Hugh crushing the wet grass beneath his heavy tread, and stalking on after his ordinary savage fashion. John Willet following at arm's length, picking his steps, and looking about him, now for bogs and ditches, and now for such stray ghosts as might be wandering abroad, with looks of as much dismay and uneasiness as his immovable face was capable of expressing. At length they stood upon the broad gravel walk before the Warren house. The building was profoundly dark, and none were moving near it save themselves. From one solitary turret chamber, however, there shone a ray of light, and towards this speck of comfort in the cold, cheerless, silent scene, Mr Willet bade his pilot lead him. "The old room," said John, looking timidly upward. "Mr Reuben's own apartment. God be with us. I wonder his brother likes to sit there so late at night, on this night too." "Why, where else should he sit?" asked Hugh, holding the lantern to his breast, to keep the candle from the wind, while he trimmed it with his fingers. "It's snug enough, ain't it?" "Snug!" said John indignantly. "You have a comfortable idea of snugness, you have, sir. Do you know what was done in that room, you ruffian?" "Why, what is it the worse for that?" cried Hugh, looking into John's fat face. "Does it keep out the rain, and snow, and wind the less for that? Is it less warm or dry because a man was killed there? Never believe it, master. One man's no such matter as that comes to." Mr Willet fixed his dull eyes on his follower, and began, by a species of inspiration, to think it just barely possible that he was something of a dangerous character, and that it might be advisable to get rid of him one of these days. He was too prudent to say anything with the journey home before him, and therefore turned to the iron gate before which this brief dialogue had passed, and pulled the handle of the bell that hung beside it. The turret in which the light appeared being at one corner of the building, and only divided from the path by one of the garden walks upon which this gate opened, Mr Haredale threw up the window directly, and demanded who was there. "Begging pardon, sir," said John, "I knew you sat up late, and made bold to come round, having a word to say to you." "Willet, is it not?" "Of the Maypole, at your service, sir." Mr Haredale closed the window and withdrew. He presently appeared at a door in the bottom of the turret, and coming across the garden walk, unlocked the gate and let them in. "You are a late visitor, Willet. What is the matter?" "Nothing to speak of, sir," said John. "An idle tale I thought you ought to know of. Nothing more." "Let your man go forward with the lantern, and give me your hand. The stairs are crooked and narrow. Gently with your light, friend. You swing it like a censer." Hugh, who had already reached the turret, held it more steadily, and ascended first, turning round from time to time to shed his light downward on the steps. Mr Haredale, following next, eyed his lowering face with no great favour, and Hugh, looking down on him, returned his glances with interest as they climbed the winding stairs. It terminated in a little ante-room adjoining that from which they had seen the light. Mr Haredale entered first, and led the way through it into the latter chamber, where he seated himself at a writing-table from which he had arisen when they had rung the bell. "Come in," he said, beckoning to old John, who remained bowing at the door. "Not you, friend," he added hastily to Hugh, who entered also. "Willet," Why do you bring that fellow here?'
'Why, sir?' returned John, elevating his eyebrows and lowering his voice to the tone in which the question had been asked him. 'He's a good guard, you see.'
'Don't be too sure of that,' said Mr Haredale, looking towards him as he spoke. 'I doubt it. He has an evil eye.'
'There's no imagination in his eye,' returned Mr Willet, glancing over his shoulder at the organ in question. 'Certainly.'
'There is no good there, be assured,' said Mr Haredale. 'Wait in that little room, friend, and close the door between us.' Hugh shrugged his shoulders, and with a disdainful look, which showed either that he had overheard, or that he guessed the purport of their whispering, did as he was told. When he was shut out, Mr Haredale turned to John, and bade him go on with what he had to say, but not to speak too loud, for there were quick ears yonder. Thus cautioned, Mr Willet, in an oily whisper, recited all that he had heard and said that night, laying particular stress upon his own sagacity, upon his great regard for the family, and upon his solicitude for their peace of mind and happiness. The story moved his auditor much more than he had expected. Mr Haredale often changed his attitude, rose and paced the room, returned again, desired him to repeat as nearly as he could the very words that Solomon had used, and gave so many other signs of being disturbed and ill at ease, that even Mr Willet was surprised. 'You did quite right,' he said at the end of a long conversation, 'to bid them keep this story secret. It is a foolish fancy on the part of this weak-brained man, bred in his fears and superstition. But Miss Haredale, though she would know it to be so, would be disturbed by it if it reached her ears. It is too nearly connected with a subject very painful to us all, to be heard with indifference. You were most prudent, and have laid me under a great obligation. I thank you very much.' This was equal to John's most sanguine expectations, but he would have preferred Mr Haredale's looking at him when he spoke, as if he really did thank him, to his walking up and down, speaking by fits and starts, often stopping with his eyes fixed on the ground, moving hurriedly on again like one distracted, and seeming almost unconscious of what he said or did. This, however, was his manner, and it was so embarrassing to John that he sat quite passive for a long time, not knowing what to do. At length he rose. Mr Haredale stared at him for a moment as though he had quite forgotten his being present, then shook hands with him and opened the door. Hugh, who was, or feigned to be, fast asleep on the antechamber floor, sprang up on their entrance, and throwing his cloak about him, grasped his stick and lantern, and prepared to descend the stairs. "Stay," said Mr Haredale. "Will this man drink?"
"Drink? He'd drink the Thames up, if it was strong enough, sir," replied John Willet. "He'll have something when he gets home. He's better without it now, sir." "Nay, half the distance is done," said Hugh. "What a hard master you are! I should go home the better for one glassful half-way. Come." As John made no reply, Mr Haredale brought out a glass of liquor and gave it to Hugh, who, as he took it in his hand, threw part of it upon the floor. "What do you mean by splashing your drink about a gentleman's house, sir?" said John. "I'm drinking a toast," Hugh rejoined, holding the glass above his head, and fixing his eyes on Mr Haredale's face. "A toast to this house and its master." With that he muttered something to himself, and drank the rest, and setting down the glass, preceded them without another word. John was a good deal scandalized by this observance, but seeing that Mr Haredale took little heed of what Hugh said or did, and that his thoughts were otherwise employed, he offered no apology, and went in silence down the stairs, across the walk, and through the garden gate. They stopped upon the outer side for Hugh to hold the light, while Mr Haredale locked it on the inner, and then John saw with wonder, as he often afterwards related, that he was very pale, and that his face had changed so much, and grown so haggard since their entrance, that he almost seemed another man.
They were in the open road again, and John Willet was walking on behind his escort, as he had come, thinking very steadily of what he had just now seen, when Hugh drew him suddenly aside, and almost at the same instant 3 horsemen swept past. The nearest brushed his shoulder even then, who, checking their steeds as suddenly as they could, stood still and waited for their coming up. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 35. When John Willet saw that the horsemen wheeled smartly round, and drew up 3 abreast in the narrow road, waiting for him and his man to join them, it occurred to him with unusual precipitation that they must be highwaymen, and had Hugh been armed with a blunderbuss in place of his stout cudgel, he would certainly have ordered him to fire it off at a venture, and would, while the word of command was obeyed, have consulted his own personal safety in immediate flight. Under the circumstances of disadvantage, however, in which he and his guard were placed, he deemed it prudent to adopt a different style of generalship, and therefore whispered his attendant to address them in the most peaceable and courteous terms. By way of acting up to the spirit and letter of this instruction, Hugh stepped forward, and flourishing his staff before the very eyes of the rider nearest to him, demanded roughly what he and his fellows meant by so nearly galloping over them, and why they scoured the king's highway at that late hour of night. The man whom he addressed was beginning an angry reply in the same strain, when he was checked by the horseman in the centre, who, interposing with an air of authority, inquired in a somewhat loud but not harsh or unpleasant voice, "Pray, is this the London road?" "If you follow it right, it is," replied Hugh roughly. "Nay, brother," said the same person, "you're but a churlish Englishman, if Englishman you be, which I should much doubt but for your tongue. Your companion, I am sure, will answer me more civilly. How say you, friend?" "I say it is the London road, sir," answered John, "and I wish," he added in a subdued voice as he turned to Hugh, "that you was in any other road, you vagabond. Are you tired of your life, sir, that you go a-trying to provoke 3 great neck-or-nothing chaps that could keep on running over us, backwards and forwards, till we was dead, and then take our bodies up behind 'em and drown us 10 miles off?" "How far is it to London?" inquired the same speaker. "Why, from here, sir," answered John persuasively, "it's 13 very easy mile." The adjective was thrown in as an inducement to the travellers to ride away with all speed, but instead of having the desired effect, it elicited from the same person the remark, 13 miles, that's a long distance, which was followed by a short pause of indecision. "Pray," said the gentleman, "are there any inns hereabouts?" At the word inns, John plucked up his spirit in a surprising manner. His fears rolled off like smoke. All the landlord stirred within him. "There are no inns," rejoined Mr Willet, with a strong emphasis on the plural number, "but there's a inn, one inn, the Maypole Inn. That's a inn indeed. You won't see the like of that inn often." "You keep it, perhaps?" said the horseman, smiling. "I do, sir," replied John, greatly wondering how he had found this out. "And how far is the Maypole from here?" "About a mile." John was going to add that it was the easiest mile in all the world, when the third rider, who had hitherto kept a little in the rear, suddenly interposed. "And have you one excellent bed, landlord, A bed that you can recommend? A bed that you are sure is well aired? A bed that has been slept in by some perfectly respectable and unexceptionable person?"
We don't take in no tag-rag and bobtail at our house, sir, answered John. And as to the bed itself—
Say as to 3 beds, interposed the gentleman who had spoken before, for we shall want 3 if we stay, though my friend only speaks of 1.
No, no, my lord, you are too good, you are too kind, but your life is of far too much importance to the nation in these portentous times to be placed upon a level with one so useless and so poor as mine. A great cause, my lord, a mighty cause, depends on you. You are its leader and its champion, its advance guard and its van. It is the cause of our altars and our homes, our country and our faith. Let me sleep on a chair, the carpet, anywhere. No one will repine if I take cold or fever. Let John Gruby pass the night beneath the open sky. No one will repine for him. But 40,000 men of this our island in the wave, exclusive of women and children, rivet their eyes and thoughts on Lord George Gordon. And every day, from the rising up of the sun to the going down of the same, pray for his health and vigour, my lord, said the speaker, rising in his stirrups. It is a glorious cause and must not be forgotten. My lord, it is a mighty cause and must not be endangered. My lord, it is a holy cause and must not be deserted.
It is a holy cause, exclaimed his lordship, lifting up his hat with great solemnity. Amen.
John Gruby, said the long-winded gentleman in a tone of mild reproof. His lordship said Amen.
I heard my lord, sir, said the man, sitting like a statue on his horse.
And do not you say Amen likewise?
To which John Gruby made no reply at all, but sat looking straight before him.
You surprise me, Gruby, said the gentleman. At a crisis like the present, when Queen Elizabeth, that maiden monarch, weeps within her tomb, and Bloody Mary, with a brow of gloom and shadow, stalks triumphant—
Oh, sir, cried the man gruffly, where's the use of talking of Bloody Mary, under such circumstances at the present, when my lord's wet through and tired with hard riding? Let's either go on to London, sir, or put up at once, or that unfortunate Bloody Mary will have more to answer for, and she's done a deal more harm in her grave than she ever did in her lifetime, I believe. By this time Mr Willet, who had never heard so many words spoken together at one time, or delivered with such volubility and emphasis as by the long-winded gentleman, and whose brain, being wholly unable to sustain or compass them, had quite given itself up for lost, recovered so far as to observe that there was ample accommodation at the Maypole for all the party. Good beds, neat wines, excellent entertainment for man and beast, private rooms for large and small parties, dinners dressed upon the shortest notice, choice stabling, and a lock-up coach-house, and in short to run over such recommendatory scraps of language as were painted up on various portions of the building, and which in the course of some 40 years he had learned to repeat with tolerable correctness. He was considering whether it was at all possible to insert any novel sentences to the same purpose, when the gentleman who had spoken first, turning to him of the long wind, exclaimed, What say you, Gashford? Shall we tarry at this house he speaks of, or press forward? You shall decide.
I would submit, my lord, then, returned the person he appealed to in a silky tone, that your health and spirits, so important under Providence to our great cause, our pure and truthful cause— here his lordship pulled off his hat again, though it was raining hard— require refreshment and repose.
Go on before, landlord, and show the way, said Lord George Gordon. We will follow at a foot-pace. If you'll give me leave, my lord, said John Gruby in a low voice, I'll change my proper place and ride before you. The looks of the landlord's friend are not over honest, and it may be as well to be cautious with him.
John Gruby's quite right, interposed Mr Gashford, falling back hastily. My lord, a life so precious as yours must not be put in peril. Go forward, John, by all means. If you have any reason to suspect the fellow, blow his brains out.
John made no answer, but looking straight before him, as his custom seemed to be when the secretary spoke, bade Hugh push on, and followed close behind him. Then came his lordship, with Mr Willet at his bridle rein, and last of all his lordship's secretary, for that, it seemed, was Gashford's office. Hugh strode briskly on, often looking back at the servant, whose horse was close upon his heels, and glancing with a leer at his bolster case of pistols, by which he seemed to set great store. He was a square-built, strong-made, bull-necked fellow of the true English breed, and as Hugh measured him with his eye, he measured Hugh, regarding him meanwhile with a look of bluff disdain. He was much older than the Maypole man, being to all appearance 45, but was one of those self-possessed, hard-headed, imperturbable fellows who, if they are ever beaten at fisticuffs or other kind of warfare, never know it and go on coolly till they win.
If I led you wrong now, said Hugh tauntingly, you'd shoot me through the head, I suppose.
John Gruby took no more notice of this remark than if he had been deaf and Hugh dumb, but kept riding on quite comfortably with his eyes fixed on the horizon.
Did you ever try a fall with a man when you were young, master? Said Hugh. Can you make any play at single stick?
John Gruby looked at him sideways, with the same contented air, but deigned not a word in answer.
Like this,
said Hugh, giving his cudgel one of those skilful flourishes in which the rustic of that time delighted. Whoop!
Or that,
returned John Gruby, beating down his guard with his whip, and striking him on the head with its butt end.
Yes, I played a little once. You wear your hair too long. I should have cracked your crown if it had been a little shorter.
It was a pretty smart, loud-sounding rap as it was, and evidently astonished Hugh, who for the moment seemed disposed to drag his new acquaintance from his saddle. But his face betokening neither malice, triumph, rage, nor any lingering idea that he had given him offence, his eyes gazing steadily in the old direction, and his manner being as careless and composed as if he had merely brushed away a fly, Hugh was so puzzled, and so disposed to look upon him as a customer of almost supernatural toughness, that he merely laughed and cried, "Well done!" then, sheering off a little, led the way in silence. Before the lapse of many minutes, the party halted at the Maypole door. Lord George and his secretary, quickly dismounting, gave their horses to their servant, who, under the guidance of Hugh, repaired to the stables. Right glad to escape from the inclemency of the night, they followed Mr Willet into the common room, and stood warming themselves and drying their clothes before the cheerful fire, while he busied himself with such orders and preparations as his guest's high quality required. As he bustled in and out of the room, intent on these arrangements, he had an opportunity of observing the two travellers, of whom as yet he knew nothing but the voice. The lord, the great personage who did the Maypole so much honour, was about the middle height, of a slender make and sallow complexion, with an aquiline nose, and long hair of a reddish brown, combed perfectly straight and smooth about his ears, and slightly powdered, but without the faintest vestige of a curl. He was attired under his greatcoat in a full suit of black, quite free from any ornament, and of the most precise and sober cut. The gravity of his dress, together with a certain lankness of cheek and stiffness of deportment, added nearly 10 years to his age, but his figure was that of one not yet past 30. As he stood musing in the red glow of the fire, it was striking to observe his very bright large eye, which betrayed a restlessness of thought and purpose, singularly at variance with the studied composure and sobriety of his mien, and with his quaint and sad apparel. It had nothing harsh or cruel in its expression, neither had his face, which was thin and mild, and wore an air of melancholy, but it was suggestive of an indefinable uneasiness, which infected those who looked upon him, and filled them with a kind of pity for the man, though why it did so they would have had some trouble to explain. Gashford, the secretary, was taller, angularly made, high-shouldered, bony, and ungraceful. His dress, in imitation of his superior, was demure and staid in the extreme, his manner formal and constrained. This gentleman had an overhanging brow, great hands and feet and ears, and a pair of eyes that seemed to have made an unnatural retreat into his head, and to have dug themselves a cave to hide in. His manner was smooth and humble, but very sly and slinking. He wore the aspect of a man who was always lying in wait for something that wouldn't come to pass. But he looked patient, very patient, and fawned like a spaniel dog. Even now, while he warmed and rubbed his hands before the blaze, he had the air of one who only presumed to enjoy it in his degree as a commoner, and though he knew his lord was not regarding him, he looked into his face from time to time, and with a meek and deferential manner smiled as if for practice. Such were the guests whom old John Willet, with a fixed and leaden eye, surveyed 100 times, and to whom he now advanced with a state candlestick in each hand, beseeching them to follow him into a worthier chamber. "For my lord," said John, "it is odd enough, but certain people seem to have as great a pleasure in pronouncing titles as their owners have in wearing them." "This room, my lord, isn't at all the sort of place for your lordship, and I have to beg your lordship's pardon for keeping you here, my lord, 1 minute." With this address, John ushered them upstairs into the state apartment, which, like many other things of state, was cold and comfortless. Their own footsteps, reverberating through the spacious room, struck upon their hearing with a hollow sound, and its damp and chilly atmosphere was rendered doubly cheerless by contrast with the homely warmth they had deserted. It was of no use, however, to propose a return to the place they had quitted, for the preparations went on so briskly that there was no time to stop them. John, with the tall candlesticks in his hands, bowed them up to the fireplace. Hugh, striding in with a lighted brand and pile of firewood, cast it down upon the hearth and set it in a blaze. John Grueby, who had a great blue cockade in his hat, which he appeared to despise mightily, brought in the portmanteau he had carried on his horse, and placed it on the floor. And presently all three were busily engaged in drawing out the screen, laying the cloth, inspecting the beds, lighting fires in the bedrooms, expediting the supper, and making everything as cosy and as snug as might be on so short a notice. In less than an hour's time, supper had been served, and ate, and cleared away, and Lord George and his secretary, with slippered feet and legs stretched out before the fire, sat over some hot mulled wine together. "So ends, my lord," said Gashford, filling his glass with great complacency, "the blessed work of a most blessed day." "And of a blessed yesterday," said his lordship, raising his head.
"Ah!"
And here the secretary clasped his hands.
"A blessed yesterday, indeed. The Protestants of Suffolk are godly men and true, though others of our countrymen have lost their way in darkness, even as we, my lord, did lose our road tonight. Theirs is the light and glory."
"Did I move them, Gashford?" said Lord George.
"Move them, my lord, move them. They cried to be led on against the papists. They vowed a dreadful vengeance on their heads. They roared like men possessed."
"But not by devils," said his lord.
"By devils, my lord, by angels."
"Yes, oh, surely, by angels, no doubt," said Lord George, thrusting his hands into his pockets, taking them out again to bite his nails, and looking uncomfortably at the fire. "Of course, by angels, eh, Gashford?"
"You do not doubt it, my lord?"
said the secretary. "No, no," returned his lord. "No! Why should I? I suppose it would be decidedly irreligious to doubt it, wouldn't it, Gashford? Though there certainly were," he added without waiting for an answer, "some plaguey, ill-looking characters among them."
"When you warmed,"
said the secretary, looking sharply at the other's downcast eyes, which brightened slowly as he spoke. "When you warmed into that noble outbreak, when you told them that you were never of the lukewarm or the timid tribe, and bade them take heed that they were prepared to follow one who would lead them on, though to the very death, when you spoke of 120,000 men across the Scottish border, who would take their own redress at any time if it were not conceded, when you cried, 'Perish the Pope and all his base adherents! The penal laws against them shall never be repealed while Englishmen have hearts and hands,' and waved your own and touched your sword, and when they cried, 'No Popery!' and you cried, 'No, not even if we wade in blood,' and they threw up their hats and cried, 'Hurrah, not even if we wade in blood, no Popery, Lord George, down with the Papists, vengeance on their heads,' when this was said and done, and a word from you, my lord, could raise or still the tumult, then I felt what greatness was indeed, and thought, when was there ever power like this of Lord George Gordon's?" It's a great power. You're right. It is a great power," he cried with sparkling eyes. "But, dear Gashford, did I really say all that?" "And how much more?" cried the secretary, looking upwards. "Oh, how much more?" And I told them what you say about the 140,000 men in Scotland, did I?" he asked with evident delight. "That was bold." "Our cause is boldness. Truth is always bold." "Certainly. So is religion. She's bold, Gashford." "The true religion is, my lord." "And that's ours," he rejoined, moving uneasily in his seat, and biting his nails as though he would pare them to the quick. "There can be no doubt of ours being the true one. You feel as certain of that as I do, Gashford, don't you?" "Does my lord ask me?" whined Gashford, drawing his chair nearer with an injured air, and laying his broad flat hand upon the table. "Me?" he repeated, bending the dark hollows of his eyes upon him with an unwholesome smile. "Who, stricken by the magic of his eloquence in Scotland but a year ago, abjured the errors of the Romish Church, and clung to him as one whose timely hand had plucked me from a pit?" "True. No, I didn't mean it," replied the other, shaking him by the hand, rising from his seat and pacing restlessly about the room. "It's a proud thing to lead the people, Gashford," he added, as he made a sudden halt. "By force of reason, too," returned the pliant secretary. "Aye, to be sure. They may cough and jeer and groan in Parliament, and call me fool and madman, but which of them can raise this human sea and make it swell and roar at pleasure? Not one." "Not one," repeated Gashford. "Which of them can say for his honesty what I can say for mine? Which of them has refused a minister's bribe of £1,000 a year to resign his seat in favour of another? Not one." "Not one," repeated Gashford again, taking the lion's share of the mulled wine between whiles. "And as we are honest, true, and in a sacred cause, Gashford," said Lord George with a heightened colour and in a louder voice as he laid his fevered hand upon his shoulder, "and are the only men who regard the mass of people out of doors, or are regarded by them, we will uphold them to the last, and will raise a cry against these un-English papists, which shall re-echo through the country, and roll with a noise like thunder. I will be worthy of the motto on my coat of arms, called and chosen and faithful." "Called," said the secretary, "by heaven." "I am chosen by the people." "Yes,
Faithful to both. To the block!
It would be difficult to convey an adequate idea of the excited manner in which he gave these answers to the secretary's promptings, of the rapidity of his utterance, or the violence of his tone and gesture, in which, struggling through his Puritan's demeanour, was something wild and ungovernable which broke through all restraint. For some minutes he walked rapidly up and down the room, then stopping suddenly, exclaimed, "Gashford, you moved them yesterday too." "Oh, yes, you did."
"I shone with a reflected light, my lord," replied the humble secretary, laying his hand upon his heart. "I did my best."
"You did well," said his master, "and are a great and worthy instrument. If you will ring for John Grueby to carry the portmanteau into my room, and will wait here while I undress, we will dispose of business as usual, if you're not too tired."
"Too tired, my lord? But this is his consideration. Christian from head to foot."
With which soliloquy the secretary tilted the jug and looked very hard into the mulled wine to see how much remained. John Willet and John Grueby appeared together, the one bearing the great candlesticks, and the other the portmanteau, showed the deluded lord into his chamber, and left the secretary alone to yawn and shake himself, and finally to fall asleep before the fire. "Now, Mr Gashford, sir," said John Grueby in his ear, after what appeared to him a moment of unconsciousness, "my lord's abed."
"Oh, very good, John," was his mild reply. "Thank you, John. Nobody need sit up. I know my room."
"I hope you're not a-going to trouble your head to-night, or my lord's head neither, with any more about Bloody Mary," said John. "I wish the blessed old creature had never been born." "I said you might go to bed, John," returned the secretary. "You didn't hear me, I think." "Between Bloody Marys, and blue cockades, and glorious Queen Besses, and no poperies, and Protestant associations, and making of speeches," pursued John Grueby, looking as usual a long way off, and taking no notice of this hint, "my lord's half off his head. When we go out of doors, such a set of ragamuffins comes a-shouting after us, 'Gordon for ever!' that I'm ashamed of myself and don't know where to look. When we're indoors, they come a-roaring and screaming about the house like so many devils, and my lord, instead of ordering them to be drove away, goes out into the balcony and demeans himself by making speeches to 'em, and calls 'em men of England and fellow countrymen, as if he was fond of 'em, and thanked 'em for coming. I can't make it out, but they're all mixed up somehow or another with that unfortunate Bloody Mary, and call her name out till they're hoarse. They're all Protestants too, every man and boy among 'em, and Protestants are very fond of spoons, I find, and silver plate in general, whenever area gates is left open accidentally. I wish that was the worst of it, and that no more harm might be to come. But if you don't stop these ugly customers in time, Mr Gashford, and I know you're the man that blows the fire, you'll find 'em grow a little bit too strong for you. One of these evenings, when the weather gets warmer and Protestants are thirsty, they'll be pulling London down, and I never heard that Bloody Mary went as far as that." Gashford had vanished long ago, and these remarks had been bestowed on empty air. Not at all discomposed by the discovery, John Grueby fixed his hat on, wrong side foremost, that he might be unconscious of the shadow of the obnoxious cockade, and withdrew to bed, shaking his head in a very gloomy and prophetic manner until he reached his chamber. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 36. Gashford, with a smiling face, but still with looks of profound deference and humility, betook himself towards his master's room, smoothing his hair down as he went, and humming a psalm tune. As he approached Lord George's door, he cleared his throat and hummed more vigorously. There was a remarkable contrast between this man's occupation at the moment and the expression of his countenance, which was singularly repulsive and malicious. His beetling brow almost obscured his eyes. His lip was curled contemptuously. His very shoulders seemed to sneer in stealthy whisperings with his great flapped ears. "Hush!" he muttered softly, as he peeped in at the chamber door. "He seems to be asleep. Pray heaven he is. Too much watching, too much care, too much thought. Ah! Lord preserve him for a martyr. He is a saint, if ever saint drew breath on this bad earth." Placing his light upon a table, he walked on tiptoe to the fire, and sitting in a chair before it with his back towards the bed, went on communing with himself like one who thought aloud. "The saviour of his country and his country's religion, the friend of his poor countrymen, the enemy of the proud and harsh, beloved of the rejected and oppressed, adored by 40,000 bold and loyal English hearts, what happy slumbers his should be!" And here he sighed, and warmed his hands, and shook his head as men do when their hearts are full, and heaved another sigh, and warmed his hands again. "Why, Gashford," said Lord George, who was lying broad awake upon his side, and had been staring at him from his entrance. My lord," said Gashford, starting and looking round as though in great surprise, "I have disturbed you." "I have not been sleeping." "Not sleeping?" he repeated with assumed confusion. "What can I say for having in your presence given utterance to thoughts? But they were sincere, exclaimed the secretary, drawing his sleeve in a hasty way across his eyes. "And why should I regret your having heard them?" "Gashford," said the poor lord, stretching out his hand with manifest emotion, "do not regret it. You love me well, I know. Too well. I don't deserve such homage." Gashford made no reply, but grasped the hand and pressed it to his lips. Then rising and taking from the trunk a little desk, he placed it on a table near the fire, unlocked it with a key he carried in his pocket, sat down before it, took out a pen, and, before dipping it in the inkstand, sucked it, to compose the fashion of his mouth perhaps, on which a smile was hovering yet. "How do our numbers stand since last enrolling night?" inquired Lord George. "Are we really 40,000 strong, or do we still speak in round numbers when we take the association at that amount?" "Our total now exceeds that number by 103, Gashford replied, casting his eyes upon his papers. "The funds?" "Not very improving, but there is some manna in the wilderness, my lord. On Friday night the widow's mites dropped in 40 scavengers, 3 and 4pence. An aged pew-opener of St. Martin's parish, 6pence. A bell-ringer of the established church, 6pence. A Protestant infant newly born, 1 halfpenny. The United Link boys, 3 shillings, 1 bad. The anti-popish prisoners in Newgate, 5 and 4pence. A friend in Bedlam, half a crown. Dennis the hangman, 1 shilling. "That Dennis," said his lordship, "is an earnest man. I marked him in the crowd in Welbeck Street last Friday." "A good man," rejoined the secretary. "A staunch, sincere, and truly zealous man." "He should be encouraged," said Lord George. Make a note of Dennis. I'll talk with him. Gashford obeyed, and went on reading from his list. The Friends of Reason, half a guinea. The Friends of Liberty, half a guinea. The Friends of Peace, half a guinea. The Friends of Charity, half a guinea. The Friends of Mercy, half a guinea. The Associated Rememberers of Bloody Mary, half a guinea. The United Bulldogs, half a guinea. The United Bulldogs, said Lord George, biting his nails most horribly, are a new society, are they not? Formerly the Prentice Knights, my lord. The indentures of the old members expiring by degrees, they changed their name, it seems, though they still have prentices among them, as well as workmen. What is their president's name? Inquired Lord George. President, said Gashford, reading, Mr. Simon Tappertit. I remember him. The little man who sometimes brings an elderly sister to our meetings, and sometimes another female too, who is conscientious, I have no doubt, but not well favoured. The very same, my lord. Tappertit is an earnest man, said Lord George thoughtfully. Eh, Gashford? One of the foremost among them all, my lord. He snuffs the battle from afar like the war-horse. He throws his hat up in the street as if he were inspired, and makes most stirring speeches from the shoulders of his friends. Make a note of Tappertit, said Lord George Gordon. We may advance him to a place of trust. That, rejoined the secretary, doing as he was told, is all, except Mrs. Varden's box, 14th time of opening, 7 shillings and 6pence in silver and copper, and half a guinea in gold, and Miggs, being the saving of a quarter's wages, 1 threepence. Miggs, said Lord George, is that a man? The name is entered on the list as a woman, replied the secretary. I think she is the tall, spare female of whom you spoke just now, my lord, as not being well favoured, who sometimes comes to hear the speeches, along with Tappertit and Mrs. Varden. Mrs. Varden is the elderly lady, then, is she? The secretary nodded, and rubbed the bridge of his nose with the feather of his pen. She is a zealous sister, said Lord George. Her collection goes on prosperously, and is pursued with fervour. Has her husband joined? A malignant, returned the secretary, folding up his papers. Unworthy such a wife. He remains in outer darkness, and steadily refuses. The consequences be upon his own head, Gashford. My lord, you don't think— he turned restlessly in his bed as he spoke— these people will desert me when the hour arrives? I've spoken boldly for them, ventured much, suppressed nothing. They'll not fall off, will they? No fear of that, my lord, said Gashford with a meaning look, which was rather the involuntary expression of his own thoughts than intended as any confirmation of his words, for the other's face was turned away. Be sure there's no fear of that. Nor, he said with a more restless motion than before, of their— but they can sustain no harm from leaguing for this purpose. Right is on our side, though might may be against us. You feel as sure of that as I, honestly, you do? The secretary was beginning with, "You do not doubt," when the other interrupted him, and impatiently rejoined, "Doubt? No. Who says I doubt? If I doubted, should I cast away relatives, friends, everything for this unhappy country's sake? This unhappy country?" he cried, springing up in bed, after repeating the phrase "unhappy country's sake" to himself at least a dozen times. "Forsaken of God and man, delivered over to a dangerous confederacy of popish powers, the prey of corruption, idolatry, and despotism. Who says I doubt? Am I called and chosen and faithful? Tell me, am I, or am I not?" "To guard the country and yourself," cried Gashford. "I am. I will be. I say again, I will be, to the block. Who says as much? Do you? Does any man alive?' The secretary drooped his head with an expression of perfect acquiescence in anything that had been said or might be, and Lord George, gradually sinking down upon his pillow, fell asleep. Although there was something very ludicrous in his vehement manner, taken in conjunction with his meagre aspect and ungraceful presence, it would scarcely have provoked a smile in any man of kindly feeling, or even if it had, he would have felt sorry and almost angry with himself next moment for yielding to the impulse. This lord was sincere in his violence and in his wavering. A nature prone to false enthusiasm and the vanity of being a leader were the worst qualities apparent in his composition. All the rest was weakness, sheer weakness, and it is the unhappy lot of thoroughly weak men that their very sympathies, affections, confidences, all the qualities which in better constituted minds are virtues, dwindle into foibles, or turn into downright vices. Gashford, with many a sly look towards the bed, sat chuckling at his master's folly, until his deep and heavy breathing warned him that he might retire. Locking his desk and replacing it within the trunk, but not before he had taken from a secret lining 2 printed handbills, he cautiously withdrew, looking back as he went at the pale face of the slumbering man, above whose head the dusty plumes that crowned the maypole couch waved drearily and sadly as though it were a bier. Stopping on the staircase to listen that all was quiet, and to take off his shoes lest his footsteps should alarm any light sleeper who might be near at hand, he descended to the ground floor, and thrust one of his bills beneath the great door of the house. That done, he crept softly back to his own chamber, and from the window let another fall, carefully wrapped round a stone to save it from the wind, into the yard below. They were addressed on the back, "To every Protestant into whose hands this shall come," and bore within what follows: "Men and brethren, whoever shall find this letter will take it as a warning to join, without delay, the friends of Lord George Gordon. There are great events at hand, and the times are dangerous and troubled. Read this carefully, keep it clean, and drop it somewhere else. For King and Country, Union." "More seed, more seed," said Gashford as he closed the window. "When will the harvest come?" End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 37. To surround anything, however monstrous or ridiculous, with an air of mystery, is to invest it with a secret charm and power of attraction which to the crowd is irresistible. False priests, false prophets, false doctors, false patriots, false prodigies of every kind, veiling their proceedings in mystery, have always addressed themselves at an immense advantage to the popular credulity, and have been, perhaps, more indebted to that resource in gaining and keeping for a time the upper hand of truth and common sense than to any half-dozen items in the whole catalogue of imposture. Curiosity is, and has been from the creation of the world, a master passion. To awaken it, to gratify it by slight degrees, and yet leave something always in suspense, is to establish the surest hold that can be had in wrong on the unthinking portion of mankind. If a man had stood on London Bridge, calling till he was hoarse upon the passers-by to join with Lord George Gordon, although for an object which no man understood, and which in that very incident had a charm of its own, the probability is that he might have influenced a score of people in a month. If all zealous Protestants had been publicly urged to join an association for the avowed purpose of singing a hymn or two occasionally, and hearing some indifferent speeches made, and ultimately of petitioning Parliament not to pass an act for abolishing the penal laws against Roman Catholic priests, the penalty of perpetual imprisonment denounced against those who educated children in that persuasion, and the disqualification of all members of the Romish Church to inherit real property in the United Kingdom by right of purchase or descent, matters so far removed from the business and bosoms of the mass might perhaps have called together 100 people. But when vague rumours got abroad that in this Protestant association a secret power was mustering against the government for undefined and mighty purposes, when the air was filled with whispers of a confederacy among the popish powers to degrade and enslave England, establish an inquisition in London, and turn the pens of Smithfield Market into stakes and cauldrons, when terrors and alarms which no man understood were perpetually broached, both in and out of Parliament, by one enthusiast who did not understand himself, and bygone bugbears which had lain quietly in their graves for centuries were raised again to haunt the ignorant and credulous, when all this was done, as it were, in the dark, and secret invitations to join the great Protestant association in defence of religion, life, and liberty were dropped in the public ways, thrust under the house doors, tossed in at windows, and pressed into the hands of those who trod the streets by night, when they glared from every wall, and shone on every post and pillar, so that stocks and stones appeared infected with the common fear, urging all men to join together blindfold in resistance of they knew not what, they knew not why. Then the mania spread indeed, and the body, still increasing every day, grew 40,000 strong. So said, at least, in this month of March, 1780, Lord George Gordon, the association's president. Whether it was the fact or otherwise, few men knew or cared to ascertain. It had never made any public demonstration, had scarcely ever been heard of, save through him, had never been seen, and was supposed by many to be the mere creature of his disordered brain. He was accustomed to talk largely about numbers of men, stimulated, as it was inferred, by certain successful disturbances arising out of the same subject which had occurred in Scotland in the previous year, was looked upon as a cracked-brained member of the lower house, who attacked all parties and sided with none, and was very little regarded. It was known that there was discontent abroad. There always is. He had been accustomed to address the people by placard, speech, and pamphlet upon other questions. Nothing had come, in England, of his past exertions, and nothing was apprehended from his present. Just as he has come upon the reader, he had come from time to time upon the public, and been forgotten in a day. As suddenly as he appears in these pages, after a blank of 5 long years, did he and his proceedings begin to force themselves, about this period, upon the notice of thousands of people who had mingled in active life during the whole interval, and who, without being deaf or blind to passing events, had scarcely ever thought of him before. "My lord," said Gashford in his ear, as he drew the curtains of his bed betimes. "My lord." "Yes. Who's that? What is it?" "The clock has struck 9, returned the secretary, with meekly folded hands. "You have slept well. I hope you have slept well. If my prayers are heard, you are refreshed indeed." "To say the truth, I have slept so soundly," said Lord George, rubbing his eyes and looking round the room, "that I don't remember quite. What place is this?" "My lord," cried Gashford with a smile. "Oh," returned his superior. "Yes. You're not a Jew, then?" "A Jew!" exclaimed the pious secretary, recoiling. "I dreamed that we were Jews, Gashford, you and I, both of us, Jews with long beards." "Heaven forbid, my lord. We might as well be papists." "I suppose we might," returned the other very quickly. "Eh, you really think so, Gashford?" "Surely I do," the secretary cried with looks of great surprise. "He muttered. "Yes, that seems reasonable.
"I hope, my lord," the secretary began. "Hope!" he echoed, interrupting him. "Why do you say you hope? There's no harm in thinking of such things." "Not in dreams," returned the secretary. "In dreams? No, nor waking either." "Called and chosen and faithful," said Gashford, taking up Lord George's watch, which lay upon a chair, and seeming to read the inscription on the seal abstractedly. It was the slightest action possible, not obtruded on his notice, and apparently the result of a moment's absence of mind, not worth remark. But as the words were uttered, Lord George, who had been going on impetuously, stopped short, reddened, and was silent. Apparently quite unconscious of this change in his demeanour, the wily secretary stepped a little apart, under pretence of pulling up the window blind, and returning when the other had had time to recover, said, "The holy cause goes bravely on, my lord. I was not idle, even last night. I dropped 2 of the handbills before I went to bed, and both are gone this morning. Nobody in the house has mentioned the circumstance of finding them, though I have been downstairs full half an hour. 1 or 2 recruits will be their first fruit, I predict, and who shall say how many more, with Heaven's blessing on your inspired exertions?" "It was a famous device in the beginning," replied Lord George. "An excellent device, and did good service in Scotland. It was quite worthy of you. You remind me not to be a sluggard, Gashford. When the vineyard is menaced with destruction, and may be trodden down by papists' feet, let the horses be saddled in half an hour. We must be up and doing." He said this with a heightened colour, and in a tone of such enthusiasm that the secretary deemed all further prompting needless, and withdrew. "Dreamed he was a Jew," he said thoughtfully, as he closed the bedroom door. "He may come to that before he dies. It's like enough. Well, after a time, and provided I lost nothing by it, I don't see why that religion shouldn't suit me as well as any other. There are rich men among the Jews. Shaving is very troublesome. Yes, it would suit me well enough. For the present, though, we must be Christian to the core. Our prophetic motto will suit all creeds in their turn. That's a comfort." Reflecting on this source of consolation, he reached the sitting-room and rang the bell for breakfast. Lord George was quickly dressed, for his plain toilet was easily made, and as he was no less frugal in his repasts than in his Puritan attire, his share of the meal was soon dispatched. The secretary, however, more devoted to the good things of this world, or more intent on sustaining his strength and spirits for the sake of the Protestant cause, ate and drank to the last minute, and required indeed some 3 or 4 reminders from John Grueby before he could resolve to tear himself away from Mr Willet's plentiful providing. At length he came downstairs, wiping his greasy mouth, and having paid John Willet's bill, climbed into his saddle. Lord George, who had been walking up and down before the house, talking to himself with earnest gestures, mounted his horse, and returning old John Willet's stately bow, as well as the parting salutation of a dozen idlers whom the rumour of a live lord being about to leave the Maypole had gathered round the porch, they rode away, with stout John Grueby in the rear. If Lord George Gordon had appeared in the eyes of Mr Willet, overnight, a nobleman of somewhat quaint and odd exterior, the impression was confirmed this morning, and increased 100-fold. Sitting bolt upright upon his bony steed, with his long straight hair dangling about his face, and fluttering in the wind, his limbs all angular and rigid, his elbows stuck out on either side ungracefully, and his whole frame jogged and shaken at every motion of his horse's feet, a more grotesque or more ungainly figure can hardly be conceived. In lieu of whip, he carried in his hand a great gold-headed cane, as large as any footman carries in these days, and his various modes of holding this unwieldy weapon, now upright before his face like the sabre of a horse-soldier, now over his shoulder like a musket, now between his finger and thumb, but always in some uncouth and awkward fashion,
contributed in no small degree to the absurdity of his appearance. Stiff, lank, and solemn, dressed in an unusual manner, and ostentatiously exhibiting, whether by design or accident, all his peculiarities of carriage, gesture, and conduct, all the qualities natural and artificial, in which he differed from other men, he might have moved the sternest looker on to laughter, and fully provoked the smiles and whispered jests which greeted his departure from the Maypole Inn. Quite unconscious, however, of the effect he produced, he trotted on beside his secretary, talking to himself nearly all the way, until they came within a mile or two of London, when now and then some passenger went by who knew him by sight, and pointed him out to someone else, and perhaps stood looking after him, or cried in jest, or earnest, as it might be, "Hurrah, Geordie! No popery!" at which he would gravely pull off his hat and bow. When they reached the town, and rode along the streets, these notices became more frequent. Some laughed, some hissed, some turned their heads and smiled, some wondered who he was, some ran along the pavement by his side and cheered. When this happened in a crush of carts and chairs and coaches, he would make a dead stop, and pulling off his hat, cry, "Gentlemen, no popery," to which the gentlemen would respond with lusty voices, and with 3 times 3, and then on he would go again with a score or so of the raggedest, following at his horse's heels, and shouting till their throats were parched. The old ladies, too. There were a great many old ladies in the streets, and these all knew him. Some of them, not those of the highest rank, but such as sold fruit from baskets and carried burdens, clapped their shrivelled hands and raised a wheezen, piping, shrill, "Hurrah, my lord!" Others waved their hands or handkerchiefs, or shook their fans or parasols, or threw up windows and called in haste to those within to come and see. All these marks of popular esteem he received with profound gravity and respect, bowing very low, and so frequently that his hat was more off his head than on, and looking up at the houses as he passed along with the air of one who was making a public entry, and yet was not puffed up or proud. So they rode, to the deep and unspeakable disgust of John Grueby, the whole length of Whitechapel, Leadenhall Street, and Cheapside, and into St. Paul's Churchyard. Arriving close to the cathedral, he halted, spoke to Gashford, and looking upward at its lofty dome, shook his head as though he said, "The church in danger." Then, to be sure, the bystanders stretched their throats indeed, and he went on again with mighty acclamations from the mob, and lower bows than ever. So along the Strand, up Swallow Street, into the Oxford Road, and thence to his house in Welbeck Street, near Cavendish Square, whither he was attended by a few dozen idlers, of whom he took leave on the steps with this brief parting: "Gentlemen, no popery. Good day. God bless you." This being rather a shorter address than they expected, was received with some displeasure, and cries of "a speech, a speech," which might have been complied with, but that John Grueby, making a mad charge upon them with all 3 horses on his way to the stables, caused them to disperse into the adjoining fields, where they presently fell to pitch and toss, chuck-farthing, odd or even, dog-fighting, and other Protestant recreations. In the afternoon Lord George came forth again, dressed in a black velvet coat, and trousers and waistcoat of the Gordon plaid, all of the same Quaker cut, and in this costume, which made him look a dozen times more strange and singular than before, went down on foot to Westminster. Gashford meanwhile bestirred himself in business matters, with which he was still engaged, when shortly after dusk John Grueby entered and announced a visitor. "Let him come in," said Gashford. "Here, come in," growled John to somebody without. "You're a Protestant, aren't you?" "I should think so," replied a deep gruff voice. "You've the looks of it," said John Grueby. "I'd have known you for one anywhere." With which remark he gave the visitor admission, retired, and shut the door. The man who now confronted Gashford was a squat, thick-set personage, with a low retreating forehead, a coarse shock head of hair, and eyes so small and near together that his broken nose alone seemed to prevent their meeting and fusing into one of the usual size. A dingy handkerchief twisted like a cord about his neck left its great veins exposed to view, and they were swollen and starting as though with gulping down strong passions, malice, and ill will. His dress was of threadbare velveteen, a faded, rusty, whitened black, like the ashes of a pipe or a coal fire after a day's extinction, discoloured with the soils of many a stale debauch, and reeking yet with pothouse odours. In lieu of buckles at his knees, he wore unequal loops of pack-thread, and in his grimy hands he held a knotted stick, the knob of which was carved into a rough likeness of his own vile face. Such was the visitor who doffed his three-cornered hat in Gashford's presence, and waited, leering, for his notice. "Ah, Dennis!" cried the secretary. "Sit down." "I see my lord down yonder," cried the man, with a jerk of his thumb towards the quarter that he spoke of. "And he says to me, says my lord, if you've nothing to do, Dennis, go up to my house and talk with Muster Gashford. Of course I'd nothing to do, you know. These aren't my working hours. I was a-taking the air when I see my lord, that's what I was doing. I takes the air by night, as the owls does, Muster Gashford." "And sometimes in the daytime, eh?" said the secretary, "when you go out in state, you know." roared the fellow, smiting his leg. "For a gentleman as'll say a pleasant thing in a pleasant way, give me Muster Gashford agin all London and Westminster. My lord ain't a bad un at that, but he's a fool to you. Ah, to be sure, when I go out in state." "And have your carriage," said the secretary, "and your chaplain, eh? And all the rest of it?" "You'll be the death of me," cried Dennis with another roar. "You will. But what's in the wind now, Muster Gashford?" he asked hoarsely. "Eh? Are we to be under orders to pull down one of them Popish chapels, or what?" "Hush!" said the secretary, suffering the faintest smile to play upon his face. "Hush! God bless me, Dennis! We associate, you know, for strictly peaceable and lawful purposes." "I know, bless you," returned the man, thrusting his tongue into his cheek. "I entered a purpose, didn't I?" "No doubt," said Gashford, smiling as before. And when he said so, Dennis roared again, and smote his leg still harder, and falling into fits of laughter, wiped his eyes with the corner of his neckerchief, and cried, "Muster Gashford, agin all England hollow!" "Lord George and I were talking of you last night," said Gashford after a pause. "He says you're a very earnest fellow." "So I am," returned the hangman. "And that you truly hate the Papists." "So I do." And he confirmed it with a good round oath. "Look'ee here, Muster Gashford," said the fellow, laying his hat and stick upon the floor, and slowly beating the palm of one hand with the fingers of the other. "Observe. I'm a constitutional officer that works for my living and does my work creditable. Do I, or do I not?" "Unquestionably." "Very good. Stop a minute. My work is sound, Protestant, constitutional English work. Is it, or is it not?" "No man alive can doubt it." "Nor dead neither. Parliament says this here, says Parliament, if any man, woman, or child does anything which goes again a certain number of our acts, how many hanging laws may there be at this present time, Muster Gashford? 50? "I don't exactly know how many," replied Gashford, leaning back in his chair and yawning.
A great number, though. Well, say 50. Parliament says, if any man, woman, or child does anything again any one of them 50 acts, that man, woman, or child shall be worked off by demise. George the Third steps in when they number very strong at the end of a session and says, these are too many for Dennis. I'll have half for myself, and Dennis shall have half for himself. And sometimes he throws me in one over that I don't expect, as he did 3 years ago when I got Mary Jones, a young woman of 19 who come up to Tyburn with an infant at her breast, and was worked off for taking a piece of cloth off the counter of her shop in Ludgate Hill and putting it down again when the shopman see her, and who had never done any harm before, and only tried to do that in consequence of her husband having been pressed 3 weeks previous, and she being left to beg with 2 young children, as was proved upon the trial. Well, that being the law and the practice of England is the glory of England, an't it, Muster Gashford? Certainly, said the secretary. And in times to come, pursued the hangman, if our grandsons should think of their grandfathers' times and find these things altered, they'll say, those were days indeed, and we've been going downhill ever since. Won't they, Muster Gashford? I have no doubt they will, said the secretary. Well then, look here, said the hangman. If these papists gets into power and begins to boil and roast instead of hang, what becomes of my work? If they touch my work that's a part of so many laws, what becomes of the laws in general? What becomes of the religion? What becomes of the country? Did you ever go to church, Muster Gashford? Ever? Repeated the secretary with some indignation. Of course. Well, said the ruffian, I've been once, twice, counting the time I was christened, and when I heard the Parliament prayed for, and thought how many new hanging laws they made every sessions, I considered that I was prayed for. Now mind, Muster Gashford, said the fellow, taking up his stick and shaking it with a ferocious air, I mustn't have my Protestant work touched, nor this here Protestant state of things altered in no degree, if I can help it. I mustn't have no papists interfering with me unless they come to be worked off in course of law. I mustn't have no biling, no roasting, no frying, nothing but hanging. My lord may well call me an earnest fellow in support of the great Protestant principle of having plenty of that I'll, and here he beat his club upon the ground, burn, fight, kill, do anything you bid me, so that it's bold and devilish, though the end of it was that I got hung myself. There, Muster Gashford. He appropriately followed up this frequent prostitution of a noble word to the vilest purposes by pouring out in a kind of ecstasy at least a score of most tremendous oaths, then wiped his heated face upon his neckerchief and cried, No popery! I'm a religious man! By God! Gashford had leant back in his chair, regarding him with eyes so sunken and so shadowed by his heavy brows that for aught the hangman saw of them he might have been stone blind. He remained smiling in silence for a short time longer, and then said, slowly and distinctly, You are indeed an earnest fellow, Dennis, a most valuable fellow, the staunchest man I know of in our ranks. But you must calm yourself. You must be peaceful, lawful, mild as any lamb. I am sure you will be, though. Aye, aye, we shall see, Muster Gashford, we shall see. You won't have to complain of me, returned the other, shaking his head. I'm sure I shall not.
said the secretary, in the same mild tone, and with the same emphasis. We shall have, we think, about next month, or May, when this Papist Relief Bill comes before the House, to convene our whole body for the first time. My lord has thoughts of our walking in procession through the streets, just as an innocent display of strength, and accompanying our petition down to the door of the House of Commons. The sooner the better, said Dennis, with another oath. We shall have to draw up in divisions, our numbers being so large, and I believe I may venture to say, resumed Gashford, affecting not to hear the interruption, though I have no direct instructions to that effect, that Lord George has thought of you as an excellent leader for one of these parties. I have no doubt you would be an admirable one. Try me, said the fellow with an ugly wink. You would be cool, I know, pursued the secretary, still smiling, and still managing his eyes so that he could watch him closely, and really not be seen in turn. Obedient to orders, and perfectly temperate. You would lead your party into no danger, I am certain. I'd lead them, Master Gashford. The hangman was beginning in a reckless way, when Gashford started forward, laid his finger on his lips, and feigned to write, just as the door was opened by John Grueby. Oh, said John, looking in. Here's another Protestant. Some other room, John, cried Gashford in his blandest voice. I am engaged just now. But John had brought this new visitor to the door, and he walked in unbidden as the words were uttered, giving to view the form and features, rough attire, and reckless air of Hugh. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 38. The secretary put his hand before his eyes to shade them from the glare of the lamp, and for some moments looked at Hugh with a frowning brow, as if he remembered to have seen him lately, but could not call to mind where or on what occasion. His uncertainty was very brief, for before Hugh had spoken a word, he said, as his countenance cleared up, I recollect. It's quite right, John. You needn't wait. Don't go, Dennis. Your servant, master, said Hugh, as Grueby disappeared. Yours, friend, returned the secretary in his smoothest manner. What brings you here? We left nothing behind us, I hope? Hugh gave a short laugh, and thrusting his hand into his breast, produced one of the handbills, soiled and dirty from lying out of doors all night, which he laid upon the secretary's desk, after flattening it upon his knee, and smoothing out the wrinkles with his heavy palm. Nothing but that, master. He fell into good hands, you see. What is this? Said Gashford, turning it over with an air of perfectly natural surprise. Where did you get it from, my good fellow? What does it mean? I don't understand this at all. A little disconcerted by this reception, Hugh looked from the secretary to Dennis, who had risen and was standing at the table too, observing the stranger by stealth, and seeming to derive the utmost satisfaction from his manners and appearance. Considering himself silently appealed to by this action, Mr. Dennis shook his head thrice, as if to say of Gashford, No, he don't know anything at all about it. I know he don't. I'll take my oath he don't. And hiding his profile from Hugh with one long end of his frowsy neckerchief, nodded and chuckled behind this screen in extreme approval of the secretary's proceedings. It tells the man that finds it to come here, don't it? Asked Hugh.
I'm no scholar myself, but I showed it to a friend, and he said it did.' 'It certainly does,' said Gashford, opening his eyes to their utmost width. 'Really, this is the most remarkable circumstance I have ever known. How did you come by this piece of paper, my good friend?' 'Muster Gashford,' wheezed the hangman under his breath, "agin all Newgate." Whether Hugh heard him, or saw by his manner that he was being played upon, or perceived the secretary's drift of himself, he came in his blunt way to the point at once. "Here," he said, stretching out his hand and taking it back. "Never mind the bill, or what it says, or what it don't say. You don't know anything about it, master. No more do I. No more does he," glancing at Dennis. "None of us know what it means, or where it comes from. There's an end of that. Now, I want to make one against the Catholics. I'm a no-popery man, and ready to be sworn in. That's what I come here for." "Put him down on the roll, Muster Gashford," said Dennis approvingly. "That's the way to go to work. Right to the end at once, and no palaver." "What's the use of shooting wide of the mark, old boy?" cried Hugh. "My sentiments all over," rejoined the hangman. "This is the sort of chap for my division, Muster Gashford. Down with him, sir. Put him on the roll. I'd stand godfather to him, if he was to be christened in a bonfire made of the ruins of the Bank of England." With these and other expressions of confidence of the like flattering kind, Mr Dennis gave him a hearty slap on the back, which Hugh was not slow to return. "No popery, brother!" cried the hangman. "No popery, brother!" responded Hugh. "Popery, popery," said the secretary, with his usual mildness. "It's all the same," cried Dennis. "It's all right. Down with him, Muster Gashford. Down with everybody. Down with everything. Hurrah for the Protestant religion. That's the time of day, Muster Gashford." The secretary regarded them both with a very favourable expression of countenance, while they gave loose to these and other demonstrations of their patriotic purpose, and was about to make some remark aloud, when Dennis, stepping up to him, and shading his mouth with his hand, said, in a hoarse whisper, as he nudged him with his elbow, "Don't split upon a constitutional officer's profession, Muster Gashford. There are popular prejudices, you know, and he mightn't like it. Wait till he comes to be more intimate with me. He's a fine-built chap, ain't he?" "A powerful fellow, indeed." "Did you ever, Muster Gashford," whispered Dennis, with a horrible kind of admiration, such as that with which a cannibal might regard his intimate friend when hungry, "did you ever," and here he drew still closer to his ear, and fenced his mouth with both his open hands, "see such a throat as his? Do but cast your eye upon it. There's a neck for stretching, Muster Gashford." The secretary assented to this proposition with the best grace he could assume. It is difficult to feign a true professional relish, which is eccentric sometimes, and after asking the candidate a few unimportant questions, proceeded to enrol him a member of the Great Protestant Association of England. If anything could have exceeded Mr Dennis's joy on the happy conclusion of this ceremony, it would have been the rapture with which he received the announcement that the new member could neither read nor write. These two arts being, as Mr Dennis swore, the greatest possible curse a civilized community could know, and militating more against the professional emoluments and usefulness of the great constitutional office he had the honour to hold, than any adverse circumstances that could present themselves to his imagination. The enrolment being completed, and Hugh having been informed by Gashford, in his peculiar manner, of the peaceful and strictly lawful objects contemplated by the body to which he now belonged, during which recital Mr Dennis nudged him very much with his elbow, and made divers remarkable faces, the secretary gave them both to understand that he desired to be alone.
Therefore they took their leaves without delay, and came out of the house together. "Are you walking, brother?" said Dennis. "Aye," returned Hugh, "where you will." "That's social," said his new friend. "Which way shall we take? Shall we go and have a look at doors that we shall make a pretty good clattering at before long, eh, brother?" Hugh answering in the affirmative, they went slowly down to Westminster, where both Houses of Parliament were then sitting. Mingling in the crowd of carriages, horses, servants, chairmen, link boys, porters, and idlers of all kinds, they lounged about, while Hugh's new friend pointed out to him significantly the weak parts of the building, how easy it was to get into the lobby, and so to the very door of the House of Commons, and how plainly, when they marched down there in grand array, their roars and shouts would be heard by the members inside, with a great deal more to the same purpose, all of which Hugh received with manifest delight. He told him, too, who some of the Lords and Commons were, by name, as they came in and out, whether they were friendly to the Papists or otherwise, and bade him take notice of their liveries and equipages, that he might be sure of them in case of need. Sometimes he drew him close to the windows of a passing carriage, that he might see its master's face by the light of the lamps, and, both in respect of people and localities, he showed so much acquaintance with everything around, that it was plain he had often studied there before, as indeed, when they grew a little more confidential, he confessed he had. Perhaps the most striking part of all this was the number of people, never in groups of more than 2 or 3 together, who seemed to be skulking about the crowd for the same purpose. To the greater part of these, a slight nod or a look from Hugh's companion was sufficient greeting, but now and then some man would come and stand beside him in the throng, and, without turning his head or appearing to communicate with him, would say a word or two in a low voice, which he would answer in the same cautious manner. Then they would part, like strangers. Some of these men often reappeared again unexpectedly in the crowd close to Hugh, and, as they passed by, pressed his hand, or looked him sternly in the face, but they never spoke to him, nor he to them. No, not a word. It was remarkable, too, that whenever they happened to stand where there was any press of people, and Hugh chanced to be looking downward, he was sure to see an arm stretched out, under his own perhaps, or perhaps across him, which thrust some paper into the hand or pocket of a bystander, and was so suddenly withdrawn that it was impossible to tell from whom it came, nor could he see in any face, on glancing quickly round, the least confusion or surprise. They often trod upon a paper like the one he carried in his breast, but his companion whispered him not to touch it or to take it up, not even to look towards it, so there they let them lie, and passed on. When they had paraded the street, and all the avenues of the building in this manner for near 2 hours, they turned away, and his friend asked him what he thought of what he had seen, and whether he was prepared for a good hot piece of work if it should come to that. "The hotter the better," said Hugh. "I'm prepared for anything." "So am I," said his friend, "and so are many of us." And they shook hands upon it with a great oath, and with many terrible imprecations on the Papists. As they were thirsty by this time, Dennis proposed that they should repair together to the Boot, where there was good company and strong liquor. Hugh yielding a ready assent, they bent their steps that way with no loss of time. This Boot was a lone house of public entertainment, situated in the fields at the back of the Foundling Hospital, a very solitary spot at that period, and quite deserted after dark. The tavern stood at some distance from any high road, and was approachable only by a dark and narrow lane, so that Hugh was much surprised to find several people drinking there, and great merriment going on. He was still more surprised to find among them almost every face that had caught his attention in the crowd, but his companion having whispered him outside the door that it was not considered good manners at the Boot to appear at all curious about the company, he kept his own counsel, and made no show of recognition. Before putting his lips to the liquor which was brought for them, Dennis drank in a loud voice to the health of Lord George Gordon, President of the Great Protestant Association, which toast Hugh pledged likewise with corresponding enthusiasm. A fiddler who was present, and who appeared to act as the appointed minstrel of the company, forthwith struck up a Scotch reel, and that in tones so invigorating that Hugh and his friend, who had both been drinking before, rose from their seats as by previous concert, and, to the great admiration of the assembled guests, performed an extemporaneous no-popery dance. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 39. The applause which the performance of Hugh and his new friend elicited from the company at the Boot had not yet subsided, and the two dancers were still panting from their exertions, which had been of a rather extreme and violent character, when the party was reinforced by the arrival of some more guests, who, being a detachment of united bulldogs, were received with very flattering marks of distinction and respect. The leader of this small party, for, including himself, they were but 3 in number, was our old acquaintance Mr. Tappertit, who seemed, physically speaking, to have grown smaller with years, particularly as to his legs, which were stupendously little, but who, in a moral point of view, in personal dignity and self-esteem, had swelled into a giant. Nor was it by any means difficult for the most unobservant person to detect this state of feeling in the quondam 'prentice, for it not only proclaimed itself impressively, and beyond mistake in his majestic walk and kindling eye, but found a striking means of revelation in his turned-up nose, which scouted all things of earth with deep disdain, and sought communion with its kindred skies. Mr. Tappertit, as chief or captain of the bulldogs, was attended by his 2 lieutenants, one the tall comrade of his younger life, the other a prentice knight in days of yore, Mark Gilbert, bound in the olden time to Thomas Curzon of the Golden Fleece. These gentlemen, like himself, were now emancipated from their prentice thraldom, and served as journeymen. But they were, in humble emulation of his great example, bold and daring spirits, and aspired to a distinguished state in great political events. Hence their connection with the Protestant Association of England, sanctioned by the name of Lord George Gordon, and hence their present visit to the Boot.
"Gentlemen,"
said Mr. Tappertit, taking off his hat as a great general might in addressing his troops,
"well met. My lord does me and you the honour to send his compliments per self."
"You've seen my lord too, have you?"
said Dennis.
"I see him this afternoon."
"My duty called me to the lobby when our shop shut up, and I saw him there, sir,"
Mr. Tappertit replied, as he and his lieutenants took their seats.
"How do you do?"
"Lively, master, lively,"
said the fellow.
"Here's a new brother, regularly put down in black and white by Muster Gashford, a credit to the cause, one of the stick-at-nothing sort, one after my own heart. Do you see him? Has he got the looks of a man that'll do you think?"
he cried, as he slapped Hugh on the back.
"Looks or no looks,"
said Hugh, with a drunken flourish of his arm,
"I'm the man you want. I hate the papists, every one of them. They hate me, and I hate them. They do me all the harm they can, and I'll do them all the harm I can. Hurrah!"
"Was there ever,"
said Dennis, looking round the room, when the echo of his boisterous voice had died away,
"was there ever such a game, boy? Why, I mean to say, brothers, that if Muster Gashford had gone 100 mile, and got together 50 men of the common run, they wouldn't have been worth this one."
The greater part of the company implicitly subscribed to this opinion, and testified their faith in Hugh by nods and looks of great significance. Mr Tappertit sat and contemplated him for a long time in silence, as if he suspended his judgment, then drew a little nearer to him and eyed him over more carefully, then went close up to him and took him apart into a dark corner. "I say," he began, with a thoughtful brow, "haven't I seen you before?" "It's like you may," said Hugh in his careless way. "I don't know. Shouldn't wonder." "No, but it's very easily settled," returned Sim. "Look at me. Did you ever see me before? You wouldn't be likely to forget it, you know, if you ever did. Look at me. Don't be afraid. I won't do you any harm. Take a good look. Steady now." The encouraging way in which Mr Tappertit made this request, and coupled it with an assurance that he needn't be frightened, amused Hugh mightily, so much indeed that he saw nothing at all of the small man before him, through closing his eyes in a fit of hearty laughter, which shook his great broad sides until they ached again. "Come," said Mr Tappertit, growing a little impatient under this disrespectful treatment. "Do you know me, fella?" "Not I," cried Hugh. "Not I. But I should like to." "And yet I'd have wagered a 7-shilling piece," said Mr Tappertit, folding his arms and confronting him with his legs wide apart and firmly planted on the ground, "that you once were ostler at the Maypole." Hugh opened his eyes on hearing this, and looked at him in great surprise. "And so you were too," said Mr Tappertit, pushing him away with a condescending playfulness. "When did my eyes ever deceive, unless it was a young woman? Don't you know me now?" "Why, it an't," Hugh faltered. "An't it?" said Mr Tappertit. "Are you sure of that? You remember G. Varden, don't you?" Certainly Hugh did, and he remembered D. Varden too, but that he didn't tell him. "You remember coming down there, before I was out of my time, to ask after a vagabond that had bolted off, and left his disconsolate father a prey to the bitterest emotions, and all the rest of it, don't you?" said Mr Tappertit. "Of course I do," cried Hugh, "and I saw you there." "Saw me there?" said Mr Tappertit. "Yes, I should think you did see me there. The place would be trouble to go on without me. Don't you remember my thinking you liked the vagabond, and on that account going to quarrel with you, and then finding you detested him worse than poison, getting to drink with you? Don't you remember that?" "To be sure," cried Hugh. "Well, and are you in the same mind now?" said Mr Tappertit. "Yes," roared Hugh. "You speak like a man," said Mr Tappertit, "and I shake hands with you." With these conciliatory expressions he suited the action to the word, and Hugh meeting his advances readily, they performed the ceremony with a show of great heartiness. "I find," said Mr Tappertit, looking round on the assembled guests, "that brother what's-his-name and I are old acquaintance. You never heard anything more of that rascal, I suppose, eh?" "Not a syllable," replied Hugh. "I never want to. I don't believe I ever shall. He's dead long ago, I hope." "It's to be hoped, for the sake of mankind in general, and the happiness of society, that he is," said Mr Tappertit, rubbing his palm upon his legs, and looking at it between whiles. "Is your other hand at all cleaner?" "Much the same. Well, I'll owe you another shake. I suppose it done, if you've no objection." Hugh laughed again, and with such thorough abandonment to his mad humour, that his limbs seemed dislocated, and his whole frame in danger of tumbling to pieces. But Mr Tappertit, so far from receiving this extreme merriment with any irritation, was pleased to regard it with the utmost favour, and even to join in it, so far as one of his gravity and station could, with any regard to that decency and decorum which men in high places are expected to maintain. Mr Tappertit did not stop here, as many public characters might have done, but calling up his brace of lieutenants, introduced Hugh to them with high commendation, declaring him to be a man who, at such times as those in which they lived, could not be too much cherished. Further, he did him the honour to remark that he would be an acquisition of which even the United Bulldogs might be proud. And finding upon sounding him that he was quite ready and willing to enter the society, for he was not at all particular, and would have leagued himself that night with anything or anybody for any purpose whatsoever, caused the necessary preliminaries to be gone into upon the spot. This tribute to his great merit delighted no man more than Mr Dennis, as he himself proclaimed with several rare and surprising oaths, and indeed it gave unmingled satisfaction to the whole assembly. "Make anything you like of me," cried Hugh, flourishing the can he had emptied more than once. "Put me on any duty you please. I'm your man. I'll do it. Here's my captain. Here's my leader. Let him give me the word of command, and I'll fight the whole Parliament House single-handed, or set a lighted torch to the King's throne itself." With that he smote Mr Tappertit on the back with such violence that his little body seemed to shrink into a mere nothing, and roared again until the very foundlings near at hand were startled in their beds. In fact, a sense of something whimsical in their companionship seemed to have taken entire possession of his rude brain. The bare fact of being patronized by a great man whom he could have crushed with one hand appeared in his eyes so eccentric and humorous that a kind of ferocious merriment gained the mastery over him and quite subdued his brutal nature. He roared and roared again, toasted Mr Tappertit 100 times, declared himself a bulldog to the core, and vowed to be faithful to him to the last drop of blood in his veins. All these compliments Mr Tappertit received as matters of course, flattering enough in their way, but entirely attributable to his vast superiority. His dignified self-possession only delighted Hugh the more, and in a word, this giant and dwarf struck up a friendship which bade fair to be of long continuance, as the one held it to be his right to command, and the other considered it an exquisite pleasantry to obey. Nor was Hugh by any means a passive follower, who scrupled to act without precise and definite orders. For when Mr Tappertit mounted on an empty cask, which stood by way of rostrum in the room, and volunteered a speech upon the alarming crisis then at hand, he placed himself beside the orator, and though he grinned from ear to ear at every word he said, threw out such expressive hints to scoffers in the management of his cudgel, that those who were at first the most disposed to interrupt became remarkably attentive, and were the loudest in their approbation. It was not all noise and jest, however, at the boot, nor were the whole party listeners to the speech. There were some men at the other end of the room, which was a long, low-roofed chamber, in earnest conversation all the time, and when any of this group went out, fresh people were sure to come in soon afterwards, and sit down in their places, as though the others had relieved them on some watch or duty, which it was pretty clear they did, for these changes took place by the clock, at intervals of half an hour. These persons whispered very much among themselves, and kept aloof, and often looked round, as jealous of their speech being overheard, some 2 or 3 among them entered in books what seemed to be reports from the others. When they were not thus employed, one of them would turn to the newspapers which were strewn upon the table, and from the St. James's Chronicle, the Herald, Chronicle, or Public Advertiser, would read to the rest in a low voice some passage having reference to the topic in which they were all so deeply interested. But the great attraction was a pamphlet called The Thunderer, which espoused their own opinions, and was supposed at that time to emanate directly from the association. This was always in request, and whether read aloud to an eager knot of listeners, or by some solitary man, was certain to be followed by stormy talking and excited looks. In the midst of all his merriment and admiration of his captain, Hugh was made sensible by these and other tokens of the presence of an air of mystery akin to that which had so much impressed him out of doors. It was impossible to discard a sense that something serious was going on, and that under the noisy revel of the public house there lurked unseen and dangerous matter. Little affected by this, however, he was perfectly satisfied with his quarters, and would have remained there till morning, but that his conductor rose soon after midnight to go home. Mr Tappertit, following his example, left him no excuse to stay. So they all three left the house together, roaring a no-popery song, until the fields resounded with a dismal noise. "Cheer up, captain," cried Hugh, when they had roared themselves out of breath. "Another stave." Mr Tappertit, nothing loath, began again, and so the three went staggering on, arm in arm, shouting like madmen, and defying the watch with great valour. Indeed, this did not require any unusual bravery or boldness, as the watchmen at that time, being selected for the office on account of excessive age and extraordinary infirmity, had a custom of shutting themselves up tight in their boxes on the first symptoms of disturbance, and remaining there until they disappeared. In these proceedings, Mr Dennis, who had a gruff voice and lungs of considerable power, distinguished himself very much, and acquired great credit with his two companions. "What a queer fellow you are," said Mr Tappertit. "You are so precious sly and close. Why don't you ever tell what trade you're of?" "Answer the captain instantly," cried Hugh, beating his hat down on his head. "Why don't you ever tell what trade you're of?" "I'm of as genteel a calling, brother, as any man in England, as light a business as any gentleman could desire." "Was you prenticed to it?" asked Mr Tappertit. "No, natural genius," said Mr Dennis. "No prenticing, it come by nature. Muster Gashford knows my calling. Look at that hand of mine. Many and many a job that hand has done with a neatness and dexterity never known afore. When I look at that hand," said Mr Dennis, shaking it in the air, "and remember the elegant bits of work it has turned off, I feel quite melancholy to think it should ever grow old and feeble, but such is life." He heaved a deep sigh as he indulged in these reflections, and putting his fingers with an absent air on Hugh's throat, and particularly under his left ear, as if he were studying the anatomical development of that part of his frame, shook his head in a despondent manner, and actually shed tears. "You're a kind of artist, I suppose, eh?" said Mr Tappertit. "Yes," rejoined Dennis. "Yes, I may call myself an artist, a fancy workman. Art improves nature. That's my motto." "And what do you call this?" said Mr Tappertit, taking his stick out of his hand. "That's my portrait atop," Dennis replied. "Do you think it's like?" "Why, it's a little too handsome," said Mr Tappertit. "Who did it? You?" "I," repeated Dennis, gazing fondly on his image. "I wish I had the talent. That was carved by a friend of mine as is now no more. The very day afore he died, he cut that with his pocket knife from memory. 'I'll die game,' says my friend, 'and my last moment shall be dewoted to making Dennis's picter.' That's it." "That was a queer fancy, wasn't it?" said Mr Tappertit. "It was a queer fancy," rejoined the other, breathing on his fictitious nose, and polishing it with the cuff of his coat. "But he was a queer subject altogether, a kind of gipsy, one of the finest stand-up men you ever see. Ah, he told me some things that will startle you a bit, did that friend of mine, on the morning when he died." "You were with him at that time, were you?" said Mr Tappertit. "Yes," he answered, with a curious look. "I was there. Oh yes, certainly I was there.
he wouldn't have gone off half as comfortable without me. I had been with 3 or 4 of his family under the same circumstances. They were all fine fellows.' 'They must have been fond of you,' remarked Mr Tappertit, looking at him sideways. 'I don't know that they was exactly fond of me,' said Dennis with a little hesitation, 'but they all had me near 'em when they departed. I come in for their wardrobes too. This very handkercher that you see round my neck belonged to him that I've been speaking of. Him as did that likeness.' Mr Tappertit glanced at the article referred to, and appeared to think that the deceased's ideas of dress were of a peculiar and by no means an expensive kind. He made no remark upon the point, however, and suffered his mysterious companion to proceed without interruption. 'These smalls,' said Dennis, rubbing his legs, 'these very smalls, they belong to a friend of mine that's left off sich encumbrances for ever. This coat, too, I've often walked behind his coat in the street and wondered whether it would ever come to me. This pair of shoes have danced a hornpipe for another man afore my eyes, full 6 times at least. And as to my hat,' he said, taking it off and whirling it round upon his fist, 'Lord, I've seen this hat go up Holborn on the box of a hackney coach. Ah, many and many a day.' 'You don't mean to say their old wearers are all dead, I hope?' said Mr Tappertit, falling a little distance from him as he spoke. 'Every one of 'em,' replied Dennis. 'Every man Jack.' There was something so very ghastly in this circumstance, and it appeared to account in such a very strange and dismal manner for his faded dress, which, in this new aspect, seemed discoloured by the earth from graves, that Mr Tappertit abruptly found he was going another way, and, stopping short, bade him good night with the utmost heartiness. As they happened to be near the Old Bailey, and Mr Dennis knew there were turnkeys in the lodge with whom he could pass the night, and discussed professional subjects of common interest among them before a rousing fire and over a social glass, he separated from his companions without any great regret, and warmly shaking hands with Hugh, and making an early appointment for their meeting at the Boot, left them to pursue their road. 'That's a strange sort of man,' said Mr Tappertit, watching the hackney coachman's hat as it went bobbing down the street. 'I don't know what to make of him. Why can't he have his smalls made to order, or wear live clothes at any rate?' 'He's a lucky man, Captain,' cried Hugh. 'I should like to have such friends as his.' 'I hope he don't get 'em to make their wills, and then knock 'em on the head,' said Mr Tappertit, musing. 'But come, the United Bees expect me, on... What's the matter?' 'I quite forgot,' said Hugh, who had started at the striking of a neighbouring clock. 'I have somebody to see to-night. I must turn back directly. The drinking and singing put it out of me head. It's well I remembered it.' Mr Tappertit looked at him as though he were about to give utterance to some very majestic sentiments in reference to this act of desertion, but as it was clear from Hugh's hasty manner that the engagement was one of a pressing nature, he graciously forbore, and gave him his permission to depart immediately, which Hugh acknowledged with a roar of laughter. 'Good night, Captain,' he cried. 'I'm yours to the death, remember.' 'Farewell,' said Mr Tappertit, waving his hand. 'Be bold and vigilant.' 'No popery, Captain!' roared Hugh. 'England in blood first!' cried his desperate leader, whereat Hugh cheered and laughed, and ran off like a greyhound. 'That man will prove a credit to my corps,' said Simon, turning thoughtfully upon his heel. 'And let me see. In an altered state of society, which must ensue if we break out and are victorious, when the locksmith's child is mine, Miggs must be got rid of somehow, or she'll poison the tea kettle one evening when I'm out. He might marry Miggs if he was drunk enough. It shall be done. I'll make a note of it.
End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 40. Little thinking of the plan for his happy settlement in life, which had suggested itself to the teeming brain of his provident commander, Hugh made no pause until St. Dunstan's giants struck the hour above him, when he worked the handle of a pump which stood hard by, with great vigour, and thrusting his head under the spout, let the water gush upon him until a little stream ran down from every uncombed hair, and he was wet to the waist. Considerably refreshed by this ablution, both in mind and body, and almost sobered for the time, he dried himself as he best could, then crossed the road and plied the knocker of the Middle Temple Gate. The night porter looked through a small grating in the portal with a surly eye, and cried, "Halloa!" which greeting Hugh returned in kind, and bade him open quickly.
"We don't sell beer here," cried the man. "What else do you want?" "To come in," Hugh replied with a kick at the door. "Where to go?" "Paper buildings." "Whose chambers?" "Sir John Chester's." Each of which answers he emphasized with another kick. After a little growling on the other side, the gate was opened, and he passed in, undergoing a close inspection from the porter as he did so. "You wanting Sir John at this time of night?" said the man.
"Aye," said Hugh.
"Aye, what of that?" "Why, I must go with you and see it you do, for I don't believe it."
"Come along, then." Eyeing him with suspicious looks, the man with key and lantern walked on at his side, and attended him to Sir John Chester's door, at which Hugh gave one knock, that echoed through the dark staircase like a ghostly summons, and made the dull light tremble in the drowsy lamp.
"D'ye think he wants me now?"
said Hugh. Before the man had time to answer, a footstep was heard within, a light appeared, and Sir John, in his dressing-gown and slippers, opened the door.
"I ask your pardon, Sir John," said the porter, pulling off his hat. "Here's a young man says he wants to speak to you. It's late for strangers. I thought it best to see that all was right."
"Aha!" cried Sir John, raising his eyebrows. "It's you, messenger, is it? Go in." "Quite right, friend. I commend your prudence highly. Thank you. God bless you. Good night." To be commended, thanked, God blessed, and bade good night by one who carried Sir before his name, and wrote himself M.P. to boot, was something for a porter. He withdrew with much humility and reverence. Sir John followed his late visitor into the dressing-room, and sitting in his easy chair before the fire, and moving it so that he could see him as he stood, hat in hand, beside the door, looked at him from head to foot. The old face, calm and pleasant as ever, the complexion quite juvenile in its bloom and clearness, the same smile, the wonted precision and elegance of dress, the white well-ordered teeth, the delicate hands, the composed and quiet manner, everything as it used to be, no mark of age or passion, envy, hate, or discontent, all unruffled and serene, and quite delightful to behold. He wrote himself M.P., but how? Why, thus. It was a proud family, more proud, indeed, than wealthy. He had stood in danger of arrest, of bailiffs, and a jail, a vulgar jail, to which the common people with small incomes went. Gentlemen of ancient houses have no privilege of exemption from such cruel laws, unless they are of one great house, and then they have. A proud man of his stock and kindred had the means of sending him there. He offered, not indeed to pay his debts, but to let him sit for a close borough until his own son came of age, which, if he lived, would come to pass in 20 years. It was quite as good as an insolvent act, and infinitely more genteel. So Sir John Chester was a member of Parliament. But how Sir John? Nothing so simple or so easy. One touch with the sword of state, and the transformation was effected. John Chester, Esquire, MP, attended court, went up with an address, headed a deputation. Such elegance of manner, so many graces of deportment, such powers of conversation could never pass unnoticed. Mr. was too common for such merit. A man so gentlemanly should have been, but fortune is capricious, born a duke. Just as some dukes should have been born labourers. He caught the fancy of the king, knelt down a grub, and rose a butterfly. John Chester, Esquire, was knighted and became Sir John. "I thought, when you left me this evening, my esteemed acquaintance," said Sir John, after a pretty long silence, "that you intended to return with all dispatch." "So I did, master." "And so you have?" he retorted, glancing at his watch. "Is that what you would say?" Instead of replying, Hugh changed the leg on which he leant, shuffled his cap from one hand to the other, looked at the ground, the wall, the ceiling, and finally at Sir John himself, before whose pleasant face he lowered his eyes again and fixed them on the floor. "And how have you been employing yourself in the meanwhile?" quoth Sir John, lazily crossing his legs. "Where have you been? What harm have you been doing?" "No harm at all, master," growled Hugh with humility. "I've only done as you ordered." "As I what?" returned Sir John. "Well then," said Hugh uneasily, "as you advised, or said I ought, or said I might, or said that you would do if you was me. Don't be so hard upon me, master." Something like an expression of triumph in the perfect control he had established over this rough instrument appeared in the knight's face for an instant, but it vanished directly, as he said, paring his nails while speaking, "When you say I ordered you, my good fellow, you imply that I directed you to do something for me, something I wanted done, something for my own ends and purposes, you see. Now, I'm sure I needn't enlarge upon the extreme absurdity of such an idea, however unintentional. So please," and here he turned his eyes upon him, "to be more guarded, will you?" "I meant to give you no offence," said Hugh. "I don't know what to say. You catch me up so very short." "You'll be caught up much shorter, my good friend, infinitely shorter, one of these days, depend upon it," replied his patron calmly. "By the by, instead of wondering why you have been so long, my wonder should be why you came at all. Why did you?" "You know, master," said Hugh, "that I couldn't read the bill I found, and that supposing it to be something particular from the way it was wrapped up, I brought it here." "And could you ask no one else to read it, Bruin?" said Sir John. "No one I could trust with secrets, master, since Barnaby Rudge was lost sight of for good and all, and that's 5 years ago. I haven't talked with any one but you." "You have done me honour, I am sure." "I've come to and fro, master, all through that time, when there was anything to tell, because I knew that you'd be angry with me if I stayed away," said Hugh, blurting the words out, after an embarrassed silence, "and because I wished to please you if I could, and not to have you go against me. There, that's the true reason why I came tonight. You know that, master, I'm sure." 'You are a specious fellow,' returned Sir John, fixing his eyes upon him, 'and carry two faces under your hood, as well as the best. Didn't you give me in this room this evening any other reason? No dislike of anybody who has slighted you lately, on all occasions, abused you, treated you with rudeness, acted towards you more as if you were a mongrel dog than a man like himself?' 'To be sure I did!' cried Hugh, his passion rising, as the other meant it should. 'And I say it all over now again. I'd do anything to have some revenge on him, anything. And when you told me that he and all the Catholics would suffer from those who joined together under that handbill, I said I'd make one of them, if their master was the devil himself. I am one of them. See whether I am as good as my word and turn out to be among the foremost or no. I mayn't have much head, master, but I've head enough to remember those that use me ill. You shall see, and so shall he, and so shall hundreds more, how my spirit backs me when the time comes. My bark is nothing to my bite. Some that I know had better have a wild lion among them than me. When I am fairly loose, they had.' The knight looked at him with a smile of far deeper meaning than ordinary, and pointing to the old cupboard, followed him with his eyes while he filled and drank a glass of liquor, and smiled when his back was turned, with deeper meaning yet. 'You are in a blustering mood, my friend,' he said, when Hugh confronted him again. 'Not I, master,' cried Hugh. 'I don't say half I mean. I can't. I haven't got the gift. There are talkers enough among us. I'll be one of the doers.' 'Oh, you've joined those fellows, then?' said Sir John, with an air of most profound indifference. 'Yes, I went up to the house you told me of, and got put down upon the muster. There was another man there, named Dennis.' 'Dennis, eh?' cried Sir John, laughing. 'Ay, ay. A pleasant fellow, I believe.' 'A roaring dog, master. One after my own heart. Hot upon the matter, too. Red hot.' 'So I have heard,' replied Sir John, carelessly. 'You don't happen to know his trade, do you?' 'He wouldn't say,' cried Hugh. 'He keeps it secret.' 'laughed Sir John. 'A strange fancy, a weakness with some persons. You'll know it one day, I dare swear.' 'We're intimate already,' said Hugh. 'Quite natural. And have been drinking together, eh?' pursued Sir John. 'Did you say what place you went to in company when you left Lord George's?' Hugh had not said or thought of saying, but he told him, and this inquiry being followed by a long train of questions, he related all that had passed both in and out of doors, the kind of people he had seen, their numbers, state of feeling, mode of conversation, apparent expectations and intentions. His questioning was so artfully contrived that he seemed even in his own eyes to volunteer all this information rather than to have it wrested from him, and he was brought to this state of feeling so naturally that when Mr Chester yawned at length and declared himself quite wearied out, he made a rough kind of excuse for having talked so much. 'There, get you gone,' said Sir John, holding the door open in his hand. 'You have made a pretty evening's work. I told you not to do this. You may get into trouble. You'll have an opportunity of revenging yourself on your proud friend Haredale, though, and for that you'd hazard anything, I suppose.' 'I would,' retorted Hugh, stopping in his passage out and looking back. 'But what do I risk? What do I stand a chance of losing, master? Friends? Home? A fig for 'em all. I have none. They are nothing to me. Give me a good scuffle. Let me pay off old scores in a bold riot where there are men to stand by me, and then use me as you like. It don't matter much to me what the end is.' "What have you done with that paper?" said Sir John. "I have it here, master." "Drop it again as you go along. It's as well not to keep such things about you." Hugh nodded, and touching his cap with an air of as much respect as he could summon up, departed. Sir John, fastening the doors behind him, went back to his dressing-room, and sat down once again before the fire, at which he gazed for a long time in earnest meditation. "This happens fortunately," he said, breaking into a smile, "and promises well. Let me see. My relative and I, who are the most Protestant fellows in the world, give our worst wishes to the Roman Catholic cause, and to Saville, who introduces their bill, I have a personal objection besides. But as each of us has himself for the first article in his creed, we cannot commit ourselves by joining with a very extravagant madman, such as this Gordon most undoubtedly is. Now really, to foment his disturbances in secret, through the medium of such a very apt instrument as my savage friend here, may further our real ends, and to express at all becoming seasons, in moderate and polite terms, a disapprobation of his proceedings, though we agree with him in principle, will certainly be to gain a character for honesty and uprightness of purpose, which cannot fail to do us infinite service and to raise us into some importance. Good. So much for public grounds. As to private considerations, I confess that if these vagabonds would make some riotous demonstration, which does not appear impossible, and would inflict some little chastisement on Haredale as a not inactive man among his sect, it would be extremely agreeable to my feelings, and would amuse me beyond measure. Good again, perhaps better. When he came to this point, he took a pinch of snuff, and beginning slowly to undress, he resumed his meditations by saying with a smile, "I do fear exceedingly that my friend is following fast in the footsteps of his mother. His intimacy with Mr Dennis is very ominous, but I have no doubt he must have come to that end anyway. If I lend him a helping hand, the only difference is that he may, upon the whole, possibly drink a few gallons or puncheons or hogsheads less in this life than he otherwise would. It's no business of mine. It's a matter of very small importance." So he took another pinch of snuff and went to bed. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 41. From the workshop of the Golden Key there issued forth a tinkling sound, so merry and good-humoured that it suggested the idea of some one working blithely, and made quite pleasant music. No man who hammered on at a dull monotonous duty could have brought such cheerful notes from steel and iron. None but a chirping, healthy, honest-hearted fellow, who made the best of everything, and felt kindly towards everybody, could have done it for an instant. He might have been a coppersmith, and still been musical. If he had sat in a jolting waggon full of rods of iron, it seemed as if he would have brought some harmony out of it. Tink, 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 clear as a silver bell, and audible at every pause of the street's harsher noises, as though it said, "I don't care. Nothing puts me out. I'm resolved to be happy." Women scolded, children squalled, heavy carts went rumbling by. Horrible cries proceeded from the lungs of hawkers. Still it struck in again, no higher, no lower, no louder, no softer, not thrusting itself on people's notice a bit the more, for having been outdone by louder sounds. Tink, 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 tink. It was a perfect embodiment of the still small voice, free from all cold, hoarseness, huskiness, or unhealthiness of any kind. Foot passengers slackened their pace, and were disposed to linger near it. Neighbours who had got up splenetic that morning felt good humour stealing on them as they heard it, and by degrees became quite sprightly. Mothers danced their babies to its ringing. Still the same magical tink, tink, tink came gaily from the workshop of the Golden Key. Who but the locksmith could have made such music? A gleam of sun shining through the unsashed window, and chequering the dark workshop with a broad patch of light, fell full upon him, as though attracted by his sunny heart. There he stood, working at his anvil, his face all radiant with exercise and gladness, his sleeves turned up, his wig pushed off his shining forehead, the easiest, freest, happiest man in all the world. Beside him sat a sleek cat, purring and winking in the light, and falling every now and then into an idle doze, as from excess of comfort. Toby looked on from a tall bench hard by, one beaming smile from his broad nut-brown face down to the slack-baked buckles in his shoes. The very locks that hung around had something jovial in their rust, and seemed like gouty gentlemen of hearty natures disposed to joke on their infirmities. There was nothing surly or severe in the whole scene. It seemed impossible that any one of the innumerable keys could fit a churlish strong-box or a prison door. Cellars of beer and wine, rooms where there were fires, books, gossip, and cheering laughter, these were their proper sphere of action. Places of distrust and cruelty and restraint they would have left quadruple locked for ever. Tink, tink, tink. The locksmith paused at last, and wiped his brow. The silence roused the cat, who, jumping softly down, crept to the door, and watched with tiger eyes a bird-cage in an opposite window. Gabriel lifted Toby to his mouth, and took a hearty draught. Then, as he stood upright, with his head flung back, and his portly chest thrown out, you would have seen that Gabriel's lower man was clothed in military gear. Glancing at the wall beyond, there might have been espied, hanging on their several pegs, a cap and feather, broadsword, sash, and coat of scarlet, which any man, learned in such matters, would have known from their make and pattern to the uniform of a sergeant in the Royal East London Volunteers. As the locksmith put his mug down, empty, on the bench whence it had smiled on him before, he glanced at these articles with a laughing eye, and looking at them with his head a little on one side, as though he would get them all into a focus, said, leaning on his hammer, "Time was, now I remember, when I was like to run mad with the desire to wear a coat of that colour. If any one, except my father, had called me a fool for my pains, how I should have fired and fumed. But what a fool I must have been, surely." "Ah!" sighed Mrs Varden, who had entered unobserved. "A fool indeed. A man at your time of life, Varden, should know better now."
"Why, what a ridiculous woman you are, Martha," said the locksmith, turning round with a smile.
"Certainly," replied Mrs V. with great demureness. "Of course I am. I know that, Varden, thank you."
"I mean," began the locksmith.
"Yes," said his wife, "I know what you mean. You speak quite plain enough to be understood, Varden. It's very kind of you to adapt yourself to my capacity, I am sure." "Oh, Martha,"
rejoined the locksmith, "don't take offence at nothing. I mean, how strange it is of you to run down volunteering, when it's done to defend you and all the other women, and our own fireside and everybody else's in case of need."
"It's unchristian," cried Mrs Varden, shaking her head.
"Unchristian?" said the locksmith. "Why, what the devil—"
Mrs Varden looked at the ceiling, as in expectation that the consequence of his profanity would be the immediate descent of the four-post bedstead on the second floor, together with the best sitting-room on the first. But no visible judgment occurring, she heaved a deep sigh, and begged her husband, in a tone of resignation, to go on, and by all means to blaspheme as much as possible, because he knew she liked it. The locksmith did for a moment seem disposed to gratify her, but he gave a great gulp, and mildly rejoined, "I was going to say, what on earth do you call it unchristian for? Which would be most unchristian, Martha, to sit quietly down and let our houses be sacked by a foreign army, or to turn out like men and drive 'em off? Shouldn't I be a nice sort of a Christian if I crept into a corner of my own chimney and looked on while a parcel of whiskered savages bore off Dolly, or you?" When he said, "or you," Mrs Varden, despite herself, relaxed into a smile. There was something complimentary in the idea. "In such a state of things as that, indeed," she simpered. "As that?" repeated the locksmith. "Well, that would be the state of things directly. Even Miggs would go. Some black tambourine-player with a great turban on would be bearing her off, and unless the tambourine-player was proof against kicking and scratching, it's my belief he'd have the worst of it. I'd forgive the tambourine-player. I wouldn't have him interfered with on any account. Poor fellow." And here the locksmith laughed again so heartily that tears came into his eyes, much to Mrs Varden's indignation, who thought the capture of so sound a Protestant and estimable a private character as Miggs by a pagan negro a circumstance too shocking and awful for contemplation. The picture Gabriel had drawn indeed threatened serious consequences, and would indubitably have led to them, but luckily at that moment a light footstep crossed the threshold, and Dolly, running in, threw her arms round her old father's neck and hugged him tight. "Here she is at last!" cried Gabriel. "And how well you look, doll, and how late you are, my darling!" How well she looked? Well! Why, if he had exhausted every laudatory adjective in the dictionary, it wouldn't have been praise enough. When and where was there ever such a plump, roguish, comely, bright-eyed, enticing, bewitching, captivating, maddening little puss in all this world as Dolly? What was the Dolly of 5 years ago to the Dolly of that day? How many coachmakers, saddlers, cabinet-makers, and professors of other useful arts had deserted their fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, and most of all their cousins, for the love of her? How many unknown gentlemen, supposed to be of mighty fortunes, if not titles, had waited round the corner after dark, and tempted Miggs, the incorruptible, with golden guineas to deliver offers of marriage folded up in love-letters? How many disconsolate fathers and substantial tradesmen had waited on the locksmith for the same purpose, with dismal tales of how their sons had lost their appetites, and taken to shut themselves up in dark bedrooms, and wandering in desolate suburbs with pale faces, and all because of Dolly Varden's loveliness and cruelty? How many young men in all previous times of unprecedented steadiness had turned suddenly wild and wicked for the same reason, and in an ecstasy of unrequited love taken to wrench off door-knockers and invert the boxes of rheumatic watchmen? How had she recruited the king's service, both by sea and land, through rendering desperate his loving subjects between the ages of 18 and 25? How many young ladies had publicly professed, with tears in their eyes, that for their tastes she was much too short, too tall, too bold, too cold, too stout, too thin, too fair, too dark, too everything but handsome? How many old ladies, taking counsel together, had thanked heaven their daughters were not like her, and had hoped she might come to no harm, and had thought she would come to no good, and had wondered what people saw in her, and had arrived at the conclusion that she was going off in her looks, or had never come on in them, and that she was a thorough imposition and a popular mistake? And yet here was this same Dolly Varden, so whimsical and hard to please that she was Dolly Varden still, all smiles and dimples and pleasant looks, and caring no more for the 50 or 60 young fellows who at the very moment were breaking their hearts to marry her, than if so many oysters had been crossed in love and opened afterwards. Dolly hugged her father, as has been already stated, and having hugged her mother also, accompanied both into the little parlour, where the cloth was already laid for dinner, and where Miss Miggs, a trifle more rigid and bony than of yore, received her with a sort of hysterical gasp, intended for a smile. Into the hands of that young virgin she delivered her bonnet and walking dress, all of a dreadful, artful, and designing kind, and then said with a laugh which rivalled the locksmith's music, "How glad I always am to be at home again!"
"And how glad we always are, Doll," said her father, putting back the dark hair from her sparkling eyes, "to have you at home. Give me a kiss."
If there had been anybody of the male kind there to see her do it, but there was not, it was a mercy.
"I don't like your being at the Warren," said the locksmith. "I can't bear to have you out of my sight. And what is the news over yonder, Doll?"
"What news there is, I think you know already," replied his daughter. "I am sure you do, though."
"Aye?" cried the locksmith. "What's that?"
"Oh, come, come," said Dolly. "You know very well. I want you to tell me why Mr. Haredale, oh, how gruff he is again, to be sure, has been away from home for some days past, and why he is travelling about. We know he is travelling because of his letters, without telling his own niece why or wherefore."
"Miss Emma doesn't want to know, I'll swear," returned the locksmith.
"I don't know that," said Dolly, "but I do at any rate. Do tell me, why is he so secret, and what is this ghost story which nobody is to tell Miss Emma, and which seems to be mixed up with his going away? Now I see you know, by your colouring so."
"What the story means, or is, or has to do with it, I know no more than you, my dear," returned the locksmith, "except that it's some foolish fear of little Solomon's, which has indeed no meaning in it, I suppose. As to Mr. Haredale's journey, he goes, as I believe—"
"Yes," said Dolly.
"As I believe," resumed the locksmith, pinching her cheek, "on business, Doll. What it may be is quite another matter. Read Bluebeard, and don't be too curious, pet. It's no business of yours or mine, depend upon that. And here's dinner, which is much more to the purpose."
Dolly might have remonstrated against this summary dismissal of the subject, notwithstanding the appearance of dinner, but at the mention of Bluebeard Mrs Varden interposed, protesting she could not find it in her conscience to sit tamely by and hear her child recommended to peruse the adventures of a Turk and Mussulman, far less of a fabulous Turk, which she considered that potentate to be. She held that, in such stirring and tremendous times as those in which they lived, it would be much more to the purpose if Dolly became a regular subscriber to the Thunderer, where she would have an opportunity of reading Lord George Gordon's speeches word for word, which would be a greater comfort and solace to her than 150 Bluebeards ever could impart. She appealed in support of this proposition to Miss Miggs, then in waiting, who said that indeed the peace of mind she had derived from the perusal of that paper generally, but especially one article of the very last week as ever was, entitled Great Britain Drenched in Gore, exceeded all belief. The same composition, she added, had also wrought such a comforting effect on the mind of a married sister of hers, then resident at Golden Lion Court, No. 27, second bell handle on the right-hand door-post, that, being in a delicate state of health, and in fact expecting an addition to her family, she had been seized with fits directly after its perusal, and had raved of the Inquisition ever since, to the great improvement of her husband and friends. Miss Miggs went on to say that she would recommend all those whose hearts were hardened to hear Lord George themselves, whom she commended first, in respect of his steady Protestantism, then of his oratory, then of his eyes, then of his nose, then of his legs, and lastly of his figure generally, which she looked upon as fit for any statue, prince, or angel, to which sentiment Mrs Varden fully subscribed. Mrs Varden, having cut in, looked at a box upon the mantel-shelf, painted in imitation of a very red-brick dwelling-house, with a yellow roof, having at top a real chimney, down which voluntary subscribers dropped their silver, gold, or pence into the parlour, and on the door the counterfeit presentment of a brass plate, whereon was legibly inscribed, Protestant Association, and looking at it, said that it was to her a source of poignant misery to think that Varden never had, of all his substance, dropped anything into that temple, save once in secret, as she afterwards discovered, 2 fragments of tobacco pipe, which she hoped would not be put down to his last account. That Dolly, she was grieved to say, was no less backward in her contributions, better loving, as it seemed, to purchase ribbons and such gauds than to encourage the great cause than in such heavy tribulation, and that she did entreat her, her father she much feared could not be moved, not to despise, but imitate the bright example of Miss Miggs, who flung her wages, as it were, into the very countenance of the Pope, and bruised his features with her quarter's money.
"Oh, Mim," said Miggs, "don't allude to that. I'd no intentions, Mim, that nobody should know. Such sacrifices as I can make are quite a widow's mite. It's all I have," cried Miggs, with a great burst of tears, for with her they never came on by degrees. "But it's made up to me in other ways. It's well made up." This was quite true, though not perhaps in the sense that Miggs intended, as she never failed to keep her self-denial full in Mrs Varden's view. It drew forth so many gifts of caps and gowns and other articles of dress, that upon the whole the red brick house was perhaps the best investment for her small capital she could possibly have hit upon, returning her interest at the rate of 7 or 8 per cent in money, and 50 at least in personal repute and credit. "You needn't cry, Miggs," said Mrs Varden, herself in tears. "You needn't be ashamed of it, though your poor mistress is on the same side."
Miggs howled at this remark in a peculiarly dismal way, and said she knowed that master hated her, that it was a dreadful thing to live in families and have dislikes, and not give satisfactions, that to make divisions was a thing she could not abear to think of, neither could her feelings let her do it, that if it was master's wishes as she and him should part, it was best they should part, and she hoped he might be the happier for it, and always wished him well, and that he might find somebody as would meet his dispositions. It would be a hard trial, she said, to part from such a missus, but she could meet any suffering when her conscience told her she was in the rights, and therefore she was willing even to go that lengths. She did not think, she added, that she could long survive the separations, but, as she was hated and looked upon unpleasant, perhaps her dying as soon as possible would be the best endings for all parties. With this affecting conclusion, Miss Miggs shed more tears, and sobbed abundantly.
"Can you bear this, Varden?"
said his wife in a solemn voice, laying down her knife and fork.
"Why, not very well, my dear," rejoined the locksmith, "but I try to keep my temper."
"Don't let there be words on my account, Mim," sobbed Miggs. "It's much the best that we should part. I wouldn't stay, oh gracious me, and make dissensions, not for annual gold mine and founding tea and sugar."
Lest the reader should be at any loss to discover the cause of Miss Miggs's deep emotion, it may be whispered apart that, happening to be listening, as her custom sometimes was, when Gabriel and his wife conversed together, she had heard the locksmith's joke relative to the foreign black who played the tambourine, and bursting with the spiteful feelings which the taunt awoke in her fair breast, exploded in the manner we have witnessed. Matters having now arrived at a crisis, the locksmith, as usual, and for the sake of peace and quietness, gave in.
"What are you crying for, girl?" he said. "What's the matter with you? What are you talking about hatred for? I don't hate you. I don't hate anybody. Dry your eyes and make yourself agreeable in heaven's name, and let us all be happy while we can.'
The allied powers, deeming it good generalship to consider this a sufficient apology on the part of the enemy, and confession of having been in the wrong, did dry their eyes and take it in good part. Miss Miggs observed that she bore no malice, no, not to her greatest foe, whom she rather loved the more indeed, the greater persecution she sustained. Mrs Varden approved of this meek and forgiving spirit in high terms, and incidentally declared, as a closing article of agreement, that Dolly should accompany her to the Clerkenwell branch of the association that very night. This was an extraordinary instance of her great prudence and policy, having had this end in view from the first, and entertaining a secret misgiving that the locksmith, who was bold when Dolly was in question, would object. She had backed Miss Miggs up to this point in order that she might have him at a disadvantage. The manoeuvre succeeded so well that Gabriel only made a wry face, and with the warning he had just had fresh in his mind, did not dare to say one word. The difference ended, therefore, in Miggs being presented with a gown by Mrs Varden, and a half-a-crown by Dolly, as if she had eminently distinguished herself in the paths of morality and goodness. Mrs V., according to custom, expressed her hope that Varden would take a lesson from what had passed, and learn more generous conduct for the time to come. And the dinner being now cold, and nobody's appetite very much improved by what had passed, they went on with it, as Mrs Varden said, like Christians. As there was to be a grand parade of the Royal East London Volunteers that afternoon, the locksmith did no more work, but sat down comfortably with his pipe in his mouth and his arm round his pretty daughter's waist, looking lovingly on Mrs V. from time to time, and exhibiting from the crown of his head to the sole of his foot one smiling surface of good humour. And to be sure, when it was time to dress him in his regimentals, and Dolly, hanging about him in all kinds of graceful winning ways, helped to button and buckle and brush him up and get him into one of the tightest coats that ever was made by mortal tailor, he was the proudest father in all England.
"What a handy jade it is," said the locksmith to Mrs Varden, who stood by with folded hands, rather proud of her husband too, while Miggs held his cap and sword at arm's length, as if mistrusting that the latter might run someone through the body of its own accord. "But never marry a soldier, Doll, my dear."
Dolly didn't ask why not, or say a word, indeed, but stooped her head down very low to tie his sash.
"I never wear this dress," said honest Gabriel, "but I think of poor Joe Willet. I loved Joe. He was always a favourite of mine. Poor Joe! Dear heart, my girl, don't tie me in so tight."
Dolly laughed, not like herself at all, the strangest little laugh that could be, and held her head down lower still.
"Poor Joe," resumed the locksmith, muttering to himself, "I always wish he had come to me. I might have made it up between them if he had. Old John made a great mistake in his way of acting by that lad. A great mistake. Have you nearly tied that sash, my dear?"
What an ill-made sash it was! There it was, loose again and trailing on the ground. Dolly was obliged to kneel down and recommence at the beginning. "Never mind young Willet, Varden," said his wife, frowning. "You might find someone more deserving to talk about, I think." Miss Miggs gave a great sniff to the same effect.
"Nay, Martha," cried the locksmith, "don't let us bear too hard upon him. If the lad is dead indeed, we'll deal kindly by his memory."
"A runaway and a vagabond," said Mrs Varden.
Miss Miggs expressed her concurrence as before.
"A runaway, my dear, but not a vagabond," returned the locksmith in a gentle tone. "He behaved himself well, did Joe, always, and was a handsome, manly fellow. Don't call him a vagabond, Martha."
Mrs Varden coughed, and so did Miggs.
"He tried hard to gain your good opinion, Martha, I can tell you," said the locksmith, smiling and stroking his chin. Ah, that he did. It seems but yesterday that he followed me out to the Maypole door one night, and begged me not to say how like a boy they used him. Say here at home, he meant, though at the time I recollect I didn't understand. "And how's Miss Dolly, sir?" says Joe, pursued the locksmith, musing sorrowfully. Ah, poor Joe!
"Well, I declare!" cried Miggs. "Oh, goodness gracious me!"
"What's the matter now?" said Gabriel, turning sharply to her.
"Why, if here aren't Miss Dolly," said the handmaid, stooping down to look into her face, "are giving way to floods of tears. Oh, Mim! Oh, sir! Riley, it's give me such a turn!" cried the susceptible damsel, pressing her hand upon her side to quell the palpitation of her heart, "that you might knock me down with a feather." The locksmith, after glancing at Miss Miggs, as if he could have wished to have a feather brought straightway, looked on with a broad stare while Dolly hurried away, followed by that sympathizing young woman, then turning to his wife, stammered out, "Is Dolly ill? Have I done anything? Is it my fault?" "Your fault," cried Mrs V. reproachfully. "There, you had better make haste out."
"What have I done?" said poor Gabriel. "It was agreed that Mr. Edward's name was never to be mentioned, and I have not spoken of him, have I?" Mrs Varden merely replied that she had no patience with him, and bounced off after the other two. The unfortunate locksmith wound his sash about him, girded on his sword, put on his cap, and walked out. "I am not much of a dab at my exercise," he said under his breath, "but I shall get into fewer scrapes at that work than at this. Every man came into the world for something. My department seems to be to make every woman cry without meaning it. It's rather hard." But he forgot it before he reached the end of the street, and went on with a shining face, nodding to the neighbours, and showering about his friendly greetings like mild spring rain. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 42. The Royal East London Volunteers made a brilliant sight that day, formed into lines, squares, circles, triangles, and what not, to the beating of drums and the streaming of flags, and performed a vast number of complex evolutions, in all of which Sergeant Varden bore a conspicuous share. Having displayed their military prowess to the utmost in these warlike shows, they marched in glittering order to the Chelsea Bun House, and regaled in the adjacent taverns until dark. Then at sound of drum they fell in again, and returned amidst the shouting of His Majesty's lieges to the place from whence they came. The homeward march being somewhat tardy, owing to the unsoldier-like behaviour of certain corporals, who, being gentlemen of sedentary pursuits in private life and excitable out of doors, broke several windows with their bayonets, and rendered it imperative on the commanding officer to deliver them over to a strong guard, with whom they fought at intervals as they came along. It was 9 o'clock when the locksmith reached home. A hackney coach was waiting near his door, and as he passed it, Mr. Haredale looked from the window, and called him by his name. "The sight of you is good for sore eyes, sir," said the locksmith, stepping up to him. "I wish you had walked in, though, rather than waited here." "There is nobody at home, I find," Mr. Haredale answered. "Besides, I desired to be as private as I could." "Humph!" muttered the locksmith,
looking round at his house.
"Gone with Simon Tappertit to that precious branch, no doubt?"
Mr Haredale invited him to come into the coach, and, if he were not tired or anxious to go home, to ride with him a little way, that they might have some talk together. Gabriel cheerfully complied, and the coachman, mounting his box, drove off.
"Varden,"
said Mr Haredale, after a minute's pause,
"you will be amazed to hear what errand I am on. It will seem a very strange one." "I have no doubt it's a reasonable one, sir, and has a meaning in it," replied the locksmith, "or it would not be yours at all. Have you just come back to town, sir?"
"But half an hour ago."
"Bringing no news of Barnaby or his mother?" said the locksmith dubiously. "Ah, you needn't shake your head, sir. It was a wild goose chase. I feared that from the first. You exhausted all reasonable means of discovery when they went away. To begin again after so long a time has passed is hopeless, sir, quite hopeless."
"Why, where are they?" he returned impatiently. "Where can they be? Above ground?"
"God knows," rejoined the locksmith. "Many that I knew above it 5 years ago have their beds under the grass now, and the world is a wide place. It's a hopeless attempt, sir, believe me. We must leave the discovery of this mystery, like all others, to time and accident and heaven's pleasure."
"Varden, my good fellow," said Mr Haredale, "I have a deeper meaning in my present anxiety to find them out than you can fathom. It is not a mere whim. It is not the casual revival of my old wishes and desires, but an earnest, solemn purpose. My thoughts and dreams all tend to it, and fix it in my mind. I have no rest by day or night. I have no peace or quiet. I am haunted." His voice was so altered from its usual tones, and his manner bespoke so much emotion, that Gabriel in his wonder could only sit and look towards him in the darkness, and fancy the expression of his face. "Do not ask me," continued Mr Haredale, "to explain myself. If I were to do so, you would think me the victim of some hideous fancy. It is enough that this is so, and that I cannot lie quietly in my bed without doing what will seem to you incomprehensible."
"Since when, sir," said the locksmith after a pause, "has this uneasy feeling been upon you?"
Mr Haredale hesitated for some moments, and then replied, "Since the night of the storm. In short, since the last 19th of March. As though he feared that Varden might express surprise or reason with him, he hastily went on. "You will think, I know, I labour under some delusion. Perhaps I do, but it is not a morbid one. It is a wholesome action of the mind, reasoning on actual occurrences. You know the furniture remains in Mrs Rudge's house, and that it has been shut up, by my orders, since she went away, save once a week or so, when an old neighbour visits to scare away the rats. I am on my way there now."
"For what purpose?"
asked the locksmith. "To pass the night there," he replied, "and not to-night alone, but many nights. This is a secret which I trust to you in case of any unexpected emergency. You will not come, unless in case of strong necessity to me. From dusk to broad day I shall be there. Emma, your daughter, and the rest, suppose me out of London, as I have been until within this hour. Do not undeceive them. This is the errand I am bound upon. I know I may confide it to you, and I rely upon your questioning me no more at this time." With that, as if to change the theme, he led the astounded locksmith back to the night of the Maypole highwayman, to the robbery of Edward Chester, to the reappearance of the man at Mrs Rudge's house, and to all the strange circumstances which afterwards occurred. He even asked him carelessly about the man's height, his face, his figure, whether he was like any one he had ever seen, like Hugh, for instance, or any man he had known at any time, and put many questions of that sort, which the locksmith, considering them as mere devices to engage his attention and prevent his expressing the astonishment he felt, answered pretty much at random. At length they arrived at the corner of the street in which the house stood, where Mr Haredale, alighting, dismissed the coach. "If you desire to see me safely lodged," he said, turning to the locksmith with a gloomy smile, "you can." Gabriel, to whom all former marvels had been nothing in comparison with this, followed him along the narrow pavement in silence. When they reached the door, Mr Haredale softly opened it with a key he had about him, and closing it when Varden entered, they were left in thorough darkness. They groped their way into the ground-floor room. Here Mr Haredale struck a light, and kindled a pocket taper he had brought with him for the purpose. It was then, when the flame was full upon him, that the locksmith saw for the first time how haggard, pale, and changed he looked, how worn and thin he was, how perfectly his whole appearance coincided with all that he had said so strangely as they rode along. It was not an unnatural impulse in Gabriel, after what he had heard, to note curiously the expression of his eyes. It was perfectly collected and rational, so much so, indeed, that he felt ashamed of his momentary suspicion, and drooped his own when Mr Haredale looked towards him, as if he feared they would betray his thoughts. "Will you walk through the house?" said Mr Haredale, with a glance towards the window, the crazy shutters of which were closed and fastened. "Speak low." There was a kind of awe about the place, which would have rendered it difficult to speak in any other manner. Gabriel whispered, "Yes," and followed him upstairs. Everything was just as they had seen it last. There was a sense of closeness from the exclusion of fresh air, and a gloom and heaviness around, as though long imprisonment had made the very silence sad. The homely hangings of the beds and windows had begun to droop, the dust lay thick upon their dwindling folds, and damps had made their way through ceiling, wall, and floor. The boards creaked beneath their tread, as if resenting the unaccustomed intrusion. Nimble spiders, paralysed by the taper's glare, checked the motion of their 100 legs upon the wall, or dropped like lifeless things upon the ground. The death-watch ticked, and the scampering feet of rats and mice rattled behind the wainscot. As they looked about them on the decaying furniture, it was strange to find how vividly it presented those to whom it had belonged, and with whom it was once familiar. Grip seemed to perch again upon his high-backed chair, Barnaby to crouch in his old favourite corner by the fire, the mother to resume her usual seat and watch him as of old. Even when they could separate these objects from the phantoms of the mind which they invoked, the latter only glided out of sight, but lingered near them still, for then they seemed to lurk in closets and behind the doors, ready to start out and suddenly accost them in well-remembered tones. They went downstairs, and again into the room they had just now left. Mr Haredale unbuckled his sword and laid it on the table with a pair of pocket pistols, then told the locksmith he would light him to the door.
"But this is a dull place, sir," said Gabriel, lingering. "May no one share your watch?" He shook his head, and so plainly evinced his wish to be alone that Gabriel could say no more. In another moment the locksmith was standing in the street, whence he could see that the light once more travelled upstairs, and soon returning to the room below, shone brightly through the chinks of the shutters. If ever man were sorely puzzled and perplexed, the locksmith was that night. Even when snugly seated by his own fireside, with Mrs Varden opposite in a nightcap and night-jacket, and Dolly beside him in a most distracting dishabille, curling her hair, and smiling as if she had never cried in all her life, and never could, even then, with Toby at his elbow, and his pipe in his mouth, and Miggs, but that perhaps was not much, falling asleep in the background, he could not quite discard his wonder and uneasiness.
So in his dreams, still there was Mr Haredale, haggard and careworn, listening in the solitary house to every sound that stirred, with the taper shining through the chinks until the day should turn it pale and end his lonely watching. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 43. Next morning brought no satisfaction to the locksmith's thoughts, nor next day, nor the next, nor many others. Often after nightfall he entered the street, and turned his eyes towards the well-known house, and as surely as he did so, there was the solitary light still gleaming through the crevices of the window-shutter, while all within was motionless, noiseless, cheerless as a grave. Unwilling to hazard Mr Haredale's favour by disobeying his strict injunction, he never ventured to knock at the door or to make his presence known in any way. But whenever strong interest and curiosity attracted him to the spot, which was not seldom, the light was always there. If he could have known what passed within, the knowledge would have yielded him no clue to this mysterious vigil. At twilight Mr Haredale shut himself up, and at daybreak he came forth. He never missed a night, always came and went alone, and never varied his proceedings in the least degree. The manner of his watch was this. At dusk he entered the house in the same way as when the locksmith bore him company, kindled a light, went through the rooms, and narrowly examined them. That done, he returned to the chamber on the ground floor, and laying his sword and pistols on the table, sat by it until morning. He usually had a book with him, and often tried to read, but never fixed his eyes or thoughts upon it for 5 minutes together. The slightest noise without doors caught his ear. A step upon the pavement seemed to make his heart leap. He was not without some refreshment during the long lonely hours, generally carrying in his pocket a sandwich of bread and meat, and a small flask of wine. The latter, diluted with large quantities of water, he drank in a heated, feverish way, as though his throat were dried, but he scarcely ever broke his fast by so much as a crumb of bread. If this voluntary sacrifice of sleep and comfort had its origin, as the locksmith on consideration was disposed to think, in any superstitious expectation of the fulfilment of a dream or vision connected with the event on which he had brooded for so many years, and if he waited for some ghostly visitor who walked abroad when men lay sleeping in their beds, he showed no trace of fear or wavering. His stern features expressed inflexible resolution. His brows were puckered, and his lips compressed with deep and settled purpose, and when he started at a noise and listened, it was not with the start of fear, but hope, and catching up his sword as though the hour had come at last, he would clutch it in his tight-clenched hand, and listen with sparkling eyes and eager looks, until it died away. These disappointments were numerous, for they ensued on almost every sound, but his constancy was not shaken. Still, every night he was at his post, the same stern, sleepless sentinel, and still night passed, and morning dawned, and he must watch again. This went on for weeks. He had taken a lodging at Vauxhall, in which to pass the day and rest himself, and from this place, when the tide served, he usually came to London Bridge from Westminster by water, in order that he might avoid the busy streets. One evening, shortly before twilight, he came his accustomed road upon the river's bank, intending to pass through Westminster Hall into Palace Yard, and there take boat to London Bridge as usual. There was a pretty large concourse of people assembled round the Houses of Parliament, looking at the members as they entered and departed, and giving vent to rather noisy demonstrations of approval or dislike, according to their known opinions. As he made his way among the throng, he heard once or twice the No Popery cry, which was then becoming pretty familiar to the ears of most men, but holding it in very slight regard, and observing that the idlers were of the lowest grade, he neither thought nor cared about it, but made his way along with perfect indifference. There were many little knots and groups of persons in Westminster Hall, some few looking upward at its noble ceiling and at the rays of evening light, tinted by the setting sun which streamed in aslant through its small windows, and growing dimmer by degrees, were quenched in the gathering gloom below. Some noisy passengers, mechanics going home from work and otherwise, who hurried quickly through, waking the echoes with their voices, and soon darkening the small door in the distance as they passed into the streets beyond. Some in busy conference together on political or private matters, pacing slowly up and down with eyes that sought the ground, and seeming by their attitudes to listen earnestly from head to foot. Here a dozen squabbling urchins made a very Babel in the air. There a solitary man, half clerk, half mendicant, paced up and down with hungry dejection in his look and gait. At his elbow passed an errand lad, swinging his basket round and round, and with his shrill whistle riving the very timbers of the roof, while a more observant schoolboy, half-way through, pocketed his ball and eyed the distant beadle as he came looming on. It was that time of evening when, if you shut your eyes and open them again, the darkness of an hour appears to have gathered in a second. The smooth-worn pavement, dusty with footsteps, still called upon the lofty walls to reiterate the shuffle and the tread of feet unceasingly, save when the closing of some heavy door resounded through the building like a clap of thunder, and drowned all other noises in its rolling sound. Mr. Haredale, glancing only at such of these groups as he passed nearest to, and then in a manner betokening that his thoughts were elsewhere, had nearly traversed the hall when two persons before him caught his attention. One of these, a gentleman in elegant attire, carried in his hand a cane, which he twirled in a jaunty manner as he loitered on. The other, an obsequious, crouching, fawning figure, listened to what he said, at times throwing in a humble word himself, and, with his shoulders shrugged up to his ears, rubbed his hands submissively, or answered at intervals by an inclination of the head, half-way between a nod of acquiescence and a bow of most profound respect. In the abstract there was nothing very remarkable in this pair, for civility waiting on a handsome suit of clothes and a cane, not to speak of gold and silver sticks or wands of office, is common enough. But there was that about the well-dressed man, yes, and about the other likewise, which struck Mr. Haredale with no pleasant feeling. He hesitated, stopped, and would have stepped aside and turned out of his path, but at the moment the other two faced about quickly and stumbled upon him before he could avoid them. The gentleman with the cane lifted his hat, and had begun to tender an apology, which Mr. Haredale had begun as hastily to acknowledge and walk away, when he stopped short and cried, "Haredale! Gad bless me! This is strange indeed." "It is," he returned impatiently. "Yes,
My dear friend," cried the other, detaining him, "why such great speed? 1 minute, Haredale, for the sake of old acquaintance."
"I am in haste," he said. "Neither of us has sought this meeting. Let it be a brief one. Good night."
"Fie, fie," replied Sir John, for it was he. "How very churlish! We were speaking of you. Your name was on my lips. Perhaps you heard me mention it? No? I'm sorry for that. I'm really sorry. You know our friend here, Haredale. This is really a most remarkable meeting." The friend, plainly very ill at ease, had made bold to press Sir John's arm, and to give him other significant hints that he was desirous of avoiding this introduction. As it did not suit Sir John's purpose, however, that it should be evaded, he appeared quite unconscious of these silent remonstrances, and inclined his hand towards him as he spoke to call attention to him more particularly. The friend, therefore, had nothing for it but to muster up the pleasantest smile he could, and to make a conciliatory bow, as Mr. Haredale turned his eyes upon him. Seeing that he was recognized, he put out his hand in an awkward and embarrassed manner,
which was not mended by its contemptuous rejection. "Mr. Gashford," said Haredale coldly, "it is as I have heard, then. You have left the darkness for the light, sir, and hate those whose opinions you formerly held with all the bitterness of a renegade. You are an honour, sir, to any cause. I wish the one you espouse at present much joy of the acquisition it has made." The secretary rubbed his hands and bowed, as though he would disarm his adversary by humbling himself before him. Sir John Chester again exclaimed with an air of great gaiety, "Now, really, this is a most remarkable meeting," and took a pinch of snuff with his usual self-possession. "Mr. Haredale," said Gashford, stealthily raising his eyes and letting them drop again when they met the other's steady gaze, "is too conscientious, too honourable, too manly, I am sure, to attach unworthy motives to an honest change of opinions, even though it implies a doubt of those he holds himself. Mr. Haredale is too just, too generous, too clear-sighted in his moral vision to—" "Yes, sir," he rejoined with a sarcastic smile, finding the secretary stopped. "You were saying—" Gashford meekly shrugged his shoulders, and looking on the ground again, was silent. "No, but let us really," interposed Sir John at this juncture, "let us really, for a moment, contemplate the very remarkable character of this meeting. Haredale, my dear friend, pardon me if I think you are not sufficiently impressed with its singularity. Here we stand, by no previous appointment or arrangement, 3 old schoolfellows in Westminster Hall, 3 old boarders in a remarkably dull and shady seminary at St. Omer's, where you, being Catholics and of necessity educated out of England, were brought up, and where I, being a promising young Protestant at that time, was sent to learn the French tongue from a native of Paris." "Add to the singularity, Sir John," said Mr. Haredale, "that some of you Protestants of promise are at this moment leagued in yonder building to prevent our having the surpassing and unheard-of privilege of teaching our children to read and write, here, in this land, where thousands of us enter your service every year, and to preserve the freedom of which we die in bloody battles abroad in heaps, and that others of you, to the numbers of some thousands as I learn, are led on to look on all men of my creed as wolves and beasts of prey, by this man Gashford. Add to it besides the bare fact that this man lives in society, walks the streets in broad day. I was about to say holds up his head, but that he does not, and it will be strange, and very strange, I grant you." "Oh, you are hard upon our friend," replied Sir John with an engaging smile. "You are really very hard upon our friend."
"Let him go on, Sir John," said Gashford, fumbling with his gloves. "Let him go on. I can make allowances, Sir John. I am honoured with your good opinion, and I can dispense with Mr. Haredale's. Mr. Haredale is a sufferer from the penal laws, and I can't expect his favour."
"You have so much of my favour, sir," retorted Mr. Haredale, with a bitter glance at the third party in their conversation, "that I am glad to see you in such good company. You are the essence of your great association in yourselves."
"Now, there you mistake,"
said Sir John, in his most benignant way. "There, which is a most remarkable circumstance for a man of your punctuality and exactness, Haredale, you fall into error. I don't belong to the body. I have an immense respect for its members, but I don't belong to it, although I am, it is certainly true, the conscientious opponent of your being relieved. I feel it my duty to be so. It is a most unfortunate necessity, and cost me a bitter struggle. Will you try this box? If you don't object to a trifling infusion of a very chaste scent, you'll find its flavour exquisite." "I ask your pardon, Sir John," said Mr Haredale, declining the proffer with a motion of his hand, "for having ranked you among the humble instruments who are obvious and in all men's sight. I should have done more justice to your genius. Men of your capacity plot in secrecy and safety, and leave exposed posts to the duller wits." "Don't apologize for the world," replied Sir John sweetly. "Old friends like you and I may be allowed some freedoms, or the deuce is in it." Gashford, who had been very restless all this time, but had not once looked up, now turned to Sir John and ventured to mutter something to the effect that he must go, or my lord would perhaps be waiting. "Don't distress yourself, good sir," said Mr Haredale. "I'll take my leave, and put you at your ease," which he was about to do without ceremony, when he was stayed by a buzz and murmur at the upper end of the hall, and, looking in that direction, saw Lord George Gordon coming in, with a crowd of people round him. There was a lurking look of triumph, though very differently expressed, in the faces of his two companions, which made it a natural impulse on Mr Haredale's part not to give way before this leader, but to stand there while he passed. He drew himself up, and, clasping his hands behind him, looked on with a proud and scornful aspect, while Lord George slowly advanced, for the press was great about him, towards the spot where they were standing. He had left the House of Commons but that moment, and had come straight down into the hall, bringing with him, as his custom was, intelligence of what had been said that night in reference to the Papists, and what petitions had been presented in their favour, and who had supported them, and when the bill was to be brought in, and when it would be advisable to present their own great Protestant petition. All this he told the persons about him in a loud voice, and with great abundance of ungainly gesture. Those who were nearest him made comments to each other, and vented threats and murmurings. Those who were outside the crowd cried, "Silence!" and "Stand back!" or closed in upon the rest, endeavouring to make a forcible exchange of places, and so they came driving on in a very disorderly and irregular way, as it is the manner of a crowd to do. When they were very near to where the secretary, Sir John, and Mr Haredale stood, Lord George turned round, and, making a few remarks of a sufficiently violent and incoherent kind, concluded with the usual sentiment, and called for 3 cheers to back it. While these were in the act of being given with great energy, he extricated himself from the press, and stepped up to Gashford's side. Both he and Sir John being well known to the populace, they fell back a little, and left the 4 standing together. "Mr Haredale, Lord George," said Sir John Chester, seeing that the nobleman regarded him with an inquisitive look. "A Catholic gentleman, unfortunately, most unhappily a Catholic, but an esteemed acquaintance of mine, and once of Mr Gashford's. My dear Haredale, this is Lord George Gordon." "I should have known that, had I been ignorant of his lordship's person," said Mr Haredale. "I hope there is but one gentleman in England who, addressing an ignorant and excited throng, would speak of a large body of his fellow subjects in such injurious language as I heard this moment. For shame, my lord, for shame." "I cannot talk to you, sir," replied Lord George in a loud voice, and waving his hand in a disturbed and agitated manner. "We have nothing in common." "We have much in common, many things, all that the Almighty gave us," said Mr Haredale, "and common charity, not to say common sense and common decency, should teach you to refrain from these proceedings. If every one of those men had arms in their hands at this moment, as they have them in their heads, I would not leave this place without telling you that you disgrace your station." "I don't hear you, sir," he replied in the same manner as before. "I can't hear you. It is indifferent to me what you say. Don't retort, Gashford." For the secretary had made a show of wishing to do so, I can hold no communion with the worshippers of idols.' As he said this, he glanced at Sir John, who lifted his hands and eyebrows as if deploring the intemperate conduct of Mr Haredale, and smiled in admiration of the crowd and of their leader. 'He retort!' cried Haredale. 'Look you here, my lord. Do you know this man?' Lord George replied by laying his hand upon the shoulder of his cringing secretary, and viewing him with a smile of confidence. 'This man,' said Mr Haredale, eyeing him from top to toe, 'who in his boyhood was a thief, and has been from that time to this a servile, false, and truckling knave, this man who has crawled and crept through life, wounding the hands he licked, and biting those he fawned upon, this sycophant, who never knew what honour, truth, or courage meant, who robbed his benefactor's daughter of her virtue, and married her to break her heart, and did it with stripes and cruelty, this creature who has whined at kitchen windows for the broken food, and begged for halfpence at our chapel doors, this apostle of the faith whose tender conscience cannot bear the altars where his vicious life was publicly denounced. Do you know this man?' 'Oh, really? You are very, very hard upon our friend,' exclaimed Sir John. 'Let Mr Haredale go on,' said Gashford, upon whose unwholesome face the perspiration had broken out during this speech in blotches of wet. 'I don't mind him, Sir John. It's quite as indifferent to me what he says as it is to my lord. If he reviles my lord, as you have heard, Sir John, how can I hope to escape?' 'Is it not enough, my lord,' Mr Haredale continued, 'that I, as good a gentleman as you, must hold my property, such as it is, by a trick at which the state connives because of these hard laws, and that we may not teach our youth in schools the common principles of right and wrong, but must we be denounced and ridden by such men as this? Here is a man to head your no popery cry. For shame! For shame!' The infatuated nobleman had glanced more than once at Sir John Chester, as if to inquire whether there was any truth in these statements concerning Gashford, and Sir John had as often plainly answered by a shrug or look, 'Oh dear me, no.' He now said, in the same loud key, and in the same strange manner as before, 'I have nothing to say, sir, in reply, and no desire to hear anything more. I beg you won't obtrude your conversation, or these personal attacks upon me. I shall not be deterred from doing my duty to my country and my countrymen by any such attempts, whether they proceed from the emissaries of the Pope or not, I assure you. Come, Gashford.' They had walked on a few paces while speaking, and were now at the hall door, through which they passed together. Mr Haredale, without any leave-taking, turned away to the river stairs, which were close at hand, and hailed the only boatman who remained there. But the throng of people, the foremost of whom had heard every word that Lord George Gordon said, and among all of whom the rumour had been rapidly dispersed that the stranger was a papist who was bearding him for his advocacy of the popular cause, came pouring out pell-mell, and, forcing the nobleman, his secretary, and Sir John Chester on before them, so that they appeared to be at their head, crowded to the top of the stairs where Mr Haredale waited until the boat was ready, and there stood still, leaving him on a little clear space by himself. They were not silent, however, though inactive. At first some indistinct mutterings arose among them, which were followed by a hiss or two, and these swelled by degrees into a perfect storm. Then one voice said, "Down with the papists!" and there was a pretty general cheer, but nothing more. After a lull of a few moments, one man cried out, "Stone him!" Another, "Duck him!" Another, in a stentorian voice, "No popery!" This favourite cry the rest re-echoed, and the mob, which might have been 200 strong, joined in a general shout. Mr Haredale had stood calmly on the brink of the steps until they made this demonstration, when he looked round contemptuously and walked at a slow pace down the stairs. He was pretty near the boat when Gashford, as if without intention, turned about, and directly afterwards a great stone was thrown by some hand in the crowd, which struck him on the head, and made him stagger like a drunken man. The blood sprung freely from the wound, and trickled down his coat. He turned directly, and rushing up the steps with a boldness and passion which made them all fall back, demanded, "Who did that? Show me the man who hit me." Not a soul moved, except some in the rear who slunk off, and, escaping to the other side of the way, looked on like indifferent spectators. "Who did that?" he repeated. "Show me the man who did it. Dog, was it you? It was your deed, if not your hand. I know you." He threw himself on Gashford as he said the words, and hurled him to the ground. There was a sudden motion in the crowd, and some laid hands upon him, but his sword was out, and they fell off again. "My lord! Sir John!" he cried. "Draw, one of you! You are responsible for this outrage, and I look to you. Draw, if you are gentlemen." With that he struck Sir John upon the breast with the flat of his weapon, and with a burning face and flashing eyes stood upon his guard, alone, before them all. For an instant, for the briefest space of time the mind can readily conceive, there was a change in Sir John's smooth face, such as no man ever saw there. The next moment he stepped forward and laid one hand on Mr Haredale's arm, while with the other he endeavoured to appease the crowd. "My dear friend, my good Haredale, you are blinded with passion. It's very natural, extremely natural, but you don't know friends from foes." "I know them all, sir. I can distinguish well," he retorted, almost mad with rage. "Sir John, Lord George, do you hear me? Are you cowards?" "Never mind, sir," said a man, forcing his way between and pushing him towards the stairs with friendly violence. "Never mind asking that. For God's sake, get away. What can you do against this number? And there are as many more in the next street, who'll be round directly." Indeed, they began to pour in as he said the words. "You be giddy from that cut, in the first heat of a scuffle. Now do retire, sir, or take my word for it, you'll be worse used than you would be if every man in the crowd was a woman, and that woman Bloody Mary. Come, sir, make haste, as quick as you can." Mr Haredale, who began to turn faint and sick, felt how sensible this advice was, and descended the steps with his unknown friend's assistance. John Grueby, for John it was, helped him into the boat, and giving her a shove off, which sent her 30 feet into the tide, bade the waterman pull away like a Briton, and walked up again as composedly as if he had just landed. There was at first a slight disposition on the part of the mob to resent this interference, but John, looking particularly strong and cool, and wearing besides Lord George's livery, they thought better of it, and contented themselves with sending a shower of small missiles after the boat, which plashed harmlessly in the water, for she had by this time cleared the bridge, and was darting swiftly down the centre of the stream. From this amusement they proceeded to giving Protestant knocks at the doors of private houses, breaking a few lamps, and assaulting some stray constables. But, it being whispered that a detachment of Life Guards had been sent for, they took to their heels with great expedition, and left the street quite clear. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 44. When the concourse separated, and, dividing into chance clusters, drew off in various directions, there still remained upon the scene of the late disturbance one man. This man was Gashford, who, bruised by his late fall, and hurt in a much greater degree by the indignity he had undergone, and the exposure of which he had been the victim, limped up and down, breathing curses and threats of vengeance. It was not the secretary's nature to waste his wrath in words. While he vented the froth of his malevolence in those effusions, he kept a steady eye on two men, who, having disappeared with the rest when the alarm was spread, had since returned, and were now visible in the moonlight at no great distance, as they walked to and fro and talked together. He made no move towards them, but waited patiently on the dark side of the street, until they were tired of strolling backwards and forwards, and walked away in company. Then he followed, but at some distance, keeping them in view, without appearing to have that object, or being seen by them. They went up Parliament Street, past St. Martin's Church, and away by St. Giles's to Tottenham Court Road, at the back of which, upon the western side, was then a place called the Green Lanes. This was a retired spot, not of the choicest kind, leading into the fields. Great heaps of ashes, stagnant pools, overgrown with rank grass and duckweed, broken turnstiles, and the upright posts of palings long since carried off for firewood, which menaced all heedless walkers with their jagged and rusty nails, were the leading features of the landscape, while here and there a donkey or a ragged horse, tethered to a stake and cropping off a wretched meal from the coarse stunted turf, were quite in keeping with the scene, and would have suggested, if the houses had not done so sufficiently of themselves, how very poor the people were who lived in the crazy huts adjacent, and how foolhardy it might prove for one who carried money, or wore decent clothes, to walk that way alone, unless by daylight. Poverty has its whims and shows of taste, as wealth has. Some of these cabins were turreted, some had false windows painted on their rotten walls. One had a mimic clock, upon a crazy tower of 4 feet high, which screened the chimney. Each in its little patch of ground had a rude seat or arbour. The population dealt in bones, in rags, in broken glass, in old wheels, in birds and dogs. These, in their several ways of stowage, filled the gardens, and shedding a perfume not of the most delicious nature in the air, filled it besides with yelps and screams and howling. Into this retreat the secretary followed the two men whom he had held in sight, and here he saw them safely lodged in one of the meanest houses, which was but a room, and that of small dimensions. He waited without until the sound of their voices, joined in a discordant song, assured him they were making merry, and then approaching the door by means of a tottering plank which crossed the ditch in front, knocked at it with his hand. "Muster Gashford," said the man who opened it, taking his pipe from his mouth in evident surprise. "Why, who'd have thought of this here honour? Walk in, Muster Gashford, walk in, sir." Gashford required no second invitation, and entered with a gracious air. There was a fire in the rusty grate, for though the spring was pretty far advanced, the nights were cold, and on a stool beside it Hugh sat smoking. Dennis placed a chair, his only one, for the secretary, in front of the hearth, and took his seat again upon the stool he had left when he rose to give the visitor admission. "What's in the wind now, Muster Gashford?" he said, as he resumed his pipe, and looked at him askew. "Any orders from headquarters? Are we going to begin? What is it, Muster Gashford?" "Oh, nothing, nothing," rejoined the secretary with a friendly nod to Hugh. "We have broken the ice, though. We had a little spurt to-day, Dennis?" "A very little one," growled the hangman. "Not half enough for me." "Nor me neither," cried Hugh. "Give us something to do with life in it, master." "Why, you wouldn't," said the secretary with his worst expression of face, and in his mildest tones, "have anything to do with death in it?" "I don't know that," replied Hugh. "I'm open to orders. I don't care, not I." "Nor I," vociferated Dennis.
"Brave fellows,"
said the secretary, in as pastor-like a voice as if he were commending them for some uncommon act of valour and generosity.
"By the by,"
and here he stopped and warmed his hands, then suddenly looked up.
"Who threw that stone today?"
Mr Dennis coughed and shook his head, as who should say, a mystery indeed. Hugh sat and smoked in silence.
"It was well done,"
said the secretary, warming his hands again.
"I should like to know that man."
"Would you?"
said Dennis, after looking into his face to assure himself that he was serious.
"Would you like to know that man, Master Gashford?" "I should indeed,"
replied the secretary.
"Why then, Lord love you,"
said the hangman in his hoarsest chuckle, as he pointed with his pipe to Hugh.
"There he sits. That's the man. My stars and halters, Master Gashford,"
he added in a whisper as he drew his stool close to him and jogged him with his elbow.
"What a interesting blade he is. He wants as much holding in as a thoroughbred bulldog. If it hadn't been for me today, he'd have had that here Roman down, and made a riot of it in another minute."
"And why not?" cried Hugh in a surly voice, as he overheard this last remark. "Where's the good of putting things off? Strike while the iron's hot, that's what I say."
"Ah,"
retorted Dennis, shaking his head with a kind of pity for his friend's ingenuous youth.
"But suppose the iron an't hot, brother? You must get people's blood up afore you strike, and have 'em in the humour. There wasn't quite enough to provoke 'em today, I tell you. If you'd had your way, you'd have spoilt the fun to come, and ruined us." "Dennis is quite right," said Gashford smoothly. "He is perfectly correct. Dennis has great knowledge of the world." "I ought to have, Master Gashford, seeing what a many people I've helped out of it, eh?"
grinned the hangman, whispering the words behind his hand. The secretary laughed at this jest, as much as Dennis could desire, and when he had done, said, turning to Hugh, "Dennis's policy was mine, as you may have observed. You saw, for instance, how I fell when I was set upon. I made no resistance. I did nothing to provoke an outbreak. Oh, dear no."
"No, by the Lord Harry," cried Dennis with a noisy laugh, "you went down very quiet, Master Gashford, and very flat besides. I thinks to myself at the time, it's all up with Master Gashford. I never see a man lay flatter nor more still with the life in him than you did today. He's a rough 'un to play with, is that here papist, and that's the fact."
The secretary's face, as Dennis roared with laughter, and turned his wrinkled eyes on Hugh, who did the like, might have furnished a study for the devil's picture. He sat quite silent until they were serious again, and then said, looking round, "We are very pleasant here, so very pleasant, Dennis, that but for my lord's particular desire that I should sup with him, and the time being very near at hand, I should be inclined to stay until it would be hardly safe to go homeward. I come upon a little business, yes I do, as you supposed. It's very flattering to you, being this. If we ever should be obliged, and we can't tell, you know, this is a very uncertain world."
"I believe you, Master Gashford,"
interposed the hangman with a grave nod.
"The uncertainties, as I've seen in reference to this here state of existence, the unexpected contingencies as have come about, oh my eye!"
Feeling the subject much too vast for expression, he puffed at his pipe again, and looked the rest. "I say," resumed the secretary, in a slow, impressive way,
"we can't tell what may come to pass, and if we should be obliged, against our wills, to have recourse to violence, my lord, who has suffered terribly to-day as far as words can go, consigns to you two, bearing in mind my recommendation of you both, as good staunch men, beyond all doubt and suspicion, the pleasant task of punishing this Haredale. You may do as you please with him, or his, provided that you show no mercy and no quarter, and leave no two beams of his house standing where the builder placed them. You may sack it, burn it, do with it as you like, but it must come down. It must be razed to the ground, and he and all belonging to him left as shelterless as new-born infants whom their mothers have exposed. Do you understand me?" said Gashford, pausing and pressing his hands together gently. "Understand you, master?" cried Hugh. "You speak plain now. Why, this is hearty." "I knew you would like it," said Gashford, shaking him by the hand. "I thought you would. Good night. Don't rise, Dennis. I would rather find my way alone. I may have to make other visits here, and it's pleasant to come and go without disturbing you. I can find my way perfectly well. Good night." He was gone, and had shut the door behind him. They looked at each other and nodded approvingly. Dennis stirred up the fire. "This looks a little more like business," he said. "Aye, indeed," cried Hugh. "This suits me." "I've heard it said of Muster Gashford," said the hangman, "that he'd a surprising memory and wonderful firmness, that he never forgot and never forgave. Let's drink his health." Hugh readily complied, pouring no liquor on the floor when he drank this toast, and they pledged the secretary as a man after their own hearts in a bumper. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 45. While the worst passions of the worst men were thus working in the dark, and the mantle of religion, assumed to cover the ugliest deformities, threatened to become the shroud of all that was good and peaceful in society, a circumstance occurred which once more altered the position of two persons from whom this history has long been separated, and to whom it must now return. In a small English country town, the inhabitants of which supported themselves by the labour of their hands in plaiting and preparing straw for those who made bonnets and other articles of dress and ornament from that material. Concealed under an assumed name, and living in a quiet poverty which knew no change, no pleasures, and few cares but that of struggling on from day to day in one great toil for bread, dwelt Barnaby and his mother. Their poor cottage had known no stranger's foot since they sought the shelter of its roof 5 years before, nor had they in all that time held any commerce or communication with the old world from which they had fled. To labour in peace, and devote her labour and her life to her poor son, was all the widow sought. If happiness can be said at any time to be the lot of one on whom a secret sorrow preys, she was happy now. Tranquillity, resignation, and her strong love of him who needed it so much, formed the small circle of her quiet joys, and while that remained unbroken, she was contented. For Barnaby himself, the time which had flown by had passed him like the wind. The daily suns of years had shed no brighter gleam of reason on his mind.
No dawn had broken on his long, dark night. He would sit sometimes, often for days together, on a low seat by the fire or by the cottage door, busy at work, for he had learnt the art his mother plied, and listening, God help him, to the tales she would repeat, as a lure to keep him in her sight. He had no recollection of these little narratives. The tale of yesterday was new to him upon the morrow. But he liked them at the moment, and when the humour held him, would remain patiently within doors, hearing her stories like a little child, and working cheerfully from sunrise until it was too dark to see. At other times, and then their scanty earnings were barely sufficient to furnish them with food, though of the coarsest sort, he would wander abroad from dawn of day until the twilight deepened into night. Few in that place, even of the children, could be idle, and he had no companions of his own kind. Indeed, there were not many who could have kept up with him in his rambles, had there been a legion. But there were a score of vagabond dogs belonging to the neighbours, who served his purpose quite as well. With 2 or 3 of these, or sometimes with a full half-dozen barking at his heels, he would sally forth on some long expedition that consumed the day, and though on their return at nightfall the dogs would come home limping and sore-footed and almost spent with their fatigue, Barnaby was up and off again at sunrise with some new attendants of the same class, with whom he would return in like manner. On all these travels, Grip, in his little basket at his master's back, was a constant member of the party, and when they set off in fine weather and in high spirits, no dog barked louder than the raven. Their pleasures on these excursions were simple enough. A crust of bread and scrap of meat, with water from the brook or spring, sufficed for their repast. Barnaby's enjoyments were to walk and run and leap till he was tired, then to lie down in the long grass, or by the growing corn, or in the shade of some tall tree, looking upward at the light clouds as they floated over the blue surface of the sky, and listening to the lark as she poured out her brilliant song. There were wild flowers to pluck, the bright red poppy, the gentle harebell, the cowslip, and the rose. There were birds to watch, fish, ants, worms, hares or rabbits, as they darted across the distant pathway in the wood, and so were gone. Millions of living things to have an interest in, and lie in wait for, and clap hands and shout in memory of, when they had disappeared. In default of these, or when they wearied, there was the merry sunlight to hunt out, as it crept in aslant through leaves and boughs of trees, and hid far down, deep, deep in hollow places, like a silver pool, where nodding branches seemed to bathe and sport, sweet scents of summer air breathing over fields of beans or clover, the perfume of wet leaves or moss, the life of waving trees and shadows always changing. When these or any of them tired, or in excess of pleasing tempted him to shut his eyes, there was slumber in the midst of all these soft delights, with the gentle wind murmuring like music in his ears, and everything around melting into one delicious dream. Their hut, for it was little more, stood on the outskirts of the town, at a short distance from the high road, but in a secluded place, where few chance passengers strayed at any season of the year. It had a plot of garden ground attached, which Barnaby, in fits and starts of working, trimmed and kept in order. Within doors and without, his mother laboured for their common good, and hail, rain, snow, or sunshine found no difference in her. Though so far removed from the scenes of her past life, and with so little thought or hope of ever visiting them again, she seemed to have a strange desire to know what happened in the busy world. Any old newspaper or scrap of intelligence from London she caught at with avidity. The excitement it produced was not of a pleasurable kind, for her manner at such times expressed the keenest anxiety and dread, but it never faded in the least degree. Then, and in stormy winter nights, when the wind blew loud and strong, the old expression came into her face, and she would be seized with a fit of trembling, like one who had an ague. But Barnaby noted little of this, and putting a great constraint upon herself, she usually recovered her accustomed manner before the change had caught his observation. Grip was by no means an idle or unprofitable member of the humble household. Partly by dint of Barnaby's tuition, and partly by pursuing a species of self-instruction common to his tribe, and exerting his powers of observation to the utmost, he had acquired a degree of sagacity which rendered him famous for miles round. His conversational powers and surprising performances were the universal theme, and as many persons came to see the wonderful raven, and none left his exertions unrewarded, when he condescended to exhibit, which was not always, for genius is capricious, his earnings formed an important item in the common stock. Indeed, the bird himself appeared to know his value well, for though he was perfectly free and unrestrained in the presence of Barnaby and his mother, he maintained in public an amazing gravity, and never stooped to any other gratuitous performances than biting the ankles of vagabond boys, an exercise in which he much delighted, killing a fowl or two occasionally, and swallowing the dinners of various neighbouring dogs, of whom the boldest held him in great awe and dread. Time had glided on in this way, and nothing had happened to disturb or change their mode of life, when, one summer's night in June, they were in their little garden, resting from the labours of the day. The widow's work was yet upon her knee, and strewn upon the ground about her, and Barnaby stood leaning on his spade, gazing at the brightness in the west, and singing softly to himself.
"A brave evening, mother. If we had chinking in our pockets but a few specks of that gold which is piled up yonder in the sky, we should be rich for life." "We are better as we are," returned the widow with a quiet smile. "Let us be contented, and we do not want and need not care to have it, though it lay shining at our feet." "Ay," said Barnaby, resting with crossed arms on his spade, and looking wistfully at the sunset. "That's well enough, mother, but gold's a good thing to have. I wish that I knew where to find it. Grip and I could do much with gold, be sure of that." "What would you do?" she asked. "What? A world of things. We'd dress finely, you and I mean, not Grip. Keep horses, dogs, wear bright colours and feathers, do no more work, live delicately and at our ease. Oh, we'd find uses for it, mother, and uses that would do us good. I would I knew where gold was buried. How hard I'd work to dig it up." "You do not know," said his mother, rising from her seat and laying her hand upon his shoulder, "what men have done to win it, and how they have found, too late, that it glitters brightest at a distance and turns quite dim and dull when handled." "Ay, ay, so you say, so you think," he answered, still looking eagerly in the same direction. "For all that, mother, I should like to try." "Do you not see," she said, "how red it is? Nothing bears so many stains of blood as gold. Avoid it. None have such cause to hate its name as we have. Do not so much as think of it, dear love. It has brought such misery and suffering on your head and mine as few have known, and God grant few may have to undergo. I would rather we were dead and laid down in our graves than you should ever come to love it." For a moment Barnaby withdrew his eyes and looked at her with wonder. Then, glancing from the redness in the sky to the mark upon his wrist, as if he would compare the two, he seemed about to question her with earnestness, when a new object caught his wandering attention and made him quite forgetful of his purpose. This was a man with dusty feet and garments, who stood, bareheaded, behind the hedge that divided their patch of garden from the pathway, and leant meekly forward as if he sought to mingle with their conversation, and waited for his time to speak. His face was turned towards the brightness too, but the light that fell upon it showed that he was blind, and saw it not. "A blessing on those voices,"
said the wayfarer.
I feel the beauty of the night more keenly when I hear them. They are like eyes to me. Will they speak again and cheer the heart of a poor traveller? Have you no guide? Asked the widow, after a moment's pause. None but that, he answered, pointing with his staff towards the sun, and sometimes a milder one at night, but she is idle now. Have you travelled far? A weary way and long, rejoined the traveller as he shook his head. A weary, weary way. I struck my stick just now upon the bucket of your well. Be pleased to let me have a draught of water, lady. Why do you call me lady? She returned. I am as poor as you. Your speech is soft and gentle, and I judge by that, replied the man. The coarsest stuffs and finest silks are, apart from a sense of touch, alike to me. I cannot judge you by your dress. Come round this way, said Barnaby, who had passed out at the garden gate, and now stood close beside him. Put your hand in mine. You're blind, and always in the dark, eh? Are you frightened in the dark? Do you see great crowds of faces now? Do they grin and chatter? Alas, returned the other, I see nothing. Waking or sleeping, nothing. Barnaby looked curiously at his eyes, and touching them with his fingers, as an inquisitive child might, led him towards the house. You have come a long distance, said the widow, meeting him at the door. How have you found your way so far? Use and necessity are good teachers, as I have heard, the best of any, said the blind man, sitting down upon the chair to which Barnaby had led him, and putting his hat and stick upon the red-tiled floor. May neither you nor your son ever learn under them. They are rough masters. You have wandered from the road, too, said the widow, in a tone of pity. Maybe, returned the blind man with a sigh, and yet with something of a smile upon his face. That's likely. Handposts and milestones are dumb indeed to me. Thank you the more for this rest and this refreshing drink. As he spoke, he raised the mug of water to his mouth. It was clear and cold and sparkling, but not to his taste nevertheless, or his thirst was not very great, for he only wetted his lips and put it down again. He wore, hanging with a long strap round his neck, a kind of scrip or wallet, in which to carry food. The widow set some bread and cheese before him, but he thanked her, and said that through the kindness of the charitable he had broken his fast once since morning, and was not hungry. When he had made her this reply, he opened his wallet and took out a few pence, which was all it appeared to contain. Might I make bold to ask, he said, turning towards where Barnaby stood looking on, that one who has the gift of sight would lay this out for me in bread to keep me on my way. Heaven's blessing on the young feet that will bestir themselves in aid of one so helpless as a sightless man. Barnaby looked at his mother, who nodded assent. In another moment he was gone upon his charitable errand. The blind man sat listening with an attentive face, until long after the sound of his retreating footsteps was inaudible to the widow, and then said suddenly, and in a very altered tone, There are various degrees and kinds of blindness, widow. There is the connubial blindness, ma'am, which perhaps you may have observed in the course of your own experience, and which is a kind of wilful and self-bandaging blindness. There is the blindness of party, ma'am, and public men, which is the blindness of a mad bull in the midst of a regiment of soldiers clothed in red. There is the blind confidence of youth, which is the blindness of young kittens, whose eyes have not yet opened on the world. And there is that physical blindness, ma'am, of which I am, contrary to my own desire, a most illustrious example. Added to these, ma'am, is that blindness of the intellect, of which we have a specimen in your interesting son, and which, having sometimes glimmerings and dawnings of the light, is scarcely to be trusted as a total darkness. Therefore, ma'am, I have taken the liberty to get him out of the way for a short time, while you and I confer together, and this precaution arising out of the delicacy of my sentiment towards yourself. You will excuse me, ma'am, I know.'
Having delivered himself of this speech with many flourishes of manner, he drew from beneath his coat a flat stone bottle, and holding the cork between his teeth, qualified his mug of water with a plentiful infusion of the liquor it contained. He politely drained the bumper to her health and the lady's, and setting it down empty, smacked his lips with infinite relish. 'I'm a citizen of the world, ma'am,' said the blind man, corking his bottle, 'and if I seem to conduct myself with freedom, it is therefore. You wonder who I am, ma'am, and what has brought me here. Such experience of human nature as I have leads me to that conclusion, without the aid of eyes by which to read the movements of your soul as depicted in your feminine features. I will satisfy your curiosity immediately, ma'am, immediately.' With that he slapped his bottle on its broad back, and having put it under his garment as before, crossed his legs and folded his hands, and settled himself in his chair, previous to proceeding any further. The change in his manner was so unexpected, the craft and wickedness of his deportment were so much aggravated by his condition, for we are accustomed to see in those who have lost a human sense something in its place almost divine, and this alteration bred so many fears in her whom he addressed, that she could not pronounce one word. After waiting, as it seemed, for some remark or answer, and waiting in vain, the visitor resumed. 'Madam, my name is Stagg. A friend of mine, who has desired the honour of meeting with you any time these 5 years past, has commissioned me to call upon you. I shall be glad to whisper that gentleman's name in your ear.' 'Zounds, ma'am, are you deaf? Do you hear me say that I should be glad to whisper my friend's name in your ear?' 'You need not repeat it,' said the widow, with a stifled groan. 'I see too well from whom you come.' 'But as a man of honour, ma'am,' said the blind man, striking himself on the breast, 'whose credentials must not be disputed, I take leave to say that I will mention that gentleman's name. Ay, ay,' he added, seeming to catch with his quick ear the very motion of her hand, 'but not aloud. With your leave, ma'am, I desire the favour of a whisper.' She moved towards him, and stooped down. He muttered a word in her ear, and, wringing her hands, she paced up and down the room like one distracted. The blind man, with perfect composure, produced his bottle again, mixed another glassful, put it up as before, and, drinking from time to time, followed her with his face in silence. 'You are slow in conversation, widow,' he said after a time, pausing in his draught. 'We shall have to talk before your son.' 'What would you have me do?' she answered. 'What do you want?' 'We are poor, widow, we are poor,' he retorted, stretching out his right hand and rubbing his thumb upon its palm. 'Poor!' she cried. 'And what am I?' 'Comparisons are odious,' said the blind man. 'I don't know. I don't care. I say that we are poor. My friend's circumstances are indifferent, and so are mine. We must have our rights, widow, or we must be bought off. But you know that as well as I, so where is the use of talking?' She still walked wildly to and fro. At length, stopping abruptly before him, she said, 'Is he near here?' 'He is. Close at hand.' 'Then I am lost.' 'Not lost, widow,' said the blind man calmly, 'only found. Shall I call him?' 'Not for the world,' she answered with a shudder. 'Very good,' he replied, crossing his legs again, for he had made as though he would rise and walk to the door. 'As you please, widow. His presence is not necessary that I know of, but both he and I must live. To live, we must eat and drink. To eat and drink, we must have money.
I say no more.
Do you know how pinched and destitute I am? She retorted. I do not think you do, or can. If you had eyes and could look around you on this poor place, you would have pity on me. Oh, let your heart be softened by your own affliction, friend, and have some sympathy with mine. The blind man snapped his fingers as he answered. Beside the question, ma'am, beside the question. I have the softest heart in the world, but I can't live upon it. Many a gentleman lives well upon a soft head, who would find a heart of the same quality a very great drawback. Listen to me. This is a matter of business, with which sympathies and sentiments have nothing to do. As a mutual friend, I wish to arrange it in a satisfactory manner if possible, and thus the case stands. If you are very poor now, it's your own choice. You have friends who, in case of need, are always ready to help you. My friend is in a more destitute and desolate situation than most men, and you and he being linked together in a common cause, he naturally looks to you to assist him. He has boarded and lodged with me a long time, for as I said just now, I am very soft-hearted, and I quite approve of his entertaining this opinion. You have always had a roof over your head. He has always been an outcast. You have your son to comfort and assist you. He has nobody at all. The advantages must not be all one side. You are in the same boat, and we must divide the ballast a little more equally. She was about to speak, but he checked her and went on. The only way of doing this is by making up a little purse now and then for my friend, and that's what I advise. He bears you no malice that I know of, ma'am, so little that although you have treated him harshly more than once and driven him, I may say, out of doors, he has that regard for you that I believe, even if you disappointed him now, he would consent to take charge of your son, and to make a man of him. He laid a great stress on these latter words, and paused as if to find out what effect they had produced. She only answered by her tears. He's a likely lad, said the blind man thoughtfully, for many purposes, and not ill-disposed to try his fortune in a little change and bustle, if I may judge from what I heard of his talk with you tonight. Come, in a word, my friend has pressing necessity for £20. You, who can give up an annuity, can get that sum for him. It's a pity you should be troubled. You seem very comfortable here, and it's worth that much to remain so. £20, widow, is a moderate demand. You know where to apply for it. A post will bring it to you. £20. She was about to answer him again, but again he stopped her. Don't say anything hastily. You might be sorry for it. Think of it a little while. £20 of other people's money. How easy. Turn it over in your mind. I'm in no hurry. Night's coming on. If I don't sleep here, I shall not go far. £20. Consider of it, ma'am, for 20 minutes. Give each pound a minute. That's a fair allowance. I'll enjoy the air the while, which is very mild and pleasant in these parts. With these words he groped his way to the door, carrying his chair with him. Then seating himself under a spreading honeysuckle, and stretching his legs across the threshold so that no person could pass in or out without his knowledge, he took from his pocket a pipe, flint, steel, and tinder-box, and began to smoke. It was a lovely evening, of that gentle kind, and at the time of year when the twilight is most beautiful. Pausing now and then to let his smoke curl slowly off, and to sniff the grateful fragrance of the flowers, he sat there at his ease, as though the cottage were his proper dwelling, and he had held undisputed possession of it all his life, waiting for the widow's answer and for Barnaby's return. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 46. When Barnaby returned with the bread, the sight of the pious old pilgrim smoking his pipe and making himself so thoroughly at home appeared to surprise even him. The more so as that worthy person, instead of putting up the loaf in his wallet as a scarce and precious article, tossed it carelessly on the table, and producing his bottle, bade him sit down and drink. "For I carry some comfort, you see," he said. "Taste that. Is it good?" The water stood in Barnaby's eyes as he coughed from the strength of the draught, and answered in the affirmative. "Drink some more," said the blind man. "Don't be afraid of it. You don't taste anything like that often, eh?"
"Often!" cried Barnaby. "Never!"
"Too poor," returned the blind man with a sigh. "Aye, that's bad. Your mother, poor soul, would be happier if she was richer, Barnaby."
"Why, so I tell her. The very thing I told her just before you came tonight, when all that gold was in the sky," said Barnaby, drawing his chair nearer to him, and looking eagerly in his face. "Tell me, is there any way of being rich that I could find out?"
"Any way? 100 ways."
"Aye, aye," he returned. "Do you say so? What are they? Nay, mother, it's for your sake I ask, not mine, for yours indeed. What are they?"
The blind man turned his face, on which there was a smile of triumph, to where the widow stood in great distress, and answered, "Why, they are not to be found out by stay-at-homes, my good friend."
"By stay-at-homes!" cried Barnaby, plucking at his sleeve. "But I am not one. Now there you mistake. I'm often out before the sun, and travel home when he's gone to rest. I am away in the woods before the day has reached the shady places, and am often there when the bright moon is peeping through the boughs and looking down upon the other moon that it lives in the water. As I walk along, I try to find among the grass and moss some of that small money for which you work so hard and used to shed so many tears. As I lie asleep in the shade, I dream of it, dream of digging it up in heaps and spying it out, hidden under bushes, and seeing it sparkle as the dewdrops do among the leaves. But I never find it. Tell me where it is. I'd go there if the journey were a whole year long, because I know she would be happier when I came home and brought some with me. Speak again. I'll listen to you if you talk all night."
The blind man passed his hand lightly over the poor fellow's face, and finding that his elbows were planted on the table, that his chin rested on his 2 hands, that he leaned eagerly forward, and that his whole manner expressed the utmost interest and anxiety, paused for a minute as though he desired the widow to observe this fully, and then made answer. "It's in the world, bold Barnaby, the merry world. Not in solitary places like those you pass your time in, but in crowds, and where there's noise and rattle."
"Oh, good, good!" cried Barnaby, rubbing his hands. "Yes, I love that. Grip loves it too. It suits us both. That's brave."
"The kind of places," said the blind man, "that a young fellow likes, and in which a good son may do more for his mother and himself to boot in a month than he could here in all his life. That is, if he had a friend, you know, and someone to advise with."
"You hear this, mother?" cried Barnaby, turning to her with delight. "Never tell me we shouldn't heed it, if it lay shining at our feet. Why do we heed it so much now? Why do you toil from morning until night?"
"Surely," said the blind man, "surely. Have you no answer, widow? Is your mind," he slowly added, "not made up yet?"
"Let me speak with you," she answered, "apart."
"Lay your hand upon my sleeve," said Stagg, arising from the table, "and lead me where you will. Courage, bold Barnaby. We'll talk more of this
I've a fancy for you. Wait there till I come back. Now, widow.'
She led him out at the door, and into the little garden, where they stopped.
'You are a fit agent,'
she said, in a half-breathless manner,
and well represent the man who sent you here.'
'I tell him that you said so,'
Stagg retorted.
'He has a regard for you, and will respect me the more, if possible, for your praise. We must have our rights, widow.'
'Rights? Do you know,' she said, 'that a word from me—'
'Why do you stop?'
returned the blind man calmly, after a long pause.
'Do I know that a word from you would place my friend in the last position of the dance of life? Yes, I do. What of that? It will never be spoken, widow.'
'You are sure of that?'
'Quite. So sure that I don't come here to discuss the question. I say we must have our rights, or we must be bought off. Keep to that point, or let me return to my young friend, for I have an interest in the lad, and desire to put him in the way of making his fortune. Pah! You needn't speak,' he added hastily. 'I know what you would say. You have hinted at it once already. Have I no feeling for you because I am blind? No, I have not. Why do you expect me, being in darkness, to be better than men who have their sight? Why should you? Is the hand of heaven more manifest in my having no eyes than in your having two? It's the cant of you folks to be horrified if a blind man robs, or lies, or steals. Oh, yes, it's far worse in him, who can barely live on the few halfpence that are thrown to him in the streets, than in you, who can see and work, and are not dependent on the mercies of the world. A curse on you! You, who have 5 senses, may be wicked at your pleasure. We, who have 4, and want the most important, ought to live and be moral on our affliction. The true charity and justice of rich to poor, all the world over.'
He paused a moment when he had said these words, and caught the sound of money jingling in her hand.
'Well,'
he cried, quickly resuming his former manner,
'that should lead to something. The point, widow?'
'First, answer me one question,' she replied. 'You say he is close at hand. Has he left London?'
'Being close at hand, widow, it would seem he has,' returned the blind man.
'I mean for good. You know that.'
'Yes, for good. The truth is, widow, that his making a longer stay there might have had disagreeable consequences. He has come away for that reason.'
'Listen,'
said the widow, telling some money out upon a bench beside them. 'Count.'
6,
said the blind man, listening attentively.
'Any more?'
'They are the savings,' she answered, 'of 5 years. 6 guineas.
He put out his hand for one of the coins, felt it carefully, put it between his teeth, rung it on the bench, and nodded to her to proceed. 'These have been scraped together and laid by, lest sickness or death should separate my son and me. They have been purchased at the price of much hunger, hard labour, and want of rest. If you can take them, do, on condition that you leave this place upon the instant, and enter no more into that room where he sits now, expecting your return.'
6 guineas, said the blind man, shaking his head, though of the fullest weight that were ever coined, fall very far short of 20 pounds, widow.
'For such a sum, as you know, I must write to a distant part of the country. To do that, and receive an answer, I must have time.'
2 days,
said Stagg.
'More.'
4 days.
'A week. Return on this day week, at the same hour, but not to the house. Wait at the corner of the lane.'
'Of course,' said the blind man, with a crafty look. 'I shall find you there.'
'Where else can I take refuge? Is it not enough that you have made a beggar of me, and that I have sacrificed my whole store, so hardly earned, to preserve this home?'
'Pshaw!' said the blind man, after some consideration. "Set me with my face towards the point you speak of, and in the middle of the road. Is this the spot?"
"It is."
"On this day week at sunset, and think of him within doors. For the present, good night."
She made him no answer, nor did he stop for any. He went slowly away, turning his head from time to time, and stopping to listen, as if he were curious to know whether he was watched by anyone. The shadows of night were closing fast around, and he was soon lost in the gloom. It was not, however, until she had traversed the lane from end to end, and made sure that he was gone, that she re-entered the cottage, and hurriedly barred the door and window.
"Mother," said Barnaby, "what is the matter? Where is the blind man?"
"He is gone."
"Gone?"
he cried, starting up.
"I must have more talk with him. Which way did he take?"
"I don't know," she answered, folding her arms about him. "You must not go out tonight. There are ghosts and dreams abroad."
"Aye,"
said Barnaby in a frightened whisper.
"It is not safe to stir. We must leave this place tomorrow." "This place? This cottage and the little garden, mother?"
"Yes. Tomorrow morning at sunrise we must travel to London, lose ourselves in that wide place. There would be some trace of us in any other town, then travel on again and find some new abode." Little persuasion was required to reconcile Barnaby to anything that promised change. In another minute he was wild with delight, in another full of grief at the prospect of parting with his friends the dogs, in another wild again. Then he was fearful of what she had said to prevent his wandering abroad that night, and full of terrors and strange questions. His light-heartedness in the end surmounted all his other feelings, and lying down in his clothes, to the end that he might be ready on the morrow, he soon fell fast asleep before the poor turf fire. His mother did not close her eyes, but sat beside him, watching. Every breath of wind sounded in her ears like that dreaded footstep at the door, or like that hand upon the latch, and made the calm summer night a night of horror. At length the welcome day appeared. When she had made the little preparations which were needful for their journey, and had prayed upon her knees with many tears, she roused Barnaby, who jumped up gaily at her summons. His clothes were few enough, and to carry Grip was a labour of love. As the sun shed his earliest beams upon the earth, they closed the door of their deserted home, and turned away. The sky was blue and bright, the air was fresh and filled with 1,000 perfumes. Barnaby looked upward, and laughed with all his heart. But it was a day he usually devoted to a long ramble, and one of the dogs, the ugliest of them all, came bounding up and jumping round him in the fullness of his joy. He had to bid him go back in a surly tone, and his heart smote him while he did so. The dog retreated, turned with a half-incredulous, half-imploring look, came a little back, and stopped. It was the last appeal of an old companion and a faithful friend, cast off. Barnaby could bear no more, and as he shook his head and waved his playmate home, he burst into tears.
"Oh, mother, mother, how mournful he will be when he scratches at the door and finds it always shut."
There was such a sense of home in the thought, that though her own eyes overflowed, she would not have obliterated the recollection of it, either from her own mind or from his, for the wealth of the whole wide world. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 47. In the exhaustless catalogue of heaven's mercies to mankind, the power we have of finding some germs of comfort in the hardest trials must ever occupy the foremost place, not only because it supports and upholds us when we most require to be sustained, but because in this source of consolation there is something, we have reason to believe, of the divine spirit, something of that goodness which detects amidst our own evil doings a redeeming quality, something which, even in our fallen nature, we possess in common with the angels, which had its being in the old time when they trod the earth, and lingers on it yet, in pity. How often on their journey did the widow remember with a grateful heart that out of his deprivation Barnaby's cheerfulness and affection sprung. How often did she call to mind that but for that he might have been sullen, morose, unkind, far removed from her, vicious, perhaps, and cruel. How often had she cause for comfort in his strength and hope and in his simple nature. Those feeble powers of mind which rendered him so soon forgetful of the past, save in brief gleams and flashes, even they were a comfort now. The world to him was full of happiness. In every tree and plant and flower, in every bird and beast and tiny insect whom a breath of summer wind laid low upon the ground, he had delight. His delight was hers, and where many a wise son would have made her sorrowful, this poor light-hearted idiot filled her breast with thankfulness and love. Their stock of money was low, but from the hoard she had told into the blind man's hand, the widow had withheld 1 guinea. This, with the few pence she possessed besides, was to 2 persons of their frugal habits a goodly sum in bank. Moreover, they had Grip in company, and when they must otherwise have changed the guinea, it was but to make him exhibit outside an alehouse door, or in a village street, or in the grounds or gardens of a mansion of the better sort, and scores who would have given nothing in charity were ready to bargain for more amusement from the talking bird. One day, for they moved slowly, and although they had many rides in carts and waggons, were on the road a week, Barnaby, with Grip upon his shoulder and his mother following, begged permission at a trim lodge to go up to the great house at the other end of the avenue and show his raven. The man within was inclined to give them admittance, and was indeed about to do so, when a stout gentleman with a long whip in his hand and a flushed face which seemed to indicate that he had had his morning's draught, rode up to the gate and called in a loud voice and with more oaths than the occasion seemed to warrant, to have it opened directly.
"Who hast thou got here?" said the gentleman angrily, as the man threw the gate wide open and pulled off his hat. "Who are these, eh? Art a beggar, woman?"
The widow answered with a curtsy that they were poor travellers.
"Vagrants," said the gentleman. "Vagrants and vagabonds. Thee wish to be made acquainted with the cage, dost thee? The cage, the stocks, and the whipping post? Where dost come from?"
She told him in a timid manner, for he was very loud, hoarse, and red-faced, and besought him not to be angry, for they meant no harm, and would go upon their way that moment.
"Don't be too sure of that," replied the gentleman. "We don't allow vagrants to roam about this place. I know what thou wantest. Stray linen drying on hedges and stray poultry, eh? What hast got in that basket, lazy hound?" "Grip, Grip, Grip, Grip the clever, Grip the wicked, Grip the knowing, Grip, Grip, Grip,"
cried the raven, whom Barnaby had shut up on the approach of this stern personage.
"I'm a devil, I'm a devil, I'm a devil, never say die, ow, 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 Polly, put the kettle on, we'll all have tea, "Take the vermin out, scoundrel," said the gentleman, "and let me see him."
Barnaby, thus condescendingly addressed, produced his bird, but not without much fear and trembling, and set him down upon the ground, which he had no sooner done than Grip drew 50 corks at least, and then began to dance, at the same time eyeing the gentleman with surprising insolence of manner, and screwing his head so much on one side that he appeared desirous of screwing it off upon the spot. The cork-drawing, seemed to make a greater impression on the gentleman's mind than the raven's power of speech, and was indeed particularly adapted to his habits and capacity. He desired to have that done again, but despite his being very peremptory, and notwithstanding that Barnaby coaxed to the utmost, Grip turned a deaf ear to the request, and preserved a dead silence. "Bring him along," said the gentleman, pointing to the house. But Grip, who had watched the action, anticipated his master by hopping on before them, constantly flapping his wings and screaming "Cook!" Meanwhile, as a hint perhaps that there was company coming and a small collation would be acceptable, Barnaby and his mother walked on either side of the gentleman on horseback, who surveyed each of them from time to time in a proud and coarse manner, and occasionally thundered out some question, the tone of which alarmed Barnaby so much that he could find no answer, and, as a matter of course, could make him no reply. On one of these occasions, when the gentleman appeared disposed to exercise his horsewhip, the widow ventured to inform him in a low voice and with tears in her eyes that her son was of weak mind. "An idiot, eh?" said the gentleman, looking at Barnaby as he spoke. "And how long hast thou been an idiot?" "She knows," was Barnaby's timid answer, pointing to his mother. "I believe, from his birth," said the widow. "I don't believe it," cried the gentleman. "Not a bit of it. It's an excuse not to work. There's nothing like flogging to cure that disorder. I'd make a difference in him in 10 minutes, I'll be bound." "Heaven has made none in more than twice 10 years, sir," said the widow mildly. "Then why don't you shut him up? We pay enough for county institutions, damn him. But thou'd rather drag him about to excite charity, of course. Aye, I know thee." Now, this gentleman had various endearing appellations among his intimate friends. By some he was called a country gentleman of the true school, by some a fine old country gentleman, by some a sporting gentleman, by some a thoroughbred Englishman, by some a genuine John Bull. But they all agreed in one respect, and that was that it was a pity they were not more like him, and that because they were not, the country was going to rack and ruin every day. He was in the Commission of the Peace, and could write his name almost legibly. But his greatest qualifications were that he was more severe with poachers, was a better shot, a harder rider, had better horses, kept better dogs, could eat more solid food, drink more strong wine, go to bed every night more drunk, and get up every morning more sober, than any man in the county. In knowledge of horseflesh he was almost equal to a farrier. In stable learning he surpassed his own head groom, and in gluttony not a pig on his estate was a match for him. He had no seat in Parliament himself, but he was extremely patriotic, and usually drove his voters up to the poll with his own hands. He was warmly attached to church and state, and never appointed to the living in his gift any but a 3-bottle man and a first-rate fox-hunter. He mistrusted the honesty of all poor people who could read and write, and had a secret jealousy of his own wife, a young lady whom he had married for what his friends called the good old English reason that her father's property adjoined his own, for possessing those accomplishments in a greater degree than himself. In short, Barnaby being an idiot, and Grip a creature of mere brute instinct, it would be very hard to say what this gentleman was. He rode up to the door of a handsome house, approached by a great flight of steps, where a man was waiting to take his horse, and led the way into a large hall, which, spacious as it was tainted with the fumes of last night's stale debauch. Greatcoats, riding-whips, bridles, top-boots, spurs, and such gear were strewn about on all sides, and formed, with some huge stag's antlers and a few portraits of dogs and horses, its principal embellishments. Throwing himself into a great chair, in which, by the by, he often snored away the night, when he had been, according to his admirers, a finer country gentleman than usual, he bade the man to tell his mistress to come down. And presently there appeared, a little flurried, as it seemed, by the unwonted summons, a lady much younger than himself, who had the appearance of being in delicate health and not too happy. "Here, thou'st no delight in following the hounds, as an Englishwoman should have,"
said the gentleman. See to this here. That'll please thee, perhaps. The lady smiled, sat down at a little distance from him, and glanced at Barnaby with a look of pity. He's an idiot, the woman says, observed the gentleman, shaking his head. I don't believe it. Are you his mother? asked the lady. She answered yes. What's the use of asking her? said the gentleman, thrusting his hands into his breeches pockets. She'll tell thee so, of course. Most likely he's hired at so much a day. There, get on, make him do something. Grip, having by this time recovered his urbanity, condescended, at Barnaby's solicitation, to repeat his various phrases of speech, and to go through the whole of his performances with the utmost success. The corks and the never say die afforded the gentleman so much delight that he demanded the repetition of this part of the entertainment, until Grip got into his basket and positively refused to say another word, good or bad. The lady, too, was much amused with him, and the closing point of his obstinacy so delighted her husband that he burst into a roar of laughter and demanded his price. Barnaby looked as though he didn't understand his meaning. Probably he did not. His price, said the gentleman, rattling the money in his pockets. What dost want for him? How much? He's not to be sold, replied Barnaby, shutting up the basket in a great hurry and throwing the strap over his shoulder. Mother, come away. Thou seest how much of an idiot he is, book-learner, said the gentleman, looking scornfully at his wife. He can make a bargain. What dost want for him, old woman? He is my son's constant companion, said the widow. He's not to be sold, sir, indeed. Not to be sold? cried the gentleman, growing 10 times redder, hoarser, and louder than before. Not to be sold? Indeed, no, she answered. We have never thought of parting with him, sir, I do assure you. He was evidently about to make a very passionate retort, when a few murmured words from his wife happening to catch his ear, he turned sharply round and said, Eh? What? We can hardly expect them to sell the bird against their own desire, she faltered. If they prefer to keep him. Prefer to keep him? He echoed. These people who go tramping about the country, a-pilfering and vagabondizing on all hands, prefer to keep a bird when a landed proprietor and a justice asks his price. That old woman's been to school. I know she has. Don't tell me no, he roared to the widow. I say yes. Barnaby's mother pleaded guilty to the accusation, and hoped there was no harm in it. No harm, said the gentleman. No harm, ye old rebel. Not a bit of harm. If my clerk was here, I'd set ye in the stocks, I would, or lay ye in jail for prowling up and down on the lookout for petty larcenies, ye limb of a gipsy. Here, Simon, put these pilferers out, shove 'em into the road, out with 'em. Ye don't want to sell the bird, ye that come here to beg, don't ye? If they aren't out in double quick, set the dogs upon 'em. They waited for no further dismissal, but fled precipitately, leaving the gentleman to storm away by himself, for the poor lady had already retreated, and making a great many vain attempts to silence Grip, who, excited by the noise, drew corks enough for a city feast, as they hurried down the avenue, and appeared to congratulate himself beyond measure on having been the cause of the disturbance. When they had nearly reached the lodge, another servant, emerging from the shrubbery, feigned to be very active in ordering them off, but this man put a crown into the widow's hand, and whispering that his lady sent it, thrust them gently from the gate. This incident only suggested to the widow's mind, when they halted at an ale-house some miles further on, and heard the justice's character as given by his friends, that perhaps something more than capacity of stomach and tastes for the kennel and the stable were required to form either a perfect country gentleman, a thoroughbred Englishman, or a genuine John Bull, and that possibly the terms were sometimes misappropriated, not to say disgraced. She little thought then that a circumstance so slight would ever influence their future fortunes, but time and experience enlightened her in this respect. "Mother," said Barnaby, as they were sitting next day in a waggon which was to take them within 10 miles of the capital, "we're going to London first, you said. Shall we see that blind man there?" She was about to answer, "Heaven forbid," but checked herself, and told him no, she thought not. Why did he ask? "He's a wise man," said Barnaby, with a thoughtful countenance. "I wish that we may meet with him again. What was it that he said of crowds? That gold was to be found where people crowded, and not among the trees and in such quiet places. He spoke as if he loved it. London is a crowded place. I think we shall meet him there." "But why do you desire to see him, love?" she asked. "Because," said Barnaby, looking wistfully at her, "he talked to me about gold, which is a rare thing, and say what you will, a thing you would like to have, I know. And because he came and went away so strangely, just as white-headed old men come sometimes to my bed's foot in the night, and say what I can't remember when the bright day returns, he told me he'd come back. I wonder why he broke his word." "But you never thought of being rich or gay before, dear Barnaby. You have always been contented." He laughed, and bade her say that again, then cried, "Ay, ay, oh, yes!" and laughed once more. Then something passed that caught his fancy, and the topic wandered from his mind, and was succeeded by another just as fleeting. But it was plain from what he had said, and from his returning to the point more than once that day, and on the next, that the blind man's visit, and indeed his words, had taken strong possession of his mind. Whether the idea of wealth had occurred to him for the first time on looking at the golden clouds that evening, and images were often presented to his thoughts by outward objects quite as remote and distant, or whether their poor and humble way of life had suggested it, by contrast, long ago, or whether the accident, as he would deem it, of the blind man's pursuing the current of his own remarks, had done so at the moment, or he had been impressed by the mere circumstance of the man being blind, and therefore, unlike any one with whom he had talked before, it was impossible to tell. She tried every means to discover, but in vain, and the probability is that Barnaby himself was equally in the dark. It filled her with uneasiness to find him harping on this string, but all that she could do was to lead him quickly to some other subject, and to dismiss it from his brain. To caution him against their visitor, to show any fear or suspicion in reference to him, would only be, she feared, to increase that interest with which Barnaby regarded him, and to strengthen his desire to meet him once again. She hoped, by plunging into the crowd, to rid herself of her terrible pursuer, and then, by journeying to a distance and observing increased caution, if that were possible, to live again unknown, in secrecy and peace. They reached in course of time their halting-place within 10 miles of London, and lay there for the night, after bargaining to be carried on for a trifle next day, in a light van which was returning empty, and was to start at 5 o'clock in the morning. The driver was punctual, the road good, save for the dust, the weather being very hot and dry, and at 7 in the forenoon of Friday, the 2nd of June, 1780, they alighted at the foot of Westminster Bridge, bade their conductor farewell, and stood alone together on the scorching pavement. For the freshness which night sheds upon such busy thoroughfares had already departed, and the sun was shining with uncommon lustre. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 48. Uncertain where to go next, and bewildered by the crowd of people who were already astir, they sat down in one of the recesses on the bridge to rest. They soon became aware that the stream of life was all pouring one way,
and that a vast throng of persons were crossing the river, from the Middlesex to the Surrey shore, in unusual haste and evident excitement. They were, for the most part, in knots of 2 or 3, or sometimes half a dozen. They spoke little together. Many of them were quite silent, and hurried on as if they had one absorbing object in view, which was common to them all. They were surprised to see that nearly every man in this great concourse, which still came pouring past, without slackening in the least, wore in his hat a blue cockade, and that the chance passengers who were not so decorated appeared timidly anxious to escape observation or attack, and gave them the wall as if they would conciliate them. This, however, was natural enough, considering their inferiority in point of numbers, for the proportion of those who wore blue cockades to those who were dressed as usual was at least 40 or 50 to 1. There was no quarrelling, however. The blue cockades went swarming on, passing each other when they could, and making all the speed that was possible in such a multitude, and exchanged nothing more than looks, and very often not even those, with such of the passers-by as were not of their number. At first the current of people had been confined to the 2 pathways, and but a few more eager stragglers kept the road. But after half an hour or so, the passage was completely blocked up by the great press, which, being now closely wedged together, and impeded by the carts and coaches it encountered, moved but slowly, and was sometimes at a stand for 5 or 10 minutes together. After the lapse of nearly 2 hours, the numbers began to diminish visibly, and gradually dwindling away, by little and little, left the bridge quite clear, save that now and then some hot and dusty man, with the cockade in his hat and his coat thrown over his shoulder, went panting by, fearful of being too late, or stopped to ask which way his friends had taken, and being directed hastened on again like one refreshed. In this comparative solitude, which seemed quite strange and novel after the late crowd, the widow had for the first time an opportunity of inquiring of an old man who came and sat beside them what was the meaning of that great assemblage.
"Why, where have you come from?" he returned, "that you haven't heard of Lord George Gordon's great association? This is the day that he presents a petition against the Catholics. God bless him."
"What have all these men to do with that?" she said.
"What have they to do with it?" the old man replied. "Why, how you talk! Don't you know his lordship has declared he won't present it to the house at all, unless it is attended to the door by 40,000 good and true men at least? There's a crowd for you."
"A crowd indeed," said Barnaby. "Do you hear that, mother?"
"And they're mustering yonder, as I am told," resumed the old man, "nigh upon 100,000 strong. Ah, let Lord George alone. He knows his power. There'll be a good many faces inside them 3 windows over there,"
and he pointed to where the House of Commons overlooked the river,
"that'll turn pale when good Lord George gets up this afternoon. And with reason too. Aye, aye, let his lordship alone. Let him alone. He knows."
And so, with much mumbling and chuckling and shaking of his forefinger, he rose with the assistance of his stick and tottered off.
"Mother," said Barnaby, "that's a brave crowd he talks of. Come."
"Not to join it?" cried his mother.
"Yes, yes,"
he answered, plucking at her sleeve.
"Why not? Come."
"You don't know," she urged, "what mischief they may do, where they may lead you, what their meaning is."
"Dear Barnaby, for my sake—" "For your sake!" he cried, patting her hand. "Well, it is for your sake, mother. You remember what the blind man said about the gold? Here's a brave crowd. Come, or wait till I come back. Yes, wait here."
She tried with all the earnestness her fears engendered to turn him from his purpose, but in vain. He was stooping down to buckle on his shoe, when a hackney coach passed them rather quickly, and a voice inside called to the driver to stop. "Young man," said a voice within.
"Who's that?"
cried Barnaby, looking up.
"Do you wear this ornament?"
returned the stranger, holding out a blue cockade.
"In heaven's name, no. Pray do not give it him,"
exclaimed the widow.
"Speak for yourself, woman," said the man within the coach coldly. "Leave the young man to his choice. He's old enough to make it, and to snap your apron strings. He knows without your telling whether he wears the sign of a loyal Englishman or not."
Barnaby, trembling with impatience, cried,
"Yes, yes, yes, I do,"
as he had cried a dozen times already. The man threw him a cockade, and crying, "Make haste to St. George's Fields," ordered the coachman to drive on fast, and left them. With hands that trembled with his eagerness to fix the bauble in his hat, Barnaby was adjusting it as best he could, and hurriedly replying to the tears and entreaties of his mother, when two gentlemen passed on the opposite side of the way. Observing them, and seeing how Barnaby was occupied, they stopped, whispered together for an instant, turned back, and came over to them. "Why are you sitting here?" said one of them, who was dressed in a plain suit of black, wore long lank hair, and carried a great cane. "Why have you not gone with the rest?"
I am going, sir,"
replied Barnaby, finishing his task, and putting his hat on with an air of pride.
"I shall be there directly."
"Say, my lord, young man, when his lordship does you the honour of speaking to you," said the second gentleman mildly. "If you don't know Lord George Gordon when you see him, it's high time you should."
"Nay, Gashford," said Lord George, as Barnaby pulled off his hat again and made him a low bow. "It's no great matter on a day like this, which every Englishman will remember with delight and pride. Put on your hat, friend, and follow us, for you lag behind and are late. It's past 10 now. Didn't you know that the hour for assembling was 10 o'clock? Barnaby shook his head and looked vacantly from one to the other.
"You might have known it, friend," said Gashford. "It was perfectly understood. How came you to be so ill-informed?"
"He cannot tell you, sir," the widow interposed. "It's of no use to ask him. We are but this morning come from a long distance in the country, and know nothing of these matters."
"The cause has taken a deep root, and has spread its branches far and wide," said Lord George to his secretary. "This is a pleasant hearing. I thank heaven for it."
"Amen,"
cried Gashford, with a solemn face.
"You do not understand me, my lord," said the widow. "Pardon me, but you cruelly mistake my meaning. We know nothing of these matters. We have no desire or right to join in what you are about to do. This is my son, my poor afflicted son, dearer to me than my own life. In mercy's name, my lord, go your way alone, and do not tempt him into danger."
"My good woman," said Gashford, "how can you— Dear me, what do you mean by tempting and by danger? Do you think his lordship is a roaring lion going about and seeking whom he may devour? God bless me!"
No, my lord, forgive me," implored the widow, laying both her hands upon his breast, and scarcely knowing what she did or said in the earnestness of her supplication. "But there are reasons why you should hear my earnest mother's prayer, and leave my son with me. Oh, do! He is not in his right senses. He is not, indeed."
"It is a bad sign of the wickedness of these times," said Lord George, evading her touch and colouring deeply, "that those who cling to the truth and support the right cause are set down as mad. Have you the heart to say this of your own son? Unnatural mother!"
"I am astonished at you," said Gashford with a kind of meek severity. "This is a very sad picture of female depravity."
"He has surely no appearance," said Lord George, glancing at Barnaby, and whispering in his secretary's ear, of being deranged. And even if he had, we must not construe any trifling peculiarity into madness. Which of us," and here he turned red again, "would be safe if that were made the law?"
"Not one," replied the secretary. "In that case, the greater the zeal, the truth, and talent, the more direct the call from above, the clearer would be the madness. With regard to this young man, my lord," he added, with a lip that slightly curled as he looked at Barnaby, who stood twirling his hat and stealthily beckoning them to come away, "he is as sensible and self-possessed as any one I ever saw."
"And you desire to make one of this great body?" said Lord George, addressing him. "And intended to make one, did you?" Yes, yes," said Barnaby with sparkling eyes. "To be sure I did. I told her so myself." "I see," replied Lord George, with a reproachful glance at the unhappy mother. "I thought so. Follow me and this gentleman, and you shall have your wish." Barnaby kissed his mother tenderly on the cheek, and bidding her to be of good cheer, for their fortunes were both made now, did as he was desired. She, poor woman, followed too, with how much fear and grief it would be hard to tell. They passed quickly through the Bridge Road, where the shops were all shut up, for the passage of the great crowd and the expectation of their return had alarmed the tradesmen for their goods and windows, and where in the upper stories all the inhabitants were congregated, looking down into the street below, with faces variously expressive of alarm, of interest, expectancy, and indignation. Some of these applauded, and some hissed, but regardless of these interruptions, for the noise of a vast congregation of people at a little distance sounded in his ears like the roaring of the sea, Lord George Gordon quickened his pace, and presently arrived before St. George's Fields. They were really fields at that time, and of considerable extent. Here an immense multitude was collected, bearing flags of various kinds and sizes, but all of the same colour, blue, like the cockades, some sections marching to and fro in military array, and others drawn up in circles, squares, and lines. A large portion, both of the bodies which paraded the ground and of those which remained stationary, were occupied in singing hymns or psalms. With whomsoever this originated, it was well done, for the sound of so many thousand voices in the air must have stirred the heart of any man within him, and could not fail to have a wonderful effect upon enthusiasts, however mistaken. Scouts had been posted in advance of the great body, to give notice of their leader's coming. These falling back, the word was quickly passed through the whole host, and for a short interval there ensued a profound and death-like silence, during which the mass was so still and quiet that the fluttering of a banner caught the eye, and became a circumstance of note. Then they burst into a tremendous shout, into another, and another, and the air seemed rent and shaken as if by the discharge of cannon. "Gashford," cried Lord George, pressing his secretary's arm tight within his own, and speaking with as much emotion in his voice as in his altered face, "I am called indeed now. I feel and know it. I am the leader of a host. If they summoned me at this moment with one voice to lead them on to death, I'd do it. Yes, and fall first myself."
"It is a proud sight," said the secretary. "It is a noble day for England, and for the great cause throughout the world. Such homage, my lord, as I, an humble but devoted man, can render."
"What are you doing?" cried his master, catching him by both hands, for he had made a show of kneeling at his feet. "Do not unfit me, dear Gashford, for the solemn duty of this glorious day." The tears stood in the eyes of the poor gentleman as he said the words. "Let us go among them. We have to find a place in some division for this new recruit. Give me your hand." Gashford slid his cold, insidious palm into his master's grasp, and so, hand in hand,
and followed still by Barnaby, and by his mother too, they mingled with the concourse. They had by this time taken to their singing again, and as their leader passed between their ranks, they raised their voices to their utmost. Many of those who were banded together to support the religion of their country, even unto death, had never heard a hymn or psalm in all their lives. But these fellows, having for the most part strong lungs, and being naturally fond of singing, chanted any ribaldry or nonsense that occurred to them, feeling pretty certain that it would not be detected in the general chorus, and not caring much if it were. Many of these voluntaries were sung under the very nose of Lord George Gordon, who, quite unconscious of their burden, passed on with his usual stiff and solemn deportment, very much edified and delighted by the pious conduct of his followers. So they went on and on, up this line, down that, round the exterior of this circle, and on every side of that hollow square, and still there were lines and squares and circles out of number to review. The day being now intensely hot, and the sun striking down his fiercest rays upon the field, those who carried heavy banners began to grow faint and weary. Most of the number assembled were fain to pull off their neckcloths and throw their coats and waistcoats open, and some, towards the centre, quite overpowered by the excessive heat, which was of course rendered more unendurable by the multitude around them, lay down upon the grass, and offered all they had about them for a drink of water. Still no man left the ground, not even of those who were so distressed. Still Lord George, streaming from every pore, went on with Gashford, and still Barnaby and his mother followed close behind them. They had arrived at the top of a long line of some 800 men in single file, and Lord George had turned his head to look back, when a loud cry of recognition, in that peculiar and half-stifled tone which a voice has when it is raised in the open air and in the midst of a great concourse of persons, was heard, and a man stepped with a shout of laughter from the rank, and smote Barnaby on the shoulders with his heavy hand. "Oh, no!" he cried. "Barnaby Rudge! Why, where have you been hiding for these 100 years?" Barnaby had been thinking within himself that the smell of the trodden grass brought back his old days at cricket when he was a young boy and played on Chigwell Green. Confused by this sudden and boisterous address, he stared in a bewildered manner at the man, and could scarcely say, "What? You?" "You!" echoed the other. "Aye, you, Maypole, you! You remember my dog. He's alive now, and will know you, I warrant. What, you wear the colour, do you? Well done!" "You know this young man, I see," said Lord George. "Know him, my lord, as well as I know my own right hand. My captain knows him. We all know him." "Will you take him into your division?" "He hasn't in it a better, nor a nimbler, nor a more active man than Barnaby Rudge," said Hugh. "Show me the man who says it has. Fall in, Barnaby. He shall march, my lord, between me and Dennis, and he shall carry," he added, taking a flag from the hand of a tired man who tendered it, "the gayest silken streamer in this valiant army." "In the name of God, no!" shrieked the widow, darting forward. "Barnaby, my lord, see, he'll come back. Barnaby, Barnaby!" "Women in the field!" cried Hugh, stepping between them and holding her off. "Halloa! My captain there!" "What's the matter here?" cried Simon Tappertit, bustling up in a great heat. "Do you call this order?" "Nothing like it, captain," answered Hugh, still holding her back with his outstretched hand. "It's against all orders. Ladies are carrying off our gallant soldiers from their duty. The word of command, captain. They're filing off the ground. Quick!" "Close!" cried Simon, with the whole power of his lungs. "Form! March!" She was thrown to the ground. The whole field was in motion. Barnaby was whirled away into the heart of a dense mass of men, and she saw him no more. Chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 49. The mob had been divided from its first assemblage into 4 divisions: the London, the Westminster, the Southwark, and the Scotch. Each of these divisions being subdivided into various bodies, and these bodies being drawn up in various forms and figures. The general arrangement was, except to the few chiefs and leaders, as unintelligible as the plan of a great battle to the meanest soldier in the field. It was not without its method, however, for, in a very short space of time after being put in motion, the crowd had resolved itself into 3 great parties, and were prepared, as had been arranged, to cross the river by different bridges, and make for the House of Commons in separate detachments. At the head of that division which had Westminster Bridge for its approach to the scene of action, Lord George Gordon took his post, with Gashford at his right hand, and sundry ruffians of most unpromising appearance forming a kind of staff about him. The conduct of a second party, whose route lay by Blackfriars, was entrusted to a committee of management, including perhaps a dozen men, while the third, which was to go by London Bridge, and through the main streets, in order that their numbers and their serious intentions might be the better known and appreciated by the citizens, were led by Simon Tappertit, assisted by a few subalterns selected from the Brotherhood of United Bulldogs, Dennis the hangman, Hugh, and some others. The word of command being given, each of these great bodies took the road assigned to it, and departed on its way in perfect order and profound silence. That which went through the city greatly exceeded the others in number, and was of such prodigious extent that when the rear began to move, the front was nearly 4 miles in advance, notwithstanding that the men marched 3 abreast, and followed very close upon each other. At the head of this party, in the place where Hugh, in the madness of his humour, had stationed him, and walking between that dangerous companion and the hangman, went Barnaby, as many a man among the thousands who looked on that day afterwards remembered well. Forgetful of all other things in the ecstasy of the moment, his face flushed and his eyes sparkling with delight, heedless of the weight of the great banner he carried, and mindful only of its flashing in the sun and rustling in the summer breeze, on he went, proud, happy, elated past all telling, the only light-hearted, undesigning creature in the whole assembly. "What do you think of this?" asked Hugh, as they passed through the crowded streets, and looked up at the windows which were thronged with spectators. "They've all turned out to see our flags and streamers, eh, Barnaby? Why, Barnaby's the greatest man of all the pack. His flags are the largest of the lot, the brightest too. There's nothing in the show like Barnaby. All eyes are turned on him." "Don't make that din, brother," growled the hangman, glancing with no very approving eyes at Barnaby as he spoke. "I hope he don't think there's nothing to be done but carrying that there piece of blue rag like a boy at a breaking up. You're ready for action, I hope, eh? You, I mean," he added, nudging Barnaby roughly with his elbow. "What are you staring at? Why don't you speak?" Barnaby had been gazing at his flag, and looked vacantly from his questioner to Hugh. "He don't understand your way," said the latter. "Here, I'll explain to him. Barnaby, old boy, attend to me." "I'll attend," said Barnaby, looking anxiously round, "but I wish I could see her somewhere." "See you?" demanded Dennis in a gruff tone. "You aren't in love, I hope, brother. That aren't the sort of thing for us, you know. We mustn't have no love here." "She would be proud indeed to see me now, eh, Hugh?" said Barnaby. "Wouldn't it make her glad to see me at the head of this large show? She'd cry for joy, I know she would. Where can she be? She never sees me at my best, and what do I care to be gay and fine if she's not by?" "Why, what palaver's this?" asked Mr Dennis, with supreme disdain. "We ain't got no sentimental members among us, I hope."
Don't be uneasy, brother, cried Hugh. He's only talking of his mother. Of his what? Said Mr Dennis with a strong oath. His mother. And have I combined myself with this here section, and turned out on this here memorable day to hear men talk about their mothers? Growled Mr Dennis with extreme disgust. The notion of a man's sweetheart's bad enough, but a man's mother— And here his disgust was so extreme that he spat upon the ground and could say no more. Barnaby's right, cried Hugh with a grin, and I say it. Look'ee, bold lad, if she's not here to see, it's because I provided for her, and sent 6 gentlemen, every one of them with a blue flag, but not half as fine as yours, to take her in state to a grand house all hung round with gold and silver banners and everything else you please, where she'll wait till you come, and want for nothing.
Aye, said Barnaby, his face beaming with delight. Have you indeed? That's a good hearing. That's fine. Oh, kind Hugh.
But nothing of what will come, bless you, retorted Hugh with a wink at Dennis, who regarded his new companion in arms with great astonishment.
No, indeed,
cried Barnaby. Nothing at all, said Hugh. Money, cocked hats and feathers, red coats and gold lace, all the fine things there are, ever were or will be, will belong to us, if we are true to that noble gentleman, the best man in the world, carry our flags for a few days and keep 'em safe. That's all we've got to do.
Is that all?
cried Barnaby with glistening eyes, as he clutched his pole the tighter.
I warrant you I keep this one safe, then. You have put it in good hands. You know me, Hugh. Nobody shall wrest this flag away.
Well said, cried Hugh. Ha, nobly said. That's the old stout Barnaby that I've climbed and leapt with many and many a day. I knew I was not mistaken in Barnaby. Don't you see, man, he added in a whisper as he slipped to the other side of Dennis, that the lad's a natural, and can be got to do anything, if you take him the right way. Letting alone the funny is, he's worth 12 men in earnest, as you find, if you try to fall with him. Leave him to me. You shall soon see whether he's of use or not.
Mr Dennis received these explanatory remarks with many nods and winks, and softened his behaviour towards Barnaby from that moment. Hugh, laying his finger on his nose, stepped back into his former place, and they proceeded in silence. It was between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the 3 great parties met at Westminster, and, uniting into one huge mass, raised a tremendous shout. This was not only done in token of their presence, but as a signal to those on whom the task devolved, that it was time to take possession of the lobbies of both houses, and of the various avenues of approach, and of the gallery stairs. To the last named place, Hugh and Dennis, still with their pupil between them, rushed straightway. Barnaby having given his flag into the hands of one of their own party, who kept them at the outer door, their followers pressed on behind. They were borne as on a great wave to the very doors of the gallery, whence it was impossible to retreat, even if they had been so inclined, by reason of the throng which choked up the passages. It is a familiar expression in describing a great crowd, that a person might have walked upon the people's heads. In this case it was actually done. For a boy who had by some means got among the concourse, and was in imminent danger of suffocation, climbed to the shoulders of a man beside him, and walked upon the people's hats and heads into the open street, traversing in his passage the whole length of 2 staircases and a long gallery. Nor was the swarm without less dense, for a basket which had been tossed into the crowd was jerked from head to head and shoulder to shoulder, and went spinning and whirling on above them until it was lost to view, without ever once falling in among them or coming near the ground. Through this vast throng, sprinkled doubtless here and there with honest zealots, but composed for the most part of the very scum and refuse of London, whose growth was fostered by bad criminal laws, bad prison regulations, and the worst conceivable police, such of the members of both Houses of Parliament as had not taken the precaution to be already at their posts, were compelled to fight and force their way. Their carriages were stopped and broken, the wheels wrenched off, the glasses shivered to atoms, the panels beaten in, drivers, footmen, and masters pulled from their seats and rolled in the mud. Lords, commoners, and reverend bishops, with little distinction of person or party, were kicked and pinched and hustled, passed from hand to hand through various stages of ill-usage, and sent to their fellow senators at last, with their clothes hanging in ribbons about them, their bagwigs torn off, themselves speechless and breathless, and their persons covered with the powder which had been cuffed and beaten out of their hair. One lord was so long in the hands of the populace that the peers as a body resolved to sally forth and rescue him, and were in the act of doing so when he happily appeared among them covered with dirt and bruises, and hardly to be recognized by those who knew him best. The noise and uproar were on the increase every moment. The air was filled with execrations, hoots, and howlings. The mob raged and roared like a mad monster as it was, unceasingly, and each new outrage served to swell its fury. Within doors matters were even yet more threatening. Lord George, preceded by a man who carried the immense petition on a porter's knot through the lobby to the door of the House of Commons, where it was received by 2 officers of the House, who rolled it up to the table ready for presentation, had taken his seat at an early hour before the Speaker went to prayers. His followers pouring in at the same time, the lobby and all the avenues were immediately filled, as we have seen. Thus the members were not only attacked in their passage through the streets, but were set upon within the very walls of Parliament, while the tumult both within and without was so great that those who attempted to speak could scarcely hear their own voices, far less consult upon the course it would be wise to take in such extremity, or animate each other to dignified and firm resistance. So sure as any member, just arrived, with dress disordered and dishevelled hair, came struggling through the crowd in the lobby, it yelled and screamed in triumph, and when the door of the house, partially and cautiously opened by those within for his admission, gave them a momentary glimpse of the interior, they grew more wild and savage, like beasts at the sight of prey, and made a rush against the portal, which strained its locks and bolts in their staples, and shook the very beams. The strangers' gallery, which was immediately above the door of the house, had been ordered to be closed on the first rumour of disturbance, and was empty, save that now and then Lord George took his seat there, for the convenience of coming to the head of the stairs which led to it, and repeating to the people what had passed within. It was on these stairs that Barnaby, Hugh, and Dennis were posted. There were 2 flights, short, steep, and narrow, running parallel to each other, and leading to 2 little doors communicating with a low passage which opened on the gallery. Between them was a kind of well, or unglazed skylight, for the admission of light and air into the lobby, which might be some 18 or 20 feet below. Upon one of these little staircases, not that at the head of which Lord George appeared from time to time, but the other, Gashford stood with his elbow on the banister, and his cheek resting on his hand, with his usual crafty aspect. Whenever he varied this attitude in the slightest degree, so much as by the gentlest motion of his arm, the uproar was certain to increase, not merely there, but in the lobby below, from which place no doubt some man who acted as fugleman to the rest was constantly looking up and watching him. "Order!" cried Hugh in a voice which made itself heard even above the roar and tumult, as Lord George appeared at the top of the staircase. "News! News from my lord!" The noise continued, notwithstanding his appearance, until Gashford looked round. There was silence immediately, even among the people in the passages without, and on the other staircases, who could neither see nor hear, but to whom, notwithstanding, the signal was conveyed with marvellous rapidity. "Gentlemen," said Lord George, who was very pale and agitated, "we must be firm. They talk of delays, but we must have no delays. They talk of taking your petition into consideration next Tuesday, but we must have it considered now. Present appearances look bad for our success, but we must succeed, and will." "We must succeed and will," echoed the crowd. and so among their shouts and cheers and other cries, he bowed to them and retired, and presently came back again. There was another gesture from Gashford, and a dead silence directly. "I am afraid," he said this time, "that we have little reason, gentlemen, to hope for any redress from the proceedings of Parliament. But we must redress our own grievances. We must meet again. We must put our trust in Providence, and it will bless our endeavours." This speech, being a little more temperate than the last, was not so favourably received. When the noise and exasperation were at their height, he came back once more and told them that the alarm had gone forth for many miles round, that when the king heard of their assembling together in that great body, he had no doubt his majesty would send down private orders to have their wishes complied with, and, with the manner of his speech as childish, irresolute, and uncertain as his matter, was proceeding in this strain, when two gentlemen suddenly appeared at the door where he stood, and pressing past him, and coming a step or two lower down upon the stairs, confronted the people. The boldness of this action quite took them by surprise. They were not the less disconcerted when one of the gentlemen, turning to Lord George, spoke thus, in a loud voice, that they might hear him well, but quite coolly and collectedly. "You may tell these people, if you please, my lord, that I am General Conway, of whom they have heard, and that I oppose this petition and all their proceedings, and yours. I am a soldier, you may tell them, and I will protect the freedom of this place with my sword. You see, my lord, that the members of this house are all in arms to-day. You know that the entrance to it is a narrow one. You cannot be ignorant that there are men within these walls who are determined to defend that pass to the last, and before whom many lives must fall if your adherents persevere. Have a care what you do." "And, my Lord George," said the other gentleman, addressing him in like manner, "I desire them to hear this from me, Colonel Gordon, your near relation. If a man among this crowd, whose uproar strikes us deaf, crosses the threshold of the House of Commons, I swear to run my sword that moment, not into his, but into your body." With that, they stepped back again, keeping their faces towards the crowd, took each an arm of the misguided nobleman, drew him into the passage, and shut the door, which they directly locked and fastened on the inside. This was so quickly done, and the demeanour of both gentlemen, who were not young men either, was so gallant and resolute, that the crowd faltered and stared at each other with irresolute and timid looks. Many tried to turn towards the door. Some of the faintest-hearted cried they had best go back, and called to those behind to give way, and the panic and confusion were increasing rapidly, when Gashford whispered Hugh. "What now?" Hugh roared aloud, turning towards them. "Why go back? Where can you do better than here, boys? One good rush against these doors and one below at the same time will do the business. Rush on, then. As to the door below, let those stand back who are afraid. Let those who are not afraid try who shall be the first to pass it. Here goes. Look out down there." Without the delay of an instant, he threw himself headlong over the banisters into the lobby below. He had hardly touched the ground when Barnaby was at his side. The chaplain's assistant and some members who were imploring the people to retire immediately withdrew, and then, with a great shout, both crowds threw themselves against the doors pell-mell, and besieged the house in earnest. At that moment, when a second onset must have brought them into collision with those who stood on the defences within, in which case great loss of life and bloodshed would inevitably have ensued, the hindmost portion of the crowd gave way, and the rumour spread from mouth to mouth that a messenger had been dispatched by water for the military, who were forming in the street. Fearful of sustaining a charge in the narrow passages in which they were so closely wedged together, the throng poured out as impetuously as they had flocked in. As the whole stream turned at once, Barnaby and Hugh went with it, and so, fighting and struggling and trampling on fallen men and being trampled on in turn themselves, they and the whole mass floated by degrees into the open street, where a large detachment of the guards, both horse and foot, came hurrying up, clearing the ground before them so rapidly that the people seemed to melt away as they advanced. The word of command to halt being given, the soldiers formed across the street. The rioters, breathless and exhausted with their late exertions, formed likewise, though in a very irregular and disorderly manner. The commanding officer rode hastily into the open space between the two bodies, accompanied by a magistrate and an officer of the House of Commons, for whose accommodation a couple of troopers had hastily dismounted. The Riot Act was read, but not a man stirred. In the first rank of the insurgents, Barnaby and Hugh stood side by side. Somebody had thrust into Barnaby's hands when he came out into the street his precious flag, which, being now rolled up and tied round the pole, looked like a giant quarter-staff as he grasped it firmly and stood upon his guard. If ever man believed with his whole heart and soul that he was engaged in a just cause, and that he was bound to stand by his leader to the last, poor Barnaby believed it of himself and Lord George Gordon. After an ineffectual attempt to make himself heard, the magistrate gave the word, and the horse guards came riding in among the crowd. But even then he galloped here and there, exhorting the people to disperse, and although heavy stones were thrown at the men, and some were desperately cut and bruised, they had no orders but to make prisoners of such of the rioters as were the most active, and to drive the people back with the flat of their sabres. As the horses came in among them, the throng gave way at many points, and the guards, following up their advantage, were rapidly clearing the ground, when 2 or 3 of the foremost, who were in a manner cut off from the rest by the people closing round them, made straight towards Barnaby and Hugh, who had no doubt been pointed out as the 2 men who dropped into the lobby. Laying about them now with some effect, and inflicting on the more turbulent of their opponents a few slight flesh wounds, under the influence of which a man dropped here and there into the arms of his fellows amid much groaning and confusion. At the sight of gashed and bloody faces, seen for a moment in the crowd, then hidden by the press around them, Barnaby turned pale and sick. But he stood his ground, and grasping his pole more firmly yet, kept his eye fixed upon the nearest soldier, nodding his head meanwhile as Hugh, with a scowling visage, whispered in his ear. The soldier came spurring on, making his horse rear as the people pressed about him, cutting at the hands of those who would have grasped his rein and forced his charger back, and waving to his comrades to follow. And still Barnaby, without retreating an inch, waited for his coming. Some called to him to fly, and some were in the very act of closing round him to prevent his being taken, when the pole swept into the air above the people's heads, and the man's saddle was empty in an instant. Then he and Hugh turned and fled, the crowd opening to let them pass, and closing up again so quickly that there was no clue to the course they had taken. Panting for breath, hot, dusty, and exhausted with fatigue, they reached the riverside in safety, and getting into a boat with all dispatch, were soon out of any immediate danger. As they glided down the river, they plainly heard the people cheering, and supposing they might have forced the soldiers to retreat, lay upon their oars for a few minutes, uncertain whether to return or not. But the crowd passing along Westminster Bridge soon assured them that the populace were dispersing, and Hugh rightly guessed from this that they had cheered the magistrate for offering to dismiss the military on condition of their immediate departure to their several homes, and that he and Barnaby were better where they were. He advised, therefore, that they should proceed to Blackfriars, and, going ashore at the bridge, make the best of their way to the Boot, where there was not only good entertainment and safe lodging, but where they would certainly be joined by many of their late companions. Barnaby assenting, they decided on this course of action, and pulled for Blackfriars accordingly. They landed at a critical time, and fortunately for themselves at the right moment, for, coming into Fleet Street, they found it in an unusual stir, and inquiring the cause, were told that a body of horse guards had just galloped past, and that they were escorting some rioters whom they had made prisoners to Newgate for safety. Not at all ill-pleased to have so narrowly escaped the cavalcade, they lost no more time in asking questions, but hurried to the Boot with as much speed as Hugh considered it prudent to make, without appearing singular or attracting an inconvenient share of public notice. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 50. They were among the first to reach the tavern, but they had not been there many minutes when several groups of men who had formed part of the crowd came straggling in. Among them were Simon Tappertit and Mr. Dennis, both of whom, but especially the latter, greeted Barnaby with the utmost warmth, and paid him many compliments on the prowess he had shown.
"Which,"
said Dennis with an oath, as he rested his bludgeon in a corner with his hat upon it, and took his seat at the same table with them,
"it does me good to think of. There was an opportunity, but it led to nothing. For my part, I don't know what would. There's no spirit among the people in these here times. Bring something to eat and drink here. I'm disgusted with humanity."
"On what account?"
asked Mr. Tappertit, who had been quenching his fiery face in a half-gallon can.
"Don't you consider this a good beginning, mister?"
"Give me security that it ain't ending," rejoined the hangman. "When that soldier went down, we might have made London ours, but no, we stand and gape and look on. The justice, I wish he had had a bullet in each eye, as he would have had if we'd gone to work my way, says, 'My lads, if you'll give me your word to disperse, I'll order off the military.' Our people sets up a hurrah, throws up the game with the winning cards in their hands, and skulks away like a pack of tame curs as they are. Ah!"
said the hangman in a tone of deep disgust.
"It makes me blush for my fellow creeturs. I wish I'd been born a ox, I do."
"You'd have been quite as agreeable a character if you had been, I think," returned Simon Tappertit, going out in a lofty manner.
"Don't be too sure of that," rejoined the hangman, calling after him. "If I was a horned animal at the present moment, with the smallest grain of sense, I'd toss every man in this company, excepting them two,"
meaning Hugh and Barnaby,
"for his manner of conducting himself this day."
With which mournful review of their proceedings, Mr. Dennis sought consolation in cold boiled beef and beer, but without at all relaxing the grim and dissatisfied expression of his face, the gloom of which was rather deepened than dissipated by their grateful influence. The company who were thus libelled might have retaliated by strong words, if not by blows, but they were dispirited and worn out. The greater part of them had fasted since morning, all had suffered extremely from the excessive heat, and between the day's shouting, exertion, and excitement, many had quite lost their voices, and so much of their strength that they could hardly stand. Then they were uncertain what to do next, fearful of the consequences of what they had done already, and sensible that after all they had carried no point, but had indeed left matters worse than they had found them. Of those who had come to the boot, many dropped off within an hour, such of them as were really honest and sincere, never after the morning's experience to return, or to hold any communication with their late companions. Others remained but to refresh themselves, and then went home desponding. Others, who had theretofore been regular in their attendance, avoided the place altogether. The half-dozen prisoners whom the guards had taken were magnified by report into 100 at least, and their friends, being faint and sober, so slackened in their energy, and so drooped beneath these dispiriting influences, that by 8 o'clock in the evening, Dennis, Hugh, and Barnaby were left alone. Even they were fast asleep upon the benches, when Gashford's entrance roused them.
"Oh, you are here, then?" said the secretary. "Dear me!"
"Why, where should we be, Muster Gashford?"
Dennis rejoined, as he rose into a sitting posture.
Oh, nowhere, nowhere, he returned with excessive mildness. The streets are filled with blue cockades. I rather thought you might have been among them. I am glad you are not.
You have orders for us, master, then? Said Hugh.
Oh, dear, no, not I. No orders, my good fellow. What orders should I have? You are not in my service.
Muster Gashford, remonstrated Dennis, we belong to the cause, don't we?
The cause?
Repeated the secretary, looking at him in a sort of abstraction.
There is no cause. The cause is lost.
Lost?
Oh, yes. You have heard, I suppose. The petition is rejected by 192 to 6. It's quite final. We might have spared ourselves some trouble. That and my lord's vexation are the only circumstances I regret. I am quite satisfied in all other respects.
As he said this, he took a penknife from his pocket, and putting his hat upon his knee, began to busy himself in ripping off the blue cockade which he had worn all day, at the same time humming a psalm tune which had been very popular in the morning, and dwelling on it with a gentle regret. His two adherents looked at each other, and at him, as if they were at a loss how to pursue the subject. At length Hugh, after some elbowing and winking between himself and Mr Dennis, ventured to stay his hand, and to ask him why he meddled with that riband in his hat.
Because,
said the secretary, looking up with something between a snarl and a smile,
because to sit still and wear it, or to fall asleep and wear it, is a mockery. That's all, friend.
What would you have us do, master?
cried Hugh.
Nothing,
returned Gashford, shrugging his shoulders.
Nothing. When my lord was reproached and threatened for standing by you, I, as a prudent man, would have had you do nothing. When the soldiers were trampling you under their horses' feet, I would have had you do nothing. When one of them was struck down by a daring hand, and I saw confusion and dismay in all their faces, I would have had you do nothing. Just what you did, in short. This is the young man who had so little prudence and so much boldness. Ah, I am sorry for him.
Sorry, master?
cried Hugh.
Sorry, Muster Gashford?
echoed Dennis.
In case there should be a proclamation out tomorrow, offering £500 or some such trifle for his apprehension, and in case it should include another man who dropped into the lobby from the stairs above, said Gashford coldly, still do nothing.
Fire and fury, master! cried Hugh, starting up. What have we done that you should talk to us like this?
Nothing, returned Gashford with a sneer. If you are cast into prison, if the young man, here he looked hard at Barnaby's attentive face, is dragged from us and from his friends, perhaps from people whom he loves and whom his death would kill, is thrown into jail, brought out and hanged before their eyes, still do nothing. You'll find it your best policy, I have no doubt.
Come on! cried Hugh, striding towards the door. Dennis, Barnaby, come on!
Where? To do what?
said Gashford, slipping past him, and standing with his back against it.
Anywhere, anything, cried Hugh. Stand aside, master, or the window will serve our turn as well. Let us out.
You are of such an impetuous nature, said Gashford, changing his manner for one of the utmost good fellowship and the pleasantest raillery. You are such an excitable creature, but you'll drink with me before you go.
Oh, yes, certainly,
growled Dennis, drawing his sleeve across his thirsty lips.
No malice, brother. Drink with Muster Gashford.
Hugh wiped his heated brow and relaxed into a smile. The artful secretary laughed outright.
Some liquor here. Be quick, or he'll not stop even for that. he is a man of such desperate ardour,' said the smooth secretary, whom Mr Dennis corroborated with sundry nods and muttered oaths. 'Once roused, he is a fellow of such fierce determination.'
Hugh poised his sturdy arm aloft, and clapping Barnaby on the back, bade him fear nothing. They shook hands together, poor Barnaby evidently possessed with the idea that he was among the most virtuous and disinterested heroes in the world, and Gashford laughed again.
'I hear,' he said smoothly, as he stood among them with a great measure of liquor in his hand, and filled their glasses as quickly and as often as they chose, 'I hear, but I cannot say whether it be true or false, that the men who are loitering in the streets tonight are half disposed to pull down a Romish chapel or two, and that they only want leaders. I even heard mention of those in Duke Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields, and in Warwick Street, Golden Square. But common report, you know. You're not going?' 'To do nothing, master, eh?' cried Hugh. 'No jails and halter for Barnaby and me. They must be frightened out of that. Leaders are wanted, are they? Now, boys!' 'A most impetuous fellow!' cried the secretary. 'A courageous, boisterous, most vehement fellow. A man who—' There was no need to finish the sentence, for they had rushed out of the house and were far beyond hearing. He stopped in the middle of a laugh, listened, drew on his gloves, and, clasping his hands behind him, paced the deserted room for a long time, then bent his steps towards the busy town, and walked into the streets. They were filled with people, for the rumour of that day's proceedings had made a great noise. Those persons who did not care to leave home were at their doors or windows, and one topic of discourse prevailed on every side. Some reported that the riots were effectually put down, others that they had broken out again. Some said that Lord George Gordon had been sent under a strong guard to the Tower, others that an attempt had been made upon the King's life, that the soldiers had been again called out, and that the noise of musketry in a distant part of the town had been plainly heard within an hour. As it grew darker, these stories became more direful and mysterious, and often, when some frightened passenger ran past with tidings that the rioters were not far off, and were coming up, the doors were shut and barred, lower windows made secure, and as much consternation engendered as if the city were invaded by a foreign army. Gashford walked stealthily about, listening to all he heard, and diffusing or confirming, whenever he had an opportunity, such false intelligence as suited his own purpose, and, busily occupied in this way, turned into Holborn for the 20th time, when a great many women and children came flying along the street, often panting and looking back, and the confused murmur of numerous voices struck upon his ear. Assured by these tokens, and by the red light which began to flash upon the houses on either side, that some of his friends were indeed approaching, he begged a moment's shelter at a door which opened as he passed, and running with some other persons to an upper window, looked out upon the crowd. They had torches among them, and the chief faces were distinctly visible. That they had been engaged in the destruction of some building was sufficiently apparent, and that it was a Catholic place of worship was evident from the spoils they bore as trophies, which were easily recognizable for the vestments of priests and rich fragments of altar furniture. Covered with soot and dirt and dust and lime, their garments torn to rags, their hair hanging wildly about them, their hands and faces jagged and bleeding with the wounds of rusty nails, Barnaby, Hugh, and Dennis hurried on before them all, like hideous madmen. After them the dense throng came fighting on, some singing, some shouting in triumph, some quarrelling among themselves, some menacing the spectators as they passed, some with great wooden fragments on which they spent their rage as if they had been alive, rending them limb from limb, and hurling the scattered morsels high into the air, some in a drunken state, unconscious of the hurts they had received from falling bricks and stones and beams, one borne upon a shutter, in the very midst, covered with a dingy cloth, a senseless, ghastly heap.
Thus a vision of coarse faces, with here and there a blot of flaring, smoky light, a dream of demon heads, and savage eyes, and sticks, and iron bars, uplifted in the air and whirled about, a bewildering horror, in which so much was seen, and yet so little, which seemed so long, and yet so short, in which there were so many phantoms, not to be forgotten all through life, and yet so many things that could not be observed in one distracting glimpse. It flitted onward, and was gone. As it passed away upon its work of wrath and ruin, a piercing scream was heard. A knot of persons ran towards the spot. Gashford, who just then emerged into the street among them. He was on the outskirts of the little concourse, and could not see or hear what passed within, but one who had a better place informed him that a widow woman had descried her son among the rioters.
"Is that all?" said the secretary, turning his face homewards. "Well, I think this looks a little more like business."
End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 51. Promising as these outrages were to Gashford's view, and much like business as they looked, they extended that night no farther. The soldiers were again called out, again they took 6 prisoners, and again the crowd dispersed after a short and bloodless scuffle. Hot and drunken though they were, they had not yet broken all bounds and set all law and government at defiance. Something of their habitual deference to the authority erected by society for its own preservation yet remained among them, and had its majesty been vindicated in time, the secretary would have had to digest a bitter disappointment. By midnight the streets were clear and quiet, and, save that there stood in 2 parts of the town a heap of nodding walls and pile of rubbish, where there had been at sunset a rich and handsome building, everything wore its usual aspect. Even the Catholic gentry and tradesmen, of whom there were many resident in different parts of the city and its suburbs, had no fear for their lives or property, and but little indignation for the wrong they had already sustained in the plunder and destruction of their temples of worship. An honest confidence in the government under whose protection they had lived for many years, and a well-founded reliance on the good feeling and right thinking of the great mass of the community, with whom, notwithstanding their religious differences, they were every day in habits of confidential, affectionate, and friendly intercourse, reassured them even under the excesses that had been committed, and convinced them that they who were Protestants in anything but the name were no more to be considered as abettors of these disgraceful occurrences than they themselves were chargeable with the uses of the block, the rack, the gibbet, and the stake in cruel Mary's reign. The clock was on the stroke of 1, when Gabriel Varden, with his lady and Miss Miggs, sat waiting in the little parlour. This fact, the toppling wicks of the dull, wasted candles, the silence that prevailed, and above all the nightcaps of both maid and matron, were sufficient evidence that they had been prepared for bed some time ago, and had some reason for sitting up so far beyond their usual hour. If any other corroborative testimony had been required, it would have been abundantly furnished in the actions of Miss Miggs, who, having arrived at that restless state and sensitive condition of the nervous system which are the result of long watching, did, by a constant rubbing and tweaking of her nose, a perpetual change of position arising from the sudden growth of imaginary knots and knobs in her chair, a frequent friction of her eyebrows, the incessant recurrence of a small cough, a small groan, a gasp, a sigh, a sniff, a spasmodic start, and by other demonstrations of that nature, so file down and rasp, as it were, the patience of the locksmith, that after looking at her in silence for some time, he at last broke out into this apostrophe.
"Miggs, my good girl, go to bed. Do go to bed. You're really worse than the dripping of 100 water-butts outside the window, or the scratching of as many mice behind the wainscot. I can't bear it. Do go to bed, Miggs. To oblige me, do."
"You haven't got nothing to untie, sir," returned Miss Miggs, "and therefore your requests does not surprise me. But Mrs. has, and while you sit up, Mim," she added, turning to the locksmith's wife, "I couldn't, no, not if 20 times the quantity of cold water was aperiently running down my back at this moment, go to bed with a quiet spirit."
Having spoken these words, Miss Miggs made divers efforts to rub her shoulders in an impossible place, and shivered from head to foot, thereby giving the beholders to understand that the imaginary cascade was still in full flow, but that a sense of duty upheld her under that and all other sufferings, and nerved her to endurance. Mrs Varden being too sleepy to speak, and Miss Miggs having, as the phrase is, said her say, the locksmith had nothing for it but to sigh and be as quiet as he could. But to be quiet with such a basilisk before him was impossible. If he looked another way, it was worse to feel that she was rubbing her cheek, or twitching her ear, or winking her eye, or making all kinds of extraordinary shapes with her nose, than to see her do it. If she was for a moment free from any of these complaints, it was only because of her foot being asleep, or of her arm having got the fidgets, or of her leg being doubled up with the cramp, or of some other horrible disorder which racked her whole frame. If she did enjoy a moment's ease, then, with her eyes shut and her mouth wide open, she would be seen to sit very stiff and upright in her chair, then to nod a little way forward, and stop with a jerk, then to nod a little farther forward, and stop with another jerk, then to recover herself, then to come forward again, lower, 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 by very slow degrees, until, just as it seemed impossible that she could preserve her balance for another instant, and the locksmith was about to call out in an agony to save her from dashing down upon her forehead and fracturing her skull, then all of a sudden, and without the smallest notice, she would come upright and rigid again with her eyes open, and in her countenance an expression of defiance, sleepy but yet most obstinate, which plainly said, "I have never once closed 'em since I looked at you last, and I'll take my oath of it." At length, after the clock had struck 2, there was a sound at the street door, as if somebody had fallen against the knocker by accident. Miss Miggs, immediately jumping up and clapping her hands, cried with a drowsy mingling of the sacred and profane, "Alleluia, Mim! There's Simmons's knock!"
"Who's there?"
said Gabriel.
"Me!"
cried the well-known voice of Mr Tappertit. Gabriel opened the door and gave him admission. He did not cut a very insinuating figure, for a man of his stature suffers in a crowd, and having been active in yesterday morning's work, his dress was literally crushed from head to foot. His hat being beaten out of all shape, and his shoes trodden down at heel like slippers, his coat fluttered in strips about him. The buckles were torn away both from his knees and feet. Half his neckerchief was gone, and the bosom of his shirt was rent to tatters. Yet, notwithstanding all these personal disadvantages, despite his being very weak from heat and fatigue, and so begrimed with mud and dust that he might have been in a case, for anything of the real texture either of his skin or apparel that the eye could discern, he stalked haughtily into the parlour, and throwing himself into a chair, and endeavouring to thrust his hands into the pockets of his small clothes, which were turned inside out and displayed upon his legs like tassels, surveyed the household with a gloomy dignity.
"Simon," said the locksmith gravely, "how comes it that you return home at this time of night, and in this condition? Give me an assurance that you have not been among the rioters, and I am satisfied."
"Sir," replied Mr Tappertit, with a contemptuous look, "I wonder at your assurance in making such demands."
"You have been drinking," said the locksmith.
"As a general principle, and in the most offensive sense of the word, sir," returned his journeyman, with great self-possession,
I consider you a liar. In that last observation, you have unintentionally, sir, struck upon the truth.
Martha, said the locksmith, turning to his wife and shaking his head sorrowfully, while a smile at the absurd figure beside him still played upon his open face, I trust it may turn out that this poor lad is not the victim of the knaves and fools we have so often had words about, and who have done so much harm to-day. If he has been at Warwick Street or Duke Street to-night—"
"He has been at neither, sir,"
cried Tappertit in a loud voice, which he suddenly dropped into a whisper as he repeated, with eyes fixed upon the locksmith, "He has been at neither."
"I am glad of it with all my heart," said the locksmith in a serious tone, "for if he had been, and it could be proved against him, Martha, your great association would have been to him the cart that draws men to the gallows and leaves them hanging in the air. It would, as sure as we're alive." Mrs Varden was too much scared by Simon's altered manner and appearance, and by the accounts of the rioters which had reached her ears that night, to offer any retort, or to have recourse to her usual matrimonial policy. Miss Miggs wrung her hands and wept.
"He was not at Duke Street, or at Warwick Street, G. Varden," said Simon sternly, "but he was at Westminster. Perhaps, sir, he kicked a county member. Perhaps, sir, he tapped a lord. You may stare, sir, I repeat it. Blood flowed from noses, and perhaps he tapped a lord. Who knows? This," he added, putting his hand into his waistcoat pocket and taking out a large tooth, at the sight of which both Miggs and Mrs Varden screamed, "this was a bishop's. Beware, G. Varden."
"Now, I would rather," said the locksmith hastily, "have paid £500 than had this come to pass. You idiot, do you know what peril you stand in?"
"I know it, sir," replied his journeyman, "and it is my glory. I was there. Everybody saw me there. I was conspicuous and prominent. I will abide the consequences."
The locksmith, really disturbed and agitated, paced to and fro in silence, glancing at his former apprentice every now and then, and at length stopping before him, said,
"Get to bed, and sleep for a couple of hours, that you may wake penitent, and with some of your senses about you. Be sorry for what you have done, and we will try to save you. If I call him by 5 o'clock, said Varden, turning hurriedly to his wife, "and he washes himself clean, and changes his dress, he may get to the Tower stairs, and away by the Gravesend tide boat, before any search is made for him. From there he can easily get on to Canterbury, where your cousin will give him work till this storm has blown over. I am not sure that I do right in screening him from the punishment he deserves, but he has lived in this house, man and boy, for a dozen years, and I should be sorry if for this one day's work he made a miserable end. Lock the front door, Miggs, and show no light towards the street when you go upstairs. Quick, Simon, get to bed."
"And do you suppose, sir,"
retorted Mr Tappertit, with a thickness and slowness of speech which contrasted forcibly with the rapidity and earnestness of his kind-hearted master,
"and do you suppose, sir, that I am base and mean enough to accept your servile proposition, miscreant?"
"Whatever you please, Sim, but get to bed. Every minute is of consequence. The light here, Miggs."
"Yes, yes, oh do! Go to bed directly!" cried the two women together. Mr Tappertit stood upon his feet, and pushing his chair away to show that he needed no assistance, answered, swaying himself to and fro, and managing his head as if it had no connection whatever with his body,
You spoke of Miggs, sir. Miggs may be smothered. "Oh, Simon!" ejaculated that young lady in a faint voice. "Oh, Mim! Oh, sir! Oh, goodness gracious, what a turn he has give me!" "This family may all be smothered, sir," returned Mr Tappertit, after glancing at her with a smile of ineffable disdain, "excepting Mrs V. I have come here, sir, for her sake this night. Mrs Varden, take this piece of paper. It's a protection, ma'am. You may need it."
With these words he held out at arm's length a dirty, crumpled scrap of writing. The locksmith took it from him, opened it, and read as follows. "All good friends to our cause, I hope, will be particular, and do no injury to the property of any true Protestant. I am well assured that the proprietor of this house is a staunch and worthy friend to the cause. George Gordon." "What's this?" said the locksmith, with an altered face.
"Something that'll do you good service, young feller," replied his journeyman. "As you'll find, keep that safe, and where you can lay your hand upon it in an instant. And chalk no popery on your door tomorrow night, and for a week to come. That's all."
"This is a genuine document," said the locksmith. "I know, for I have seen the hand before. What threat does it imply? What devil is abroad?"
"A fiery devil," retorted Sim. "A flaming, furious devil. Don't you put yourself in its way, or you're done for, my buck. Be warned in time, G. Varden. Farewell."
But here the two women threw themselves in his way, especially Miss Miggs, who fell upon him with such fervour that she pinned him against the wall, and conjured him in moving words not to go forth till he was sober, to listen to reason, to think of it, to take some rest, and then determine.
"I tell you," said Mr Tappertit, "that my mind is made up. My bleeding country calls me, and I go. Miggs, if you don't get out of the way, I'll pinch you."
Miss Miggs, still clinging to the rebel, screamed once vociferously, but whether in the distraction of her mind, or because of his having executed his threat, is uncertain.
"Release me," said Simon, struggling to free himself from her chaste but spider-like embrace. "Let me go. I have made arrangements for you in an altered state of society, and mean to provide for you comfortably in life. There. Will that satisfy you?" "Oh, Simon!" cried Miss Miggs. "Oh, my blessed Simon! Oh, Mim! What are my feelings at this conflicting moment?"
Of a rather turbulent description, it would seem, for her nightcap had been knocked off in the scuffle, and she was on her knees upon the floor, making a strange revelation of blue and yellow curl-papers, straggling locks of hair, tags of stay-laces, and strings of it's impossible to say what, panting for breath, clasping her hands, turning her eyes upwards, shedding abundance of tears, and exhibiting various other symptoms of the acutest mental suffering.
"I leave," said Simon, turning to his master with an utter disregard of Miggs' maidenly affliction, "a box of things upstairs. Do what you like with them. I don't want 'em. I'm never coming back here any more. Provide yourself, sir, with a journeyman. I'm my country's journeyman. Henceforward, that's my line of business."
"Be what you like in 2 hours' time, but now go up to bed," returned the locksmith, planting himself in the doorway. "Do you hear me? Go to bed."
"I hear you, and defy you, Varden," rejoined Simon Tappertit. "This night, sir, I have been in the country, planning an expedition which shall fill your bell-hanging soul with wonder and dismay. The plot demands my utmost energy. Let me pass.'
'I'll knock you down if you come near the door,' replied the locksmith. 'You had better go to bed.'
Simon made no answer, but gathering himself up as straight as he could, plunged head foremost at his old master, and the two went driving out into the workshop together, plying their hands and feet so briskly that they looked like half a dozen, while Miggs and Mrs Varden screamed for 12. It would have been easy for Varden to knock his old prentice down and bind him hand and foot, but as he was loath to hurt him in his then defenceless state, he contented himself with parrying his blows when he could, taking them in perfect good part when he could not, and keeping between him and the door, until a favourable opportunity should present itself for forcing him to retreat upstairs, and shutting him up in his own room. But, in the goodness of his heart, he calculated too much upon his adversary's weakness, and forgot that drunken men who have lost the power of walking steadily can often run. Watching his time, Simon Tappertit made a cunning show of falling back, staggered unexpectedly forward, brushed past him, opened the door, he knew the trick of that lock well, and darted down the street like a mad dog. The locksmith paused for a moment in the excess of his astonishment, and then gave chase. It was an excellent season for a run, for at that silent hour the streets were deserted, the air was cool, and the flying figure before him distinctly visible at a great distance as it sped away with a long gaunt shadow following at its heels. But the short-winded locksmith had no chance against a man of Sim's youth and spare figure, though the day had been when he could have run him down in no time. The space between them rapidly increased, and as the rays of the rising sun streamed upon Simon in the act of turning a distant corner, Gabriel Varden was fain to give up, and sit down on a doorstep to fetch his breath. Simon, meanwhile, without once stopping, fled at the same degree of swiftness to the Boot, where, as he well knew, some of his company were lying, and at which respectable hostelry, for he had already acquired the distinction of being in great peril of the law, a friendly watch had been expecting him all night, and was even now on the look-out for his coming.
"Go thy ways, Sim, go thy ways," said the locksmith, as soon as he could speak. "I have done my best for thee, poor lad, and would have saved thee, but the rope is round thy neck, I fear."
So saying, and shaking his head in a very sorrowful and disconsolate manner, he turned back, and soon re-entered his own house, where Mrs Varden and the faithful Miggs had been anxiously expecting his return. Now Mrs Varden, and by consequence Miss Miggs likewise, was impressed with a secret misgiving that she had done wrong, that she had, to the utmost of her small means, aided and abetted the growth of disturbances, the end of which it was impossible to foresee, that she had led remotely to the scene which had just passed, and that the locksmith's time for triumph and reproach had now arrived indeed. And so strongly did Mrs Varden feel this, and so crestfallen was she in consequence, that while her husband was pursuing their lost journeyman, she secreted under her chair the little red-brick dwelling-house with the yellow roof, lest it should furnish new occasion for reference to the painful theme, and now hid the same still more with the skirts of her dress. But it happened that the locksmith had been thinking of this very article on his way home, and that, coming into the room and not seeing it, he at once demanded where it was. Mrs Varden had no resource but to produce it, which she did with many tears and broken protestations that if she could have known—
"Yes, yes," said Varden, "of course I know that. I don't mean to reproach you, my dear. But recollect from this time that all good things perverted to evil purposes are worse than those which are naturally bad. A thoroughly wicked woman is wicked indeed. When religion goes wrong, she is very wrong, for the same reason. Let us say no more about it, my dear."
So he dropped the red-brick dwelling-house on the floor, and setting his heel upon it, crushed it into pieces. The halfpence and sixpences and other voluntary contributions rolled about in all directions, but nobody offered to touch them or to take them up.
"That," said the locksmith, "is easily disposed of, and I would to heaven that everything growing out of the same society could be settled as easily."
"It happens very fortunately, Varden," said his wife, with her handkerchief to her eyes, "that in case any more disturbances should happen, which I hope not, I sincerely hope not."
"I hope so too, my dear."
"That in case any should occur, we have the piece of paper which that poor misguided young man brought."
"Aye, to be sure," said the locksmith, turning quickly round. "Where is that piece of paper?"
Mrs Varden stood aghast as he took it from her outstretched hand, tore it into fragments, and threw them under the grate.
"Not use it?" she said.
"Use it?" cried the locksmith. "No. Let them come and pull the roof about our ears. Let them burn us out of house and home. I'd neither have the protection of their leader, nor chalk their howl upon my door, though for not doing it they shot me on my own threshold. Use it! Let them come and do their worst. The first man who crosses my doorstep on such an errand as theirs had better be 100 miles away. Let him look to it. The others may have their will. I wouldn't beg or buy them off if, instead of every pound of iron in the place, there was 100 weight of gold. Get you to bed, Martha. I shall take down the shutters and go to work."
"So early?"
said his wife.
"Aye," replied the locksmith cheerily, "so early. Come when they may, they shall not find us skulking and hiding as if we feared to take our portion of the light of day, and left it all to them. So, pleasant dreams to you, my dear, and cheerful sleep."
With that he gave his wife a hearty kiss, and bade her delay no longer, or it would be time to rise before she lay down to rest. Mrs Varden quite amiably and meekly walked upstairs, followed by Miggs, who, although a good deal subdued, could not refrain from sundry stimulative coughs and sniffs by the way, or from holding up her hands in astonishment at the daring conduct of master. Chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 52. A mob is usually a creature of very mysterious existence, particularly in a large city. Where it comes from or whither it goes, few men can tell. Assembling and dispersing with equal suddenness, it is as difficult to follow to its various sources as the sea itself. Nor does the parallel stop here, for the ocean is not more fickle and uncertain, more terrible when roused, more unreasonable, or more cruel. The people who were boisterous at Westminster upon the Friday morning, and were eagerly bent upon the work of devastation in Duke Street and Warwick Street at night, were, in the mass, the same, allowing for the chance accessions of which any crowd is morally sure in a town where there must always be a large number of idle and profligate persons. One and the same mob was at both places. Yet they spread themselves in various directions when they dispersed in the afternoon, made no appointment for reassembling, had no definite purpose or design, and indeed, for anything they knew, were scattered beyond the hope of future union. At the Boot, which, as has been shown, was in a manner the headquarters of the rioters, there were not upon this Friday night a dozen people. Some slept in the stables and outhouses, some in the common room, some 2 or 3 in beds. The rest were in their usual homes or haunts. Perhaps not a score in all lay in the adjacent fields and lanes, and under haystacks, or near the warmth of brick kilns, who had not their accustomed place of rest beneath the open sky. As to the public ways within the town, they had their ordinary nightly occupants, and no others, the usual amount of vice and wretchedness, but no more. The experience of one evening, however, had taught the reckless leaders of disturbance that they had but to show themselves in the streets, to be immediately surrounded by materials which they could only have kept together when their aid was not required, at great risk, expense, and trouble. Once possessed of this secret, they were as confident as if 20,000 men, devoted to their will, had been encamped about them, and assumed a confidence which could not have been surpassed, though that had really been the case. All day Saturday they remained quiet. On Sunday they rather studied how to keep their men within call, and in full hope, than to follow out by any fierce measure their first day's proceedings.
"I hope,"
said Dennis, as with a loud yawn he raised his body from a heap of straw on which he had been sleeping, and supporting his head upon his hand, appealed to Hugh on Sunday morning,
"that Muster Gashford allow some rest. Perhaps he'd have us at work again already, eh?"
"It's not his way to let matters drop, you may be sure of that," growled Hugh in answer. "I'm in no humour to stir yet, though. I'm as stiff as a dead body, and as full of ugly scratches as if I'd been fighting all day yesterday with wildcats."
"You've so much enthusiasm, that's it,"
said Dennis, looking with great admiration at the uncombed head, matted beard, and torn hands and face of the wild figure before him.
"You're such a devil of a fellow. You hurt yourselves 100 times more than you need, because you will be foremost in everything, and will do more than the rest."
"For the matter of that,"
returned Hugh, shaking back his ragged hair, and glancing towards the door of the stable in which they lay, "there's one yonder as good as me. What did I tell you about him? Did I say he was worth a dozen when you doubted him?" Mr Dennis rolled lazily over upon his breast, and resting his chin upon his hand in imitation of the attitude in which Hugh lay, said, as he too looked towards the door,
Aye, you knew him, brother, you knew him. But who'd suppose to look at that chap now, that he could be the man he is? Isn't it 1,000 cruel pities, brother, that instead of taking his natural rest and qualifying himself for further exertions in this here honourable cause, he should be playing at soldiers like a boy, and his cleanliness too?" said Mr Dennis, who certainly had no reason to entertain a fellow feeling with anybody who was particular on that score. "What weaknesses he's guilty of, with respect to his cleanliness. At 5 o'clock this morning, there he was at the pump, though anyone would think he had gone through enough, the day before yesterday, to be pretty fast asleep at that time. But no, when I woke for a minute or two, there he was at the pump, and if you'd seen him sticking them peacock's feathers into his hat when he'd done washing, I'm sorry he's such an imperfect character, but the best on us is incomplete in some point of view or another." The subject of this dialogue, and of these concluding remarks, which were uttered in a tone of philosophical meditation, was, as the reader will have divined, no other than Barnaby, who, with his flag in hand, stood sentry in the little patch of sunlight at the distant door, or walked to and fro outside, singing softly to himself and keeping time to the music of some clear church bells. Whether he stood still, leaning with both hands on the flagstaff, or, bearing it upon his shoulder, paced slowly up and down, the careful arrangement of his poor dress, and his erect and lofty bearing, showed how high a sense he had of the great importance of his trust, and how happy and how proud it made him. To Hugh and his companion, who lay in a dark corner of the gloomy shed, he and the sunlight, and the peaceful Sabbath sound to which he made response, seemed like a bright picture framed by the door, and set off by the stable's blackness. The whole formed such a contrast to themselves, as they lay wallowing like some obscene animals in their squalor and wickedness on the 2 heaps of straw, that for a few moments they looked on without speaking, and felt almost ashamed.
"Ah," said Hugh at length, carrying it off with a laugh, "he's a rare fellow, is Barnaby.
and can do more, with less rest, or meat or drink, than any of us. As to his soldiering, I put him on duty there.' 'Then there was a object in it, and a proper good un too, I'll be sworn,' retorted Dennis with a broad grin and an oath of the same quality. 'What was it, brother?' 'Why, you see,' said Hugh, crawling a little nearer to him, 'that our noble captain yonder came in yesterday morning rather the worse for liquor, and was, like you and me, ditto last night.' Dennis looked to where Simon Tappertit lay coiled upon a truss of hay, snoring profoundly, and nodded. 'And our noble captain,' continued Hugh with another laugh, 'our noble captain and I have planned for to-morrow a roaring expedition, with good profit in it.' 'Again the Papists?' asked Dennis, rubbing his hands. 'Aye, against the Papists. Against one of them at least, that some of us, and I for one, owe a good heavy grudge to.' 'Not Muster Gashford's friend that he spoke to us about in my house, eh?' said Dennis, brimful of pleasant expectation. 'The same man,' said Hugh. 'That's your sort!' cried Mr Dennis, gaily shaking hands with him. 'That's the kind of game. Let's have revenges and injuries and all that, and we shall get on twice as fast. Now you talk indeed.' 'The captain,' added Hugh, 'has thoughts of carrying off a woman in the bustle, and and so have I.' Mr Dennis received this part of the scheme with a wry face, observing that as a general principle he objected to women altogether, as being unsafe and slippery persons, on whom there was no calculating with any certainty, and who were never in the same mind for 24 hours at a stretch. He might have expatiated on this suggestive theme at much greater length, but that it occurred to him to ask what connection existed between the proposed expedition and Barnaby's being posted at the stable door as sentry, to which Hugh cautiously replied in these words: 'Why, the people we mean to visit were friends of his once upon a time, and I know that much of him to feel pretty sure that if he thought we were going to do him any harm, he'd be no friend to our side, but would lend a ready hand to the other. So I've persuaded him, for I know him of old, that Lord George has picked him out to guard this place to-morrow while we're away, and that it's a great honour. And so he's on duty now, and as proud of it as if he was a general. What do you say to me for a careful man as well as a devil of a one?' Mr Dennis exhausted himself in compliments, and then added, 'But about the expedition itself?' 'About that,' said Hugh, 'you shall hear all particulars from me and the great captain conjointly and both together. For see, he's waiting up. Rouse yourself, Lionheart. Put a good face upon it, and drink again. Another hair of the dog that bit you, captain. Call for drink. There's enough of gold and silver cups and candlesticks buried underneath my bed,' he added, rolling back the straw and pointing to where the ground was newly turned, 'to pay for it, if it was a score of casks full. Drink, captain.' Mr Tappertit received these jovial promptings with a very bad grace, being much the worse, both in mind and body, for his 2 nights of debauch, and but indifferently able to stand upon his legs. With Hugh's assistance, however, he contrived to stagger to the pump, and having refreshed himself with an abundant draught of cold water, and a copious shower of the same refreshing liquid on his head and face, he ordered some rum and milk to be served, and upon that innocent beverage and some biscuits and cheese made a pretty hearty meal. That done, he disposed himself in an easy attitude on the ground beside his 2 companions, who were carousing after their own tastes, and proceeded to enlighten Mr Dennis in reference to to-morrow's project. That their conversation was an interesting one was rendered manifest by its length, and by the close attention of all 3. That it was not of an oppressively grave character, but was enlivened by various pleasantries arising out of the subject, was clear from their loud and frequent roars of laughter,
which startled Barnaby on his post, and made him wonder at their levity. But he was not summoned to join them until they had eaten and drunk and slept and talked together for some hours, not, indeed, until the twilight, when they informed him that they were about to make a slight demonstration in the streets, just to keep the people's hands in, as it was Sunday night, and the public might otherwise be disappointed, and that he was free to accompany them if he would. Without the slightest preparation, saving that they carried clubs and wore the blue cockade, they sallied out into the streets, and, with no more settled design than that of doing as much mischief as they could, paraded them at random. Their numbers rapidly increasing, they soon divided into parties, and agreeing to meet by and by, in the fields near Welbeck Street, scoured the town in various directions. The largest body, and that which augmented with the greatest rapidity, was the one to which Hugh and Barnaby belonged. This took its way towards Moorfields, where there was a rich chapel, and in which neighbourhood several Catholic families were known to reside. Beginning with the private houses so occupied, they broke open the doors and windows, and while they destroyed the furniture, and left but the bare walls, made a sharp search for tools and engines of destruction, such as hammers, pokers, axes, saws, and such-like instruments. Many of the rioters made belts of cord, of handkerchiefs, or any material they found at hand, and wore these weapons as openly as pioneers upon a field day. There was not the least disguise or concealment. Indeed, on this night, very little excitement or hurry. From the chapels they tore down and took away the very altars, benches, pulpits, pews, and flooring. From the dwelling-houses, the very wainscoting and stairs. This Sunday evening's recreation they pursued like mere workmen who had a certain task to do, and did it. 50 resolute men might have turned them at any moment. A single company of soldiers could have scattered them like dust. But no man interposed, no authority restrained them, and, except by the terrified persons who fled from their approach, they were as little heeded as if they were pursuing their lawful occupations with the utmost sobriety and good conduct. In the same manner they marched to the place of rendezvous agreed upon, made great fires in the fields, and reserving the most valuable of their spoils, burnt the rest. Priestly garments, images of saints, rich stuffs and ornaments, altar furniture, and household goods were cast into the flames, and shed a glare on the whole country round. But they danced and howled and roared about these fires till they were tired, and were never for an instant checked. As the main body filed off from this scene of action, and passed down Welbeck Street, they came upon Gashford, who had been a witness of their proceedings, and was walking stealthily along the pavement. Keeping up with him, and yet not seeming to speak, Hugh muttered in his ear, "Is this better, master?"
"No," said Gashford, "it is not." "What would you have?" said Hugh. "Fevers are never at their height at once. They must get on by degrees." "I would have you," said Gashford, pinching his arm with such malevolence that his nails seemed to meet in the skin, "I would have you put some meaning into your work, fools. Can you make no better bonfires than of rags and scraps? Can you burn nothing whole?" "A little patience, master," said Hugh. "Wait but a few hours, and you shall see. Look for a redness in the sky tomorrow night." With that, he fell back into his place beside Barnaby, and when the secretary looked after him, both were lost in the crowd. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 53. The next day was ushered in by merry peals of bells, and by the firing of the Tower guns. Flags were hoisted on many of the church steeples,
The usual demonstrations were made in honour of the anniversary of the king's birthday, and every man went about his pleasure or business as if the city were in perfect order, and there were no half-smouldering embers in its secret places, which, on the approach of night, would kindle up again and scatter ruin and dismay abroad. The leaders of the riot, rendered still more daring by the success of last night and by the booty they had acquired, kept steadily together, and only thought of implicating the mass of their followers so deeply that no hope of pardon or reward might tempt them to betray their more notorious confederates into the hands of justice. Indeed, the sense of having gone too far to be forgiven held the timid together no less than the bold. Many who would readily have pointed out the foremost rioters and given evidence against them felt that escape by that means was hopeless, when their every act had been observed by scores of people who had taken no part in the disturbances, who had suffered in their persons, peace, or property by the outrages of the mob, who would be most willing witnesses, and whom the government would, no doubt, prefer to any king's evidence that might be offered. Many of this class had deserted their usual occupations on the Saturday morning. Some had been seen by their employers active in the tumult. Others knew they must be suspected, and that they would be discharged if they returned. Others had been desperate from the beginning, and comforted themselves with the homely proverb that, being hanged at all, they might as well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb. They all hoped and believed, in a greater or lesser degree, that the government they seemed to have paralysed would, in its terror, come to terms with them in the end, and suffer them to make their own conditions. The least sanguine among them reasoned with himself that, at the worst, they were too many to be all punished, and that he had as good a chance of escape as any other man. The great mass never reasoned or thought at all, but were stimulated by their own headlong passions, by poverty, by ignorance, by the love of mischief, and the hope of plunder. One other circumstance is worthy of remark, and that is, that from the moment of their first outbreak at Westminster, every symptom of order or preconcerted arrangement among them vanished. When they divided into parties and ran to different quarters of the town, it was on the spontaneous suggestion of the moment. Each party swelled as it went along, like rivers as they rolled towards the sea. New leaders sprang up as they were wanted, disappeared when the necessity was over, and reappeared at the next crisis. Each tumult took shape and form from the circumstances of the moment. Sober workmen, going home from their day's labour, were seen to cast down their baskets of tools and become rioters in an instant. Mere boys on errands did the like. In a word, a moral plague ran through the city. The noise and hurry and excitement had for hundreds and hundreds an attraction they had no firmness to resist. The contagion spread like a dread fever, an infectious madness, as yet not near its height, seized on new victims every hour, and society began to tremble at their ravings. It was between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Gashford looked into the lair described in the last chapter, and seeing only Barnaby and Dennis there, inquired for Hugh. He was out, Barnaby told him, had gone out more than an hour ago, and had not yet returned.
"Dennis,"
said the smiling secretary in his smoothest voice, as he sat down cross-legged on a barrel.
"Dennis."
The hangman struggled into a sitting posture directly, and with his eyes wide open, looked towards him.
"How do you do, Dennis?"
said Gashford, nodding.
"I hope you have suffered no inconvenience from your late exertions, Dennis?"
"I always will say of you, Muster Gashford," returned the hangman, staring at him, that 'ere quiet way of yours might almost wake a dead man. It is," he added with a muttered oath, still staring at him in a thoughtful manner, "so awful sly."
"So distinct, eh, Dennis?"
"Distinct,"
he answered, scratching his head and keeping his eyes upon the secretary's face.
"I seem to hear it, Muster Gashford, in my wery bones."
"I am very glad your sense of hearing is so sharp.
and that I succeed in making myself so intelligible,' said Gashford, in his unvarying even tone. 'Where is your friend?' Mr Dennis looked round, as in expectation of beholding him asleep upon his bed of straw, then remembering he had seen him go out, replied, 'I can't say where he is, Muster Gashford. I expect him back afore now. I hope it isn't time that we was busy, Muster Gashford.' 'Nay,' said the secretary, 'who should know that as well as you? How can I tell you, Dennis? You are perfect master of your own actions, you know, and accountable to nobody, except sometimes to the law, eh?'
Dennis, who was very much baffled by the cool matter-of-course manner of this reply, recovered his self-possession on his professional pursuits being referred to, and pointing towards Barnaby, shook his head and frowned. 'Hush!' cried Barnaby.
'Ah, do hush about that, Muster Gashford,' said the hangman in a low voice. 'Poplar prejudices. You always forget.' 'Well, Barnaby, my lad, what's the matter?'
'I hear him coming,' he answered. 'Hark! Do you mark that? That's his foot. Bless you, I know his step and his dog's too. Tramp, tramp, pit-pat. On they come together, and and here they are,' he cried joyfully, welcoming Hugh with both hands, and then patting him fondly on the back, as if instead of being the rough companion he was, he had been one of the most prepossessing of men. 'Here he is, and safe too. I'm glad to see him back again, old Hugh.'
'I'm a Turk if he don't give me a warmer welcome always than any man of sense,' said Hugh, shaking hands with him with a kind of ferocious friendship, strange enough to see. 'How are you, boy?'
'Hearty,'
cried Barnaby, waving his hat.
'And merry too, Hugh, and ready to do anything for the good cause, and the right, and to help the kind, mild, pale-faced gentleman, the lord they used so ill, eh, Hugh?'
'Aye,'
returned his friend, dropping his hand and looking at Gashford for an instant with a changed expression before he spoke to him.
'Good day, master.'
'And good day to you,'
replied the secretary, nursing his leg.
'And many good days, whole years of them, I hope. You are heated.'
'So would you have been, master,' said Hugh, wiping his face, 'if you'd been running here as fast as I have.'
'You know the news, then? Yes, I suppose you would have heard it.'
'News? What news?'
'You don't?'
cried Gashford, raising his eyebrows with an exclamation of surprise.
'Dear me. Come, then I am the first to make you acquainted with your distinguished position after all. Do you see the King's Arms atop?'
he smilingly asked, as he took a large paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and held it out for Hugh's inspection.
'Well,' said Hugh, 'what's that to me?'
'Much, a great deal,' replied the secretary. 'Read it.'
'I told you the first time I saw you that I couldn't read,' said Hugh impatiently. 'What in the devil's name's inside of it?'
'It is a proclamation from the King in Council,' said Gashford, 'dated to-day, and offering a reward of £500. £500 is a great deal of money, and a large temptation to some people, to any one who will discover the person or persons most active in demolishing those chapels on Saturday night.'
'Is that all?' cried Hugh with an indifferent air. 'Oh, I knew of that.'
'Truly I might have known you did,' said Gashford, smiling and folding up the document again. 'Your friend, I might have guessed, indeed I did guess, was sure to tell you.'
'My friend?' stammered Hugh, with an unsuccessful effort to appear surprised. 'What friend?'
'Tut! Do you suppose I don't know where you have been?'
retorted Gashford, rubbing his hands and beating the back of one on the palm of the other, and looking at him with a cunning eye.
How dull you think me. Shall I say his name?
No, said Hugh with a hasty glance towards Dennis.
You have also heard from him, no doubt, resumed the secretary, after a moment's pause, that the rioters who have been taken, poor fellows, are committed for trial, and that some very active witnesses have had the temerity to appear against them. Among others,
and here he clenched his teeth, as if he would suppress by force some violent words that rose upon his tongue, and spoke very slowly.
Among others, a gentleman who saw the work going on in Warwick Street, a Catholic gentleman, one Haredale.
Hugh would have prevented his uttering the word, but it was out already. Hearing the name, Barnaby turned swiftly round.
"Duty! Duty! Bold Barnaby!"
cried Hugh, assuming his wildest and most rapid manner, and thrusting into his hand his staff and flag, which leant against the wall. "Mount guard without loss of time, for we are off upon our expedition. Up, Dennis, and get ready. Take care that no one turns the straw upon my bed, brave Barnaby. We know what's underneath it, eh? Now, master, quick! What you have to say speedily, for the little captain and a cluster of him are in the fields, and only waiting for us. Sharp's the word, strikes the action. Quick!" Barnaby was not proof against this bustle and dispatch. The look of mingled astonishment and anger which had appeared in his face when he turned towards them faded from it as the words passed from his memory, like breath from a polished mirror, and grasping the weapon which Hugh forced upon him, he proudly took his station at the door, beyond their hearing.
"You might have spoiled our plans, master," said Hugh. "You, too, of all men."
"Who would have supposed that he would be so quick?" urged Gashford.
"He's as quick sometimes, I don't mean with his hands, for that you know, but with his head, as you or any man," said Hugh. "Dennis, it's time we were going. They're waiting for us. I came to tell you. Reach me my stick and belt. Here, lend a hand, master. Fling this over my shoulder and buckle it behind, will you?"
"Brisk as ever,"
said the secretary, adjusting it for him as he desired.
"A man need to be brisk today. There's brisk work afoot."
"There is there?"
said Gashford. He said it with such a provoking assumption of ignorance that Hugh, looking over his shoulder and angrily down upon him, replied,
"Is there? You know there is. Who knows better than you, master, that the first great step to be taken is to make examples of these witnesses, and frighten all men from appearing against us, or any of our body, any more?"
"There's one we know of,"
returned Gashford, with an expressive smile,
"who is at least as well informed upon that subject as you or I."
"If we mean the same gentleman as I suppose we do,"
Hugh rejoined softly,
"I tell you this. He's as good and quick information about everything as—"
here he paused and looked round, as if to make sure that the person in question was not within hearing,
"as old Nick himself. Have you done that, master? How slow you are!"
"It's quite fast now," said Gashford, rising. "I say, you didn't find that your friend disapproved of today's little expedition?" "It is fortunate it jumps so well with the witness policy, for once planned it must have been carried out. And now you are going, eh?"
"Now we are going, master," Hugh replied. "Any parting words?"
"Oh dear, no," said Gashford sweetly. "None."
"You're sure?"
cried Hugh, nudging the grinning Dennis.
"Quite sure, eh, Muster Gashford?"
chuckled the hangman. Gashford paused a moment, struggling with his caution and his malice, then putting himself between the two men, and laying a hand upon the arm of each, said in a cramped whisper,
"Do not, my good friends, I'm sure you will not, forget our talk one night in your house, Dennis, about this person. No mercy, no quarter, no 2 beams of his house to be left standing where the builder placed them. Fire, the saying goes, is a good servant but a bad master. Makes it his master. He deserves no better. But I am sure you will be firm. I am sure you will be very resolute. I am sure you will remember that he thirsts for your lives and those of all your brave companions. If you ever acted like staunch fellows, you will do so today. Won't you, Dennis? Won't you, Hugh?"
The two looked at him, and at each other, then bursting into a roar of laughter, brandished their staves above their heads, shook hands, and hurried out. When they had been gone a little time, Gashford followed. They were yet in sight, and hastening to that part of the adjacent fields in which their fellows had already mustered, Hugh was looking back and flourishing his hat to Barnaby, who, delighted with his trust, replied in the same way, and then resumed his pacing up and down before the stable door, where his feet had worn a path already. And when Gashford himself was far distant, and looked back for the last time, he was still walking to and fro, with the same measured tread, the most devoted and the blithest champion that ever maintained a post, and felt his heart lifted up with a brave sense of duty, and determination to defend it to the last. Smiling at the simplicity of the poor idiot, Gashford betook himself to Welbeck Street by a different path from that which he knew the rioters would take, and sitting down behind a curtain in one of the upper windows of Lord George Gordon's house, waited impatiently for their coming. They were so long that although he knew it had been settled they should come that way, he had a misgiving they must have changed their plans and taken some other route. But at length the roar of voices was heard in the neighbouring fields, and soon afterwards they came thronging past in a great body. However, they were not all, nor nearly all, in one body, but were, as he soon found, divided into 4 parties, each of which stopped before the house to give 3 cheers, and then went on, the leaders crying out in what direction they were going, and calling on the spectators to join them. The first detachment, carrying by way of banners some relics of the havoc they had made in Moorfields, proclaimed that they were on their way to Chelsea, whence they would return in the same order to make of the spoil they bore a great bonfire near at hand. The second gave out that they were bound for Wapping, to destroy a chapel. The third that their place of destination was East Smithfield, and their object the same. All this was done in broad, bright summer day. Gay carriages and chairs stopped to let them pass, or turned back to avoid them. People on foot stood aside in doorways, or perhaps knocked and begged permission to stand at a window or in the hall until the rioters had passed. But nobody interfered with them, and when they had gone by, everything went on as usual. There still remained the 4th body, and for that the secretary looked with the most intense eagerness. At last it came up. It was numerous, and composed of picked men, for as he gazed down among them, he recognized many upturned faces which he knew well, those of Simon Tappertit, Hugh, and Dennis in the front, of course. They halted and cheered as the others had done, but when they moved again, they did not, like them, proclaim what design they had. Hugh merely raised his hat upon the bludgeon he carried, and glancing at a spectator on the opposite side of the way, was gone. Gashford followed the direction of his glance instinctively, and saw, standing on the pavement, and wearing the blue cockade, Sir John Chester. He held his hat an inch or 2 above his head to propitiate the mob, and, resting gracefully on his cane, smiling pleasantly, and displaying his dress and person to the very best advantage, looked on in the most tranquil state imaginable. For all that, and quick and dexterous as he was, Gashford had seen him recognize Hugh with the air of a patron. He had no longer any eyes for the crowd, but fixed his keen regards upon Sir John. He stood in the same place and posture until the last man in the concourse had turned the corner of the street. then very deliberately took the blue cockade out of his hat, put it carefully in his pocket, ready for the next emergency, refreshed himself with a pinch of snuff, put up his box, and was walking slowly off when a passing carriage stopped, and a lady's hand let down the glass. Sir John's hat was off again immediately. After a minute's conversation at the carriage window, in which it was apparent that he was vastly entertaining on the subject of the mob, he stepped lightly in and was driven away. The secretary smiled, but he had other thoughts to dwell upon, and soon dismissed the topic. Dinner was brought him, but he sent it down untasted, and in restless pacings up and down the room, and constant glances at the clock, and many futile efforts to sit down and read, or go to sleep, or look out of the window, consumed 4 weary hours. When the dial told him thus much time had crept away, he stole upstairs to the top of the house, and coming out upon the roof, sat down with his face towards the east. Heedless of the fresh air that blew upon his heated brow, of the pleasant meadows from which he turned, of the piles of roofs and chimneys upon which he looked, of the smoke and rising mist he vainly sought to pierce, of the shrill cries of children at their evening sports, the distant hum and turmoil of the town, the cheerful country breath that rustled past to meet it, and to droop and die, he watched and watched, till it was dark save for the specks of light that twinkled in the streets below and far away, and, as the darkness deepened, strained his gaze and grew more eager yet.
"Nothing but gloom in that direction still," he muttered restlessly. "Dog, where is the redness in the sky you promised me?"
End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 54. Rumours of the prevailing disturbances had, by this time, begun to be pretty generally circulated through the towns and villages round London, and the tidings were everywhere received with that appetite for the marvellous and love of the terrible which have probably been among the natural characteristics of mankind since the creation of the world. These accounts, however, appeared to many persons at that day, as they would to us at the present, but that we know them to be matter of history, so monstrous and improbable, that a great number of those who were resident at a distance, and who were credulous enough on other points, were really unable to bring their minds to believe that such things could be, and rejected the intelligence they received on all hands as wholly fabulous and absurd. Mr Willet, not so much perhaps on account of his having argued and settled the matter with himself as by reason of his constitutional obstinacy, was one of those who positively refused to entertain the current topic for a moment. On this very evening, and perhaps at the very time when Gashford kept his solitary watch, old John was so red in the face with perpetually shaking his head in contradiction of his 3 ancient cronies and pot companions, that he was quite a phenomenon to behold, and lighted up the maypole porch wherein they sat together like a monstrous carbuncle in a fairy tale.
"Do you think, sir," said Mr Willet, looking hard at Solomon Daisy, for it was his custom in cases of personal altercation to fasten upon the smallest man in the party, "do you think, sir, that I'm a born fool?"
"No, no, Johnny,"
returned Solomon, looking round upon the little circle of which he formed a part.
"We all know better than that. You're no fool, Johnny. No, no."
Mr Cobb and Mr Parkes shook their heads in unison, muttering, "No, no, Johnny, not you." But as such compliments had usually the effect of making Mr Willet rather more dogged than before, he surveyed them with a look of deep disdain, and returned for answer,
"Then what do you mean by coming here and telling me that this evening you're a-going to walk up to London together, you 3, you,
and have the evidence of your own senses? And, said Mr Willet, putting his pipe in his mouth with an air of solemn disgust, and the evidence of my senses enough for you?
But we haven't got it, Johnny, pleaded Parkes humbly.
You haven't got it, sir? Repeated Mr Willet, eyeing him from top to toe. You haven't got it, sir? You have got it, sir. Don't I tell you that His Blessed Majesty, King George the Third, would no more stand a rioting and rollicking in his streets than he'd stand being crowed over by his own Parliament?
Yes, Johnny, but that's your sense, not your senses, said the adventurous Mr Parkes.
How do you know? Retorted John with great dignity. You're a contradicting pretty free, you are, sir. How do you know which it is? I'm not aware I ever told you, sir. Mr Parkes, finding himself in the position of having got into metaphysics without exactly seeing his way out of them, stammered forth an apology and retreated from the argument. There then ensued a silence of some 10 minutes, or a quarter of an hour, at the expiration of which period Mr Willet was observed to rumble and shake with laughter, and presently remarked, in reference to his late adversary, that he hoped he had tackled him enough. Thereupon Messrs Cobb and Daisy laughed and nodded, and Parkes was looked upon as thoroughly and effectually put down. Do you suppose, if all this was true, that Mr Haredale would be constantly away from home as he is? Said John, after another silence. Do you think he wouldn't be afraid to leave his house with them 2 young women in it, and only a couple of men or so? Aye, but then you know, returned Solomon Daisy, his house is a goodish way out of London, and they do say that the rioters won't go more than 2 miles, or 3 at the farthest off the stones. Besides, you know, some of the Catholic gentlefolks have actually sent trinkets and such like down here for safety. At least, so the story goes. The story goes? Said Mr Willet testily. Yes, sir. The story goes that you saw a ghost last March, but nobody believes it. Well, said Solomon, rising to divert the attention of his 2 friends, who tittered at this retort, believed or disbelieved, it's true, and true or not, if we mean to go to London, we must be going at once. So, shake hands, Johnny, and good night. I shall shake hands, returned the landlord, putting his into his pockets, with no man as goes to London on such nonsensical errands. The 3 cronies were therefore reduced to the necessity of shaking his elbows. Having performed that ceremony, and brought from the house their hats and sticks and greatcoats, they bade him good night and departed, promising to bring him on the morrow full and true accounts of the real state of the city, and if it were quiet, to give him the full merit of his victory. John Willet looked after them as they plodded along the road in the rich glow of a summer evening, and knocking the ashes out of his pipe, laughed inwardly at their folly until his sides were sore. When he had quite exhausted himself, which took some time, for he laughed as slowly as he thought and spoke, he sat himself comfortably with his back to the house, put his legs upon the bench, then his apron over his face, and fell sound asleep. How long he slept matters not, but it was for no brief space, for when he awoke the rich light had faded, the sombre hues of night were falling fast upon the landscape, and a few bright stars were already twinkling overhead. The birds were all at roost, the daisies on the green had closed their fairy hoods, the honeysuckle twining round the porch exhaled its perfume in a 2-fold degree, as though it lost its coyness at that silent time, and loved to shed its fragrance on the night. The ivy scarcely stirred its deep green leaves. How tranquil and how beautiful it was! Was there no sound in the air,
besides the gentle rustling of the trees and the grasshopper's merry chirp? Hark! Something very faint and distant, not unlike the murmuring in a sea-shell. Now it grew louder, fainter now, and now it altogether died away. Presently it came again, subsided, came once more, grew louder, fainter, swelled into a roar. It was on the road, and varied with its windings. All at once it burst into a distinct sound, the voices and the tramping feet of many men. It is questionable whether old John Willet, even then, would have thought of the rioters, but for the cries of his cook and housemaid, who ran screaming upstairs and locked themselves into one of the old garrets, shrieking dismally when they had done so, by way of rendering their place of refuge perfectly secret and secure. These two females did afterwards depone that Mr Willet, in his consternation, uttered but one word, and called that up the stairs in a stentorian voice 6 distinct times. But as this word was a monosyllable, which, however inoffensive when applied to the quadruped it denotes, is highly reprehensible when used in connection with females of unimpeachable character, many persons were inclined to believe that the young women laboured under some hallucination caused by excessive fear, and that their ears deceived them. Be this as it may, John Willet, in whom the very uttermost extent of dull-headed perplexity supplied the place of courage, stationed himself in the porch, and waited for their coming up. Once it dimly occurred to him that there was a kind of door to the house, which had a lock and bolts, and at the same time some shadowy ideas of shutters to the lower windows flitted through his brain. But he stood stock still, looking down the road in the direction which the noise was rapidly advancing, and did not so much as take his hands out of his pockets. He had not to wait long. A dark mass, looming through a cloud of dust, soon became visible. The mob quickened their pace, shouting and whooping like savages. They came rushing on pell-mell, and in a few seconds he was bandied from hand to hand in the heart of a crowd of men. "Hallo!" cried a voice he knew, as the man who spoke came cleaving through the throng. "Where is he? Give him to me. Don't hurt him. How now, old Jack?" Mr Willet looked at him, and saw it was Hugh, but he said nothing and thought nothing. "These lads are thirsty and must drink," cried Hugh, thrusting him back towards the house. "Bustle, Jack, bustle. Show us the best, the very best, the overproof that you keep for your own drinking, Jack." John faintly articulated the words, "Who's to pay?" "He says, who's to pay?" cried Hugh, with a roar of laughter which was loudly echoed by the crowd. Then turning to John, he added, "Pay? Why, nobody." John stared round at the mass of faces, some grinning, some fierce, some lighted up by torches, some indistinct, some dusky and shadowy, some looking at him, some at his house, some at each other, and while he was, as he thought, in the very act of doing so, found himself, without any consciousness of having moved, in the bar, sitting down in an armchair, and watching the destruction of his property, as if it were some queer play or entertainment, of an astonishing and stupefying nature, but having no reference to himself that he could make out at all. Yes, here was the bar that the boldest never entered without special invitation, the sanctuary, the mystery, the hallowed ground. Here it was, crammed with men, clubs, sticks, torches, pistols, filled with a deafening noise, oaths, shouts, screams, hootings, changed all at once into a bear garden, a madhouse, an infernal temple, men darting in and out by door and window, smashing the glass, turning the taps, drinking liquor out of china punch bowls, sitting astride of casks, smoking private and personal pipes, cutting down the sacred grove of lemons, hacking and hewing at the celebrated cheese, breaking open inviolable drawers, putting things in their pockets which didn't belong to them, dividing his own money before his own eyes, wantonly wasting, breaking, pulling down and tearing up, nothing quiet, nothing private, Men everywhere, above, below, overhead, in the bedrooms, in the kitchen, in the yard, in the stables, clambering in at windows when there were doors wide open, dropping out of windows when the stairs were handy, leaping over the banisters into chasms of passages, new faces and figures presenting themselves every instant, some yelling, some singing, some fighting, some breaking glass and crockery, some laying the dust with the liquor they couldn't drink, some ringing the bells till they pulled them down, others beating them with pokers till they beat them into fragments. More men still, more, swarming on like insects, noise, smoke, light, darkness, frolic, anger, laughter, groans, plunder, fear, and ruin. Nearly all the time while John looked on at this bewildering scene, Hugh kept near him, and though he was the loudest, wildest, most destructive villain there, he saved his old master's bones a score of times. Nay, even when Mr Tappertit, excited by liquor, came up and in assertion of his prerogative politely kicked old John Willet on the shins, Hugh bade him return the compliment, and if old John had had sufficient presence of mind to understand this whispered direction and to profit by it, he might no doubt, under Hugh's protection, have done so with impunity. At length the band began to reassemble outside the house, and to call to those within to join them, for they were losing time. These murmurs increasing and attaining a high pitch, Hugh and some of those who yet lingered in the bar, and who plainly were the leaders of the troop, took counsel together, apart, as to what was to be done with John to keep him quiet until their Chigwell work was over. Some proposed to set the house on fire and leave him in it. Others that he should be reduced to a state of temporary insensibility by knocking on the head. Others that he should be sworn to sit where he was until tomorrow at the same hour. Others again that he should be gagged and taken off with them under a sufficient guard. All these propositions being overruled, it was concluded at last to bind him in his chair, and a word was passed for Dennis. "Look'ee here, Jack," said Hugh, striding up to him. "We are going to tie you, hand and foot, but otherwise you won't be hurt. Do you hear?" John Willet looked at another man, as if he didn't know which was the speaker, and muttered something about an ordinary every Sunday at 2:00. "You won't be hurt, I tell you. Jack, do you hear me?" roared Hugh, impressing the assurance upon him by means of a heavy blow on the back. "He's so dead scared he's wool-gathering, I think. Give him a drop of something to drink here. Hand over, one of you." A glass of liquor being passed forward, Hugh poured the contents down old John's throat. Mr Willet feebly smacked his lips, thrust his hand into his pocket, and inquired what was to pay, adding, as he looked vacantly round, that he believed there was a trifle of broken glass. "He's out of his senses for the time, it's my belief," said Hugh, after shaking him, without any visible effect upon his system, until his keys rattled in his pocket. "Where's that Dennis?" The word was again passed, and presently Mr Dennis, with a long cord bound about his middle, something after the manner of a friar, came hurrying in, attended by a bodyguard of half a dozen of his men. "Come, be alive here!" cried Hugh, stamping his foot upon the ground. "Make haste!" Dennis, with a wink and a nod, unwound the cord from about his person, and raising his eyes to the ceiling, looked all over it, and round the walls and cornice, with a curious eye, then shook his head. "Move, man, can't you?" cried Hugh, with another impatient stamp of his foot. "Are we to wait here till the cry has gone for 10 miles round, and our work's interrupted?" "It's all very fine talking, brother," answered Dennis, stepping towards him, "but unless," and here he whispered in his ear, "unless we do it over the door, it can't be done at all in this here room." "What can't?" Hugh demanded. "What can't?" retorted Dennis. "Why, the old man can't." "Why, you weren't going to hang him?" cried Hugh. "No, brother," returned the hangman with a stare. "What else?" Hugh made no answer, but snatching the rope from his companion's hand, proceeded to bind old John himself. But his very first move was so bungling and unskilful that Mr Dennis entreated, almost with tears in his eyes, that he might be permitted to perform the duty. Hugh consenting, he achieved it in a twinkling. "There," he said, looking mournfully at John Willet, who displayed no more emotion in his bonds than he had shown out of them. "That's what I call pretty and workmanlike. He's quite a picture now. But, brother, just a word with you, now that he's ready trussed, as one may say. Wouldn't it be better for all parties if we was to work him off? It would read uncommon well in the newspapers, it would indeed. The public would think a great deal more on us." Hugh, inferring what his companion meant, rather from his gestures than his technical mode of expressing himself, to which, as he was ignorant of his calling, he wanted the clue, rejected this proposition for the second time, and gave the word "forward," which was echoed by 100 voices from without. "To the Warren!" shouted Dennis as he ran out, followed by the rest. "A witness's house, my lads!" A loud yell followed, and the whole throng hurried off, mad for pillage and destruction. Hugh lingered behind for a few moments, to stimulate himself with more drink, and to set all the taps running, a few of which had accidentally been spared. Then, glancing round the despoiled and plundered room, through whose shattered window the rioters had thrust the Maypole itself, for even that had been sawn down, lighted a torch, clapped the mute and motionless John Willet on the back, and waving his light above his head, and uttering a fierce shout, hastened after his companions. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 55. John Willet, left alone in his dismantled bar, continued to sit staring about him, awake as to his eyes, certainly, but with all his powers of reason and reflection in a sound and dreamless sleep. He looked round upon the room which had been for years, and was within an hour ago, the pride of his heart, and not a muscle of his face was moved. The night without looked black and cold through the dreary gaps in the casement. The precious liquids, now nearly leaked away, dripped with a hollow sound upon the floor. The Maypole peered ruefully in through the broken window, like the bowsprit of a wrecked ship. The ground might have been the bottom of the sea, it was so strewn with precious fragments. Currents of air rushed in, as the old doors jarred and creaked upon their hinges. The candles flickered and guttered down, and made long winding sheets. The cheery, deep-red curtains flapped and fluttered idly in the wind. Even the stout Dutch kegs, overthrown and lying empty in dark corners, seemed the mere husks of good fellows whose jollity had departed, and who could kindle with a friendly glow no more. John saw this desolation, and yet saw it not. He was perfectly contented to sit there, staring at it, and felt no more indignation or discomfort in his bonds than if they had been robes of honour. So far as he was personally concerned, old Time lay snoring, and the world stood still. Save for the dripping from the barrels, the rustling of such light fragments of destruction as the wind affected, and the dull creaking of the open doors, all was profoundly quiet. Indeed, these sounds, like the ticking of the death-watch in the night, only made the silence they invaded deeper and more apparent. But quiet or noisy, it was all one to John. If a train of heavy artillery could have come up and commenced ball practice outside the window, it would have been all the same to him. He was a long way beyond surprise. A ghost couldn't have overtaken him. By and by he heard a footstep, a hurried and yet cautious footstep, coming on towards the house. It stopped, advanced again, and seemed to go quite round it. Having done that, it came beneath the window, and a head looked in. It was strongly relieved against the darkness outside by the glare of the guttering candles. A pale, worn, withered face. The eyes, but that was owing to its gaunt condition, unnaturally large and bright. The hair a grizzled black. It gave a searching glance all round the room, and a deep voice said, "Are you alone in this house?" John made no sign, though the question was repeated twice, and he heard it distinctly. After a moment's pause, the man got in at the window. John was not at all surprised at this either. There had been so much getting in and out of window in the course of the last hour or so, that he had quite forgotten the door, and seemed to have lived among such exercises from infancy. The man wore a large dark faded cloak and a slouched hat. He walked up close to John and looked at him. John returned the compliment with interest. "How long have you been sitting thus?" said the man. John considered, but nothing came of it. "Which way have the party gone?" Some wandering speculations relative to the fashion of the stranger's boots got into Mr Willet's mind by some accident or other, but they got out again in a hurry and left him in his former state. "You would do well to speak," said the man. "You may keep a whole skin, though you have nothing else left that can be hurt. Which way have the party gone?" "That," said John, finding his voice all at once, and nodding with perfect good faith. He couldn't point, he was so tightly bound in exactly the opposite direction to the right one.
"You lie," said the man angrily and with a threatening gesture. "I came that way. You would betray me."
It was so evident that John's imperturbability was not assumed, but was the result of the late proceedings under his roof, that the man stayed his hand in the very act of striking him, and turned away. John looked after him without so much as a twitch in a single nerve of his face. He seized a glass, and holding it under one of the little casks until a few drops were collected, drank them greedily off. Then throwing it down upon the floor impatiently, he took the vessel in his hands and drained it into his throat. Some scraps of bread and meat were scattered about, and on these he fell next, eating them with voracity and pausing every now and then to listen for some fancied noise outside. When he had refreshed himself in this manner with violent haste, and raised another barrel to his lips, he pulled his hat upon his brow as though he were about to leave the house, and turned to John.
"Where are your servants?"
Mr Willet indistinctly remembered to have heard the rioters calling to them to throw the key of the room in which they were out of window for their keeping. He therefore replied, "Locked up."
"Well, for them if they remain quiet, and well for you if you do the like," said the man. "Now, show me the way the party went."
This time Mr Willet indicated it correctly. The man was hurrying to the door, when suddenly there came towards them on the wind the loud and rapid tolling of an alarm bell, and then a bright and vivid glare streamed up, which illumined not only the whole chamber, but all the country. It was not the sudden change from darkness to this dreadful light. It was not the sound of distant shrieks and shouts of triumph. It was not this dread invasion of the serenity and peace of night that drove the man back as though a thunderbolt had struck him. It was the bell. If the ghastliest shape the human mind has ever pictured in its wildest dreams had risen up before him, he could not have staggered backward from its touch, as he did from the first sound of that loud iron voice. With eyes that started from his head, his limbs convulsed, his face most horrible to see, he raised one arm high up into the air, and holding something visionary back and down with his other hand, drove at it as though he held a knife, and stabbed it to the heart. He clutched his hair, and stopped his ears, and travelled madly round and round, and gave a frightful cry, and with it rushed away. Still the bell tolled on, and seemed to follow him, louder and louder, hotter and hotter yet. The glare grew brighter, the roar of voices deeper, the crash of heavy bodies falling shook the air. Bright streams of sparks rose up into the sky, but louder than them all, rising faster far to heaven, 1,000,000 times more fierce and furious, pouring forth dreadful secrets after its long silence, speaking the language of the dead, the bell, the bell. What hunt of spectres could surpass that dread pursuit and flight? Had there been a legion of them on his track, he could have better borne it. They would have had a beginning and an end, but here all space was full. The one pursuing voice was everywhere. It sounded in the earth, the air, shook the long grass, and howled among the trembling trees. The echoes caught it up. The owls hooted as it flew upon the breeze. The nightingale was silent, and hid herself among the thickest boughs. It seemed to goad and urge the angry fire, and lash it into madness. Everything was steeped in one prevailing red. The glow was everywhere. Nature was drenched in blood. Still the remorseless crying of that awful voice, the bell, the bell. It ceased, but not in his ears. The knell was at his heart. No work of man had ever voice like that which sounded there, and warned him that it cried unceasingly to heaven. Who could hear that bell and not know what it said? There was murder in its every note, cruel, relentless, savage murder, the murder of a confiding man by one who held his every trust. Its ringing summoned phantoms from their graves. What face was that, in which a friendly smile changed to a look of half-incredulous horror, which stiffened for a moment into one of pain, then changed again into an imploring glance at heaven, and so fell idly down with upturned eyes, like the dead stags he had often peeped at when a little child, shrinking and shuddering? There was a dreadful thing to think of now, and clinging to an apron as he looked, he sank upon the ground, and grovelling down as if he would dig himself a place to hide in, covered his face and ears. But no, 100 walls and roofs of brass would not shut out that bell, for in it spoke the wrathful voice of God, and from that voice the whole wide universe could not afford a refuge. While he rushed up and down, not knowing where to turn, and while he lay crouching there, the work went briskly on indeed. When they left the Maypole, the rioters formed into a solid body, and advanced at a quick pace toward the warren. Rumour of their approach having gone before, they found the garden doors fast closed, the windows made secure, and the house profoundly dark, not a light being visible in any portion of the building. After some fruitless ringing at the bells and beating at the iron gates, they drew off a few paces to reconnoitre, and confer upon the course it would be best to take. Very little conference was needed, when all were bent upon one desperate purpose, infuriated with liquor and flushed with successful riot. The word being given to surround the house, some climbed the gates, or dropped into the shallow trench and scaled the garden wall, while others pulled down the solid iron fence, and while they made a breach to enter by, made deadly weapons of the bars. The house being completely encircled, a small number of men were dispatched to break open a tool-shed in the garden, and during their absence on this errand, the remainder contented themselves with knocking violently at the doors, and calling to those within to come down and open them on peril of their lives. No answer being returned to this repeated summons, and the detachment who had been sent away coming back with an accession of pickaxes, spades, and hoes, they, together with those who had such arms already, or carried, as many did, axes, poles, and crowbars, struggled into the foremost rank, ready to beset the doors and windows. They had not at this time more than a dozen lighted torches among them, but when these preparations were completed, flaming links were distributed and passed from hand to hand with such rapidity that in a minute's time at least 2/3 of the whole roaring mass bore, each man in his hand, a blazing brand. Whirling these about their heads, they raised a loud shout, and fell to work upon the doors and windows. Amidst the clattering of heavy blows, the rattling of broken glass, the cries and execrations of the mob, and all the din and turmoil of the scene, Hugh and his friends kept together at the turret door where Mr Haredale had last admitted him and old John Willet, and spent their united force on that. It was a strong old oaken door, guarded by good bolts and a heavy bar, but it soon went crashing in upon the narrow stairs behind, and made, as it were, a platform to facilitate their tearing up into the rooms above. Almost at the same moment, a dozen other points were forced, and at every one the crowd poured in like water. A few armed servant-men were posted in the hall, and when the rioters forced an entrance there, they fired some 6 shots, but these taking no effect, and the concourse coming on like an army of devils, they only thought of consulting their own safety, and retreated, echoing their assailants' cries, and hoping in the confusion to be taken for rioters themselves, in which stratagem they succeeded, with the exception of one old man, who was never heard of again, and was said to have had his brains beaten out with an iron bar. One of his fellows reported that he had seen the old man fall, and to have been afterwards burnt in the flames. The besiegers, being now in complete possession of the house, spread themselves over it from garret to cellar, and plied their demon labours fiercely. While some small parties kindled bonfires underneath the windows, others broke up the furniture and cast the fragments down to feed the flames below. Where the apertures in the wall, windows no longer, were large enough, they threw out tables, chests of drawers, beds, mirrors, pictures, and flung them whole into the fire, while every fresh addition to the blazing masses was received with shouts and howls and yells, which added new and dismal terrors to the conflagration. Those who had axes and had spent their fury on the movables, chopped and tore down the doors and window frames, broke up the flooring, hewed away the rafters, and buried men who lingered in the upper rooms in heaps of ruins. Some searched the drawers, the chests, the boxes, writing desks, and closets for jewels, plate, and money, while others, less mindful of gain and more mad for destruction, cast their whole contents into the courtyard without examination, and called to those below to heap them on the blaze. Men who had been into the cellars and had staved the casks rushed to and fro stark mad, setting fire to all they saw, often to the dresses of their own friends, and kindling the building in so many parts that some had no time for escape, and were seen with drooping hands and blackened faces hanging senseless on the window-sills to which they had crawled, until they were sucked and drawn into the burning gulf. The more the fire crackled and raged, the wilder and more cruel the men grew, as though moving in that element they became fiends, and changed their earthly nature for the qualities that give delight in hell. The burning pile, revealing rooms and passages red-hot, through gaps made in the crumbling walls, the tributary fires that licked the outer bricks and stones with their long forked tongues, and ran up to meet the glowing mass within, the shining of the flames upon the villains who looked on and fed them, the roaring of the angry blaze, so bright and high that it seemed in its rapacity to have swallowed up the very smoke, the living flakes the wind bore rapidly away and hurried on with, like a storm of fiery snow, the noiseless breaking of great beams of wood, which fell like feathers on the heap of ashes, and crumbled in the very act to sparks and powder, the lurid tinge that overspread the sky, and the darkness, very deep by contrast, which prevailed around, the exposure to the coarse common gaze of every little nook which usages of home had made a sacred place, and the destruction by rude hands of every little household favourite which old associations made a dear and precious thing. All this taking place, not among pitying looks and friendly murmurs of compassion, but brutal shouts and exultations, which seemed to make the very rats who stood by the old house too long, creatures with some claim upon the pity and regard of those its roof had sheltered, combined to form a scene, never to be forgotten by those who saw it and were not actors in the work, so long as life endured. And who were they? The alarm bell rang, and it was pulled by no faint or hesitating hands, for a long time, but not a soul was seen. Some of the insurgents said that when it ceased they heard the shrieks of women, and saw some garments fluttering in the air, as a party of men bore away no unresisting burdens. No one could say that this was true or false, in such an uproar. But where was Hugh? Who among them had seen him since the forcing of the doors? The cry spread through the body. Where was Hugh? "Here!" he hoarsely cried, appearing from the darkness, out of breath and blackened with the smoke. We've done all we can. The fire is burning itself out, and even the corners it hasn't spread are nothing but heaps of ruins. Disperse, my lads, while the coast's clear. Get back by different ways, and meet as usual." With that he disappeared again, contrary to his wont, for he was always first to advance and last to go away, leaving them to follow homewards as they would. It was not an easy task to draw off such a throng. If Bedlam gates had been flung wide open, there would not have issued forth such maniacs as the frenzy of that night had made. There were men there who danced and trampled on the beds of flowers as though they trod down human enemies, and wrenched them from the stalks like savages who twisted human necks. There were men who cast their lighted torches in the air and suffered them to fall upon their heads and faces, blistering the skin with deep unseemly burns. There were men who rushed up to the fire and paddled in it with their hands as if in water, and others who were restrained by force from plunging in to gratify their deadly longing. On the skull of one drunken lad, not 20 by his looks, who lay upon the ground with a bottle to his mouth, the lead from the roof came streaming down in a shower of liquid fire, white hot, melting his head like wax. When the scattered parties were collected, men, living yet, but singed as if with hot irons, were plucked out of the cellars, and carried off upon the shoulders of others, who strove to wake them as they went along, with ribald jokes, and left them, dead, in the passages of hospitals. But of all the howling throng, not one learnt mercy from, or sickened at, these sights, nor was the fierce, besotted, senseless rage of one man glutted. Slowly, and in small clusters, with hoarse hurrahs and repetitions of their usual cry, the assembly dropped away. The last few red-eyed stragglers reeled after those who had gone before. The distant noise of men calling to each other, and whistling for others whom they missed, grew fainter and fainter. At length even these sounds died away, and silence reigned alone. Silence indeed. The glare of the flames had sunk into a fitful, flashing light, and the gentle stars, invisible till now, looked down upon the blackening heap. A dull smoke hung upon the ruin, as though to hide it from those eyes of heaven, and the wind forbore to move it. Bare walls, roof open to the sky, chambers where the beloved dead had, many and many a fair day, risen to new life and energy, where so many dear ones had been sad and merry, which were connected with so many thoughts and hopes, regrets and changes, all gone, nothing left but a dull and dreary blank, a smouldering heap of dust and ashes, the silence and solitude of utter desolation. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 56. The Maypole cronies, little dreaming of the change so soon to come upon their favourite haunt, struck through the forest path upon their way to London, and avoiding the main road, which was hot and dusty, kept to the by-paths and the fields. As they drew nearer to their destination, they began to make inquiries of the people whom they passed concerning the riots and the truth or falsehood of the stories they had heard. The answers went far beyond any intelligence that had spread to quiet Chigwell. One man told them that afternoon the guards, conveying to Newgate some rioters who had been re-examined, had been set upon by the mob and compelled to retreat. Another, that the houses of 2 witnesses near Clare Market were about to be pulled down when he came away. Another, that Sir George Saville's house in Leicester Fields was to be burnt that night, and that it would go hard with Sir George if he fell into the people's hands, as it was he who had brought in the Catholic bill. All accounts agreed that the mob were out in stronger numbers and more numerous parties than had yet appeared, that the streets were unsafe, that no man's house or life was worth an hour's purchase, that the public consternation was increasing every moment, and that many families had already fled the city. One fellow, who wore the popular colour, damned them for not having cockades in their hats, and bade them set a good watch tomorrow night upon their prison doors, for the locks would have a straining. Another asked if they were fireproof, that they walked abroad without the distinguishing mark of all good and true men; and a third, who rode on horseback, and was quite alone, ordered them to throw each man a shilling in his hat towards the support of the rioters. Although they were afraid to refuse compliance with this demand, and were much alarmed by these reports, they agreed, having come so far, to go forward and see the real state of things with their own eyes. So they pushed on quicker, as men do who are excited by portentous news, and ruminating on what they had heard, spoke little to each other. It was now night, and as they came nearer to the city, they had dismal confirmation of this intelligence in 3 great fires, all close together, which burnt fiercely and were gloomily reflected in the sky. Arriving in the immediate suburbs, they found that almost every house had chalked upon its door in large characters, "No Popery," that the shops were shut, and that alarm and anxiety were depicted in every face they passed. Noting these things with a degree of apprehension which neither of the 3 cared to impart in its full extent to his companions, they came to a turnpike gate which was shut. They were passing through the turnstile on the path, when a horseman rode up from London at a hard gallop, and called to the toll-keeper in a voice of great agitation to open quickly in the name of God. The adjuration was so earnest and vehement that the man, with a lantern in his hand, came running out, toll-keeper though he was, and was about to throw the gate open, when happening to look behind him, he exclaimed, "Good heaven! What's that? Another fire?" At this the 3 turned their heads, and saw in the distance, straight in the direction whence they had come, a broad sheet of flame casting a threatening light upon the clouds, which glimmered as though the conflagration were behind them, and showed like a wrathful sunset. "My mind misgives me," said the horseman, "or I know from what far building those flames come. Don't stand aghast, my good fellow. Open the gate." "Sir," cried the man, laying his hand upon his horse's bridle as he let him through, "I know you now, sir. Be advised by me. Do not go on. I saw them pass, and know what kind of men they are. You will be murdered." "So be it," said the horseman, looking intently towards the fire, and not at him who spoke. "But sir, cried the man, grasping at his rein more tightly yet, "if you do go on, wear the blue riband here, sir," he added, taking one from his own hat. "It's necessity, not choice, that makes me wear it. It's love of life and home, sir. Wear it for this one night, sir, only for this one night." "Do," cried the 3 friends, pressing round his horse. "Mr Haredale, worthy sir, good gentleman, pray be persuaded." "Who's that?" cried Mr Haredale, stooping down to look. "Did I hear Daisy's voice?" "You did, sir," cried the little man. "Do be persuaded, sir. This gentleman says very true. Your life may hang upon it." "Are you," said Mr Haredale abruptly, "afraid to come with me?" "I, sir? No." "Put that riband in your hat. If we meet the rioters, swear that I took you prisoner for wearing it. I will tell them so with my own lips, for as I hope for mercy when I die, I will take no quarter from them, nor shall they have quarter from me, if we come hand to hand to-night. Up here, behind me, quick! Clasp me tight round the body, and fear nothing." In an instant they were riding away at full gallop, in a dense cloud of dust, and speeding on like hunters in a dream. It was well the good horse knew the road he traversed, for never once, no, never once in all the journey did Mr Haredale cast his eyes upon the ground, or turn them for an instant from the light towards which they sped so madly. Once he said in a low voice, "It is my house," but that was the only time he spoke. When they came to dark and doubtful places, he never forgot to put his hand upon the little man to hold him more securely in his seat, but he kept his head erect and his eyes fixed on the fire, then and always. The road was dangerous enough, for they went the nearest way, headlong, far from the highway, by lonely lanes and paths where waggon wheels had worn deep ruts, where hedge and ditch hemmed in the narrow strip of ground, and tall trees arching overhead made it profoundly dark. But on, with neither stop nor stumble, till they reached the Maypole door, and could plainly see that the fire began to fade, as if for want of fuel. "Down, for one moment, for but one moment," said Mr Haredale, helping Daisy to the ground, and following himself. "Willet! Willet! Where are my niece and servants? Willet!" Crying to him distractedly, he rushed into the bar. The landlord bound and fastened to his chair, the place dismantled, stripped, and pulled about his ears. Nobody could have taken shelter here. He was a strong man, accustomed to restrain himself and suppress his strong emotions, but this preparation for what was to follow, though he had seen that fire burning and knew that his house must be razed to the ground, was more than he could bear. He covered his face with his hands for a moment, and turned away his head. "Johnny! Johnny!" said Solomon, and the simple-hearted fellow cried outright and wrung his hands. "Oh, dear old Johnny, here's a change! At the Maypole Bar should come to this, and we should live to see it. The old Warren too, Johnny. Mr Haredale. Oh, Johnny, what a piteous sight this is!" Pointing to Mr Haredale as he said these words, little Solomon Daisy put his elbows on the back of Mr Willet's chair, and fairly blubbered on his shoulder. While Solomon was speaking, old John sat, mute as a stockfish, staring at him with an unearthly glare, and displaying, by every possible symptom, entire and complete unconsciousness. But when Solomon was silent again, John followed with his great round eyes the direction of his looks, and did appear to have some dawning distant notion that somebody had come to see him. "You know us, don't you, Johnny?" said the little clerk, rapping himself on the breast. "Daisy, you know. Chigwell Church, bell ringer, little desk on Sundays, eh, Johnny?" Mr Willet reflected for a few moments, and then muttered, as it were mechanically, "Let us sing to the praise and glory of—" "Yes, to be sure," cried the little man hastily. "That's it. That's me, Johnny. You're all right now, ain't you? Say you're all right, Johnny." "All right," pondered Mr Willet, as if that were a matter entirely between himself and his conscience. "All right. Ah." "They haven't been misusing you with sticks or pokers or any other blunt instruments, have they, Johnny?" asked Solomon, with a very anxious glance at Mr Willet's head. "They didn't beat you, did they?" John knitted his brow, looked downwards as if he were mentally engaged in some arithmetical calculation, then upwards as if the total would not come at his call, then at Solomon Daisy, from his eyebrow to his shoe-buckle, then very slowly round the bar, and then a great, round, leaden-looking, and not at all transparent tear came rolling out of each eye, and he said, as he shook his head, "If they'd only had the goodness to murder me, I'd have thanked 'em kindly." No, don't say that, Johnny," whimpered his little friend. "It's very, very bad, but not quite so bad as that. No. "Look'ee here, sir," cried John, turning his rueful eyes on Mr Haredale, who had dropped on one knee, and was hastily beginning to untie his bonds. "Look'ee here, sir. The very Maypole, the old dumb Maypole, stares in at the winder as if it said, 'John Willet, John Willet, let's go and pitch ourselves in the nighest pool of water as is deep enough to hold us, for our day is over.'" "Don't, Johnny, don't!" cried his friend, no less affected with this mournful effort of Mr Willet's imagination than by the sepulchral tone in which he had spoken of the Maypole. "Please don't, Johnny." "Your loss is great, and your misfortune a heavy one," said Mr Haredale, looking restlessly towards the door, "and this is not a time to comfort you. If it were, I am in no condition to do so. Before I leave you, tell me one thing, and try to tell me plainly, I implore you. Have you seen or heard of Emma?" "No," said Mr Willet. "Nor any one but these bloodhounds?" "No." They rode away, I trust in heaven, before these dreadful scenes began,' said Mr Haredale, who, between his agitation, his eagerness to mount his horse again, and the dexterity with which the cords were tied, had scarcely yet undone one knot. 'A knife, Daisy.' 'You didn't,' said John, looking about, as though he had lost his pocket-handkerchief or some such slight article, 'either of you gentlemen see a coffin anywheres, did you?' 'Willet!' cried Mr Haredale. Solomon dropped the knife, and instantly becoming limp from head to foot, exclaimed, 'Good gracious!' 'Because,' said John, not at all regarding them, 'a dead man called a little time ago, on his way yonder. I could have told you what name was on the plate, if he had brought his coffin with him, and left it behind. If he didn't, it don't signify.' His landlord, who had listened to these words with breathless attention, started that moment to his feet, and, without a word, drew Solomon Daisy to the door, mounted his horse, took him up behind again, and flew rather than galloped towards the pile of ruins which that day's sun had shone upon a stately house. Mr Willet stared after them, listened, looked down upon himself to make quite sure that he was still unbound, and, without any manifestation of impatience, disappointment, or surprise, gently relapsed into the condition from which he had so imperfectly recovered. Mr Haredale tied his horse to the trunk of a tree, and grasping his companion's arm, stole softly along the footpath, and into what had been the garden of his house. He stopped for an instant to look upon its smoking walls, and at the stars that shone through roof and floor, upon the heap of crumbling ashes. Solomon glanced timidly in his face, but his lips were tightly pressed together, a resolute and stern expression sat upon his brow, and not a tear, a look, or gesture indicating grief escaped him. He drew his sword, felt for a moment in his breast, as though he carried other arms about him, then grasping Solomon by the wrist again, went with a cautious step all round the house. He looked into every doorway and gap in the wall, retraced his steps at every rustling of the air among the leaves, and searched in every shadowed nook with outstretched hands. Thus they made the circuit of the building, but they returned to the spot from which they had set out, without encountering any human being, or finding the least trace of any concealed straggler. After a short pause, Mr Haredale shouted twice or thrice, then cried aloud, 'Is there any one in hiding here who knows my voice? There is nothing to fear now. If any of my people are near, I entreat them to answer.' He called them all by name. His voice was echoed in many mournful tones. Then all was silent as before. They were standing near the foot of the turret where the alarm bell hung. The fire had raged there, and the floors had been sawn and hewn and beaten down besides. It was open to the night, but a part of the staircase still remained, winding upward from a great mound of dust and cinders. Fragments of the jagged and broken steps offered an insecure and giddy footing here and there, and then were lost again behind protruding angles of the wall, or in the deep shadows cast upon it by other portions of the ruin, for by this time the moon had risen and shone brightly. As they stood here, listening to the echoes as they died away, and hoping in vain to hear a voice they knew, some of the ashes in this turret slipped and rolled down. Startled by the least noise in that melancholy place, Solomon looked up in his companion's face, and saw that he had turned towards the spot, and that he watched and listened keenly. He covered the little man's mouth with his hand, and looked again. Instantly, with kindling eyes, he bade him on his life keep still, and neither speak nor move. Then holding his breath, and stooping down, he stole into the turret with his drawn sword in his hand, and disappeared. Terrified to be left there by himself, under such desolate circumstances, and after all he had seen and heard that night, Solomon would have followed, but there had been something in Mr Haredale's manner and his look, the recollection of which held him spellbound. He stood rooted to the spot, and scarcely venturing to breathe, looked up with mingled fear and wonder. Again the ashes slipped and rolled very, very softly, again, and then again, as though they crumbled underneath the tread of a stealthy foot. And now a figure was dimly visible, climbing very softly, and often stopping to look down. Now it pursued its difficult way, and now it was hidden from the view again. It emerged once more into the shadowy and uncertain light, higher now, but not much, for the way was steep and toilsome, and its progress very slow. What phantom of the brain did he pursue, and why did he look down so constantly? He knew he was alone. Surely his mind was not affected by that night's loss and agony. He was not about to throw himself headlong from the summit of the tottering wall. Solomon turned sick, and clasped his hands. His limbs trembled beneath him, and a cold sweat broke out upon his pallid face. If he complied with Mr Haredale's last injunction now, it was because he had not the power to speak or move. He strained his gaze, and fixed it on a patch of moonlight, into which, if he continued to ascend, he must soon emerge. When he appeared there, he would try to call to him. Again the ashes slipped and crumbled. Some stones rolled down, and fell with a dull, heavy sound upon the ground below. He kept his eyes upon the piece of moonlight. The figure was coming on, for its shadow was already thrown upon the wall. Now it appeared, and now looked round at him, and now the horror-stricken clerk uttered a scream that pierced the air, and cried, "The ghost! The ghost!" Long before the echo of his cry had died away, another form rushed out into the light, flung itself upon the foremost one, knelt down upon its breast, and clutched its throat with both hands. "Villain!" cried Mr Haredale, in a terrible voice, for it was he. "Dead and buried, as all men suppose through your infernal arts, but reserved by heaven for this. At last I have you. You, whose hands are red with my brother's blood, and that of his faithful servant, shed to conceal your own atrocious guilt. You, Rudge, double murderer and monster, I arrest you in the name of God, who has delivered you into my hands. No, though you had the strength of 20 men," he added, as the murderer writhed and struggled, "you could not escape me, or loosen my grasp tonight." End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 57. Barnaby, armed as we have seen, continued to pace up and down before the stable door, glad to be alone again, and heartily rejoicing in the unaccustomed silence and tranquillity. After the whirl of noise and riot in which the last 2 days had been passed, the pleasures of solitude and peace were enhanced 1,000-fold. He felt quite happy, and as he leaned upon his staff and mused, a bright smile overspread his face, and none but cheerful visions floated into his brain. Had he no thoughts of her, whose sole delight he was, and whom he had unconsciously plunged in such bitter sorrow and such deep affliction? Oh, yes, she was at the heart of all his cheerful hopes and proud reflections. It was she whom all this honour and distinction were to gladden. The joy and profit were for her. What delight it gave her to hear of the bravery of her poor boy! Ah, he would have known that without Hugh's telling him. And what a precious thing it was to know she lived so happily, and heard with so much pride. He pictured to himself her look when they told her that he was in such high esteem, bold among the boldest, and trusted before them all. And when these frays were over, and the good Lord had conquered his enemies, and they were all at peace again, and he and she were rich, What happiness they would have in talking of these troubled times when he was a great soldier, and when they sat alone together in the tranquil twilight, and she had no longer reason to be anxious for the morrow. What pleasure would he have in the reflection that this was his doing, his, poor foolish Barnaby's, and in patting her on the cheek, and saying with a merry laugh, "Am I silly now, mother? Am I silly now?" With a lighter heart and step, and eyes the brighter for the happy tear that dimmed them for a moment, Barnaby resumed his walk, and singing gaily to himself, kept guard upon his quiet post. His comrade Grip, the partner of his watch, though fond of basking in the sunshine, preferred to-day to walk about the stable, having a great deal to do in the way of scattering the straw, hiding under it such small articles that had been casually left about, and haunting Hugh's bed, to which he seemed to have taken a particular attachment. Sometimes Barnaby looked in and called him, and then he came hopping out, but he merely did this as a concession to his master's weakness, and soon returned again to his own grave pursuits, peering into the straw with his bill, and rapidly covering up the place, as if, Midas-like, he were whispering secrets to the earth and burying them, constantly busying himself upon the sly, and affecting, whenever Barnaby came past, to look up in the clouds and have nothing whatever on his mind. In short, conducting himself in many respects in a more than usually thoughtful, deep, and mysterious manner. As the day crept on, Barnaby, who had no directions forbidding him to eat and drink upon his post, but had been, on the contrary, supplied with a bottle of beer and a basket of provisions, determined to break his fast, which he had not done since morning. To this end he sat down on the ground before the door, and putting his staff across his knees in case of alarm or surprise, summoned Grip to dinner. This call the bird obeyed with great alacrity, crying as he sidled up to his master,
"I'm a devil, I'm a Polly, I'm a kettle, I'm a Protestant, no popery." Having learnt this latter sentiment from the gentry among whom he had lived of late, he delivered it with uncommon emphasis.
"Well said, Grip!"
cried his master, as he fed him with the daintiest bits.
"Well said, old boy!"
"Never say die, bow wow wow. Keep up your spirits, Grip, 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 law, we'll all have tea. I'm a Protestant kettle, no popery,"
cried the raven.
"Gordon for ever, Grip!"
cried Barnaby. The raven, placing his head upon the ground, looked at his master sideways, as though he would have said, "Say that again." Perfectly understanding his desire, Barnaby repeated the phrase a great many times. The bird listened with profound attention, sometimes repeating the popular cry in a low voice, as if to compare the two, and try if it would at all help him to this new accomplishment, sometimes flapping his wings or barking, and sometimes in a kind of desperation drawing a multitude of corks with extraordinary viciousness. Barnaby was so intent upon his favourite that he was not at first aware of the approach of two persons on horseback, who were riding at a foot-pace and coming straight towards his post. When he perceived them, however, which he did when they were within some 50 yards of him, he jumped hastily up, and ordering Grip within doors, stood with both hands on his staff, waiting until he should know whether they were friends or foes. He had hardly done so when he observed that those who advanced were a gentleman and his servant. Almost at the same moment he recognized Lord George Gordon, before whom he stood uncovered, with his eyes turned towards the ground.
"Good day,"
said Lord George, not reining in his horse until he was close beside him. "Well?"
"All quiet, sir, all safe," cried Barnaby. "The rest are away. They went by that path, that one, a grand party."
"Aye?" said Lord George, looking thoughtfully at him. "And you?"
"Oh, they left me here to watch, to mount guard, to keep everything secure till they come back. I'll do it, sir, for your sake. You're a good gentleman, a kind gentleman. Aye, you are. There are many against you, but we'll be a match for them, never fear."
"What's that?" said Lord George, pointing to the raven, who was peeping out of the stable door, but still looking thoughtfully, and in some perplexity it seemed, at Barnaby.
"Why, don't you know?"
retorted Barnaby with a wondering laugh.
Not know what he is? A bird, to be sure. My bird, my friend Grip.
A devil, a kettle, a Grip, a Polly, a Protestant, no popery, cried the raven.
Though indeed, added Barnaby, laying his hand upon the neck of Lord George's horse and speaking softly,
you had good reason to ask me what he is, for sometimes it puzzles me, and I am used to him, to think he's only a bird. He's my brother, Grip is, always with me, always talking, always merry, eh, Grip?
The raven answered by an affectionate croak, and hopping on his master's arm, which he held downward for that purpose, submitted with an air of perfect indifference to be fondled, and turned his restless, curious eye now upon Lord George, and now upon his man. Lord George, biting his nails in a discomfited manner, regarded Barnaby for some time in silence, then beckoning to his servant, said, "Come hither, John." John Grueby touched his hat and came. "Have you ever seen this young man before?" his master asked in a low voice. "Twice, my lord," said John. "I saw him in the crowd last night and Saturday." Did it seem to you that his manner was at all wild or strange?" Lord George demanded, faltering. "Mad," said John with emphatic brevity. "And why do you think him mad, sir?" said his master, speaking in a peevish tone. "Don't use that word too freely. Why do you think him mad?" "My lord," John Grueby answered, "look at his dress, look at his eyes, look at his restless way. Hear him cry no popery. Mad, my lord." "So, because one man dresses unlike another," returned his angry master, glancing at himself, "and happens to differ from other men in his carriage and manner, and to advocate a great cause, which the corrupt and irreligious desert, he is to be accounted mad, is he?" "Stark, staring, raving, roaring mad, my lord," returned the unmoved John. "Do you say this to my face?" cried his master, turning sharply upon him. "To any man, my lord, who asks me," answered John. "Master Gashford, I find, was right," said Lord George. "I thought him prejudiced, though I ought to have known a man like him better than to have supposed it possible." "I shall never have Mr. Gashford's good word, my lord," replied John, touching his hat respectfully, "and I don't covet it." "You are an ill-conditioned, most ungrateful fellow," said Lord George. "A spy, for anything I know. Mr. Gashford is perfectly correct, as I might have felt convinced he was. I have done wrong to retain you in my service. It is a tacit insult to him as my choice and confidential friend to do so, remembering the cause you sided with on the day he was maligned at Westminster. You will leave me tonight. Nay, as soon as we reach home, the sooner the better." "If it comes to that, I say so too, my lord. Let Mr. Gashford have his will. As to my being a spy, my lord, you know me better than to believe it, I am sure. I don't know much about causes. My cause is the cause of one man against 200, and I hope it always will be." "You have said quite enough," returned Lord George, motioning him to go back. "I desire to hear no more." "If you'll let me have another word, my lord," returned John Grueby, "I'll give this silly fellow a caution not to stay here by himself. The proclamation is in a good many hands already, and it's well known that he was concerned in the business it relates to. He had better get to a place of safety if he can, poor creature." "You hear what this man says?" cried Lord George, addressing Barnaby, who had looked on and wondered while this dialogue passed. "He thinks you may be afraid to remain upon your post, and are kept here perhaps against your will. What do you say?" "I think, young man," said John in explanation, "that the soldiers may turn out and take you, and that if they do, you will certainly be hung by the neck till you're dead, dead, dead. And I think you had better go from here as fast as you can. That's what I think."
He's a coward, Grip, a coward!" cried Barnaby, putting the raven on the ground and shouldering his staff. "Let them come! Gordon for ever! Let them come!" "Ay," said Lord George, "let them. Let us see who will venture to attack a power like ours, the solemn league of a whole people. Thus, a madman! You have said well, very well. I am proud to be the leader of such men as you." Barnaby's heart swelled within his bosom as he heard these words. He took Lord George's hand and carried it to his lips, patted his horse's crest, as if the affection and admiration he had conceived for the man extended to the animal he rode, then unfurling his flag and proudly waving it, resumed his pacing up and down. Lord George, with a kindling eye and glowing cheek, took off his hat, and flourishing it above his head, bade him exultingly farewell, then cantered off at a brisk pace, after glancing angrily round to see that his servant followed. Honest John set spurs to his horse and rode after his master, but not before he had again warned Barnaby to retreat, with many significant gestures, which indeed he continued to make, and Barnaby to resist, until the windings of the road concealed them from each other's view. Left to himself again with a still higher sense of the importance of his post, and stimulated to enthusiasm by the special notice and encouragement of his leader, Barnaby walked to and fro in a delicious trance, rather than as a waking man. The sunshine which prevailed around was in his mind. He had but one desire ungratified, if she could only see him now. The day wore on. Its heat was gently giving place to the cool of evening. A light wind sprang up, fanning his long hair, and making the banner rustle pleasantly above his head. There was a freedom and freshness in the sound, and in the time, which chimed exactly with his mood. He was happier than ever. He was leaning on his staff, looking towards the declining sun, and reflecting with a smile that he stood sentinel at that moment over buried gold, when 2 or 3 figures appeared in the distance, making towards the house at a rapid pace, and motioning with their hands as though they urged its inmates to retreat from some approaching danger. As they drew nearer, they became more earnest in their gestures, and they were no sooner within hearing than the foremost among them cried that the soldiers were coming up. At these words Barnaby furled his flag and tied it round the pole. His heart beat high while he did so, but he had no more fear or thought of retreating than the pole itself. The friendly stragglers hurried past him, after giving him notice of his danger, and quickly passed into the house, where the utmost confusion immediately prevailed. As those within hastily closed the windows and the doors, they urged him by looks and signs to fly without loss of time, and called to him many times to do so. But he only shook his head indignantly in answer, and stood the firmer on his post. Finding that he was not to be persuaded, they took care of themselves, and leaving the place with only one old woman in it, speedily withdrew. As yet there had been no symptom of the news having any better foundation than in the fears of those who brought it. But the boot had not been deserted 5 minutes, when there appeared, coming across the fields, a body of men who, it was easy to see, by the glitter of their arms and ornaments in the sun, and by their orderly and regular mode of advancing, for they came on as one man, were soldiers. In a very little time, Barnaby knew that they were a strong detachment of the Foot Guards, having along with them 2 gentlemen in private clothes, and a small party of horse. The latter brought up the rear, and were not in number more than 6 or 8. They advanced steadily, neither quickening their pace as they came nearer, nor raising any cry, nor showing the least emotion or anxiety. Though this was a matter of course in the case of regular troops, even to Barnaby there was something particularly impressive and disconcerting in it to one accustomed to the noise and tumult of an undisciplined mob. For all that, he stood his ground not a whit the less resolutely, and looked on undismayed. Presently they marched into the yard and halted. The commanding officer dispatched a messenger to the horsemen, one of whom came riding back. Some words passed between them, and they glanced at Barnaby, who well remembered the man he had unhorsed at Westminster, and saw him now before his eyes. The man, being speedily dismissed, saluted and rode back to his comrades, who were drawn up apart at a short distance.
The officer then gave the word to prime and load. The heavy ringing of the musket stocks upon the ground, and the sharp and rapid rattling of the ramrods in their barrels, were a kind of relief to Barnaby, deadly though he knew the purport of such sounds to be. When this was done, other commands were given, and the soldiers instantaneously formed in single file all round the house and stables, completely encircling them in every part, at a distance perhaps of some half-dozen yards. At least that seemed in Barnaby's eyes to be about the space left between himself and those who confronted him. The horsemen remained drawn up by themselves as before. The two gentlemen in private clothes, who had kept aloof, now rode forward, one on either side the officer. The proclamation having been produced, and read by one of them, the officer called on Barnaby to surrender. He made no answer, but stepping within the door, before which he had kept guard, held his pole crosswise to protect it. In the midst of a profound silence, he was again called upon to yield. Still he offered no reply. Indeed, he had enough to do, to run his eye backward and forward along the half-dozen men who immediately fronted him, and settle hurriedly within himself at which of them he would strike first when they pressed on him. He caught the eye of one in the centre, and resolved to hew that fellow down, though he died for it. Again there was a dead silence, and again the same voice called upon him to deliver himself up. Next moment he was back in the stable, dealing blows about him like a madman. Two of the men lay stretched at his feet. The one he had marked dropped first. He had a thought for that, even in the hot blood and hurry of the struggle. Another blow, another. Down, mastered, wounded in the breast by a heavy blow from the butt end of a gun, he saw the weapon in the act of falling, breathless, and a prisoner. An exclamation of surprise from the officer recalled him, in some degree, to himself. He looked round. Grip, after working in secret all the afternoon, and with redoubled vigour while everybody's attention was distracted, had plucked away the straw from Hugh's bed, and turned up the loose ground with his iron bill. The hole had been recklessly filled to the brim, and was merely sprinkled with earth. Golden cups, spoons, candlesticks, coined guineas, all the riches were revealed. They brought spades and a sack, dug up everything that was hidden there, and carried away more than two men could lift. They handcuffed him and bound his arms, searched him, and took away all he had. Nobody questioned or reproached him, or seemed to have much curiosity about him. The two men he had stunned were carried off by their companions in the same business-like way in which everything else was done. Finally, he was left under a guard of 4 soldiers with fixed bayonets, while the officer directed in person the search of the house and the other buildings connected with it. This was soon completed. The soldiers formed again in the yard. He was marched out with his guard about him, and ordered to fall in where a space was left. The others closed up all round, and so they moved away with the prisoner in the centre. When they came into the streets, he felt he was a sight, and looking up as they passed quickly along, could see people running to the windows, a little too late, and throwing up the sashes to look after him. Sometimes he met a staring face beyond the heads about him, or under the arms of his conductors, or peering down upon him from a waggon-top or coach-box. But this was all he saw, being surrounded by so many men. The very noises of the streets seemed muffled and subdued, and the air came stale and hot upon him, like the sickly breath of an oven. Tramp, 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 heads erect, shoulders square, every man stepping in exact time, all so orderly and regular, nobody looking at him, nobody seeming conscious of his presence. He could hardly believe he was a prisoner. But at the word, though only thought, not spoken, he felt the handcuffs galling his wrists, the cord pressing his arms to his sides, the loaded guns levelled at his head, and those cold, bright, sharp, shining points turned towards him, the mere looking down at which, now that he was bound and helpless, made the warm current of his life run cold. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge. A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 58. They were not long in reaching the barracks, for the officer who commanded the party was desirous to avoid rousing the people by the display of military force in the streets, and was humanely anxious to give as little opportunity as possible for any attempt at rescue, knowing that it must lead to bloodshed and loss of life, and that if the civil authorities by whom he was accompanied empowered him to order his men to fire, many innocent persons would probably fall, whom curiosity or idleness had attracted to the spot. He therefore led the party briskly on, avoiding with a merciful prudence the more public and crowded thoroughfares, and pursuing those which he deemed least likely to be infested by disorderly persons. This wise proceeding not only enabled them to gain their quarters without any interruption, but completely baffled a body of rioters who had assembled in one of the main streets through which it was considered certain they would pass, and who remained gathered together for the purpose of releasing the prisoner from their hands long after they had deposited him in a place of security, closed the barrack gates, and set a double guard at every entrance for its better protection. Arrived at this place, poor Barnaby was marched into a stone-floored room, where there was a very powerful smell of tobacco, a strong, thorough draught of air, and a great wooden bedstead large enough for a score of men. Several soldiers in undress were lounging about, or eating from tin cans. Military accoutrements dangled on rows of pegs along the whitewashed wall, and some half-dozen men lay fast asleep upon their backs, snoring in concert. After remaining here just long enough to note these things, he was marched out again, and conveyed across the parade ground to another portion of the building. Perhaps a man never sees so much at a glance as when he is in a situation of extremity. The chances are 100 to 1 that if Barnaby had lounged in at the gate to look about him, he would have lounged out again with a very imperfect idea of the place, and would have remembered very little about it. But as he was taken handcuffed across the gravelled area, nothing escaped his notice. The dry, arid look of the dusty square, and of the bare brick building, the clothes hanging at some of the windows, and the men in their shirt-sleeves and braces, lolling with half their bodies out of the others, the green sunblinds of the officers' quarters, and the little scanty trees in front, the drummer boys practising in a distant courtyard, the men at drill on the parade, the two soldiers carrying a basket between them, who winked to each other as he went by, and slyly pointed to their throats, the spruce sergeant who hurried past with a cane in his hand, and under his arm a clasped book with a vellum cover, the fellows in the ground-floor rooms, furbishing and brushing up their different articles of dress, who stopped to look at him, and whose voices as they spoke together echoed loudly through the empty galleries and passages. Everything, down to the stand of muskets before the guard-house, and the drum with a pipe-clad belt attached in one corner, impressed itself upon his observation, as though he had noticed them in the same place 100 times, or had been a whole day among them in place of one brief hurried minute. He was taken into a small paved backyard, and there they opened a great door, plated with iron, and pierced some 5 feet above the ground with a few holes to let in air and light. Into this dungeon he was walked straightway, and having locked him up there, and placed a sentry over him, they left him to his meditations. The cell, or black hole, for it had those words painted on the door, was very dark, and having recently accommodated a drunken deserter, by no means clean. Barnaby felt his way to some straw at the farther end, and looking towards the door, tried to accustom himself to the gloom, which, coming from the bright sunshine out of doors, was not an easy task. There was a kind of portico or colonnade outside, and this obstructed even the little light that at the best could have found its way through the small apertures in the door. The footsteps of the sentinel echoed monotonously as he paced its stone pavement to and fro, reminding Barnaby of the watch he had so lately kept himself, and as he passed and repassed the door, he made the cell for an instant so black by the interposition of his body, that his going away again seemed like the appearance of a new ray of light, and was quite a circumstance to look for. When the prisoner had sat some time upon the ground, gazing at the chinks and listening to the advancing and receding footsteps of his guard, the man stood still upon his post. Barnaby, quite unable to think or to speculate on what would be done with him, had been lulled into a kind of doze by his regular pace, but his stopping roused him, and then he became aware that two men were in conversation under the colonnade and very near the door of his cell. How long they had been talking there he could not tell, for he had fallen into an unconsciousness of his real position, and when the footsteps ceased, was answering aloud some question which seemed to have been put to him by Hugh in the stable, though of the fancied purport, either of question or reply, notwithstanding that he awoke with the latter on his lips, he had no recollection whatever. The first words that reached his ears were these: "Why is he brought here, then, if he has to be taken away again so soon?" "Why, where would you have him go? Damme, he's not as safe anywhere as among the king's troops, is he? What would you do with him? Would you hand him over to a pack of cowardly civilians, a shaking their shoes till they wear their souls out, with trembling at the threats of the ragamuffins he belongs to?" "Well, that's true enough." "True enough? I'll tell you what I wish, Tom Green, that I was a commissioned instead of a non-commissioned officer, and that I had the command of 2 companies, only 2 companies, of my own regiment. Call me out to stop these riots. Give me the needful authority, and 6 rounds of ball cartridge." "Aye," said the other voice, "that's all very well, but they won't give the needful authority. If the magistrate won't give the word, what's the officer to do?" Not very well knowing, as it seemed, how to overcome this difficulty, the other man contented himself with damning the magistrates. "With all my heart," said his friend. "Where's the use of a magistrate?" returned the other voice. "What's a magistrate in this case but an impertinent, unnecessary, unconstitutional sort of interference? Here's a proclamation. Here's a man referred to in that proclamation. Here's proof against him, and a witness on the spot. Damn! Take him out and shoot him, sir. Who wants a magistrate?" "When does he go before Sir John Fielding?" asked the man who had spoken first. "To-night, at 8 o'clock, returned the other. "Mark what follows. The magistrate commits him to Newgate. Our people take him to Newgate. The rioters pelt our people retire before the rioters. Stones are thrown. Insults are offered. Not a shot's fired. Why? Because of the magistrates. Damn the magistrates!" When he had in some degree relieved his mind by cursing the magistrates and various other forms of speech, the man was silent, save for a low growling, still having reference to those authorities which from time to time escaped him. Barnaby, who had wit enough to know that this conversation concerned, and very nearly concerned, himself, remained perfectly quiet until they ceased to speak, when he groped his way to the door, and peeping through the air-holes, tried to make out what kind of men they were to whom he had been listening. The one who condemned the civil power in such strong terms was a sergeant, engaged just then, as the streaming ribbons in his cap announced, on the recruiting service. He stood leaning sideways against a pillar nearly opposite the door, and as he growled to himself, drew figures on the pavement with his cane. The other man had his back towards the dungeon, and Barnaby could only see his form. To judge from that, he was a gallant, manly, handsome fellow, but he had lost his left arm. It had been taken off between the elbow and the shoulder, and his empty coat-sleeve hung across his breast. It was probably this circumstance which gave him an interest beyond any that his companion could boast of, and attracted Barnaby's attention. There was something soldierly in his bearing, and he wore a jaunty cap and jacket. Perhaps he had been in the service at one time or other. If he had, it could not have been very long ago, for he was but a young fellow now. "Well, well," he said thoughtfully, "let the fault be where it may, it makes the man sorrowful to come back to old England and see her in this condition." "I suppose the pigs will join 'em next," said the sergeant with an imprecation on the rioters, "now the birds have set 'em the example." "The birds?" repeated Tom Green. "Ah, birds," said the sergeant testily. "That's English, ain't it?" "I don't know what you mean." "Go to the guard-house and see. You'll find a bird there that's got their cry as pat as any of 'em, and bawls no popery, like a man, or like a devil, as he says he is. I shouldn't wonder. The devil's loose in London somewhere. Damn if I wouldn't twist his neck round on the chance if I had my way.' The young man had taken 2 or 3 steps away, as if to go and see this creature, when he was arrested by the voice of Barnaby.
'It's mine!'
he called out, half laughing and half weeping.
'My pet, my friend Grip. Oh, don't hurt him. He has done no harm. I taught him. It's my fault. Let me have him, if you please. He's the only friend I have left now. He'll not dance or talk or whistle for you, I know, but he will for me, because he knows me and loves me, though you wouldn't think it very well. You wouldn't hurt a bird, I'm sure. You're a brave soldier, sir, and wouldn't harm a woman or a child. No, nor a poor bird, I'm certain.'
This latter adjuration was addressed to the sergeant, whom Barnaby judged from his red coat to be high in office, and able to seal Grip's destiny by a word. But that gentleman in reply surlily damned him for a thief and rebel as he was, and with many disinterested imprecations on his own eyes, liver, blood, and body, assured him that if it rested with him to decide, he would put a final stopper on the bird, and his master too.
"You talk boldly to a caged man," said Barnaby in anger. "If I was on the other side of the door, and there were none to part us, you'd change your note. Aye, you may toss your head, you would. Kill the bird, do. Kill anything you can, and so revenge yourself on those who, with their bare hands untied, could do as much to you."
Having vented his defiance, he flung himself into the furthest corner of his prison, and muttering,
"Goodbye, Grip. Goodbye, dear old Grip,"
shed tears for the first time since he had been taken captive, and hid his face in the straw. He had had some fancy at first that the one-armed man would help him, or would give him a kind word in answer. He hardly knew why, but he hoped and thought so. The young fellow had stopped when he called out, and checking himself in the very act of turning round, stood listening to every word he said. Perhaps he built his feeble trust on this. Perhaps on his being young, and having a frank and honest manner. However that might be, he built on sand. The other went away directly he had finished speaking, and neither answered him nor returned. No matter. They were all against him here. He might have known as much. Goodbye, old Grip. Goodbye. After some time, they came and unlocked the door, and called to him to come out. He rose directly and complied, for he would not have them think he was subdued or frightened. He walked out like a man, and looked from face to face. None of them returned his gaze, or seemed to notice it. They marched him back to the parade by the way they had brought him, and there they halted among a body of soldiers at least twice as numerous as that which had taken him prisoner in the afternoon. The officer he had seen before bade him in a few brief words take notice that if he attempted to escape, no matter how favourable a chance he might suppose he had, certain of the men had orders to fire upon him that moment. They then closed round him as before, and marched him off again. In the same unbroken order they arrived at Bow Street, followed and beset on all sides by a crowd which was continually increasing. Here he was placed before a blind gentleman, and asked if he wished to say anything. Not he. What had he got to tell them? After very little talking, which he was careless of and quite indifferent to, they told him he was to go to Newgate, and took him away. He went out into the street, so surrounded and hemmed in on every side by soldiers that he could see nothing, but he knew there was a great crowd of people by the murmur, and that they were not friendly to the soldiers was soon rendered evident by their yells and hisses. How often and how eagerly he listened for the voice of Hugh. There was not a voice he knew among them all. Was Hugh a prisoner too? Was there no hope? As they came nearer and nearer to the prison, the hootings of the people grew more violent. Stones were thrown, and every now and then a rush was made against the soldiers, which they staggered under. One of them, close before him, smarting under a blow upon the temple, levelled his musket, but the officer struck it upwards with his sword, and ordered him on peril of his life to desist. This was the last thing he saw with any distinctness, for directly afterwards he was tossed about and beaten to and fro as though in a tempestuous sea, but go where he would, there were the same guards about him. Twice or thrice he was thrown down, and so were they, but even then he could not elude their vigilance for a moment. They were up again, and had closed about him, before he, with his wrists so tightly bound, could scramble to his feet. Fenced in thus, he felt himself hoisted to the top of a low flight of steps, and then for a moment he caught a glimpse of the fighting in the crowd, and of a few redcoats sprinkled together, here and there, struggling to rejoin their fellows. Next moment everything was dark and gloomy, and he was standing in the prison lobby, the centre of a group of men. A smith was speedily in attendance, who riveted upon him a set of heavy irons. Stumbling on as well as he could, beneath the unusual burden of these fetters, he was conducted to a strong stone cell, where, fastening the door with locks and bolts and chains, they left him, well secured, having first, unseen by him, thrust in Grip, who, with his head drooping and his deep black plumes rough and rumpled, appeared to comprehend and to partake his master's fallen fortunes. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 59. It is necessary at this juncture to return to Hugh, who, having, as we have seen, called to the rioters to disperse from about the warren, and meet again as usual, glided back into the darkness from which he had emerged, and reappeared no more that night. He paused in the copse which sheltered him from the observation of his mad companions, and waited to ascertain whether they drew off at his bidding, or still lingered, and called to him to join them. Some few, he saw, were indisposed to go away without him, and made towards the spot where he stood concealed, as though they were about to follow in his footsteps, and urge him to come back. But these men, being in their turn called to by their friends, and in truth not greatly caring to venture into the dark parts of the grounds, where they might be easily surprised and taken, if any of the neighbours or retainers of the family were watching them from among the trees, soon abandoned the idea, and hastily assembling such men as they found of their mind at the moment, straggled off. When he was satisfied that the great mass of the insurgents were imitating this example, and that the ground was rapidly clearing, he plunged into the thickest portion of the little wood, and, crashing the branches as he went, made straight towards a distant light, guided by that and by the sullen glow of the fire behind him. As he drew nearer and nearer to the twinkling beacon towards which he bent his course, the red glare of a few torches began to reveal itself, and the voices of men speaking together in a subdued tone broke the silence which, save for a distant shouting now and then, already prevailed. At length he cleared the wood, and, springing across a ditch, stood in a dark lane, where a small body of ill-looking vagabonds, whom he had left there some 20 minutes before, waited his coming with impatience. They were gathered round an old post-chaise or chariot, driven by one of themselves, who sat postillion-wise upon the near horse. The blinds were drawn up, and Mr. Tappertit and Dennis kept guard at the 2 windows. The former assumed the command of the party, for he challenged Hugh as he advanced towards them, and when he did so, those who were resting on the ground about the carriage rose to their feet and clustered round him.
"Well," said Simon in a low voice, "is all right?"
"Right enough," replied Hugh in the same tone. "They're dispersing now. Had begun before I came away."
"And is the coast clear?"
"Clear enough before our men, I take it," said Hugh. "There are not many who, knowing of their work over yonder, will want to meddle with them tonight. Who's got some drink here?" Everybody had some plunder from the cellar. 6 flasks and bottles were offered directly. He selected the largest, and putting it to his mouth,
sent the wine gurgling down his throat. Having emptied it, he threw it down, and stretched out his hand for another, which he emptied likewise at a draught. Another was given him, and this he half emptied too. Reserving what remained to finish with, he asked, "Have you got anything to eat, any of you? I'm as ravenous as an angry wolf. Which of you was in the larder? Come." "I was, brother," said Dennis, pulling off his hat and fumbling in the crown. "There's a matter of cold venison pasty, somewhere or another here, if that'll do." "Do?" cried Hugh, seating himself on the pathway. "Bring it out. Quick! Show a light here, and gather round. Let me sup in state, my lads. Ha 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 ha!" Entering into his boisterous humour, for they all had drunk deeply, and were as wild as he, they crowded about him, while two of their number who had torches held them up, one on either side of him, that his banquet might not be dispatched in the dark. Mr Dennis, having by this time succeeded in extricating from his hat a great mass of pasty, which had been wedged in so tightly that it was not easily got out, put it before him, and Hugh, having borrowed a notched and jagged knife from one of the company, fell to work upon it vigorously. "I should recommend you to swallow a little fire every day, about an hour afore dinner, brother," said Dennis after a pause. "It seems to agree with you, and to stimulate your appetite." Hugh looked at him, and at the blackened faces by which he was surrounded, and, stopping for a moment to flourish his knife above his head, answered with a roar of laughter.
"Keep order there, will you?"
said Simon Tappertit.
"Why, isn't a man allowed to regale himself, noble captain?" retorted his lieutenant, parting the men who stood between them with his knife, that he might see him. "To regale himself a little bit after such work as mine? What a hard captain! What a strict captain! What a tyrannical captain!"
"I wish one of you fellows would hold a bottle to his mouth to keep him quiet," said Simon, "unless you want the military to be down upon us."
"And what if they are down upon us?" retorted Hugh. "Who cares? Who's afraid? Let 'em come, I say, let 'em come. The more the merrier. Give me bold Barnaby at me side, and we two will settle the military without troubling any of you. Barnaby's the man for the military. Barnaby's health." But as the majority of those present were by no means anxious for a second engagement that night, being already weary and exhausted, they sided with Mr Tappertit, and pressed him to make haste with his supper, for they had already delayed too long. Knowing, even in the height of his frenzy, that they incurred great danger by lingering so near the scene of the late outrages, Hugh made an end of his meal without more remonstrance, and rising, stepped up to Mr Tappertit and smote him on the back. "Now then," he cried, "I'm ready. There are brave birds inside this cage, eh? Delicate birds, tender, loving little doves. I caged 'em, I caged 'em. One more peep." He thrust the little man aside as he spoke, and mounting on the steps, which were half let down, pulled down the blind by force, and stared into the chaise like an ogre into his larder.
"And did you scratch and pinch and struggle, pretty mistress?" he cried, as he grasped a little hand that sought in vain to free itself from his grip. "You, so bright-eyed and cherry-lipped and daintily made. But I love you better for it, mistress. Aye, I do. You should stab me, and welcome, so that it pleased you, and you had to cure me afterwards. I love to see you proud and scornful. It makes you handsomer than ever, and who so handsome as you at any time, my pretty one?" "Come," said Mr Tappertit, who had waited during this speech with considerable impatience. "There's enough of that. Come down." The little hand seconded this admonition by thrusting Hugh's great head away with all its force, and drawing up the blind amidst his noisy laughter, and vows that he must have another look, for the last glimpse of that sweet face had provoked him past all bearing. However, as the suppressed impatience of the party now broke out in open murmurs, he abandoned this design, and taking his seat upon the bar, contented himself with tapping at the front windows of the carriage,
and trying to steal a glance inside. Mr Tappertit, mounting the steps and hanging on by the door, issued his directions to the driver with a commanding voice and attitude. The rest got up behind, or ran by the side of the carriage as they could. Some, in imitation of Hugh, endeavoured to see the face he had praised so highly, and were reminded of their impertinence by hints from the cudgel of Mr Tappertit. Thus they pursued their journey by circuitous and winding roads, preserving, except when they halted to take breath or to quarrel about the best way of reaching London, pretty good order and tolerable silence. In the meantime, Dolly, beautiful, bewitching, captivating little Dolly, her hair dishevelled, her dress torn, her dark eyelashes wet with tears, her bosom heaving, her face, now pale with fear, now crimsoned with indignation, her whole self 100 times more beautiful in this heightened aspect than ever she had been before, vainly strove to comfort Emma Haredale, and to impart to her the consolation of which she stood in so much need herself. The soldiers were sure to come. They must be rescued. It would be impossible to convey them through the streets of London when they set the threats of their guards at defiance, and shrieked to the passengers for help. If they did this when they came into the more frequented ways, she was quite certain, they must be released. So poor Dolly said, and so poor Dolly tried to think, but the invariable conclusion of all such arguments was, that Dolly burst into tears, cried as she wrung her hands, what would they do or think, or who would comfort them, at home, at the Golden Key, and sobbed most piteously. Miss Haredale, whose feelings were usually of a quieter kind than Dolly's, and not so much upon the surface, was dreadfully alarmed, and indeed had only just recovered from a swoon. She was very pale, and the hand which Dolly held was quite cold, but she bade her, nevertheless, remember that, under Providence, much must depend upon their own discretion, that if they remained quiet, and lulled the vigilance of the ruffians into whose hands they had fallen, the chances of their being able to procure assistance when they reached the town were very much increased, that unless society were quite unhinged, a hot pursuit must be immediately commenced, and that her uncle, she might be sure, would never rest until he had found them out and rescued them. But as she said these latter words, the idea that he had fallen in a general massacre of the Catholics that night, no very wild or improbable supposition after what they had seen and undergone, struck her dumb, and, lost in the horrors they had witnessed, and those they might be yet reserved for, she sat incapable of thought, or speech, or outward show of grief, as rigid and almost as white and cold as marble. Oh, how many, many times in that long ride did Dolly think of her old lover, poor, fond, slighted Joe! How many, many times did she recall that night when she ran into his arms from the very man now projecting his hateful gaze into the darkness where she sat, and leering through the glass in monstrous admiration. And when she thought of Joe, and what a brave fellow he was, and how he would have rode boldly up and dashed in among these villains now, yes, though they were double the number, and here she clenched her little hand and pressed her foot upon the ground, the pride she felt for a moment at having won his heart faded in a burst of tears, and she sobbed more bitterly than ever. As the night wore on, and they proceeded by ways which were quite unknown to them, for they could recognize none of the objects of which they sometimes caught a hurried glimpse, their fears increased, nor were they without good foundation. It was not difficult for two beautiful young women to find, in their being borne they knew not whither by a band of daring villains who eyed them as some among these fellows did, reasons for the worst alarm. When they at last entered London by a suburb with which they were wholly unacquainted, it was past midnight, and the streets were dark and empty. Nor was this the worst, for the carriage, stopping in a lonely spot, Hugh suddenly opened the door, jumped in, and took his seat between them. It was in vain they cried for help. He put his arm about the neck of each, and swore to stifle them with kisses if they were not as silent as the grave. "I come here to keep you quiet," he said, "and that's the means I shall take. So don't be quiet, pretty mistresses. Make a noise, do, and I shall like it all the better." They were proceeding at a rapid pace, and apparently with fewer attendants than before, though it was so dark, the torches being extinguished, that this was mere conjecture. They shrunk from his touch, each into the farthest corner of the carriage, but shrink as Dolly would, his arm encircled her waist and held her fast. She neither cried nor spoke, for terror and disgust deprived her of the power, but she plucked at his hand as though she would die in the effort to disengage herself, and crouching on the ground, with her head averted and held down, repelled him with a strength she wondered at as much as he. The carriage stopped again. "Lift this one out," said Hugh to the man who opened the door, as he took Miss Haredale's hand, and felt how heavily it fell. "She's fainted." "So much the better," growled Dennis. It was that amiable gentleman. "She's quiet. I always like 'em to faint, unless they're very tender and composed." "Can you take her by yourself?" asked Hugh. "I don't know, till I try. I ought to be able to. I've lifted up a good many in my time," said the hangman. "Up then. She's no small weight, brother. None of these here fine girls are. Up again. Now we have her." Having by this time hoisted the young lady into his arms, he staggered off with his burden. "Look ye, pretty bird," said Hugh, drawing Dolly towards him. "Remember what I told you. A kiss for every cry. Scream, if you love me, darling. Scream once, mistress. Pretty mistress, only once, if you love me." Thrusting his face away with all her force, and holding down her head, Dolly submitted to be carried out of the chaise, and borne after Miss Haredale into a miserable cottage, where Hugh, after hugging her to his breast, set her gently down upon the floor. Poor Dolly! Do what she would, she only looked the better for it, and tempted them the more. When her eyes flashed angrily, and her ripe lips slightly parted to give her rapid breathing vent, who could resist it? When she wept and sobbed as though her heart would break, and bemoaned her miseries in the sweetest voice that ever fell upon a listener's ear, who could be insensible to the little winning pettishness which now and then displayed itself even in the sincerity and earnestness of her grief? When, forgetful for a moment of herself, as she was now, she fell on her knees beside her friend, and bent over her, and laid her cheek to hers, and put her arms about her, what mortal eyes could have avoided wandering to the delicate bodice, the streaming hair, the neglected dress, the perfect abandonment and unconsciousness of the blooming little beauty? Who could look on and see her lavish caresses and endearments, and not desire to be in Emma Haredale's place, to be either her or Dolly, either the hugging or the hugged? Not Hugh, not Dennis. "I tell you what it is, young women," said Mr Dennis, "I aren't much of a ladies' man myself, nor am I a party in the present business further than lending a willing hand to my friends. But if I see much more of this here sort of thing, I shall become a principal instead of a accessory. I tell you candid."
"Why have you brought us here?" said Emma. "Are we to be murdered?"
"Murdered?" cried Dennis, sitting down upon a stool and regarding her with great favour. "Why, my dear, who'd murder sich chickabiddies as you? If you was to ask me now whether you was brought here to be married, there might be something in it." And here he exchanged a grin with Hugh, who removed his eyes from Dolly for the purpose. "No, no," said Dennis. "There'll be no murdering, my pets. Nothing of that sort. Quite the contrary."
"You are an older man than your companion, sir," said Emma, trembling. "Have you no pity for us? Do you not consider that we are women?"
"I do indeed, my dear," retorted Dennis. "It'll be very hard not to, with two such specimens afore my eyes." "Oh, yes, I consider that. We all consider that, miss." He shook his head waggishly, leered at Hugh again, and laughed very much, as if he had said a noble thing, and rather thought he was coming out.
There'll be no murdering, my dear. Not a bit on it. I'll tell you what, though, brother,' said Dennis, cocking his hat for the convenience of scratching his head, and looking gravely at Hugh. 'It's worthy of notice, as a proof of the amazing equalness and dignity of our law, that it don't make no distinction between men and women. I've heerd the judge say, sometimes, to a highwayman or housebreaker as had tied the lady's neck and heels, you'll excuse me making mention of it, my darlings, and put him in a cellar, that he showed no consideration to women. Now, I say that their judge didn't know his business, brother, and that if I had been that there highwayman or housebreaker, I should have made answer, "What are you a-talking of, my lord? I showed the women as much consideration as the law does, and what more would you have me do?" If you was to count up in the newspapers the number of females as have been worked off in this here city alone in the last 10 year, said Mr Dennis thoughtfully, you'd be surprised at the total. Quite amazed, you would. There's a dignified and equal thing, a beautiful thing, but we've no security for its lasting. Now that they've begun to favour these here papists, I shouldn't wonder if they went and altered even that, one of these days. 'Pon my soul, I shouldn't. The subject, perhaps from being of too exclusive and professional a nature, failed to interest Hugh as much as his friend had anticipated. But he had no time to pursue it, for at this crisis Mr Tappertit entered precipitately, at sight of whom Dolly uttered a scream of joy and fairly threw herself into his arms.
"I knew it! I was sure of it!" cried Dolly. "My dear father's at the door. Thank God! Thank God! Bless you, Sim! Heaven bless you for this!" Simon Tappertit, who had at first implicitly believed that the locksmith's daughter, unable any longer to suppress her secret passion for himself, was about to give it full vent in its intensity, and declare that she was his for ever, looked extremely foolish when she said these words. The more so as they were received by Hugh and Dennis with a loud laugh, which made her draw back and regard him with a fixed and earnest look.
"Miss Haredale,"
said Sim, after a very awkward silence,
"I hope you're as comfortable as circumstance will permit of. Dolly Varden, my darling, my own, my lovely one, I hope you're pretty comfortable, likewise."
Poor little Dolly! She saw how it was, hid her face in her hands, and sobbed more bitterly than ever.
"You meet in me, Miss V.,"
said Simon, laying his hand upon his breast.
"Not apprentice, not a workman, not a slave, not the victim of your father's tyrannical behaviour, but the leader of a great people, the captain of a noble band, in which these gentlemen are, as I may say, corporals and sergeants. You behold in me, not a private individual, but a public character, not a mender of locks, but a healer of the wounds of his unhappy country. Dolly V., sweet Dolly V., for how many years have I looked forward to this present meeting? For how many years has it been my intention to exalt and ennoble you? I redeem it. Behold in me your husband. Yes, beautiful Dolly, charmer, enslaver, S. Tappertit is all your own."
As he said these words, he advanced towards her. Dolly retreated till she could go no further, and then sank down upon the floor. Thinking it very possible that this might be maiden modesty, Simon essayed to raise her, on which Dolly, goaded to desperation, wound her hands in his hair, and crying out amidst her tears that he was a dreadful little wretch, and always had been, shook and pulled and beat him until he was fain to call for help, most lustily.
Hugh had never admired her half so much as at that moment.
She's in an excited state tonight, said Simon, as he smoothed his rumpled feathers, and don't know when she's well off. Let her be by herself till tomorrow, and that'll bring her down a little. Carry her into the next house.
Hugh had her in his arms directly. It might be that Mr Tappertit's heart was really softened by her distress, or it might be that he felt it in some degree indecorous that his intended bride should be struggling in the grasp of another man. He commanded him, on second thoughts, to put her down again, and looked moodily on as she flew to Miss Haredale's side, and clinging to her dress, hid her flushed face in its folds.
They shall remain here together till tomorrow, said Simon, who had now quite recovered his dignity. Till tomorrow. Come away.
Aye, cried Hugh. Come away, Captain.
What are you laughing at? Demanded Simon sternly.
Nothing, Captain, nothing,
Hugh rejoined, and as he spoke and clapped his hand upon the shoulder of the little man, he laughed again, for some unknown reason, with tenfold violence. Mr Tappertit surveyed him from head to foot with lofty scorn. This only made him laugh the more, and turning to the prisoners said,
You'll take notice, ladies, that this place is well watched on every side, and that the least noise is certain to be attended with unpleasant consequences. You'll hear, both of you, more of our intentions tomorrow. In the meantime, don't show yourselves at the window, or appeal to any of the people you may see pass it, for if you do, it'll be known directly that you come from a Catholic house, and all the exertions our men can make may not be able to save your lives.
With this last caution, which was true enough, he turned to the door, followed by Hugh and Dennis. They paused for a moment, going out, to look at them clasped in each other's arms, and then left the cottage, fastening the door, and setting a good watch upon it, and indeed all round the house.
I say,
growled Dennis as they walked away in company,
that's a dainty pair. Muster Gashford's one, and is as handsome as the other, eh?
Hush, said Hugh hastily. Don't you mention names. It's a bad habit.
I wouldn't like to be him, then. As you don't like names, when he breaks it out to her, that's all, said Dennis. She's one of them fine, black-eyed, proud gals as I wouldn't trust at such times with a knife too near 'em. I've seen some of that sort afore now. I recollect one that was worked off many a year ago, and there was a gentleman in that case too, as says to me, with her lip a-trembling, but her hand as steady as ever I see one, Dennis, I'm near my end, but if I had a dagger in these fingers, and he was within my reach, I'd strike him dead afore me. Ah, she did, and she'd have done it too.
Strike who dead? Demanded Hugh.
How should I know, brother? Answered Dennis. She never said, not she.
Hugh looked for a moment as though he would have made some further inquiry into this incoherent recollection, but Simon Tappertit, who had been meditating deeply, gave his thoughts a new direction.
Hugh, said Sim, you have done well today. You shall be rewarded. So have you, Dennis. There's no young woman you want to carry off, is there?
No,
returned that gentleman, stroking his grizzly beard, which was some 2 inches long.
None in particular, I think.
Very good, said Sim. Then we'll find some other way of making it up to you. As to you, old boy, he turned to Hugh, you shall have Miggs. Her that I promised you, you know, within 3 days. Mind, I pass my word for it.
Hugh thanked him heartily, and as he did so, his laughing fit returned with such violence that he was obliged to hold his side with one hand, and to lean with the other on the shoulder of his small captain, without whose support he would certainly have rolled upon the ground. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 60. The three worthies turned their faces towards the Boot, with the intention of passing the night in that place of rendezvous, and of seeking the repose they so much needed in the shelter of their old den. For now that the mischief and destruction they had purposed were achieved, and their prisoners were safely bestowed for the night, they began to be conscious of exhaustion, and to feel the wasting effects of the madness which had led to such deplorable results. Notwithstanding the lassitude and fatigue which oppressed him now, in common with his two companions, and indeed with all who had taken an active share in that night's work, Hugh's boisterous merriment broke out afresh whenever he looked at Simon Tappertit, and vented itself, much to that gentleman's indignation, in such shouts of laughter as bade fair to bring the watch upon them, and involve them in a skirmish, to which in their present worn-out condition they might prove by no means equal. Even Mr Dennis, who was not at all particular on the score of gravity or dignity, and who had a great relish for his young friend's eccentric humours, took occasion to remonstrate with him on this imprudent behaviour, which he held to be a species of suicide, tantamount to a man's working himself off without being overtaken by the law, than which he could imagine nothing more ridiculous or impertinent. Not abating one jot of his noisy mirth for these remonstrances, Hugh reeled along between them, having an arm of each, until they hove in sight of the Boot, and were within a field or two of that convenient tavern. He happened by great good luck to have roared and shouted himself into silence by this time. They were proceeding onward without noise, when a scout who had been creeping about the ditches all night to warn any stragglers from encroaching further on what was now such dangerous ground, peeped cautiously from his hiding-place and called to them to stop. "Stop? And why?" said Hugh. "Because," the scout replied, "the house was filled with constables and soldiers, having been surprised that afternoon. The inmates had fled or been taken into custody, he could not say which. He had prevented a great many people from approaching nearer, and he believed they had gone to the markets and such places to pass the night. He had seen the distant fires, but they were all out now. He had heard the people who passed and repassed speaking of them too, and could report that the prevailing opinion was one of apprehension and dismay. He had not heard a word of Barnaby, didn't even know his name, but it had been said in his hearing that some man had been taken and carried off to Newgate. Whether this was true or false, he could not affirm. The three took counsel together on hearing this, and debated what it might be best to do. Hugh, deeming it possible that Barnaby was in the hands of the soldiers, and at that moment under detention at the Boot, was for advancing stealthily and firing the house, but his companions, who objected to such rash measures unless they had a crowd at their backs, represented that if Barnaby were taken he had assuredly been removed to a stronger prison. They would never have dreamed of keeping him all night in a place so weak and open to attack. Yielding to this reasoning and to their persuasions, Hugh consented to turn back and to repair to Fleet Market, for which place it seemed a few of their boldest associates had shaped their course on receiving the same intelligence. Feeling their strength recruited and their spirits roused, now that there was a new necessity for action, they hurried away, quite forgetful of the fatigue under which they had been sinking but a few minutes before, and soon arrived at their new place of destination. Fleet Market, at that time, was a long, irregular row of wooden sheds and penthouses, occupying the centre of what is now called Farringdon Street. They were jumbled together in a most unsightly fashion in the middle of the road, to the great obstruction of the thoroughfare and the annoyance of passengers, who were fain to make their way, as they best could, among carts, baskets, barrows, trucks, casks, bulks, and benches, and to jostle with porters, hucksters, waggoners, and a motley crowd of buyers, sellers, pickpockets, vagrants, and idlers. The air was perfumed with the stench of rotten leaves and faded fruit, the refuse of the butcher's stalls, and offal and garbage of 100 kinds. It was indispensable to most public conveniences in those days that they should be public nuisances likewise, and Fleet Market maintained the principle to admiration. To this place, perhaps because its sheds and baskets were a tolerable substitute for beds, or perhaps because it afforded the means of a hasty barricade in case of need, many of the rioters had straggled, not only that night, but for 2 or 3 nights before. It was now broad day, but the morning being cold, a group of them were gathered round a fire in a public house, drinking hot purl, and smoking pipes, and planning new schemes for tomorrow. Hugh and his 2 friends, being known to most of these men, were received with signal marks of approbation, and inducted into the most honourable seats. The room door was closed and fastened to keep intruders at a distance, and then they proceeded to exchange news.
"The soldiers have taken possession of the boot, I hear," said Hugh. "Who knows anything about it?"
Several cried that they did, but the majority of the company having been engaged in the assault upon the Warren, and all present having been concerned in one or other of the night's expeditions, it proved that they knew no more than Hugh himself, having been merely warned by each other or by the scout, and knowing nothing of their own knowledge.
"We left a man on guard there today," said Hugh, looking round him. "Who's not here? You know who it is. Barnaby, who brought the soldier down at Westminster. Has any man seen or heard of him?" They shook their heads, and murmured an answer in the negative, as each man looked round and appealed to his fellow, when a noise was heard without, and a man was heard to say that he wanted Hugh, that he must see Hugh. "Here's but one man," cried Hugh to those who kept the door. "Let him come in."
"Aye, aye," muttered the others. "Let him come in, let him come in." The door was accordingly unlocked and opened. A one-armed man, with his head and face tied up with a bloody cloth, as though he had been severely beaten, his clothes torn, and his remaining hand grasping a thick stick, rushed in among them, and panting for breath, demanded which was Hugh.
"Here he is,"
replied the person he inquired for.
"I am Hugh. What do you want with me?"
"I have a message for you," said the man. "You know one Barnaby?"
"What of him? Did he send a message?"
"Yes. He's taken. He's in one of the strong cells in Newgate. He defended himself as well as he could, but was overpowered by numbers. That's his message."
"When did you see him?" asked Hugh hastily.
"On his way to prison, where he was taken by a party of soldiers. They took a by-road, and not the one we expected. I was one of the few who tried to rescue him, and he called to me, and told me to tell Hugh where he was. We made a good struggle, though it failed. Look here."
He pointed to his dress, and to his bandaged head, and, still panting for breath, glanced round the room, then faced towards Hugh again.
"I know you by sight," he said, "for I was in the crowd on Friday, and on Saturday and yesterday, but I didn't know your name. You're a bold fellow, I know. So is he. He fought like a lion tonight, but it was of no use. I did my best, considering that I want this limb."
Again he glanced inquisitively round the room, or seemed to do so, for his face was nearly hidden by the bandage, and again facing sharply towards Hugh, grasped his stick as if he half expected to be set upon, and stood on the defensive. If he had any such apprehension, however, he was speedily reassured by the demeanour of all present. None thought of the bearer of the tidings. He was lost in the news he brought. Oaths, threats, and execrations were vented on all sides. Some cried that if they bore this tamely, another day would see them all in jail. Some that they should have rescued the other prisoners, and this would not have happened. One man cried in a loud voice, "Who'll follow me to Newgate?" and there was a loud shout and general rush towards the door. But Hugh and Dennis stood with their backs against it, and kept them back, until the clamour had so far subsided that their voices could be heard, when they called to them together that to go now, in broad day, would be madness, and that if they waited until night, and arranged a plan of attack, they might release not only their own companions, but all the prisoners, and burn down the jail.
"Not that jail alone," cried Hugh, "but every jail in London. They shall have no place to put their prisoners in. We'll burn 'em all down. Make bonfires of 'em, every one. Here," he cried, catching at the hangman's hand, "let all who are men here join with us. Shake hands upon it. Barnaby out of jail, and not a jail left standing. Who joins?"
Every man there, and they swore a great oath to release their friends from Newgate next night, to force the doors and burn the jail, or perish in the fire themselves. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 61. On that same night, events so crowd upon each other in convulsed and distracted times, that more than the stirring incidents of a whole life often become compressed into the compass of 24 hours. On that same night, Mr Haredale, having strongly bound his prisoner with the assistance of the sexton, and forced him to mount his horse, conducted him to Chigwell, bent upon procuring a conveyance to London from that place, and carrying him at once before a justice. The disturbed state of the town would be, he knew, a sufficient reason for demanding the murderer's committal to prison before daybreak, as no man could answer for the security of any of the watch-houses or ordinary places of detention, and to convey a prisoner through the streets, when the mob were again abroad, would not only be a task of great danger and hazard, but would be to challenge an attempt at rescue. Directing the sexton to lead the horse, he walked close by the murderer's side, and in this order they reached the village about the middle of the night. The people were all awake and up, for they were fearful of being burnt in their beds, and sought to comfort and assure each other by watching in company. A few of the stoutest hearted were armed and gathered in a body on the green. To these, who knew him well, Mr Haredale addressed himself, briefly narrating what had happened, and beseeching them to aid in conveying the criminal to London before the dawn of day. But not a man among them dared to help him, by so much as the motion of a finger. The rioters, in their passage through the village, had menaced with their fiercest vengeance any person who should aid in extinguishing the fire, or render the least assistance to him, or any Catholic whomsoever. Their threats extended to their lives, and all they possessed. They were assembled for their own protection, and could not endanger themselves by lending any aid to him. This they told him, not without hesitation and regret, as they kept aloof in the moonlight, and glanced fearfully at the ghostly rider, who, with his head drooping on his breast and his hat slouched down upon his brow, neither moved nor spoke. Finding it impossible to persuade them, and indeed hardly knowing how to do so, after what they had seen of the fury of the crowd, Mr Haredale besought them that at least they would leave him free to act for himself, and would suffer him to take the only chaise and pair of horses that the place afforded. This was not acceded to without some difficulty, but in the end they told him to do what he would, and go away from them in Heaven's name. Leaving the sexton at the horse's bridle, he drew out the chaise with his own hands, and would have harnessed the horses, but that the post-boy of the village, a soft-hearted, good-for-nothing, vagabond kind of fellow, was moved by his earnestness and passion, and, throwing down a pitchfork with which he was armed, swore that the rioters might cut him into mincemeat if they liked, but he would not stand by and see an honest gentleman who had done no wrong reduced to such extremity without doing what he could to help him. Mr Haredale shook him warmly by the hand, and thanked him from his heart. In 5 minutes' time the chaise was ready, and this good scapegrace in his saddle. The murderer was put inside, the blinds were drawn up, the sexton took his seat upon the bar, Mr Haredale mounted his horse and rode close beside the door, and so they started in the dead of night, and in profound silence, for London. The consternation was so extreme that even the horses which had escaped the flames at the Warren could find no friends to shelter them. They passed them on the road, browsing on the stunted grass, and the driver told them that the poor beasts had wandered to the village first, but had been driven away, lest they should bring the vengeance of the crowd on any of the inhabitants. Nor was this feeling confined to such small places, where the people were timid, ignorant, and unprotected. When they came near London, they met, in the grey light of morning, more than one poor Catholic family, who, terrified by the threats and warnings of their neighbours, were quitting the city on foot, and who told them they could hire no cart or horse for the removal of their goods, and had been compelled to leave them behind at the mercy of the crowd. Near Mile End they passed a house, the master of which, a Catholic gentleman of small means, having hired a waggon to remove his furniture by midnight, had had it all brought down into the street to wait the vehicle's arrival, and save time in the packing. But the man with whom he had made the bargain, alarmed by the fires that night, and by the sight of the rioters passing his door, had refused to keep it, and the poor gentleman, with his wife and servant and their little children, were sitting trembling among their goods in the open street, dreading the arrival of day, and not knowing where to turn or what to do. It was the same, they heard, with the public conveyances. The panic was so great that the mails and stage-coaches were afraid to carry passengers who professed the obnoxious religion. If the drivers knew them, or they admitted that they held that creed, they would not take them, no, though they offered large sums, and yesterday people had been afraid to recognize Catholic acquaintance in the streets, lest they should be marked by spies, and burnt out, as it was called, in consequence. One mild old man, a priest whose chapel was destroyed, a very feeble, patient, inoffensive creature, who was trudging away alone, designing to walk some distance from town, and then try his fortune with the coaches, told Mr Haredale that he feared he might not find a magistrate who would have the hardihood to commit a prisoner to jail on his complaint. But notwithstanding these discouraging accounts, they went on, and reached the mansion-house soon after sunrise. Mr Haredale threw himself from his horse, but he had no need to knock at the door, for it was already open, and there stood upon the step a portly old man, with a very red, or rather purple, face, who with an anxious expression of countenance was remonstrating with some unseen personage upstairs, while the porter essayed to close the door by degrees and get rid of him. With the intense impatience and excitement natural to one in his condition, Mr Haredale thrust himself forward and was about to speak, when the fat old gentleman interposed. "My good sir," said he, "pray let me get an answer. This is the 6th time I have been here. I was here 5 times yesterday. My house is threatened with destruction. It is to be burnt down tonight, and was to have been last night, but they had other business on their hands. Pray let me get an answer." "My good sir," returned Mr Haredale, shaking his head, "my house is burnt to the ground. But heaven forbid that yours should be. Get your answer. Be brief, in mercy to me." "Now you hear this, my lord," said the old gentleman, calling up the stairs to where the skirt of a dressing-gown fluttered on the landing-place. "Here is a gentleman here whose house was actually burnt down last night."
Dear me, replied a testy voice. "I'm very sorry for it, but what am I to do? I can't build it up again. The chief magistrate of the city can't go and be a rebuilding of people's houses, my good sir. Stuff and nonsense."
"But the chief magistrate of the city can prevent people's houses from having any need to be rebuilt. If the chief magistrate's a man and not a dummy, can't he, my lord?" cried the old gentleman in a choleric manner.
"You are disrespectable, sir,"
said the Lord Mayor.
Leastways, disrespectful, I mean.
Disrespectful, my lord? Returned the old gentleman. I was respectful 5 times yesterday. I can't be respectful for ever. Men can't stand on being respectful when their houses are going to be burnt over their heads with them in 'em. What am I to do, my lord? Am I to have any protection?
I told you yesterday, sir, said the Lord Mayor, that you might have an alderman in your house if you could get one to come.
What the devil's the good of an alderman? Returned the choleric old gentleman.
To awe the crowd, sir, said the Lord Mayor.
Oh, Lord a mercy, whimpered the old gentleman, as he wiped his forehead in a state of ludicrous distress. To think of sending an alderman to awe a crowd? Why, my lord, if they were even so many babies fed on mother's milk, what do you think they'd care for an alderman? Will you come?
I?
said the Lord Mayor, most emphatically.
Certainly not.
Then what? Returned the old gentleman. What am I to do? Am I a citizen of England? Am I to have the benefit of the laws? Am I to have any return for the king's taxes?
I don't know, I am sure, said the Lord Mayor. What a pity it is you're a Catholic. Why couldn't you be a Protestant? And you wouldn't have got yourself into such a mess. I'm sure I don't know what's to be done. There are great people at the bottom of these riots. Oh, dear me, what a thing it is to be a public character. You must look in again in the course of the day. Would a javelin man do, or there's Phillips, the constable. He's disengaged. He's not very old for a man at his time of life, except in his legs, and if you put him up at a window, he'd look quite young by candlelight and might frighten him off very much. Oh, dear. Oh, well, we'll see about it.
Stop! cried Mr. Haredale, pressing the door open as the porter strove to shut it, and speaking rapidly. My Lord Mayor, I beg you not to go away. I have a man here who committed a murder 28 years ago. 6 words from me on oath will justify you in committing him to prison for re-examination. I only seek just now to have him consigned to a place of safety. The least delay may involve his being rescued by the rioters.
Oh, dear me, cried the Lord Mayor. God bless my soul and body. Oh, law. Well, there are great people at the bottom of these riots, you know. You really mustn't.
My lord, said Mr. Haredale, the murdered gentleman was my brother. I succeeded to his inheritance. There were not wanting slanderous tongues at that time to whisper that the guilt of this most foul and cruel deed was mine. Mine, who loved him as he knows in heaven dearly. The time has come, after all these years of gloom and misery, for avenging him, and bringing to light a crime so artful and so devilish that it has no parallel. Every second's delay on your part loosens this man's bloody hands again, and leads to his escape. My lord, I charge you, hear me, and dispatch this matter on the instant.
Oh, dear me, cried the Chief Magistrate. These aren't business hours, you know. I wonder at you. How ungentlemanly it is of you. You mustn't. No, you really mustn't. And I suppose you were a Catholic too?
I am, said Mr. Haredale.
Oh, God bless my soul. I believe people turn Catholics, a purpose to vex and worry me, cried the Lord Mayor. I wish you wouldn't come here. They'll be setting the mansion house afire next, and we shall have you to thank for it. You must lock your prisoner up, sir. Give him to a watchman, and call again at a proper time. Then we'll see about it.
Before Mr. Haredale could answer, the sharp closing of a door and drawing of its bolts gave notice that the Lord Mayor had retreated to his bedroom, and that further remonstrance would be unavailing. The 2 clients retreated likewise, and the porter shut them out into the street.
That's the way he puts me off, said the old gentleman. I can get no redress and no help. What are you going to do, sir?
To try elsewhere, answered Mr. Haredale, who was by this time on horseback.
I feel for you, I assure you, and well I may, for we are in a common cause," said the old gentleman. "I may not have a house to offer you to-night. Let me tender it while I can. On second thoughts, though," he added, putting up a pocket-book he had produced while speaking, I'll not give you a card, for if it was found upon you, it might get you into trouble. Langdale, that's my name, vintner and distiller, Holborn Hill. You're heartily welcome, if you'll come." Mr Haredale bowed and rode off, close beside the chaise as before, determining to repair to the house of Sir John Fielding, who had the reputation of being a bold and active magistrate, and fully resolved, in case the rioters should come upon them, to do execution on the murderer with his own hands, rather than suffer him to be released. They arrived at the magistrate's dwelling, however, without molestation, for the mob, as we have seen, were then intent on deeper schemes, and knocked at the door. As it had been pretty generally rumoured that Sir John was proscribed by the rioters, a body of thief-takers had been keeping watch in the house all night. To one of them Mr Haredale stated his business, which, appearing to the man of sufficient moment to warrant his arousing the justice, procured him an immediate audience. No time was lost in committing the murderer to Newgate. Then a new building, recently completed at a vast expense, and considered to be of enormous strength. The warrant being made out, 3 of the thief-takers bound him afresh. He had been struggling, it seemed, in the chaise, and had loosened his manacles, gagged him lest they should meet with any of the mob, and he should call to them for help, and seated themselves, along with him, in the carriage. These men, being all well armed, made a formidable escort, but they drew up the blinds again, as though the carriage were empty, and directed Mr Haredale to ride forward, that he might not attract attention by seeming to belong to it. The wisdom of this proceeding was sufficiently obvious, for as they hurried through the city, they passed among several groups of men who, if they had not supposed the chaise to be quite empty, would certainly have stopped it. But those within keeping quite close, and the driver tarrying to be asked no questions, they reached the prison without interruption, and once there, had him out and safe within its gloomy walls in a twinkling. With eager eyes and strained attention, Mr Haredale saw him chained and locked and barred up in his cell. Nay, when he had left the jail and stood in the free street without, he felt the iron plates upon the doors with his hands, and drew them over the stone wall to assure himself that it was real, and to exult in its being so strong and rough and cold. It was not until he turned his back upon the jail, and glanced along the empty streets, so lifeless and quiet in the bright morning, that he felt the weight upon his heart, that he knew he was tortured by anxiety for those he had left at home, and that home itself was but another bead in the long rosary of his regrets. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 62. The prisoner, left to himself, sat down upon his bedstead, and resting his elbows on his knees and his chin upon his hands, remained in that attitude for hours. It would be hard to say of what nature his reflections were. They had no distinctness, and, saving for some flashes now and then, no reference to his condition or the train of circumstances by which it had been brought about. The cracks in the pavement of his cell, the chinks in the wall where stone was joined to stone, the bars in the window, the iron ring upon the floor, such things as these, subsiding strangely into one another, and awakening an indescribable kind of interest and amusement, engrossed his whole mind. And although at the bottom of his every thought there was an uneasy sense of guilt and dread of death,
He felt no more than that vague consciousness of it, which a sleeper has of pain. It pursues him through his dreams, gnaws at the heart of all his fancied pleasures, robs the banquet of its taste, music of its sweetness, makes happiness itself unhappy, and yet is no bodily sensation, but a phantom without shape, or form, or visible presence, pervading everything, but having no existence, recognizable everywhere, but nowhere seen or touched or met with face to face, until the sleep is past, and waking agony returns. After a long time the door of his cell opened. He looked up, saw the blind man enter, and relapsed into his former position. Guided by his breathing, the visitor advanced to where he sat, and stopping beside him and stretching out his hand to assure himself that he was right, remained for a good space silent.
"This is bad, Rudge. This is bad," he said at length.
The prisoner shuffled with his feet upon the ground in turning his body from him, but made no other answer.
"How were you taken?" he asked. "And where? You never told me more than half your secret. No matter. I know it now. How was it, and where, eh?"
he asked again, coming still nearer to him.
"At Chigwell,"
said the other.
"At Chigwell? How came you there?" "Because I went there to avoid the man I stumbled on," he answered. "Because I was chased and driven there by him and fate. Because I was urged to go there by something stronger than my own will. When I found him watching in the house she used to live in, night after night, I knew I never could escape him. Never. And when I heard the bell—"
He shivered, muttered that it was very cold, paced quickly up and down the narrow cell, and sitting down again, fell into his old posture.
"You were saying," said the blind man after another pause, "that when you heard the bell—" "Let it be, will you?" he retorted in a hurried voice. "It hangs there yet."
The blind man turned a wistful and inquisitive face towards him, but he continued to speak without noticing him.
"I went to Chigwell in search of the mob. I've been so hunted and beset by this man that I knew my only hope of safety lay in joining them. They had gone on before. I followed them when it left off." "When what left off?" "The bell. They had quitted the place. I hoped that some of them might be still lingering among the ruins, and was searching for them when I heard—"
He drew a long breath, and wiped his forehead with his sleeve.
"His voice." "Saying what?" "No matter what. I don't know. I was then at the foot of the turret, where I did the—" "Aye," said the blind man, nodding his head with perfect composure. "I understand." "I climbed the stair, or so much of it as was left, meaning to hide till he'd gone. But he heard me, and followed almost as soon as I set foot upon the ashes." "You might have hidden in the wall and thrown him down, or stabbed him," said the blind man. "Might I? Between that man and me was one who led him on. I saw it, though he did not, and raised above his head a bloody hand. It was in the room above that he and I stood glaring at each other on the night of the murder, and before he fell he raised his hand like that and fixed his eyes on me. I knew the chase would end there." "You have a strong fancy," said the blind man with a smile. "Strengthen yours with blood, and see what it will come to."
He groaned, and rocked himself, and looking up for the first time, said, in a low, hollow voice,
28 years. 28 years. He has never changed in all that time, never grown older, nor altered in the least degree. He has been before me in the dark night, and the broad sunny day, in the twilight, the moonlight, the sunlight, the light of fire and lamp and candle, and in the deepest gloom. Always the same, in company, in solitude, on land, on shipboard,
sometimes leaving me alone for months, and sometimes always with me. I have seen him at sea, come gliding in the dead of night along the bright reflection of the moon in the calm water, and I have seen him on quays and market-places, with his hand uplifted, towering, the centre of a busy crowd, unconscious of the terrible form that had its silent stand among them. Fancy? Are you real? Am I? Are these iron fetters riveted on me by the smith's hammer? Or are they fancies I can shatter at a blow?
The blind man listened in silence.
Fancy? Do I fancy that I killed him? Do I fancy that as I left the chamber where he lay, I saw the face of a man peeping from a dark door, who plainly showed me by his fearful looks that he suspected what I had done? Do I remember that I spoke fairly to him, that I drew nearer, nearer yet, with the hot knife in my sleeve? Do I fancy how he died? Did he stagger back into the angle of the wall into which I had hemmed him, and, bleeding inwardly, stand, not fail, a corpse before me? Did I see him for an instant, as I see you now, erect and on his feet, but dead?
The blind man, who knew that he had risen, motioned him to sit down again upon his bedstead, but he took no notice of the gesture.
It was then I thought, for the first time, of fastening the murder upon him. It was then I dressed him in my clothes, and dragged him down the back stairs to the piece of water. Do I remember listening to the bubbles that came rising up when I had rolled him in? Do I remember wiping the water from my face, and because the body splashed it there, in its descent, feeling as if it must be blood? Did I go home when I had done? And oh, my God, how long it took to do! Did I stand before my wife and tell her? Did I see her fall upon the ground, and when I stooped to raise her, did she thrust me back with a force that cast me off as if I had been a child, staining the hand with which she clasped my wrist? Is that fancy? Did she go down upon her knees and call on heaven to witness that she and her unborn child renounced me from that hour? And did she, in words so solemn that they turned me cold, me, fresh from the horrors my own hands had made, warn me to fly while there was time, for though she would be silent, being my wretched wife, she would not shelter me? Did I go forth that night, abjured of God and man, and anchored deep in hell, to wander at my cable's length about the earth, and surely be drawn down at last?
Why did you return?
Said the blind man. Why is blood red? I could no more help it than I could live without breath. I struggled against the impulse, but I was drawn back through every difficult and adverse circumstance as by a mighty engine. Nothing could stop me. The day and hour were none of my choice. Sleeping and waking, I had been among the old haunts for years, had visited my own grave. Why did I come back? Because this jail was gaping for me, and he stood beckoning at the door.
You were not known, said the blind man.
I was a man who had been 22 years dead. No, I was not known.
You should have kept your secret better.
My secret? Mine? It was a secret any breath of air could whisper at its will. The stars had it in their twinkling, the water in its flowing, the leaves in their rustling, the seasons in their return. It lurked in strangers' faces and their voices. Everything had lips on which it always trembled. My secret?
It was revealed by your own act, at any rate, said the blind man.
The act was not mine. I did it, but it was not mine. I was forced at times
to wander round and round and round that spot. If you chained me up when the fit was on me, I should have broken away and gone there. As truly as the lodestone draws iron towards it, so he, lying at the bottom of his grave, could draw me near him when he would. Was that fancy? Did I like to go there? Or did I strive and wrestle with the power that forced me? The blind man shrugged his shoulders and smiled incredulously. The prisoner again resumed his old attitude, and for a long time both were mute. "I suppose, then," said his visitor at length, breaking silence, "that you are penitent and resigned, that you desire to make peace with everybody, in particular with your wife who has brought you to this, and that you ask no greater favour than to be carried to Tyburn as soon as possible. That being the case, I had better take my leave. I am not good enough to be company for you." "Have I not told you," said the other fiercely, "that I have striven and wrestled with the power that brought me here? Has my whole life, for 28 years, been one perpetual struggle and resistance? And do you think I want to lie down and die? Do all men shrink from death? I most of all." "That's better said. That's better spoken, Rudge. But I'll not call you that again, than anything you have said yet," returned the blind man, speaking more familiarly, and laying his hands upon his arm. "Look'ee, I never killed a man myself, for I had never been placed in a position that made it worth my while. Farther, I am not an advocate for killing men. I don't think I should recommend it or like it, for it's very hazardous under any circumstances. But, as you had the misfortune to get into this trouble before I made your acquaintance, and as you have been my companion, and have been of use to me for a long time now, I overlook that part of the matter, and am only anxious that you shouldn't die unnecessarily. Now, I do not consider that, at present, it is at all necessary." "What is left to me?" returned the prisoner. "To eat my way through these walls with my teeth?" "Something easier than that," returned his friend. "Promise me that you will talk no more of these fancies of yours, idle, foolish things quite beneath a man, and I'll tell you what I mean." "Tell me," said the other. "Your worthy lady with the tender conscience, your scrupulous, virtuous, punctilious, but not blindly affectionate wife," "What of her?" "Is now in London." "A curse upon her, be she where she may." "That's natural enough. If she had taken her annuity as usual, you would not have been here, and we should have been better off. But that's apart from the business. She's in London, scared, as I suppose, and have no doubt, by my representation when I waited upon her, that you were close at hand, which I, of course, urged only as an inducement to compliance, knowing that she was not pining to see you. She left that place, and travelled up to London." "How do you know?" "From my friend, a noble captain, the illustrious general, the bladder, Mr Tappertit. I learnt from him the last time I saw him, which was yesterday, that your son, who was called Barnaby, not after his father, I suppose—" "Death. Does that matter now?" "You are impatient," said the blind man calmly. "It's a good sign, and looks like life. That your son Barnaby had been lured away from her by one of his companions who knew him of old, at Chigwell, and that he is now among the rioters." "And what is that to me? If father and son be hanged together, what comfort shall I find in that?" "Stay, stay, my friend," returned the blind man, with a cunning look. "You travel fast to journey's ends. Suppose I track my lady out, and say thus much. You want your son, ma'am. Good. I, knowing those who tempt him to remain among them, can restore him to you, ma'am. Good. You must pay a price, ma'am, for his restoration. Good again. The price is small,
and easy to be paid. Dear ma'am, that's best of all. What mockery is this? Very likely she may reply in those words, no mockery at all. I answer, Madam, a person said to be your husband, identity is difficult of proof after the lapse of many years, is in prison, his life in peril, the charge against him murder. Now, ma'am, your husband has been dead a long, long time. The gentleman never can be confounded with him. If you will have the goodness to say a few words on oath as to when he died and how, and that this person, who I am told resembles him in some degree, is no more he than I am. Such testimony will set the question quite at rest. Pledge yourself to me to give it, ma'am, and I will undertake to keep your son, a fine lad, out of harm's way until you have done this trifling service, when he shall be delivered up to you safe and sound. On the other hand, if you decline to do so, I fear he will be betrayed, and handed over to the law, which will assuredly sentence him to suffer death. It is, in fact, a choice between his life and death. If you refuse, he swings. If you comply, the timber is not grown, nor the hemp sown, that shall do him any harm.
There is a gleam of hope in this, cried the prisoner.
A gleam, returned his friend. A noon blaze, a full and glorious daylight. Hush! I hear the tread of distant feet. Rely on me. When shall I hear more? As soon as I do. I should hope tomorrow. They are coming to say that our time for talk is over. I hear the jingling of the keys. Not another word of this just now, or they may overhear us.
As he said these words, the lock was turned, and one of the prison turnkeys, appearing at the door, announced that it was time for visitors to leave the jail.
So soon, said Stagg meekly, but it can't be helped. Cheer up, friend. This mistake will soon be set at rest, and then you are a man again. If this charitable gentleman will lead a blind man, who has nothing in return but prayers, to the prison porch, and set him with his face towards the west, he will do a worthy deed. Thank you, good sir, I thank you very kindly.
So saying, and pausing for an instant at the door to turn his grinning face towards his friend, he departed. When the officer had seen him to the porch, he returned, and again unlocking and unbarring the door of the cell, set it wide open, informing its inmate that he was at liberty to walk in the adjacent yard, if he thought proper, for an hour. The prisoner answered with a sullen nod, and being left alone again, sat brooding over what he had heard, and pondering upon the hopes the recent conversation had awakened, gazing abstractedly the while he did so on the light without, and watching the shadows thrown by one wall on another, and on the stone-paved ground. It was a dull, square yard, made cold and gloomy by high walls, and seeming to chill the very sunlight. The stone, so bare and rough and obdurate, filled even him with longing thoughts of meadowland and trees, and with a burning wish to be at liberty. As he looked, he rose, and leaning against the doorpost, gazed up at the bright blue sky, smiling even on that dreary home of crime. He seemed for a moment to remember lying on his back in some sweet-scented place, and gazing at it through moving branches, long ago. His attention was suddenly attracted by a clanking sound. He knew what it was, for he had startled himself by making the same noise in walking to the door. Presently a voice began to sing, and he saw the shadow of a figure on the pavement. It stopped, was silent all at once, as though the person for a moment had forgotten where he was, but soon remembered, and so, with the same clanking noise, the shadow disappeared. He walked out into the court, and paced it to and fro, startling the echoes as he went with the harsh jangling of his fetters. There was a door near his, which, like his, stood ajar. He had not taken half a dozen turns up and down the yard, when, standing still to observe this door, he heard the clanking sound again. A face looked out of the grated window. He saw it very dimly, for the cell was dark and the bars were heavy, and directly afterwards a man appeared and came towards him. For the sense of loneliness he had, he might have been in jail a year. Made eager by the hope of companionship, he quickened his pace and hastened to meet the man half-way. What was this? His son? They stood face to face, staring at each other, he shrinking and cowed despite himself, Barnaby struggling with his imperfect memory and wondering where he had seen that face before. He was not uncertain long, for suddenly he laid hands upon him, and striving to bear him to the ground, cried,
"Ah, I know! You are the robber!"
He said nothing in reply at first, but held down his head and struggled with him silently. Finding the younger man too strong for him, he raised his face, looked closely into his eyes, and said, "I am your father." God knows what magic the name had for his ears, but Barnaby released his hold, fell back, and looked at him aghast. Suddenly he sprung towards him, put his arms about his neck, and pressed his head against his cheek. Yes, he was. He was sure he was. But where had he been so long, and why had he left his mother by herself, or worse than by herself, with her poor foolish boy? And had she really been as happy as they said? And where was she? Was she near there? She was not happy now, and he in jail. Ah, no. Not a word was said in answer, but Grip croaked loudly, and hopped about them, round and round, as if enclosing them in a magic circle, and invoking all the powers of mischief. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 63. During the whole of this day, every regiment in or near the metropolis was on duty in one or other part of the town, and the regulars and militia, in obedience to the orders which were sent to every barrack and station within 24 hours' journey, began to pour in by all the roads. But the disturbance had attained to such a formidable height, and the rioters had grown, with impunity, to be so audacious, that the sight of this great force, continually augmented by new arrivals, instead of operating as a check, stimulated them to outrages of greater hardihood than any they had yet committed, and helped to kindle a flame in London, the like of which had never been beheld, even in its ancient and rebellious times. All yesterday, and on this day likewise, the Commander-in-Chief endeavoured to arouse the magistrates to a sense of their duty, and in particular the Lord Mayor, who was the faintest-hearted and most timid of them all. With this object, large bodies of the soldiery were several times dispatched to the Mansion House to await his orders. But as he could, by no threats or persuasions, be induced to give any, and as the men remained in the open street, fruitlessly for any good purpose, and thrivingly for a very bad one, these laudable attempts did harm rather than good. For the crowd, becoming speedily acquainted with the Lord Mayor's temper, did not fail to take advantage of it by boasting that even the civil authorities were opposed to the Papists, and could not find it in their hearts to molest those who were guilty of no other offence. These vaunts they took care to make within the hearing of the soldiers, and they, being naturally loath to quarrel with the people, received their advances kindly enough, answering when they were asked if they desired to fire upon their countrymen, no, they would be damned if they did, and showing much honest simplicity and good nature. The feeling that the military were no popery men, and were ripe for disobeying orders and joining the mob, soon became very prevalent in consequence. rumours of their disaffection, and of their leaning towards the popular cause, spread from mouth to mouth with astonishing rapidity, and whenever they were drawn up idly in the streets or squares, there was sure to be a crowd about them, cheering and shaking hands, and treating them with a great show of confidence and affection. By this time the crowd was everywhere. All concealment and disguise were laid aside, and they pervaded the whole town. If any man among them wanted money, he had but to knock at the door of a dwelling-house, or walk into a shop, and demand it in the rioter's name, and his demand was instantly complied with. The peaceable citizens being afraid to lay hands upon them, singly and alone, it may be easily supposed that when gathered together in bodies they were perfectly secure from interruption. They assembled in the streets, traversed them at their will and pleasure, and publicly concerted their plans. Business was quite suspended. The greater part of the shops were closed. Most of the houses displayed a blue flag in token of their adherence to the popular side, and even the Jews in Houndsditch, Whitechapel, and those quarters wrote upon their doors or window shutters, "This house is a true Protestant." The crowd was the law, and never was the law held in greater dread or more implicitly obeyed. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening when a vast mob poured into Lincoln's Inn Fields by every avenue, and divided, evidently in pursuance of a previous design, into several parties. It must not be understood that this arrangement was known to the whole crowd, but that it was the work of a few leaders, who, mingling with the men as they came upon the ground, and calling to them to fall into this or that parry, effected it as rapidly as if it had been determined on by a council of the whole number, and every man had known his place. It was perfectly notorious to the assemblage that the largest body, which comprehended about 2/3 of the whole, was designed for the attack on Newgate. It comprehended all the rioters who had been conspicuous in any of their former proceedings, all those whom they recommended as daring hands and fit for the work, all those whose companions had been taken in the riots, and a great number of people who were relatives or friends of felons in the jail. This last class included not only the most desperate and utterly abandoned villains in London, but some who were comparatively innocent. There was more than one woman there, disguised in man's attire, and bent upon the rescue of a child or brother. There were the 2 sons of a man who lay under sentence of death, and who was to be executed along with 3 others on the next day but one. There was a great party of boys whose fellow pickpockets were in the prison, and at the skirts of all, a score of miserable women, outcasts from the world, seeking to release some other fallen creature as miserable as themselves, or moved by a general sympathy perhaps, God knows, with all who were without hope and wretched. Old swords and pistols without ball or powder, sledge-hammers, knives, axes, saws, and weapons pillaged from the butchers' shops, a forest of iron bars and wooden clubs, long ladders for scaling the walls, each carried on the shoulders of a dozen men, lighted torches, toes smeared with pitch and tar and brimstone, staves roughly plucked from fence and paling, and even crutches taken from crippled beggars in the streets, composed their arms. When all was ready, Hugh and Dennis, with Simon Tappertit between them, led the way. Roaring and chafing like an angry sea, the crowd pressed after them. Instead of going straight down Holborn to the jail, as all expected, their leaders took the way to Clerkenwell, and pouring down a quiet street, halted before a locksmith's house, the Golden Key. "Beat at the door," cried Hugh to the men about him. "We want one of his craft tonight. Beat it in, if no one answers." The shop was shut. Both door and shutters were of a strong and sturdy kind, and they knocked without effect. But the impatient crowd raising a cry of "Set fire to the house," and torches being passed to the front, an upper window was thrown open, and the stout old locksmith stood before them.
"What now, you villains?" he demanded. "Where is my daughter?"
"Ask no questions of us, old man," retorted Hugh, waving his comrades to be silent. "But come down, and bring the tools of your trade. We want you.
Want me?
cried the locksmith, glancing at the regimental dress he wore.
Ay, and if some that I could name possessed the hearts of mice, ye should have had me long ago. Mark me, my lad, and you about him do the same. There are a score among ye whom I see now and know, who are dead men from this hour. Begone, and rob an undertaker's while you can. You'll want some coffins before long.
Will you come down? Cried Hugh.
Will you give me my daughter, ruffian?
Cried the locksmith.
I know nothing of her, Hugh rejoined. Burn the door.
Stop!
Cried the locksmith, in a voice that made them falter, presenting, as he spoke, a gun.
Let an old man do that. You can spare him better.
The young fellow who held the light, and who was stooping down before the door, rose hastily at these words and fell back. The locksmith ran his eye along the upturned faces, and kept the weapon levelled at the threshold of his house. It had no rest than his shoulder, but was as steady as the house itself.
Let the man who does it take heed to his prayers, he said firmly. I warn him.
Snatching a torch from one who stood near him, Hugh was stepping forward with an oath, when he was arrested by a shrill and piercing shriek, and, looking upward, saw a fluttering garment on the house-top. There was another shriek, and another, and then a shrill voice cried, Is Simon below? At the same moment a lean neck was stretched over the parapet, and Miss Miggs, indistinctly seen in the gathering gloom of evening, screeched in a frenzied manner, Oh, my dear gentleman, let me hear Simon's answer from his own lips. Speak to me, Simon, speak to me. Mr Tappertit was not at all flattered by this compliment, looked up, and bidding her hold her peace, ordered her to come down and open the door, for they wanted her master, and would take no denial. Oh, good gentleman, cried Mr Miggs. Oh, my own precious, precious Simon.
Hold your nonsense, will you? Retorted Mr Tappertit, and come down and open the door. Gee, Varden, drop that gun, or it'll be the worse for you. Don't mind his gun, screamed Miggs. Simon and gentlemen, I poured a mug of table beer right down the barrel.
The crowd gave a loud shout, which was followed by a roar of laughter.
It wouldn't go off, not if you was to load it up to the muzzle,
screamed Miggs.
Simon and gentlemen, I'm locked up in the front attic. Through the little door on the right hand, when you think you've got to the very top of the stairs, and up the flight of corner steps, being careful not to knock your heads against the rafters, and not to tread on one side, in case you should fall into 2 pair bedrooms through the lath and plaster, which do not bear, but the contrary. Simon and gentlemen, I've been locked up here for safety, but my endeavours has always been, and always will be, to be on the right side, the blessed side, and to pronounce the Pope of Babylon, and all her inward and her outward workings, which is pagan. My sentiments is of little consequences, I know, cried Miggs, with additional shrillness, for my position is but a servant, and as such of humility still I gives expressions to my feelings, and places my reliances on them which entertains my own opinions. Without taking much notice of these outpourings of Miss Miggs, after she had made her first announcement in relation to the gun, the crowd raised a ladder against the window where the locksmith stood, and notwithstanding that he closed and fastened and defended it manfully, soon forced an entrance by shivering the glass and breaking in the frames. After dealing a few stout blows about him, he found himself defenceless, in the midst of a furious crowd, which overflowed the room and softened off in a confused heap of faces at the door and window. They were very wrathful with him, for he had wounded 2 men, and even called out to those in front to bring him forth and hang him on a lamp-post. But Gabriel was quite undaunted, and looked from Hugh and Dennis, who held him by either arm, to Simon Tappertit, who confronted him.
You have robbed me of my daughter, said the locksmith, who is far dearer to me than my life, and you may take my life if you will. I bless God that I have been enabled to keep my wife free of this scene, and that he has made me a man who will not ask mercy at such hands as yours."
"And a very game old gentleman you are," said Mr Dennis approvingly, "and you express yourself like a man. What's the odds, brother, whether it's a lamp-post tonight, or a feather-bed 10 year to come, eh?" The locksmith glanced at him disdainfully, but returned no other answer. "For my part," said the hangman, who particularly favoured the lamp-post suggestion, "I honour your principles. They're mine exactly. In such sentiments as them," and here he emphasised his discourse with an oath, "I'm ready to meet you or any man half-way. Have you got a bit of cord anywheres handy? And don't put yourself out of the way, if you haven't. A handkerchief will do." "Don't be a fool, master," whispered Hugh, seizing Varden roughly by the shoulder, "but do as you're bid. You'll soon hear what you're wanted for. Do it."
"I'll do nothing at your request, or that of any scoundrel here," returned the locksmith. "If you want any service from me, you may spare yourselves the pains of telling me what it is. I tell you beforehand, I'll do nothing for you."
Mr Dennis was so affected by this constancy on the part of the staunch old man that he protested, almost with tears in his eyes, that to baulk his inclinations would be an act of cruelty and hard dealing to which he, for one, never could reconcile his conscience. The gentleman, he said, had avowed in so many words that he was ready for working off. Such being the case, he considered it their duty, as a civilized and enlightened crowd, to work him off. It was not often, he observed, that they had it in their power to accommodate themselves to the wishes of those from whom they had the misfortune to differ. Having now found an individual who expressed a desire which they could reasonably indulge, and for himself he was free to confess that in his opinion that desire did honour to his feelings, he hoped they would decide to accede to his proposition before going any further. It was an experiment which, skilfully and dexterously performed, would be over in 5 minutes with great comfort and satisfaction to all parties, and though it did not become him, Mr Dennis, to speak well of himself, he trusted he might be allowed to say that he had practical knowledge of the subject, and being naturally of an obliging and friendly disposition, would work the gentleman off with a deal of pleasure. These remarks, which were addressed in the midst of a frightful din and turmoil to those immediately about him, were received with great favour, not so much perhaps because of the hangman's eloquence, as on account of the locksmith's obstinacy. Gabriel was in imminent peril, and he knew it, but he preserved a steady silence, and would have done so if they had been debating whether they should roast him at a slow fire. As the hangman spoke, there was some stir and confusion on the ladder, and directly he was silent, so immediately upon his holding his peace that the crowd below had no time to learn what he had been saying, or to shout in response. Someone at the window cried, "He has a grey head. He is an old man. Don't hurt him." The locksmith turned with a start towards the place from which the words had come, and looked hurriedly at the people who were hanging on the ladder and clinging to each other.
"Pay no respect to my grey hair, young man," he said, answering the voice, and not any one he saw. "I don't ask it. My heart is green enough to scorn and despise every man among you, band of robbers that you are."
This incautious speech by no means tended to appease the ferocity of the crowd. They cried again to have him brought out, and would have gone hard with the honest locksmith, but that Hugh reminded them, in answer, that they wanted his services, and must have them. "So tell him what we want," he said to Simon Tappertit, "and quickly, and open your ears, master, if you would ever use him after tonight." Gabriel folded his arms, which were now at liberty, and eyed his old prentice in silence. "Look'ee, Varden," said Sim, "we're bound for Newgate."
"I know you are," returned the locksmith. "You never said a truer word than that."
"To burn it down, I mean," said Simon. "And force the gates, and set the prisoners at liberty. You helped to make the lock of the great door."
"I did,"
said the locksmith.
You owe me no thanks for that, as you'll find before long.
Maybe,
returned his journeyman.
But you must show us how to force it.
Must I?
Yes, for you know, and I don't. You must come along with us, and pick it with your own hands.
When I do, said the locksmith quietly, my hands shall drop off at the wrists, and you shall wear them, Simon Tappertit, on your shoulders for epaulets.
We'll see that, cried Hugh, interposing as the indignation of the crowd again burst forth. You, fill a basket with the tools you want, while I bring him downstairs. Open the doors below, some of you, and light the great captain, others. Is there no business afoot, my lads, that you can do nothing but stand and grumble? They looked at one another, and quickly dispersing, swarmed over the house, plundering and breaking, according to their custom, and carrying off such articles of value as happened to please their fancy. They had no great length of time for these proceedings, for the basket of tools was soon prepared and slung over a man's shoulders. The preparations being now completed, and everything ready for the attack, those who were pillaging and destroying in the other rooms were called down to the workshop. They were about to issue forth, when the man who had been last upstairs stepped forward and asked if the young woman in the garret, who was making a terrible noise, he said, and kept on screaming without the least cessation, was to be released. For his own part, Simon Tappertit would certainly have replied in the negative, but the mass of his companions, mindful of the good service she had done in the matter of the gun, being of a different opinion, he had nothing for it but to answer, yes. The man accordingly went back again to the rescue, and presently returned with Miss Miggs, limp and doubled up, and very damp from much weeping. As the young lady had given no tokens of consciousness on their way downstairs, the bearer reported her either dead or dying, and being at some loss what to do with her, was looking round for a convenient bench or heap of ashes on which to place her senseless form, when she suddenly came upon her feet by some mysterious means, thrust back her hair, stared wildly at Mr. Tappertit, cried, "My Simmon's life is not a victim," and dropped into his arms with such promptitude that he staggered and reeled some paces back beneath his lovely burden.
"Oh, bother," said Mr. Tappertit. "Here, catch hold of her, somebody. Lock her up again. She never ought to have been let out." "My Simon," cried Miss Miggs in tears and faintly. "My for ever blessed Simon." "Hold up, will you?" said Mr. Tappertit in a very unresponsive tone. "I'll let you fall if you don't. What are you sliding your feet off the ground for?" "My angel Simmons," murmured Miggs. "He promised." "Promised? Well, and I'll keep my promise," answered Simon testily. "I mean to provide for you, don't I? Stand up." "Where am I to go? What is to become of me after my actions of this night?" cried Miggs. "What resting places now remains but in the silent tombses?" "I wish you was in the silent tombses, I do," cried Mr. Tappertit, "and boxed up tight in a good strong one. Here," he cried to one of the bystanders, in whose ear he whispered for a moment, "take her off, will you? You understand where?" The fellow nodded, and taking her in his arms, notwithstanding her broken protestations and her struggles, which latter species of opposition involving scratches was much more difficult of resistance, carried her away. They who were in the house poured out into the street. The locksmith was taken to the head of the crowd, and required to walk between his two conductors. The whole body was put in rapid motion, and without any shouts or noise, they bore down straight on Newgate, and halted in a dense mass before the prison gate. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 64. Breaking the silence they had hitherto preserved, they raised a great cry as soon as they were ranged before the jail, and demanded to speak to the governor. This visit was not wholly unexpected, for his house, which fronted the street, was strongly barricaded, the wicket gate of the prison was closed up, and at no loophole or grating was any person to be seen. Before they had repeated their summons many times, a man appeared upon the roof of the governor's house, and asked what it was they wanted. Some said one thing, some another, and some only groaned and hissed. It being now nearly dark, and the house high, many persons in the throng were not aware that anyone had come to answer them, and continued their clamour until the intelligence was gradually diffused through the whole concourse. 10 minutes or more elapsed before any one voice could be heard with tolerable distinctness, during which interval the figure remained perched alone against the summer evening sky, looking down into the troubled street. "Are you," said Hugh at length, "Mr. Akerman, the head jailor here?"
"Of course he is, brother," whispered Dennis.
But Hugh, without minding him, took his answer from the man himself.
"Yes," he said, "I am."
"You have got some friends of ours in your custody, master."
"I have a good many people in my custody." He glanced downward, as he spoke, into the jail, and the feeling that he could see into the different yards, and that he overlooked everything which was hidden from their view by the rugged walls, so lashed and goaded the mob that they howled like wolves.
"Deliver up our friends," said Hugh, "and you may keep the rest."
"It's my duty to keep them all. I shall do my duty."
"If you don't throw the doors open, we shall break them down," said Hugh, "for we will have the rioters out."
"All I can do, good people," Akerman replied, "is to exhort you to disperse, and to remind you that the consequences of any disturbance in this place will be very severe, and bitterly repented by most of you, when it is too late."
He made as though he would retire when he said these words, but he was checked by the voice of the locksmith.
"Mr. Akerman!" cried Gabriel. "Mr. Akerman!"
"I will hear no more from any of you," replied the governor, turning towards the speaker and waving his hand.
"But I am not one of them," said Gabriel. "I am an honest man, Mr. Akerman, a respectable tradesman, Gabriel Varden, the locksmith. You know me?"
"You among the crowd?" cried the governor in an altered voice.
"Brought here by force. Brought here to pick the lock of the great door for them," rejoined the locksmith. "Bear witness for me, Mr. Akerman, that I refuse to do it, and that I will not do it, come what may of my refusal. If any violence is done to me, please to remember this."
"Is there no way of helping you?" said the governor.
"None, Mr. Akerman. You'll do your duty, and I'll do mine. Once again, you robbers and cutthroats," said the locksmith, turning round upon them, "I refuse. Ha! Howl till you're hoarse. I refuse."
"Stay, stay," said the jailor hastily. "Mr. Varden, I know you for a worthy man, and one who would do no unlawful act except upon compulsion."
"Upon compulsion, sir?"
interposed the locksmith, who felt that the tone in which this was said conveyed the speaker's impression that he had ample excuse for yielding to the furious multitude who beset and hemmed him in on every side, and among whom he stood, an old man, quite alone.
"Upon compulsion, sir, I'll do nothing."
Where is that man, said the keeper anxiously, who spoke to me just now? Here, Hugh replied. Do you know what the guilt of murder is, and that by keeping that honest tradesman at your side, you endanger his life? We know it very well, he answered. For what else did we bring him here? Let's have our friends, master, and you shall have your friend. Is that fair, lads? The mob replied to him with a loud hurrah. You see how it is, sir, cried Varden. Keep him out, in King George's name. Remember what I have said. Good night. There was no more parley. A shower of stones and other missiles compelled the keeper of the jail to retire, and the mob, pressing on and swarming round the walls, forced Gabriel Varden close up to the door. In vain the basket of tools was laid upon the ground before him, and he was urged in turn by promises, by blows, by offers of reward, and threats of instant death, to do the office for which they had brought him there. No, cried the sturdy locksmith, I will not. He had never loved his life so well as then, but nothing could move him. The savage faces that glared upon him, look where he would, the cries of those who thirsted like wild animals for his blood, the sight of men pressing forward and trampling down their fellows as they strove to reach him, and struck at him above the heads of other men with axes and with iron bars, all failed to daunt him. He looked from man to man, and face to face, and still with quickened breath and lessening colour cried firmly, I will not. Dennis dealt him a blow upon the face, which felled him to the ground. He sprung up again like a man in the prime of life, and with blood upon his forehead caught him by the throat. You cowardly dog, he said, give me my daughter. Give me my daughter. They struggled together. Some cried, kill him, and some, but they were not near enough, strove to trample him to death. Tug as he would at the old man's wrists, the hangman could not force him to unclench his hands. Is this all the return you make me, you ungrateful monster? He articulated with great difficulty and with many oaths. Give me my daughter, cried the locksmith, who was now as fierce as those who gathered round him. Give me my daughter. He was down again, and up, and down once more, and buffeting with a score of them who bandied him from hand to hand, when one tall fellow, fresh from a slaughter-house, whose dress and great thigh-boots smoked hot with grease and blood, raised a pole-axe, and, swearing a horrible oath, aimed it at the old man's uncovered head. At that instant, and in the very act, he fell himself, as if struck by lightning, and over his body a one-armed man came darting to the locksmith's side. Another man was with him, and both caught the locksmith roughly in their grasp. Leave him to us, they cried to Hugh, struggling as they spoke to force a passage backward through the crowd. Leave him to us. Why do you waste your whole strength on such as he, when a couple of men can finish him in as many minutes? You lose time. Remember the prisoners. Remember Barnaby. The cry ran through the mob. Hammers began to rattle on the walls, and every man strove to reach the prison and be among the foremost rank. Fighting their way through the press and struggle, as desperately as if they were in the midst of enemies rather than their own friends, the two men retreated with the locksmith between them, and dragged him through the very heart of the concourse. And now the strokes began to fall like hail upon the gate, and on the strong building. For those who could not reach the door spent their fierce rage on anything, even on the great blocks of stone, which shivered their weapons into fragments, and made their hands and arms to tingle as if the walls were active in their stout resistance, and dealt them back their blows. The clash of iron ringing upon iron mingled with the deafening tumult and sounded high above it, as the great sledge-hammers rattled on the nailed and plated door,
The sparks flew off in showers. Men worked in gangs, and at short intervals relieved each other, that all their strength might be devoted to the work. But there stood the portal still, as grim and dark and strong as ever, and, saving for the dints upon its battered surface, quite unchanged. While some brought all their energies to bear upon this toilsome task, and some, rearing ladders against the prison, tried to clamber to the summit of the walls, they were too short to scale, and some again engaged a body of police 100 strong, and beat them back and trod them under foot by force of numbers. Others besieged the house on which the jailer had appeared, and driving in the door, brought out his furniture, and piled it up against the prison gate, to make a bonfire which should burn it down. As soon as this device was understood, all those who had laboured hitherto cast down their tools and helped to swell the heap, which reached halfway across the street, and was so high that those who threw more fuel on the top got up by ladders. When all the keeper's goods were flung upon this costly pile, to the last fragment, they smeared it with the pitch and tar and rosin they had brought, and sprinkled it with turpentine. To all the woodwork round the prison doors they did the like, leaving not a joist or beam untouched. This infernal christening performed, they fired the pile with lighted matches, and with blazing tow, and then stood by, awaiting the result. The furniture being very dry, and rendered more combustible by wax and oil, besides the arts they had used, took fire at once. The flames roared high and fiercely, blackening the prison wall and twining up its lofty front like burning serpents. At first they crowded round the blaze, and vented their exultation only in their looks, but when it grew hotter and fiercer, when it crackled, leaped, and roared like a great furnace, when it shone upon the opposite houses and lighted up not only the pale and wondering faces at the windows, but the inmost corners of each habitation, when through the deep red heat and glow the fire was seen sporting and toying with the door, now clinging to its obdurate surface, now gliding off with fierce inconstancy, and soaring high into the sky, anon returning to fold it in its burning grasp and lure it to its ruin, when it shone and gleamed so brightly that the church clock of St. Sepulchre's, so often pointing to the hour of death, was legible as in broad day, and the vane upon its steeple top glittered in the unwonted light like something richly jewelled, when blackened stone and sombre brick grew ruddy in the deep reflection, and windows shone like burnished gold, dotting the longest distance in the fiery vista with their specks of brightness, when wall and tower and roof and chimney-stack seemed drunk, and in the flickering glare appeared to reel and stagger, when scores of objects never seen before burst out upon the view, and things the most familiar put on some new aspect, then the mob began to join the whirl, and with loud yells and shouts and clamour, such as happily is seldom heard, bestirred themselves to feed the fire and keep it at its height. Although the heat was so intense that the paint on the houses over against the prison parched and crackled up, and swelling into boils, as it were from excess of torture, broke and crumbled away, although the glass fell from the window sashes, and the lead and iron on the roofs blistered the incautious hand that touched them, and the sparrows in the eaves took wing, and rendered giddy by the smoke, fell fluttering down upon the blazing pile. Still the fire was tended unceasingly by busy hands, and round it men were going always. They never slackened in their zeal, or kept aloof, but pressed upon the flames so hard that those in front had much ado to save themselves from being thrust in. If one man swooned or dropped, a dozen struggled for his place, and that although they knew the pain and thirst and pressure to be unendurable. Those who fell down in fainting fits, and were not crushed or burnt, were carried to an inn-yard close at hand, and dashed with water from a pump, of which buckets full were passed from man to man among the crowd. But such was the strong desire of all to drink, and such the fighting to be first, that, for the most part, the whole contents were spilled upon the ground, without the lips of one man being moistened. Meanwhile, and in the midst of all the roar and outcry, those who were nearest to the pile heaped up again the burning fragments that came toppling down, and raked the fire about the door, which, although a sheet of flame, was still a door fast locked and barred, and kept them out. Great pieces of blazing wood were passed, besides, above the people's heads to such as stood about the ladders, and some of these, climbing up to the topmost stave, and holding on with one hand by the prison wall, exerted all their skill and force to cast these firebrands on the roof, or down into the yards within. In many instances their efforts were successful, which occasioned a new and appalling addition to the horrors of the scene, for the prisoners within, seeing from between their bars that the fire caught in many places and thrived fiercely, and being all locked up in strong cells for the night, began to know that they were in danger of being burnt alive. This terrible fear, spreading from cell to cell and from yard to yard, vented itself in such dismal cries and wailings, and in such dreadful shrieks for help, that the whole jail resounded with the noise, which was loudly heard even above the shouting of the mob and roaring of the flames, and was so full of agony and despair that it made the boldest tremble. It was remarkable that these cries began in that quarter of the jail which fronted Newgate Street, where, it was well known, the men who were to suffer death on Thursday were confined. And not only were these four, who had so short a time to live, the first to whom the dread of being burnt occurred, but they were throughout the most importunate of all, for they could be plainly heard, notwithstanding the great thickness of the walls, crying that the wind set that way, and that the flames would shortly reach them, and calling to the officers of the jail to come and quench the fire from a cistern which was in their yard, and full of water. Judging from what the crowd outside the walls could hear from time to time, these four doomed wretches never ceased to call for help, and that with as much distraction, and in as great a frenzy of attachment to existence, as though each had an honoured, happy life before him, instead of 48 hours of miserable imprisonment, and then a violent and shameful death. But the anguish and suffering of the two sons of one of these men, when they heard, or fancied that they heard, their father's voice, is past description. After wringing their hands and rushing to and fro as if they were stark mad, one mounted on the shoulders of his brother, and tried to clamber up the face of the high wall, guarded at the top with spikes and points of iron. And when he fell among the crowd, he was not deterred by his bruises, but mounted up again and fell again, and, when he found the feat impossible, began to beat the stones and tear them with his hands, as if he could that way make a breach in the strong building, and force a passage in. At last they cleft their way among the mob about the door, though many men, a dozen times their match, had tried in vain to do so, and were seen in the fire, striving to prise it down with crowbars. Nor were they alone affected by the outcry from within the prison. The women who were looking on shrieked loudly, beat their hands together, stopped their ears, and many fainted. The men who were not near the walls and active in the siege, rather than do nothing, tore up the pavement of the street, and did so with a haste and fury they could not have surpassed if that had been the jail, and they were near their object. Not one living creature in the throng was for an instant still. The whole great mass were mad. A shout. Another yet, though few knew why, or what it meant. But those around the gate had seen it slowly yield and drop from its topmost hinge. It hung on that side by but one, but it was upright still, because of the bar, and its having sunk of its own weight into the heap of ashes at its foot. There was now a gap at the top of the doorway, through which could be descried a gloomy passage, cavernous and dark. Pile up the fire. It burnt fiercely. The door was red hot, and the gap wider. They vainly tried to shield their faces with their hands, and standing as if in readiness for a spring, watched the place. Dark figures, some crawling on their hands and knees, some carried in the arms of others, were seen to pass along the roof. It was plain the jail could hold out no longer. The keeper and his officers, and their wives and children, were escaping. Pile up the fire. The door sank down again. It settled deeper in the cinders, tottered, yielded, was down. As they shouted again, they fell back, for a moment, and left a clear space about the fire that lay between them and the jail entry. Hugh leapt upon the blazing heap, and scattering a train of sparks into the air, and making the dark lobby glitter with those that hung upon his dress, dashed into the jail. The hangman followed, and then so many rushed upon their track that the fire got trodden down and thinly strewn about the street. But there was no need of it now, for, inside and out, the prison was in flames. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 65. During the whole course of the terrible scene, which was now at its height, one man in the jail suffered a degree of fear and mental torment which had no parallel in the endurance even of those who lay under sentence of death. When the rioters first assembled before the building, the murderer was roused from sleep, if such slumbers as his may have that blessed name, by the roar of voices and the struggling of a great crowd. He started up as these sounds met his ear, and, sitting on his bedstead, listened. After a short interval of silence, the noise burst out again. Still listening attentively, he made out in course of time that the jail was besieged by a furious multitude. His guilty conscience instantly arrayed these men against himself, and brought the fear upon him that he would be singled out and torn to pieces. Once impressed with the terror of this conceit, everything tended to confirm and strengthen it. His double crime, the circumstances under which it had been committed, the length of time that had elapsed, and its discovery in spite of all, made him, as it were, the visible object of the Almighty's wrath. In all the crime and vice and moral gloom of the great pest-house of the capital, he stood alone, marked and singled out by his great guilt, a Lucifer among the devils. The other prisoners were a host, hiding and sheltering each other, a crowd like that without the walls. He was one man against the whole united concourse, a single, solitary, lonely man, from whom the very captives in the jail fell off and shrunk appalled. It might be that the intelligence of his capture having been bruited abroad, they had come there purposely to drag him out and kill him in the street, or it might be that they were the rioters, and, in pursuance of an old design, had come to sack the prison. But in either case he had no belief or hope that they would spare him. Every shout they raised, and every sound they made, was a blow upon his heart. As the attack went on, he grew more wild and frantic in his terror, tried to pull away the bars that guarded the chimney and prevented him from climbing up, called loudly on the turnkeys to cluster round the cell and save him from the fury of the rabble, or put him in some dungeon underground, no matter of what depth, how dark it was, or loathsome, or beset with rats and creeping things, so that it hid him and was hard to find. But no one came, or answered him. Fearful, even while he cried to them, of attracting attention, he was silent. By and by he saw, as he looked from his grated window, a strange glimmering on the stone walls and pavement of the yard. It was feeble at first, and came and went, as though some officers with torches were passing to and fro upon the roof of the prison. Soon it reddened, and lighted brands came whirling down, spattering the ground with fire, and burning sullenly in corners. One rolled beneath a wooden bench, and set it in a blaze. Another caught a water-spout, and so went climbing up the wall, leaving a long straight track of fire behind it. After a time, a slow thick shower of burning fragments, from some upper portion of the prison which was blazing nigh, began to fall before his door. Remembering that it opened outwards, he knew that every spark which fell upon the heap, and in the act lost its bright life, and died an ugly speck of dust and rubbish, helped to entomb him in a living grave. Still, though the jail resounded with shrieks and cries for help, though the fire bounded up as if each separate flame had had a tiger's life, and roared as though in every one there were a hungry voice. Though the heat began to grow intense, and the air suffocating, and the clamour without increased, and the danger of his situation, even from one merciless element, was every moment more extreme, still he was afraid to raise his voice again, lest the crowd should break in, and should of their own ears, or from the information given them by the other prisoners, get the clue to his place of confinement. Thus fearful alike, of those within the prison and of those without, of noise and silence, light and darkness, of being released and being left there to die, he was so tortured and tormented that nothing man has ever done to man in the horrible caprice of power and cruelty exceeds his self-inflicted punishment. Now the door was down. Now they came rushing through the jail, calling to each other in the vaulted passages, clashing the iron gates, dividing yard from yard, beating at the doors of cells and wards, wrenching off bolts and locks and bars, tearing down the doorposts to get men out, endeavouring to drag them by main force through gaps and windows where a child could scarcely pass, whooping and yelling without a moment's rest, and running through the heat and flames as if they were cased in metal. By their legs, their arms, the hair upon their heads, they dragged the prisoners out. Some threw themselves upon the captives as they got towards the door, and tried to file away their irons. Some danced about them with a frenzied joy, and rent their clothes, and were ready, as it seemed, to tear them limb from limb. Now a party of a dozen men came darting through the yard, into which the murderer cast fearful glances from his darkened window, dragging a prisoner along the ground, whose dress they had nearly torn from his body in their mad eagerness to set him free, and who was bleeding and senseless in their hands. Now a score of prisoners ran to and fro, who had lost themselves in the intricacies of the prison, and were so bewildered with the noise and glare that they knew not where to turn or what to do, and still cried out for help as loudly as before. Anon some famished wretch, whose theft had been a loaf of bread, or scrap of butcher's meat, came skulking past, barefooted, going slowly away because that jail, his house, was burning, not because he had any other, or had friends to meet, or old haunts to revisit, or any liberty to gain, but liberty to starve and die. And then a knot of highwaymen went trooping by, conducted by the friends they had among the crowd, who muffled their fetters as they went along, with handkerchiefs and bands of hay, and wrapped them in coats and cloaks, and gave them drink from bottles, and held it to their lips, because of their handcuffs, which there was no time to remove. All this, and heaven knows how much more, was done amidst a noise, a hurry, and distraction, like nothing that we know of, even in our dreams, which seemed for ever on the rise, and never to decrease for the space of a single instant. He was still looking down from his window upon these things, when a band of men with torches, ladders, axes, and many kinds of weapons poured into the yard, and hammering at his door, inquired if there were any prisoner within. He left the window when he saw them coming, and drew back into the remotest corner of the cell. But although he returned them no answer, they had a fancy that someone was inside, for they presently set ladders against it, and began to tear away the bars at the casement. Not only that, indeed, but with pickaxes to hew down the very stones in the wall. As soon as they had made a breach at the window, large enough for the admission of a man's head, one of them thrust in a torch, and looked all round the room. He followed this man's gaze until it rested on himself, and heard him demand why he had not answered, but made him no reply. In the general surprise and wonder, they were used to this. Without saying anything more, they enlarged the breach until it was large enough to admit the body of a man, and then came dropping down upon the floor, one after another, until the cell was full. They caught him up among them, handed him to the window, and those who stood upon the ladders passed him down upon the pavement of the yard. Then the rest came out, one after another, and, bidding him fly, and lose no time, or the way would be choked up, hurried away to rescue others. It seemed not a minute's work from first to last. He staggered to his feet, incredulous of what had happened, when the yard was filled again, and a crowd rushed on, hurrying Barnaby among them. In another minute Not so much. Another minute, the same instant with no lapse or interval between. He and his son were being passed from hand to hand through the dense crowd in the street, and were glancing backward at a burning pile which someone said was Newgate. From the moment of their first entrance into the prison, the crowd dispersed themselves about it, and swarmed into every chink and crevice, as if they had a perfect acquaintance with its innermost parts, and bore in their minds an exact plan of the whole. For this immediate knowledge of the place they were, no doubt, in a great degree indebted to the hangman, who stood in the lobby, directing some to go this way, some that, and some the other, and who materially assisted in bringing about the wonderful rapidity with which the release of prisoners was effected. But this functionary of the law reserved one important piece of intelligence, and kept it snugly to himself. When he had issued his instructions relative to every other part of the building, and the mob were dispersed from end to end and busy at their work, he took a bundle of keys from a kind of cupboard in the wall, and going by a kind of passage near the chapel (it joined the governor's house and was then on fire), betook himself to the condemned cells, which were a series of small, strong, dismal rooms opening on a low gallery, guarded at the end at which he entered by a strong iron wicket, and at its opposite extremity by 2 doors and a thick grate. Having double-locked the wicket, and assured himself that the other entrances were well secured, he sat down on a bench in the gallery, and sucked the head of his stick with the utmost complacency, tranquillity, and contentment. It would have been strange enough, a man's enjoying himself in this quiet manner, while the prison was burning, and such a tumult was cleaving the air, though he had been outside the walls. But here, in the very heart of the building, and moreover with the prayers and cries of the 4 men under sentence sounding in his ears, and their hands stretched out through the gratings in their cell doors, clasped in frantic entreaty before his very eyes, it was particularly remarkable. Indeed, Mr Dennis appeared to think it an uncommon circumstance, and to banter himself upon it, for he thrust his hat on one side, as some men do when they are in a waggish humour, sucked the head of his stick with a higher relish, and smiled, as though he would say, "Dennis, you're a rum dog. You're a queer fellow. You're capital company, Dennis, and quite a character." He sat in this way for some minutes, while the 4 men in the cells, who were certain that somebody had entered the gallery, but could not see who, gave vent to such piteous entreaties as wretches in their miserable condition may be supposed to have been inspired with, urging whoever it was to set them at liberty for the love of heaven, and protesting with great fervour, and truly enough perhaps for the time, that if they escaped they would amend their ways and would never, never, never again do wrong before God or man, but would lead penitent and sober lives, and sorrowfully repent the crimes they had committed. The terrible energy with which they spoke would have moved any person, no matter how good or just, if any good or just person could have strayed into that sad place that night, to have set them at liberty. And, while he would have left any other punishment to its free course, to have saved them from this last dreadful and repulsive penalty, which never turned a man inclined to evil, and has hardened thousands who are half inclined to good. Mr Dennis, who had been bred and nurtured in the good old school, and had administered the good old laws on the good old plan, always once and sometimes twice every 6 weeks for a long time bore these appeals with a deal of philosophy. Being at last, however, rather disturbed in his pleasant reflection by their repetition, he rapped at one of the doors with his stick and cried, "Hold your noise there, will you?" At this they all cried together that they were to be hanged on the next day but one, and again implored his aid. "Aid? For what?" said Mr Dennis, playfully rapping the knuckles of the hand nearest him. "To save us," they cried. "Oh, certainly," said Mr Dennis, winking at the wall in the absence of any friend with whom he could humour the joke. "And so you want to be worked off, are you, brothers?" "Unless we are released tonight," one of them cried, "we are dead men." "I tell you what it is," said the hangman gravely, "I'm afraid, my friend,
that you're not in that here state of mind that's suitable to your condition then. You're not a-going to be released. Don't think it. Will you leave off that here indecent row? I wonder you aren't ashamed of yourselves, I do. He followed up this reproof by rapping every set of knuckles one after the other, and having done so, resumed his seat again with a cheerful countenance. You've had law, he said, crossing his legs and elevating his eyebrows. Laws have been made a purpose for you. A wery handsome prison's been made a purpose for you. A parson's kept a purpose for you. A constitutional officer's appointed a purpose for you. Carts is maintained a purpose for you. And yet you're not contented. Will you hold that noise, you, sir, in the furthest? A groan was the only answer. So well as I can make out, said Mr Dennis in a tone of mingled badinage and remonstrance, there's not a man among you. I begin to think I'm on the opposite side and among the ladies, though for the matter of that, I've seen a many ladies face it out in a manner that did honour to the sex. You, in number 2, don't grind them teeth of yours. Worse manners, said the hangman, rapping at the door with his stick. I've never seen in this place afore. I'm ashamed of you. You're a disgrace to the bailey. After pausing for a moment to hear if anything could be pleaded in justification, Mr Dennis resumed in a sort of coaxing tone. Now, look here, you 4. I'm come here to take care of you and see that you ain't burnt, instead of the other thing. It's no use your making any noise, for you won't be found out by them as has broken in, and you'll only be hoarse when you come to the speeches, which is a pity. What I say in respect to the speeches always is, give it mouth. That's my maxim. Give it mouth. I've heard, said the hangman, pulling off his hat to take his handkerchief from the crown and wipe his face, and then putting it on again a little more on one side than before. I've heard a eloquence on them boards. You know what boards I mean. And I've heard a degree of mouth given to them speeches that they was as clear as a bell and as good as a play. There's a pattern. And always, when a thing of this nature's to come off, what I stand up for is a proper frame of mind. Let's have a proper frame of mind, and we can go through with it creditable, pleasant, sociable. Whatever you do, and I address myself in particular to you in the furthest, never snivel. I'd sooner by half, though I lose by it, see a man tear his clothes a purpose to spile 'em before they come to me, than find him snivelling. He's 10 to 1 a better frame of mind, every way. While the hangman addressed them to this effect, in the tone and with the air of a pastor in familiar conversation with his flock, the noise had been in some degree subdued, for the rioters were busy in conveying the prisoners to the sessions house, which was beyond the main walls of the prison, though connected with it, and the crowd were busy too in passing them from thence along the street. But when he had got thus far in his discourse, the sound of voices in the yard showed plainly that the mob had returned and were coming that way, and directly afterwards a violent crashing at the grate below gave note of their attack upon the cells, as they were called, at last. It was in vain the hangman ran from door to door and covered the grates one after another with his hat, in futile efforts to stifle the cries of the 4 men within. It was in vain he dogged their outstretched hands and beat them with his stick, or menaced them with new and lingering pains in the execution of his office. The place resounded with their cries. These, together with the feeling that they were now the last men in the jail, so worked upon and stimulated the besiegers that in an incredibly short space of time they forced the strong grate down below, which was formed of iron rods 2 inches square, drove in the 2 other doors, as if they had been but deal partitions,
and stood at the end of the gallery with only a bar or two between them and the cells.
"Halloa!"
cried Hugh, who was the first to look into the dusky passage.
"Dennis before us! Well done, old boy! Be quick and open here, for we shall be suffocated in the smoke going out." "Go out at once, then," said Dennis. "What do you want here?"
"Want?" echoed Hugh.
"The 4 men." "4 devils!" cried the hangman. "Don't you know they're left for death on Thursday? Don't you respect the law, the constitution? Nothing. Let the 4 men be."
"Is this a time for joking?" cried Hugh. "Do you hear 'em? Pull away these bars that have got fixed between the door and the ground, and let us in."
"Brother,"
said the hangman in a low voice, as he stooped under pretence of doing what Hugh desired, but only looked up in his face,
"can't you leave these here 4 men to me, if I've the whim? You do what you like, and have what you like of everything for your share. Give me my share. I want these 4 men left alone, I tell you."
"Pull the bars down, or stand out of the way," was Hugh's reply.
"You can turn the crowd, if you like. You know that well enough, brother," said the hangman slowly. "What? You will come in, will you?"
"Yes."
"You won't let these men alone, and leave 'em to me? You've no respect for nothing, haven't you?"
said the hangman, retreating to the door by which he had entered, and regarding his companion with a scowl.
"You will come in, will you, brother?"
"I tell you, yes. What the devil ails you? Where are you going?"
"No matter where I'm going,"
rejoined the hangman, looking in again at the iron wicket, which he had nearly shut upon himself, and held ajar.
"Remember where you're coming. That's all."
With that, he shook his likeness at Hugh, and giving him a grin, compared with which his usual smile was amiable, disappeared and shut the door. Hugh paused no longer, but goaded alike by the cries of the convicts, and by the impatience of the crowd, warned the man immediately behind him, the way was only wide enough for one abreast, to stand back, and wielded a sledge-hammer with such strength that after a few blows the iron bent and broke, and gave them free admittance. If the 2 sons of one of these men, of whom mention has been made, were furious in their zeal before, they had now the wrath and vigour of lions. Calling to the man within each cell to keep as far back as he could, lest the axes crashing through the door should wound him, a party went to work upon each one, to beat it in by sheer strength and force the bolts and staples from their hold. But although these 2 lads had the weakest party, and the worst armed, and did not begin until after the others, having stopped to whisper to him through the grate, that door was the first open, and that man was the first out. As they dragged him into the gallery to knock off his irons, he fell down among them, a mere heap of chains, and was carried out in that state on men's shoulders, with no sign of life. The release of these 4 wretched creatures, and conveying them, astounded and bewildered, into the streets so full of life, a spectacle they had never thought to see again, until they emerged from solitude and silence upon that last journey, when the air should be heavy with the pent-up breath of thousands, and the streets and houses should be built and roofed with human faces, not with bricks and tiles and stones, was the crowning horror of the scene. Their pale and haggard looks and hollow eyes, their staggering feet, and hands stretched out as if to save themselves from falling, their wandering and uncertain air, the way they heaved and gasped for breath, as though in water, when they were first plunged into the crowd, all marked them for the men. No need to say, this one was doomed to die, for there were the words broadly stamped and branded on his face. The crowd fell off, as if they had been laid out for burial, and had risen in their shrouds, and many were seen to shudder, as though they had been actually dead men, when they chanced to touch or brush against their garments. At the bidding of the mob, the houses were all illuminated that night, lighted up from top to bottom as at a time of public gaiety and joy. Many years afterwards, old people who lived in their youth near this part of the city remembered being in a great glare of light, within doors and without, and as they looked, timid and frightened children, from the windows, seeing a face go by. Though the whole great crowd and all its other terrors had faded from their recollection, this one object remained, alone, distinct, and well remembered. Even in the unpractised minds of infants, one of these doomed men darting past, and but an instant seen, was an image of force enough to dim the whole concourse, to find itself an all-absorbing place, and hold it ever after. When this last task had been achieved, the shouts and cries grew fainter, the clank of fetters, which had resounded on all sides as the prisoners escaped, was heard no more. All the noises of the crowd subsided into a hoarse and sullen murmur as it passed into the distance, and when the human tide had rolled away, a melancholy heap of smoking ruins marked the spot where it had lately chafed and roared. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of 80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 66. Although he had had no rest upon the previous night, and had watched with little intermission for some weeks past, sleeping only in the day by starts and snatches, Mr Haredale, from the dawn of morning until sunset, sought his niece in every place where he deemed it possible she could have taken refuge. All day long nothing save a draught of water passed his lips, though he prosecuted his inquiries far and wide, and never so much as sat down once. In every quarter he could think of, at Chigwell and in London, at the houses of the tradespeople with whom he dealt, and of the friends he knew, he pursued his search. A prey to the most harrowing anxieties and apprehensions, he went from magistrate to magistrate, and finally to the Secretary of State. The only comfort he received was from this minister, who assured him that the government, being now driven to the exercise of the extreme prerogatives of the Crown, were determined to exert them, that a proclamation would probably be out upon the morrow, giving to the military discretionary and unlimited power in the suppression of the riots, that the sympathies of the King, the administration, and both Houses of Parliament, and indeed of all good men of every religious persuasion, were strongly with the injured Catholics, and that justice should be done them at any cost or hazard. He told him, moreover, that other persons whose houses had been burnt had for a time lost sight of their children or their relatives, but had, in every case, within his knowledge, succeeded in discovering them, that his complaint should be remembered and fully stated in the instructions given to the officers in command, and to all the inferior myrmidons of justice, and that everything could be done to help him should be done with a good will and in good faith. Grateful for this consolation, feeble as it was in its reference to the past, and little hope as it afforded him in connection with the subject of distress which lay nearest to his heart, and really thankful for the interest the minister expressed, and seemed to feel in his condition, Mr Haredale withdrew. He found himself, with the night coming on, alone in the streets, and destitute of any place in which to lay his head. He entered an hotel near Charing Cross, and ordered some refreshment and a bed. He saw that his faint and worn appearance attracted the attention of the landlord and his waiters, and thinking that they might suppose him to be penniless, took out his purse and laid it on the table. It was not that, the landlord said, in a faltering voice. If he were one of those who had suffered by the rioters, he durst not give him entertainment. He had a family of children, and had been twice warned to be careful in receiving guests. He heartily prayed his forgiveness, but what could he do? Nothing. No man felt that more sincerely than Mr Haredale. He told the man as much, and left the house. Feeling that he might have anticipated this occurrence, after what he had seen at Chigwell in the morning, where no man dared to touch a spade, though he offered a large reward to all who would come and dig among the ruins of his house, he walked along the Strand, too proud to expose himself to another refusal, and of too generous a spirit to involve in distress or ruin any honest tradesman who might be weak enough to give him shelter. He wandered into one of the streets by the side of the river, and was pacing in a thoughtful manner up and down, thinking of things that had happened long ago, when he heard a servant man at an upper window call to another on the opposite side of the street that the mob was setting fire to Newgate. To Newgate, where that man was. His failing strength returned. His energies came back with tenfold vigour on the instant. If it were possible, if they should set the murderer free, was he, after all he had undergone, to die with the suspicion of having slain his own brother dimly gathering about him? He had no consciousness of going to the jail, but there he stood before it. There was the crowd wedged and pressed together in a dense, dark, moving mass, and there were the flames soaring up into the air. His head turned round and round, lights flashed before his eyes, and he struggled hard with two men. "Nay, nay," said one. "Be more yourself, my good sir. We attract attention here. Come away. What can you do among so many men?" "The gentleman's always for doing something," said the other, forcing him along as he spoke. "I like him for that. I do like him for that." They had by this time got him into a court hard by the prison. He looked from one to the other, and as he tried to release himself, felt that he tottered on his feet. He who had spoken first was the old gentleman whom he had seen at the Lord Mayor's. The other was John Grueby, who had stood by him so manfully at Westminster. What does this mean?" he asked them faintly. "How came we together?" "On the skirts of the crowd," returned the distiller. "But come with us. Pray come with us. You seem to know my friend here." "Surely," said Mr Haredale, looking in a kind of stupor at John. "He'll tell you then," returned the old gentleman, "that I am a man to be trusted. He's my servant. He was lately, as you know, I have no doubt, in Lord George Gordon's service, but he left it and brought in pure goodwill to me and others who are marked by the rioters such intelligence as he had picked up of their designs." "On one condition, please, sir," said John, touching his hat. "No evidence against my lord. A misled man. A kind-hearted man, sir. My lord never intended this." "The condition will be observed, of course," rejoined the old distiller. "It's a point of honour. But come with us, sir. Pray come with us." John Grueby added no entreaties, but he adopted a different kind of persuasion by putting his arm through one of Mr Haredale's, while his master took the other, and leading him away with all speed. Sensible from a strange lightness in his head, and a difficulty in fixing his thoughts on anything, even to the extent of bearing his companions in his mind for a minute together without looking at them, that his brain was affected by the agitation and suffering through which he had passed, and to which he was still a prey. Mr Haredale let them lead him where they would. As they went along, he was conscious of having no command over what he said or thought, and that he had a fear of going mad. The distiller lived, as he had told him when they first met, on Holborn Hill, where he had great storehouses and drove a large trade. They approached his house by a back entrance, lest they should attract the notice of the crowd, and went into an upper room which faced towards the street. The windows, however, in common with those of every other room in the house, were boarded up inside, in order that, out of doors, all might appear quite dark. They laid him on a sofa in this chamber, perfectly insensible, but John immediately fetching a surgeon, who took from him a large quantity of blood, he gradually came to himself. As he was for the time too weak to walk, they had no difficulty in persuading him to remain there all night, and got him to bed without loss of a minute. That done, they gave him cordial and some toast, and presently a pretty strong composing draught, under the influence of which he soon fell into a lethargy, and, for a time, forgot his troubles. The vintner, who was a very hearty old fellow and a worthy man, had no thoughts of going to bed himself, for he had received several threatening warnings from the rioters, and had indeed gone out that evening to try and gather from the conversation of the mob whether his house was to be the next attacked. He sat all night in an easy chair in the same room, dozing a little now and then, and received from time to time the reports of John Grueby, and 2 or 3 other trustworthy persons in his employ, who went out into the streets as scouts, and for whose entertainment an ample allowance of good cheer, which the old vintner, despite his anxiety, now and then attacked himself, was set forth in an adjoining chamber. These accounts were of a sufficiently alarming nature from the first, but as the night wore on they grew so much worse, and involved such a fearful amount of riot and destruction, that in comparison with these new tidings all the previous disturbances sunk to nothing. The first intelligence that came was of the taking of Newgate, and the escape of all the prisoners, whose track, as they made up Holborn and into the adjacent streets, was proclaimed to those citizens who were shut up in their houses by the rattling of their chains, which formed a dismal concert, and was heard in every direction, as though so many forgers were at work. The flames, too, shone so brightly through the vintner's skylights, that the rooms and staircases below were nearly as light as in broad day, while the distant shouting of the mob seemed to shake the very walls and ceilings. At length they were heard approaching the house, and some minutes of terrible anxiety ensued. They came close up, and stopped before it, but after giving 3 loud yells, went on, and although they returned several times that night, creating new alarms each time, they did nothing there, having their hands full. Shortly after they had gone away for the first time, one of the scouts came running in with the news that they had stopped before Lord Mansfield's house in Bloomsbury Square. Soon afterwards there came another, and another, and then the first returned again, and so, by little and little, their tale was this: that the mob gathering round Lord Mansfield's house had called on those within to open the door, and receiving no reply, for Lord and Lady Mansfield were at that moment escaping by the back way, forced an entrance according to their usual custom. That they then began to demolish the house with great fury, and setting fire to it in several parts, involved in a common ruin the whole of the costly furniture, the plate and jewels, a beautiful gallery of pictures, the rarest collection of manuscripts ever possessed by any one private person in the world, and worse than all, because nothing could replace this loss, the great law library, on almost every page of which were notes in the judge's own hand of inestimable value, being the results of the study and experience of his whole life. That while they were howling and exulting round the fire, a troop of soldiers, with a magistrate among them, came up, and being too late, for the mischief was by that time done, began to disperse the crowd. That the Riot Act being read, and the crowd still resisting, the soldiers received orders to fire, and levelling their muskets, shot dead at the first discharge 6 men and a woman, and wounded many persons, and loading again directly, fired another volley, but over the people's heads it was supposed, as none were seen to fall. That thereupon, and daunted by the shrieks and tumult, the crowd began to disperse, and the soldiers went away, leaving the killed and wounded on the ground, which they had no sooner done than the rioters came back again, and taking up the dead bodies and the wounded people, formed into a rude procession, having the bodies in the front. That in this order they paraded off with a horrible merriment, fixing weapons in the dead men's hands to make them look as if alive, and preceded by a fellow ringing Lord Mansfield's dinner bell with all his might. The scouts reported further that this party meeting with some others who had been at similar work elsewhere, they all united into one, and drafting off a few men with the killed and wounded, marched away to Lord Mansfield's country seat at Cairnwood, between Hampstead and Highgate, bent upon destroying that house likewise, and lighting up a great fire there, which from that height should be seen all over London. But in this they were disappointed, for a party of horse having arrived before them, they retreated faster than they went, and came straight back to town. There being now a great many parties in the streets, each went to work according to its humour, and a dozen houses were quickly blazing, including those of Sir John Fielding and 2 other justices and 4 in Holborn, one of the greatest thoroughfares in London, which were all burning at the same time, and burned until they were out of themselves, for the people cut the engine hose and would not suffer the firemen to play upon the flames. At one house near Moorfields, they found in one of the rooms some canary birds in cages, and these they cast into the fire alive. The poor little creatures screamed, it was said, like infants, when they were flung upon the blaze, and one man was so touched that he tried in vain to save them, which roused the indignation of the crowd, and nearly cost him his life. At this same house, one of the fellows who went through the rooms, breaking the furniture and helping to destroy the building, found a child's doll, a poor toy, which he exhibited at the window to the mob below, as the image of some unholy saint which the late occupants had worshipped. While he was doing this, another man, with an equally tender conscience, they had both been foremost in throwing down the canary birds for roasting alive, took his seat on the parapet of the house, and harangued the crowd from a pamphlet circulated by the association, relative to the true principles of Christianity. Meanwhile the Lord Mayor, with his hands in his pockets, looked on as an idle man might look at any other show, and seemed mightily satisfied to have got a good place. Such were the accounts brought to the old vintner by his servants as he sat at the side of Mr Haredale's bed, having been unable even to doze after the first part of the night, too much disturbed by his own fears, by the cries of the mob, the light of the fires, and the firing of the soldiers. Such, with the addition of the release of all the prisoners in the new jail at Clerkenwell, and as many robberies of passengers in the streets as the crowd had leisure to indulge in, were the scenes of which Mr Haredale was happily unconscious, and which were all enacted before midnight. Chapter 66